$150 the bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Wednesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. Boy, we got a lot to get to today. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Seth, you clarified something for me right before we went on the air. I'm sitting here, I'm going, why am I feeling a little bit ornery today? Why am I feeling a little out of sorts? And it's because somebody turned up the AC, and not turned up as in made it colder in here. Somebody
turned up the thermostat.
Turned
down the AC.
Yeah, turned up the thermostat to make it hotter in the studio.
It's like 80 degrees in here. I don't know if Bijani or Creighton are sucking weight to make their weight class for a wrestling match or something. But they're in here doing radio like Loudon Swain last night.
Yeah.
That's the kid from Vision Quest.
Sauna style. Go watch Vision Quest. It's an 80s movie that ages decently.
Yeah.
You know, there's probably a few things in there that are politically incorrect now. But
mostly giving any credence to the state of Oregon high school wrestling.
Yes.
They don't have the...
That's probably the worst thing.
Ooh, you're the Oregon State champ. Okay.
Yeah. Thermostat, like controlling the thermostat and thinking that other people want it, an uncharacteristic temperature. That's an underrated, that's an underrated coworker thing.
It'd be like if you walked into a gym, you were like, hey, it needs to be 80 in here.
Yeah.
Like, all right, no, that's your preference. All right, no.
By the way, it was like 87 degrees outside yesterday. Mm-hmm. Who's coming into this studio saying, I need it to be hot in here?
It's good, though. I feel good. I need to be appropriately agitated as this team is this game is rapidly rolling towards us. I got caught by surprise that DeMeco was having his press conference yesterday.
Right.
Because it was like a normal Wednesday for them. So DeMeco and CJ Stroud were doing their normal Wednesday things because the game's on a Saturday.
Tuesday's usually totally dark.
Right. Other than charity appearances.
Right.
I'm like, whatever.
Right. But stuff that matters to us.
I see your press release, Texans. Good job with the kids. Get to the football stuff.
Get to the stuff that gives us content that we can build segments around with audio, please.
Yeah.
It's the lack
of
audio.
Us.
Yeah.
You guys are out there thinking of sick kids.
Right.
What about the sick middle-aged white men?
Right.
Huh?
Right.
Who's going to think of them?
Who need topics. So DeMeco did a press conference yesterday, as did CJ Stroud. We'll get to a lot of that stuff. The big news yesterday coming out about this game, big shock. Patrick Mahomes and his Gumby ankle, full participant at practice yesterday.
So these practices on a short week at the end of the season are glorified walkthroughs, and I saw people expressing skepticism over, okay, well, what's it really mean? For whatever it's worth, they're supposed to put that injury report is like you're doing a normal full-go Wednesday practice.
Correct.
Like sometimes teams won't even be practicing, and they still have to put out what they would be.
For the gamblers.
He's hypothetically full-go.
Yeah.
And, it's a known injury, so I'm guessing that they're approaching as, hey, he's going to play like he has through every ankle injuries he's had. As much as early in Mahomes' career we were wondering, all right, well, hey, he might be Steph Curry. He might have these chronic ankle issues. Steph Curry's ankles stopped getting injured. Mahomes keeps injuring his ankles, but he annually plays through the ankle injury.
Yeah, probably the biggest thing for me, like the biggest disconnect I have right now with the way the Mahomes ankle injury is being covered. And, you and I have the TV on in studio here, so we have it on ESPN every day. So we see kind of what the national perspective is on certain topics as the show is unfolding on First Take and Get Up and so forth. Now, this morning it's not on ESPN. It's on the news, which can be depressing.
A man was shot twice by a suspect who took off with his cell phone.
Yeah,
which is a dumb move unless you're trying to get that cell phone for, maybe there's a picture on there that you don't want.
Yeah, incriminating evidence.
Other than that, you're just running off with your own little GPS tracking advice.
Yes.
It'd be like if you're a bank robber and you threw the tracking advice into the bag of cash yourself.
Yeah. So, but as far as Mahomes goes and the coverage of the Mahomes injury.
Did his brother steal the cell phone?
I don't know.
There's a good chance Jackson Mahomes.
That would be the world coming together in a strange way. No, this Mahomes thing.
Yeah.
The injury, and then the people posing the question, should the Chiefs shut down Patrick Mahomes for the rest of the season? Mm-hmm. That was a question yesterday on a lot of those debate shows. Like, should they just, this ankle injury, an injury that we've seen him play with
right,
like 10 times in his career.
Usually mic'd up.
Should he shut down? The Chiefs are playing for more than the Texans are right now.
Right.
The Chiefs have a 2-game lead over the Bills for the 1 seed overall, but they lost to the Bills. The Chiefs have a much harder schedule than the Bills the rest of the way.
Yep.
They play the Texans on Saturday. And keep in mind, every game has been hard for the Chiefs this year, other than the Browns this past week. Literally one-score games up and down their schedule. They play the Texans, the Steelers on Christmas Day, and then they close at the Denver Broncos. Those are 3 playoff teams right there that they're playing. The Bills play nobody the rest of the year.
They play the Patriots, the Jets, and the Patriots.
Yeah.
The Bills are in a position where they could perhaps just cruise on through. Where the Chiefs,
Mahomes needs to play this game.
That bye week, that's the one benefit, I guess, of only the number 1 seed getting a first round bye this year.
It's a huge advantage.
And the Chiefs are banged up. Their defense, they've lost their starting cornerback. And then their slot corner got a concussion this last week. I don't know if he's going to play this week or not. So the Chiefs, it's not like they can just cruise on through victories and get the number 1 seed.
That bye is huge for them because not only do you get a week off to rest Mahomes' ankle before the playoffs start, you avoid having to go to Buffalo, which is where they've lost their only game this year. Mm-hmm. That's the one loss they have this year is at Buffalo. So the Chiefs have a ton to play for in this game. Mahomes is a full participant on the injury report. He's playing in this game on Saturday.
You know, the other thing, too, about that Buffalo matchup, Mahomes thrown a lot of interceptions this year, but he's only thrown 2 in the last 7 games, and they were to Buffalo. So, and that's the sum total of it. The Chiefs are so hard to figure out, but I think they are in no position to not worry about getting that first round bye.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, they haven't been destroying teams this year. You know, they've been winning a bunch of one-score games.
Really frustrating because they beat the Ravens. They've beat the Chargers twice.
Yeah, they beat a lot of good teams.
They lost. The Bills are the good team on their schedule. They've lost to is the Bills. And other than that, though, whatever their point differential is, however mediocre Mahomes looks, they're still beating good teams.
A week off and playing all your games at home, including not having to go to Buffalo, is a huge prize for this. Mahomes is going to play in this game on Saturday. Here's Patrick Mahomes yesterday in his media availability, asking. They asked him about the ankle injury, where he's at, and to compare it to the last big ankle injury he had in the 2022 postseason.
Obviously, we've put ourselves in good position to where I guess I wouldn't say it was dire that I play. I mean, it's something where it's not like in the AFC Championship game where we're playing to get to the Super Bowl. I mean, we have a little bit of room to kind of spare, but at the end of the day, we're trying to win. We're trying to win the football game, and I'm a competitor. I want to go out there and play. So I'll push myself to get to the best place possible over these next few days, and we'll be able to make a decision then.
How does it feel compared to the Jacksonville injury? Similar?
Jacksonville was worse. I would say. I mean, that one was pretty significant. I mean, this one didn't feel good by any means. But the Jacksonville one, just the way I got caught, I didn't really get this last one, I kind of got my feet out at the very end, whereas that Jacksonville one I didn't really get to. Obviously, it's responded better, quicker. I think that'd be the best thing to say. But I want to be in a better spot than I was in that next game going up against the Bengals. So I'll try to see if I can get there.
He's playing. He's playing, and you know what? If he does play, I'm glad he's playing. Mm-hmm. This is not a must-win for the Texans. Like, if the Texans needed this game to clinch the division or something huge was at stake, then I would say, okay, just give me the version of the Chiefs that gives the Texans the best chance to win this game. This game, Seth, against the Chiefs and the Ravens game, I need to find out some truth about the Texans here going into the playoffs. You know what I mean? I need to find out what exactly they are going on the road against a motivated Chiefs team. The Ravens are going to be equally motivated on Christmas Day. They're not even winning their division right now. Mm-hmm. So you're going to have two very, very good, well-quarterbacked, well-coached teams that have a ton to play for. So I'm cool with it, man. We know the Texans are – look, the Texans, there's an 80% chance they're going to be the 4 seed. I need to find out – I need to see where they stack up with these teams.
The one thing I think I maybe underestimated about this team at the beginning of the season was – just how much improvement Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock would be able to make over the course of a season. And it's a different football team right now because those two are playing like veteran players as opposed to early in the year when they were rookies. That's on the defensive side of the ball. The offensive side of the ball, look, you've got a bunch of veteran players over there, but you also have some young you've got one young offensive lineman at this point, but then Titus Howard trying to get his feet wet again playing left guard.
Right.
Not to mention working all tight end. They need to get better. And they also, I think, need to prove it to themselves that they can hang with these really good teams, which they've done. They've hung with the good teams before, but it's largely been because of defensive dominance or defensive performance.
Yeah.
They need to go out there and put in a good offensive effort at some point versus one of these genuinely good teams.
Well, and they need to do it on the road in a hostile environment where the weather's a little bit cold.
Yeah,
they're going to have to
get a taste of it.
Right. Well, right now, look, they're going to get a home game in the first round. In the second round of the playoffs, barring an upset by the Chargers or the Broncos, they're going to be going to Kansas City, Buffalo, Pittsburgh, or Baltimore to have to win a football game. Last I checked, those places are all pretty cold in the middle of January. You know, so this is a good little workout for the Texans.
Bad news for that prep side of things. This weekend, it's forecast to be a high of 46 in Kansas City.
Well, that's not exactly emblematic of what the weather's going to be.
Only a 6% chance of precipitation.
Okay. Well, should be watchable then, at least.
That'll be fun. It'll be a nice, comfortable game to play. There's a high 40s is.
Oh, it's beautiful.
High 40s, low 50s. Best temperature for a football game.
Perfect. Text message early here on the show. Why do I feel like we're being set up to be labeled a dirty team if Mahomes is playing hurt on Saturday?
I love it. I
do too.
We're not being set up. That's just the way it is.
Are you surprised we haven't seen that Kalen Bullock hit played over and over again on national TV? I am too.
And not because I thought it was a dirty hit or anything. It's just because, the Texans are the flavor of the day when it comes to, like, are the Texans a dirty defense? And we haven't heard a single thing about it.
Zero.
And again, it would go back to what we said before, man. The fact that it happened to a sliding quarterback matters a lot.
Yeah.
You know what happened in that game that bothered me?
What?
And it's there's nothing to be done about it, but man, Mario Edwards made a heroic effort to not hit Tua in the head and neck area.
To tattoo him in the ribs. Yeah,
Mario contorted his body, came in and hit Tua in the ribs with his shoulder.
It's a good hit.
And then later in the game, like barely taps.
Their helmets grazed each other.
It barely taps helmet to helmet.
15-yard penalty, yeah.
Which, I mean, you don't even bat an eyelash at that anymore.
The world we live in.
Other than it doesn't get called consistently, the ticky-tack ones. But
All right, so Patrick Mahomes, full participant in practice. That was the big news yesterday. That's the Chiefs side of things for this game. The biggest question every week, now that the Texans have clinched the AFC South, and there's an 80% chance that they can't change their seeding. DeMeco got asked it yesterday. We'll let you hear what it was coming up next. But first,
American flag. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, Texans-Chiefs on Saturday. Saturday, but with the usual Sunday schedule. 9 a.m. Texans countdown, noon kick, post-game following. And then we get to watch football on Sunday, man. Gotten to do that way more this year than in previous years.
Yeah.
We're thankful for the primetime games. We're thankful the Texans are relevant enough to give us a few Sundays to watch, to just sit and do what America does, watch football all day. We get one of those this weekend. I'm very excited about
Saturday, having a game on Saturday followed immediately by a game 5 days later, which is just, it's like a normal Thursday game situation. That's the way I've been
It's usually
thinking
Sunday,
of it.
Thursday. This time it's Saturday, Wednesday.
This is how I'm looking at it. The only real challenge of this 3-game stretch is this week, because it's a short week. So this is the week leading up to just what's an all-out sprint.
Yeah.
And you're going to go, so you have to play on short rest, but it's a 1-day short rest. No big deal after your bye week. And then it's just like you're playing a Thursday night game, and then you get another little meet before the final game of the season.
Yeah, it is. We're going to have to go like another 10 days, 11 days with no football. And then the build up to that is the Titans, who may or may not be starting Will Levis. He got benched yesterday, which the initial reaction to any benching of Will Levis is to point at Will Levis like Nelson on The Simpsons and go,
Yeah.
except he threw for 278 against us a month ago.
The weirdest thing about this defense from the last 2 years is their ability to underperform versus genuinely bad quarterbacks.
Desmond Ritter.
It's
Bryce
so
Young,
weird.
Zach Wilson.
So I'm kind of hoping that this is just, what if Pat Mahomes is actually a mediocre quarterback?
Janky Aaron Rodgers.
Everybody's like, oh, no, you don't want to wait. Vintage Pat Mahomes could come out at any moment. No, I'm worried that he's going to get worse.
Yep.
And then he's going to go all Zach Wilson on our asses.
Yeah.
Like we're a 48-year-old housewife.
Oh, my God. So DeMeco Ryans got asked the question that I think he's going to continually get asked here, game by game, which is, are you thinking about resting guys now that you have clinched a playoff?
See if you can guess what the answer is.
And for me, it's anytime you strap it up, it's time to go compete and win. I don't know any other way. I don't see how anybody else could find any other way. Like, our guys put a lot of work into going out, putting their bodies on the line to go compete. So that's what it'll be about. One game at a time mentality still hasn't changed just because, we won the AFC South. Our approach is still the same. Go out and play good football, get better in all 3 phases.
So this is what you can offense. You cannot have any kind of opportunity to invite any kind of attitude of, hey, we made it. There is not a chance in hell. You just can't do that. If you actually want to advance in the playoffs this year, you've got to get the offense improved. Is it marginally? Is it a huge amount? Whatever it is, they've got to get better. And you can't treat any of these games like like they treated the preseason, where, hey, no big deal if the offensive line doesn't all play together, and even if they do, let's just play a few snaps. They're bad. You gotta keep getting better offensively, and you've got a good opportunity versus 2 games here just to A, do that, B, psychologically prove to yourself that you can hang with these teams without the help of the defense. All of that, and not to mention, I still like the idea of potentially getting the 3 seed. And you're not in a position right now. This is not the team where you can just cruise on through the end of the regular season.
Yep, I would agree with that. Here was C.J. Stroud asked about the upcoming schedule.
This is going to set us up for, our seeding and, who we play, if we play home or not, multiple times, So, our destiny is really in front of us, and, we're able to do what we want to do, to be really great. But at the end of the day, it's all about getting in, and we're able to do that, and, but that's just the start. That's one of our goals now. We're trying to go get more, and, I think, this team is special enough to do that. So, we got to just be hard on ourselves.
All right, so CJ's a little more open about the location of the game, the seeding.
Yeah.
That there are 3 games being played in 11 days. DeMeco is, at least to the media, is way more tunnel vision.
Yeah, and I think that
Chiefs.
However aware DeMeco is of any of the other stuff, the playoff implications or anything, I think he probably feels the same way I do. He just does it with a more positive tone about the fact that this team still needs to improve. and that the best place to improve is against good competition. You only get so many opportunities to go against good competition. They've got to keep building on some of the good things they've done, but just figure out some way to make things click a little bit better.
Well,
and especially if this is the offensive line permutation you're going to go with. I want Blake Fisher to get as many meaningful snaps at tackle as possible. I want Titus Howard, even though he's played guard before, I want him to get a bunch of reps. And
Chris Jones.
Even, the run game was frustrating. I'm going to do a breakdown with Drew Hodgson today or tomorrow on the good and the bad run plays. But there were some bad run plays in that game where I'm not as down on the Texans' offensive line. Some of them, there was one circulating on social media yesterday where somebody was saying it was a bad play design, and I don't think it was. It was a really tough block for Jarrett Patterson to make, and he had to go out and try to block a head-up defensive tackle. That's a hard block to make. You need reps doing that against good defensive linemen, and it wasn't a bad play call or play design or anything like that. They just need to get better.
Yeah. I think it's a chance to build confidence too. Like you go into Kansas City, I don't care how you beat them. You beat Kansas City, and then you put up a good showing. Maybe beat Baltimore on Christmas Day. Those are two huge wins heading into the post. That you got two huge wins heading into the postseason. 10 days to rest for your final game.
Yeah,
they can handle that Titans game however they want to at that point.
Yeah,
they can treat that like a preseason game if they want to. I would like it that the next time the offense plays football is not, going from December 25th to January the 12th.
Yeah, there's that part of it, too. When the really good teams take, the multi-week layoff. I mean, you can cherry-pick whichever one suits your feeling about it, but there have been instances of teams getting multiple weeks off, basically, and then looking very rusty in the first round of the playoffs.
Yeah, and this team feels like one that would happen.
Yeah, I'm talking about dominant teams.
Yeah,
go back to Tampa or what have you.
For sure. This is going back to the open of the show where we were talking about Patrick Mahomes. If you missed it, if you're just getting in your car, Patrick Mahomes was a full participant in Kansas City's practice yesterday, which that injury report is kind of gospel when it comes to stuff like this. So do you predict these plays? I'm predicting plays. Yeah.
I'm guessing the line adjusted accordingly.
Good question.
As soon as I saw the news that Pat Mahomes is coming back, I checked one book and the game wasn't on their book. So I don't know if they pulled it temporarily.
If he plays, there are some books out there that are exposed right now.
Yeah.
Because the line has
been that went in on the Chiefs when it was
The line has been reflective of Patrick Mahomes not playing at a lot of places, which means you could be getting the Chiefs. There's people out there that have the +3 in a game, albeit a likely gimpy Mahomes, but would be playing at home against a team that has yet to prove itself in an environment like this on the road.
Not to get deep into the gambling side of it, but I'm intrigued by when that line swung as much as it did in the Texans' favor, are there a lot of really smart gamblers who are figuring out ways to straddle that and hedge it,
sure.
and, knowing that the line's going to move?
It's KC -3 now.
They become like commodities brokers, right?
There's a 6-point middle on this game right now.
Yeah.
Dude, if you got the Chiefs at +3, you are laughing right now.
So, but now here's the thing. Texans defense has a reputation for violence.
They do.
They're kind of like Russell Crowe in Hollywood Confidential. Wearing a suit.
I'll tell you right now,
I
haven't seen that.
You haven't
movie.
seen that? Okay. Oh, L.A. Confidential? L.A. Confidential.
Okay.
Yeah.
Still,
it's a good movie.
Is it good?
I watched Gladiator 2 yesterday.
Oh, okay.
I enjoyed it. It's tough because it doesn't hold. In all fairness to the guy that plays the new lead, I don't know who he is. He's probably super famous.
Yeah.
He's no Russell Crowe.
Right.
And I think that's just me. Obviously, I'm biased because of my age and everything, but Russell Crowe's a great actor. I thought it was a really good movie, but just the acting's not the same as in the first one.
Is there a lineage here? Is he like the son of Russell Crowe?
I don't want to give any spoilers. But,
okay. But
it follows the same story.
It lives in the same world.
It takes a little while to figure it out. Yeah. Okay. But it does, yes. Very much in the same world. It's like 15 or 20 years after Russell Crowe.
Okay.
Spoiler alert, in Gladiator 1 dies. It follows
that would have been a spoiler for me like 8 months ago.
Sorry.
Well, remember?
You tell from the beginning he's going to die.
Yeah. Remember I hadn't seen Gladiator, and I did. I went and watched it that weekend, and I liked it a lot.
As sequels go, I thought they did a good job of not sometimes they lean too hard into like, hey, this is a callback to the first one, remember?
Yeah.
Like, I almost just envision people in the audience going, ooh, I get that reference.
Throw it in your face.
And it almost starts feeling gimmicky.
Yeah.
They did just enough.
Okay.
Just enough. Yeah.
I like that.
Lots of good violence.
Well, I was just saying, speaking of violence, is what I was about to say. Text message. I have a strong premonition Mahomes will fake slide just to give us the bird over the Aziz hit. Big middle finger. I think he's going to fake slide just to rub it in rub our noses in the fact that we're missing our middle linebacker.
You know who slid a lot last week?
Who?
CJ.
He did.
I thought CJ was.
Were you nervous at all when he was sliding?
I thought he did a pretty good job of getting down on time. There was one Dolphins player that kind of had to glide over the top of him and hit him on his way down. But yeah, I was. I'm always going to be nervous whenever any quarterback.
He's really
slides.
good at protecting himself.
He is pretty good at that
He takes a
part of
lot
it.
of hits, man.
Yeah.
Takes a lot of hits.
Yeah, he's like, I don't need any more. I take enough in the pocket.
Yes.
I'm just going to go ahead and get the hell down.
Yep. Although he didn't take a lot of big hits in the pocket this week.
No.
Held
The
up
pass
okay.
protection has improved.
Yeah.
I thought it's like it feels like decades now we've been saying this about the offensive line. It might be a full decade where, hey, you know what? Actually, they're doing okay in pass protection. It's the run blocking that's horrendous.
It's going to be this way forever.
I think it's something. It might have to do something with either the humidity or the pollution or something.
Okay.
I don't know.
That's where we are now with fixing
These guys
the
have
run
they
game.
all have very high BMIs, and
They do.
They struggle in that more physically grueling part of the game.
Let's shift gears for a second here. Brian McTaggart was on the MLB Network. Brian McTaggart covers the Astros, covers their beat for MLB.com. We're still kind of sitting and waiting on Alex Bregman. That's the next big shoe to drop here. Tags was asked, what's the master plan for the Astros this offseason?
I think getting Paredes allows them to put him at third base if Bregman does not sign. And they're still in the running to sign Bregman. If they do sign Bregman, which I think is a long shot, you can move Paredes to first base. But they still need to add another bat. Wisniewski's going to come in and help the bottom of that rotation. They definitely needed another arm. Maybe they get a couple of their pitchers back this year healthy. But they cannot lose Kyle Tucker and Alex Bregman and not add another impact bat, whether that's signing Santander, trading for Arenado, moving Paredes to first, signing Christian Walker. There has to be another move, and I think they're working on that. I mean, this just cannot be their offseason because that would be a big step back if they lose those guys and replace them with Paredes.
Feels like we were saying the same thing about first base last year. So I don't always look at it as a foregone conclusion that, of course, they're going to address this. I mean, there's going to be at least one new face in the.
Oh yeah. But the difference with last year, obviously, is Kyle Tucker was still on the team.
No, I know, right? But I'm saying the first base position was like, okay, that felt like you got to address first base. It's just such a huge hole.
Right.
You got to address it. You're not really going to roll with Jose Abreu, are you? That was.
See, I felt like we knew they were just because he signed and
we were resigned to it.
Yeah. I mean, look, it took the jaws of life to get him out of the lineup.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, and he had made.
I think we all agreed that first base sucked going into last season, but I was resigned to the fact that I guess it's going to be Abreu. And Abreu had a good postseason last year.
Yeah.
You know.
And September.
In September, yeah. So I think your point is well taken on the position being bad.
Whether it's the Texans' interior offensive line or backup running back or whatever, like we've got multiple instances of teams looking like they should definitely do something about it.
That's a good way to put it.
And they don't do it.
That's right.
You're going to do something about this, right? I'm sure it's that. You know what it is? It's like, hey, kids, listen, good life lesson here. There's a phenomenon that happens when when there's a medical emergency where there might be 20 people standing around watching somebody have a medical emergency, and everybody assumes somebody else is going to make the call. So just be the person who makes the call. Whenever you think like, oh, somebody else surely will do that, just go ahead and do it.
Be the person.
Because the chances are that there's a lot of people standing around assuming exactly what you're assuming.
There was a guy at the Steeler game. Amy and I were leaving the Steeler game last weekend.
Yeah.
There was a dude, as we were leaving the stadium, laying on the sidewalk, and there were 10 people just standing around him.
Yeah.
He was I was looking at him like, Amy, he might be like having a real, like, legit medical episode here.
Yeah.
Now, did I become the guy to step in that you're talking about, Seth, to call 911? I think somebody had called 911 at that point.
Yeah.
But nobody was administering anything to him. Like, he was probably drunk.
Uh-huh.
But it could have been something else.
Right, yeah.
It was kind of scary, man. It was a little scary.
I was at Busch a few weeks ago in the E-terminal, And right down there at the end of like E9 or wherever, it's a huge, where it gets really crowded there.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of United gates.
Yep.
There was a guy like screaming at the top of his lungs, like yelling for his name. Let's say I can't remember the kid's name. Let's say it was Joe. Joe! And he looked crazy. Like he really looked. It felt like something you might see when you're walking past the bus station or something.
Like he was on something.
Yeah. And everybody was just kind of standing around trying to figure it. So finally, like me and another gentleman walked up to him, kind of like keeping our distance, and because this guy was only screaming one name, Joe, and it turned. He wasn't crazy. He had lost his kid. His kid was nonverbal. I don't know if he's autistic or whatever. So he explained it to us. And like then you were able to go find somebody from one of the airlines to work with him, but it was like nobody knew how to handle it.
No,
it was just so strange and weird.
Well, and the only videos you see from airports nowadays are things like that turning into fisticuffs for some reason.
That's where
I
I feel guilty because part of my thinking was like, I'm gonna go up and talk to this guy, and like, there's a good chance this is like gonna be some part of a viral video or something.
Yeah.
Like, so you're like trying to keep your distance and everything, but still have a kind of yeah.
Did they find his kid?
They did. They
did.
did. But yeah, do something.
Do something.
If you see something.
Do something. There you go.
That woman sitting at the bar, you might figure like, oh, she's got to have a boyfriend. Who knows?
Never know.
That's what everybody else is thinking.
Do something.
Go do something.
That's it.
Go talk to that lady.
Good advice, Seth Payne.
But take the cues. Don't hover. If she's not,
don't be creepy.
If she's not reciprocating, then walk away.
Go get a drink. Headlines coming up next. DeMeco Ryans on the Kansas City Chiefs. Update on Patrick Mahomes. QB's getting benched left and right. We love that. And a trade involving an Astros favorite. Sarcasm font. That's coming up next in headlines. But first, Dr. Ben Salento, Texas sinus and snoring. Yes, that is a snoring.
Sunday on Broadway in Pearland. Together, let's drive.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get to the headlines. The Texans and the Chiefs this Saturday at noon. You can hear that game on Sports Radio 610, obviously. Seth and I have you for Texans Countdown starting at 9 a.m. DeMeco Ryans met with the media yesterday. I'm not sure how many people are totally aware of this, but DeMeco Ryans and Andy Reid have crossed paths before. DeMeco's first year in Philadelphia in 2012 was Andy Reid's final year in Philadelphia as the head coach. Here was DeMeco Ryans yesterday on his respect for Andy Reid.
He was a really great coach, did a great job of looking out for his players. Learned a lot from Andy and how he ran things. Just a ton of respect for him. He's been very successful his entire career. Talk about a guy who's detailed in every single thing, not only offensive football, but defense, special teams, like all across the board. Just a really tremendous football coach who's had a ton of success, and he loves to do it with a smile.
And DeMeco's brought that up before. You know, when people talk like Kyle Shanahan and Gary Kubiak are his big coaching influences, and he spent a good chunk of time with Chip Kelly, and then obviously Andy Reid as well, and he's cited that before. The one thing that's interesting about the common bond or maybe Reidology is if Carson Wentz were to play this game, I think Reid would love it. Because it would be a smoke him if you got him type of moment where he might have 20 designed QB runs or, zone read type plays, and it would be a much different game plan. I think they would very much be trying to control the game as much as possible with a running quarterback and not worry about and not put him in a position where you can turn the ball over a bunch.
That's a really interesting point. Like what type of pressure does that put on the Texans coaching staff?
Yeah.
Defensive coaching staff to prepare for two different quarterbacks that are stylistically would be used very differently on a short week too.
Right, on a short week where it's not as big as a deal as it used to be because, you know, when they started doing a lot of zone read in the NFL, there were a lot of NFL players they'd been caught in that lapse, you know, where they hadn't actually seen it in college that much, but they're veteran NFL players, and they're looking at it like it's a purple cow or something. Like, what the hell do I do with this?
Yeah.
Where, like, all these guys have grown up playing against it, so I don't think it's as much of a deal as it used to be. It's just kind of a hammering of a few times during the week during practice, you throw in some QB run type stuff and just hammer the fundamentals.
I think Mahomes is going to play in this game. Let's skip down to Mahomes here, guys. We'll go to Mahomes 1. Mahomes was asked about his injury yesterday. He said, well, we're in a good spot as a team, and it feels better than my injury a couple years ago.
Obviously, we've put ourselves in good position to where I guess I wouldn't say it was dire play. I mean, it's something where it's not like in the AFC Championship game where we're playing to get to the Super Bowl. I mean, we have a little bit of room to kind of spare, but at the end of the day, we're trying to win. We're trying to win the football game, and I'm a competitor. I want to go out there and play. So I'll push myself to get to the best place possible over these next few days, and we'll be able to make a decision then.
How does it feel compared to the Jacksonville injury? Similar?
Jacksonville was worse. I would say. I mean, that one was pretty significant. I mean, this one didn't feel good by any means. But the Jacksonville one, just the way I got caught, I didn't really get this last one, I kind of got my feet out at the very end, whereas that Jacksonville one I didn't really get to. Obviously, it's responded better, quicker. I think that'd be the best thing to say. But I want to be in a better spot than I was in that next game going up against the Bengals. So I'll try to see if I can get there.
So the thing about when you have chronic ankle sprains is that because when I was younger, I had a really, really bad sprained ankle, and then I ended up for the next couple of years, I would sprain my ankle routinely, or at least it felt like routinely. And every time it hurts as much as the first time you injured it, but it's not nearly as, I don't know if your body's just hypersensitive to it or whatever. But you do sometimes, you sprain it, but it's not as big a deal and your body recovers from it more quickly. Maybe because you're prone to spraining it. Yeah, I don't know. But he's already demonstrated multiple times that he can play through these ankle sprains. And as you've pointed out multiple times, the Chiefs still very much have something to play for.
Yeah.
The Bills have a super easy schedule down the stretch, whereas the Chiefs have a really tough schedule down the stretch. And the Bills have the head-to-head matchup victory versus the Chiefs. So if the Chiefs want to get that number 1 seed, which I think they should want to, given the way they're banged up right now.
Yes.
I mean, they're starting cornerbacks on IR. Their slot corner's got a concussion.
They've had receiver injury issues all year. Yeah.
So I don't think they mess around with just trying to, chalk this one up to fate.
No.
I just watched Gladiator 2, so I'm big on fate right now. Fate and destiny.
I think Mahomes plays, and I think they've got more to play for than the Texans do, at least empirically, like in the standings and whatnot.
Yeah.
But the Texans need to play well. The Texans need to string some good football games together here against good teams heading into the playoffs. Other news in the NFL. How's this feel, Texan fans? 3 weeks after he torched the Texans for 278 yards and a win at NRG Stadium, Will Levis benched for the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah.
Will Levis benched and Kirk Cousins benched. The Cousins one is more interesting because that's a team that's still trying to compete for a playoff spot, and it was so controversial, I guess I'll say, when they picked Michael Penix with the 8th overall pick. But that might be, in retrospect, that might be a team figuring out they gave $100 million guaranteed to a lemon, the fastest ever in NFL history.
Right.
It gave him that money in the middle of March, Kirk Cousins, and they draft Michael Penix Jr. with the 8th overall pick 5 weeks later. And now here he is.
And you wonder, okay, did they realize that Cousins wasn't the same guy? I know they deny all of that, and this is just what we were going to do. But I will credit them if when Kirk Cousins got here, even after they passed the physical and there's nothing they could do about it, if they realized, oh boy, you know what, we're not so sure. Okay, if they recognize their own mistake that quickly, I'll give them credit for that ultimately.
Well, especially if it ends up fishing their season out of the grease.
Yeah.
They may have waited a little too long in retrospect to bench Kirk. I mean, they won this game they played on Monday night, but Cousins was not good. He was like 11 of 17 for barely 100 yards.
They were stuck in that position of it's been a steady slide too. So okay, is this just a lull he's working through, or is it a 36-year-old with an Achilles tendon recovery?
Yeah. He's been really bad the last month or so. So he gets benched. Michael Penix in there. Levis benched. I guess relevant to the Texans in so much as the Texans play the Titans the last game of the year. I don't know if the game's going to mean anything.
Yeah.
But we might see Mason Rudolph.
Well, and what do we care? I mean, is there a single Texans fan out there that thinks, oh, bad quarterback, no big deal? No.
You shouldn't.
Of course they don't. Yeah. I'm terrified of bad quarterbacks.
Yes.
Great. Mason. I'd rather have Tom Brady at his peak back there than Mason Rudolph. The Texans, for whatever reason, and I would include Aaron Rodgers now in that category of quarterbacks who aren't good anymore, and you let him look like an all-pro in the second half of that game.
You see the Yankees traded for Cody Bellinger?
Yeah.
He's in the American League now. Bellinger, we're going to see Cody Bellinger 6 or 7 times a year.
The big hardcore baseball analysis I saw on this was that Cody Bellinger's girlfriend is Aaron Judge's ex-girlfriend.
Giancarlo Stanton.
Oh, is it Giancarlo?
Giancarlo,
Yep. Okay.
Giancarlo Stanton's ex-girlfriend is married to Cody Bellinger. Yep. Married. It's his wife. Yeah.
So she's been on the circuit for a while.
It's his wife.
And she landed on the right one.
She's got a type.
Okay.
Baseball players. Rich baseball players. Yeah. I don't want to judge.
Is she notable in her own right? Is she like an
she's
influencer
good looking
or
in the
something?
pictures that I saw. I don't know. I don't know what her day job is. I'm not sure. But yeah, man, we get a little Cody Bellinger in our lives. Better with the Yankees than with the Astros. That was one of the rumored things with the Astros. I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't know if I want
the
Cody
fact
Bellinger
that the Astros
here.
were entertaining it at all. Seriously, it's a little bit of a letdown, but whatever.
Yep.
Bygones, et cetera, et cetera.
Indeed. We still wait on any Alex Bregman news. Nothing new on the Alex Bregman front. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, Stefon Diggs. He lives. He speaks. He was on Good Morning Football yesterday. Let's read into things that Stefon Diggs said on Good Morning Football. Specifically, could he be back with the Houston Texans in 2025? We'll hear from Stefon Diggs coming up next.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast into the 7 o'clock hour. We go. Stefon Diggs, he is alive. He is with us. He's not been around the Texans. He's been rehabbing his torn ACL.
Yeah.
He's feeling good.
Probably doing it at, his own facility or something.
Right,
yeah.
right. Now, he's going to be at the game on Christmas Day, though, he said.
Yay!
He's coming in for Christmas, so he'll be there. He'll be around the team. How do we know this? He was on Good Morning Football yesterday. The first I'd seen of Stefon Diggs popping up over the last 24 hours, though, was he got himself a little endorsement. Did you see?
Well, it's an endorsement, but it's also part of they're giving away $1 million.
Right. But I'm sure he's getting a little chunk of change for doing this.
Or he's just doing it just for the charitable side of it.
You
yeah,
think?
I don't
for
know.
Domino's?
Yeah, I don't know. If it's for his foundation, sometimes they'll donate in lieu of payment. They donate to your foundation.
Fair enough. I'm guessing he's not doing it as
cynical
a hobby.
bastard.
No. But there's. Okay, but he's...
Hey, Stefon Diggs raising a bunch of money for poor, sick kids.
Okay. Like, if I found out it was that, I would say that.
Yeah.
Okay. I say all this to say, he's doing a Domino's commercial.
As you all know, my injury is keeping me off the field for the rest of the season. To make it up to everyone who had me in their fantasy lineup, I'm teaming up with Domino's to give away $1 million in free emergency pizzas. I know. This won't help your fantasy team. But a free pizza is something we all can benefit from. All right? That's all I got. Thank you.
Yeah. And then he sits back, and then he just sits back on the couch that he's on and just folds his arms.
Yeah, so it turns out it's not sick kids. It's actually just us, the pizza-consuming adults. So there you go.
Yeah. Now, the check he got might be going to his foundation.
I wanted to build suspense, Sean.
Yeah.
They were giving things away.
Yeah.
But yeah, so he's doing good for him. And you know what? Honestly, I can't remember Stefon Diggs being on any big national campaigns for anything.
That's a good question. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm sure if he has, someone will text in 713-572-4610. So I'm like, all right. He's being efficient with his time. He got a pizza endorsement. That's really good. Now he's on the circuit of going and doing interviews about his pizza endorsement. He was on Good Morning Football yesterday. Peter Schrager, Kyle Brandt, Jamie Erdahl, Akbir Bajukamila. I'm butchering his name.
I genuinely don't care.
He's an NFL player. They asked him first, how are you feeling right now?
Everything's good. It's been a long road as far as it's been the beginning right now. You know what I'm saying? I just take it day by day. It was tough in the beginning, definitely. Not being mobile, not being able to move around. But the more I get my 2 feet back, I'm just super blessed. I'm in a good spot, and I'm looking forward to this Christmas game. I'm going back to Houston to go check the boys out, so I'm extremely excited. Hopefully everything's in a good spot. I just can't wait to see him. It's been a while.
Okay, so that confirms one thing I think people have been asking a lot about. He's not been around the team.
It's kind of like Verlander when he went off to do his rehab and wherever he went, to go to Chicago or Detroit or wherever he was. Wherever, that's no big deal. That's not uncommon.
That's normal, right?
Yeah, but it would be nice to have him around. I do wish, so maybe he'll be there for the rest of the season on into the playoffs.
That'd be cool. Yeah, that would be cool. I mean, look, a lot of what we were sold with Stefon Diggs, I say we were sold. I was super psyched to have Stefon Diggs on the team. But a big part of the whole Diggs thing, when people in the building would talk about that, would be it's not just that he's a great player. Boy, he's been really awesome in that wide receiver. And we saw it out of practice every day at training camp. He's talking to offensive guys. He's talking to defensive guys. I think there's benefit to having Stefon Diggs around this, having his energy around this football team.
And just some of the little tips on routes and all of that other stuff. It's tough. Because, post ACL, you're trying to be off your feet as much as possible, except when you're doing rehab and everything. So you don't want to do anything that's gonna interrupt his rehab.
Right.
But just being even in meetings for a little bit every day benefits.
It was week 8. You've torn your ACL before, right?
Yeah, multiple times.
It's week 8. Week 8 was when he tore it. We're in week 16 now. Where's he at? 2 months in here?
Depending on, because usually you wait for all the swelling to die down and everything before you do the surgery. So I mean, I'm guessing he's walking around real well and everything. Yeah. You still got to be careful.
Yep. What have the conversations been like with he's still talking to his teammates. He's talking to his teammates almost every day. What have the conversations been like?
we've had conversations about it. You know, I'm not too much in the building right now because I'm focusing on getting right. But I talk to the guys each and every day, like at least a couple of texts a day. I hear from somebody in the receiver room, whether we're talking mess or I'm getting on them about a good route. You know, there goes my guy Mechie. I see him balling. I love to see it. I just get super excited for those guys, especially seeing CJ. He's a true leader, and I feel like some of his best ball is going to come down the stretch. You know, I mean, I feel like that bye week treated him right, and last week kind of showed. He was out there making plays, him and Nico.
Okay, well, they made two key ones, two
Yeah.
touchdowns that ended up being the difference in that football. The reason he was bringing up Mechie in the middle of that, there was a video showing, and they showed Mechie's touchdown catch against Detroit.
Yeah,
I think that's why he was citing Mechie there.
Mechie's another one of those guys. When I talk about how the offense they need to play against good competition and get better, Mechie's another one of those guys that,
Yes.
I mean, as many reps as possible.
Yep.
If you're going to lean on him, you know, I don't know if he's not going to all of a sudden miraculously have good hands, I guess. He drops a lot of footballs. But in terms of route running, being on the same page as CJ, everything, yes, he needs as many reps as possible.
Yeah, well, I mean, he dropped that ball, as you pointed out, on Sunday against the Dolphins, and one of CJ's interceptions in a previous game. I'm trying to remember.
It was that Titans game.
The Titans game? It was a miscommunication with Mechie, you know? So, yeah, that's a fair point. This is an interesting one. And if you're the Buffalo Bills, I would imagine, you know, there was a lot going on with Buffalo Bills fans and Texan fans in the preseason when Diggs was looking so good. Like, oh, here's our guy. He's our guy now. And especially when the Bills struggled out of the chute this year with lesser receivers. They had to trade for Amari Cooper at one point. The Bills might be the best team in football right now. So they asked him, what's it like watching the Bills, and should Josh Allen be the MVP of the league?
It's impressive. I kind of somebody had said something to me on Twitter, and I was like, he definitely should win, and he's been balling. I mean, obviously, it's no secret that Josh Allen is amazing. You know, as far as like seeing him game in and game out, he's making those plays. Like it's not new to me at all. He was saying it's not new to nobody in the league. I feel like it's just his respect kind of coming full circle. Finally getting that credit that he deserves. He's playing at a very high level. I feel like he deserves it. You know what I'm saying? The only person that you can kind of compete with is Lamar Jackson, who's playing hell of a ball too. Yep. But damn, it's going to be some tough. It could be some tough decisions towards the end of the year. Whoever's making those decisions, because the boy's going crazy.
So okay, but he could not have handled that any better than he did. And
he's handled all the Josh Allen.
Oh
stuff
yeah, 100%.
Well. Yeah.
Since the very first press conference, he's been very good about it. I do think that. Now, I think somewhere along the way, Stefon Diggs may have turned that corner and realized, oh, you will never win the war against your haters on social media, so let's not create any extra drama where it needs to be. Even in him saying that perfectly right thing, there will be 25% of the comments about it will be nothing but pure and abject hate. But you just got to ignore it. You just got to just move on about your life and go out and charitably give away $1 million worth of pizza to just normal, healthy people.
Emergency pizzas.
Yes.
The only thing I think he got wrong in that is I don't think it is a race with Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson anymore.
No, I think I don't want to say that ship has sailed, but it seems like there's consensus now.
These two games that Josh Allen had, ironically games, he actually lost one of them, and his odds got even shorter to win the MVP after that Rams game, but he was just as prolific in that win over the Lions. Albeit it's like the Lions preseason team that teams are going up against now because of all those injuries.
Well, part of it is I think Allen's getting credit for doing more with less this year. I would imagine Lamar Jackson, who's already won multiple MVPs, is probably like, I would much rather be getting marked down in the MVP race, but to have better circumstances around me when it comes to the playoffs. Yeah, I'm cool with that. I don't think there's going to be like angry side-eye emojis from Lamar Jackson. Well,
with Lamar Jackson, it's almost like any MVP attention that he gets shines a brighter light on the fact that he's been a failure in the postseason.
Yeah.
You know, like it accentuates the dichotomy of the regular season Lamar versus the postseason Lamar. Now, that said, if Zay Flowers could just hold on to a football last year, he might be off the schneid.
Lamar Jackson played plenty well enough to win that game. It's just Zay Flowers had two huge hiccups in that game.
Yep.
The penalty and the turnover.
Yep. All right, here's the big question for Diggs. They asked him, why is he a fit for the Texans in the future?
It was crazy, like going in, not being even apprehensive. I spent some time with the guys on the offseason, and I kind of like it was kind of weird because it was like, dang, like it felt like I knew them before. Like even though I had somewhat of a relationship with Tank, it was like I knew them before. Like they were relatives of mine, like family. So going into that season, it was just so much fun. I woke up every day with a smile. It was a little hot. I will say if anybody's going to Houston, it's a little hotter in the summertime, so be careful. But definitely something to be excited about. Moving forward. I don't know what the future holds, but I definitely got a home in Houston. You know what I'm saying? I love those guys over there. They're good people.
That's interesting. Okay, so it sounds like you'd like to be back here next
Dealing
year.
with the humidity, I don't think it's enough that would keep him from just. No, I can't.
He commented about it a few times during camp, though.
You can't prepare for it. I told you when I got here, I had been in Jacksonville for 5 years, exact same latitude.
Yep,
right along I-10. I'm like, oh, what's the difference? I don't know what the difference is, but it was bad.
Massive.
Yeah, it was a shock to my
difference.
system. Yeah.
Yeah. What are your feelings on Diggs coming back next year?
I'm open to it at the right price.
Yeah.
I think the thing is that he's not physically going to be the same guy who was at his peak, but there's still a lot of value in having him on the team.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what the contract looks like. It's you're still not in a position because CJ's paid for at least another year.
Right.
You're still kind of in a position to spend liberally on short-term contracts for veteran free agents. So a lucrative one-year deal for Stefon Diggs, I'd be excited about.
Yeah, and we say CJ getting paid after the 2026 or after the 2025 season.
That money doesn't hit the cap right away.
For a few more years.
It usually doesn't kick in for a year.
You're really getting a benefit for a few more years. It's not just this season and next season, and all of a sudden CJ's $70 million. The way they'll structure the contract, because I remember seeing Trevor Lawrence sign that deal.
Yeah.
And Trevor Lawrence really doesn't get super painful for the Jags to have till like 2027 or something like that. So, yeah, I don't want to get too nerdy on the cap stuff, but the only other thing I'd say that's a little bit nerdy about the cap stuff is they do have, Diggs was making like $22 million this year.
Yeah.
They did cram like $16 million of that into some dummy years.
Yeah.
So keeping Diggs would probably keep you from getting an empty $16 million cap hit. Because if he leaves, all that money hits this coming season.
Oh, so you could actually manage the cap a little bit by
better,
giving him a
that's
deal
not all going to hit right away.
Or at least because it was, that was where you'd have to be really proactive about it because, you'd have to alter this.
You'd have to do it before free agency.
You'd have to extend him
yeah.
and maybe have him work with you to do all that. Yeah. So that's in a good position for him, at least from the Texans. He's got some leverage over the Texans in that regard.
He's got some leverage, and I would say the leverage the Texans have is what's the market for Stefon Diggs coming off an ACL at age 31 or 32.
Right, yeah, because as much as we think of, ACLs are no big deal these days, not everybody's the same guy when they come back, especially when they're in their 30s.
We know he'll work his ass off to come back.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a diligent worker. There's no doubt about that. Text message. I was thinking about the irony. Last year we lost to Cleveland on Christmas Eve at home, and then we smoked them in the playoffs. Now we're set up to beat the Ravens on Christmas and then play them in the wild card.
Yeah.
I'll take it, is what the texter says. You want the Ravens at home in the wild card as opposed to having to play them in the divisional round.
I think is one of the guys on Twitter that first said this. He said it more eloquently than I did the first time. But basically just – what are your goals? Is your goal to win a wild card game, or is your goal to push for a World Series? I think
Super Bowl, yeah.
Both. If your goal is to win a Super Bowl or to get as deep into the playoffs as possible, I think that, I would rather face the Ravens at home and do what this Texans defense has done. They've turned really good quarterbacks into bad quarterbacks playing at home. And the offensive line tends to have fewer miscommunications and everything else. So if you could play the Ravens at home and then go face a better matchup against the Steelers in Pittsburgh, I prefer that over, I just want a wild card victory. I've seen this team win wild card victories.
Yeah.
I'm greedy. I want more, damn it.
How much of what you bring up the really good quarterbacks at home, and so I'll put Josh Allen, I'll put Jared Goff, and for the sake of this argument, based on how he had been playing, I'll put Tua in there as well. Tua had been playing well. I'm not a big Tua fan, but I'll put him in this argument because he'd been playing really good football before he got here. He had an interception, like 200 pass attempts until he threw that one to Kalen Bullock. How much of what they've been so good at home in defending those quarterbacks translates to Lamar Jackson?
To Lamar Jackson, I think a lot of it translates because the Texans have been able to give murky pictures downfield and basically just make quarterbacks uneasy and uncomfortable because as they're seeing that murky picture at home especially, they're facing a really good pass rush. Mm-hmm. The Chiefs are using Joe Thuney at left tackle right now.
Right.
So that there's the Chiefs have had issues at offensive tackle for a long time, but this year it feels extreme. And for those of you who don't know, Joe Thuney's a guard, excellent guard, but hasn't played a whole lot of left tackle. I think that for Lamar Jackson, what it does is it turns Lamar Jackson into a runner maybe more than he, often is these days. And we saw that's the big test. I think they've got the ability to turn him into a runner, but then you got to tackle him.
Okay, I feel it coming on right now. Who's going to hit Lamar while he's sliding?
Okay,
is it going to be Henry To'oTo'o?
Lamar's actually really good at not taking big hits when he runs, so I'm not as worried about that. He knows the deal.
Yep.
I think the thing that makes me more optimistic about that scenario is that these linebackers, from the beginning of the season where it felt like they only wanted to have two linebackers on the field at any given time, I don't think they didn't really trust anybody except Azeez and Henry To'oTo'o to be out there. Now I think with Christian Harris, with Dan White being used in limited roles, with all of these guys and getting Azeez Elshire back at some point, if we're talking about the playoffs, I think they've got the ability to really, have different guys be the spy on Lamar Jackson, have guys that are capable in coverage, but also keep an eye on Lamar Jackson. I think they're as best suited to handle mobile quarterbacks as they've been in a long time because they've got depth. Theoretically, by the time the playoffs come, they've got a lot of depth with Christian Harris, Azeez Elshire, Henry To'oTo'o playing the way that he's been playing.
Are you saying on the field so to the point where Lamar wouldn't know who the spy was out there?
Wouldn't know or from any given down. He's not necessarily going to know who it is. It gives you an ability to blitz from deep with your linebackers.
This down Christian might be the spy,
right.
Might be Azeez on this one, and he doesn't know who it is.
So it doesn't put you in a position where you're out there in nickel all the time with 5 defensive backs trying to stop Derrick Henry. Mm-hmm. They can be a lot more creative with all this athleticism they have in the linebacking room.
Yep. I would rather play this text message. I would rather play Mahomes this weekend. Andy Reid with a 1-week game plan for Wentz is scary AF.
Yeah, there's a little bit that ambush quality where Carson Wentz can not just run all of the RPO and zone read and design QB run stuff. He can do it really well. It's not just like he's an athletic guy. The reason he was in the MVP conversation was because it's hard to handle both his running threat and his ability to pass. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, and that's where, again, I'm glad that there's so many linebackers. Even with Elshire, just getting Christian Harris back, I think because you've got a speed and athleticism out there, I think they're better suited to handle it by the time the playoffs come around with Azeez Elshire out there and with Christian Harris being fully healthy, hopefully. I feel a lot better about their ability to just load up versus the run. Carson Wentz this weekend, obviously.
Yeah. Text message, CJ is still at 3,200 yards with 3 games left. I think CJ still has at least one monster game in him. I don't know if he does. I don't know if this offense is capable of a monster game.
Yeah.
We're in week 16.
Right.
It's been this way all year. I like to think that CJ would have that in him, and I think he's got the capability of doing that. Obviously, we've seen him have monster games before. I just think that you nailed it earlier this week. If this team is going to make a run here, if they're going to do more than any other Texans team has done before, actually win a divisional round game on the road, it's going to be based on the defense being opportunistic. It's going to be based on the defense forcing turnovers and the offense cashing in.
I do think that what I'm hoping is there's a possibility that they've stumbled into the best O-line permutation. Mm-hmm. This might be the best combination of offensive linemen in terms of pass protection. They still weren't able to run the ball effectively last week, but if CJ can just get into a groove and feel somewhat comfortable that he's going to have time, then maybe they can step it up a notch. I don't think they become a menace or anything, but maybe they can be an above-average offense instead of what they've been for most of the season.
This is what I'd like. I'd like to at least get them back to the point where we know they're going to be in third and long a lot. I just don't feel like the running game is going to be anything that's going to set them versus good defenses. So I'd at least like to get back to the point where I feel like they can convert 3rd and 9s and 3rd and 10s. I don't feel confident in them doing that right now because we haven't seen them do that a ton. I mean, they moved the ball 140 yards on Sunday against the Dolphins.
Yeah.
Their best conversion was a fake punt to Daria Gumbawale.
And it would be, if they just put up more points, you might be able to say, well, they had a lot of short fields, so they didn't have that many opportunities.
20.
Like, no, they had opportunities to,
20 points.
Yeah. Chiefs are in the same position, The Chiefs, hey, look, the Browns took the ball away, the Chiefs took the ball away 6 times from the Browns, and they scored 21 points. And now Mahomes got injured, but on a series, it was weird, by the way. That was some weird play calling by Andy Reid.
Yeah.
And I think they just probably didn't feel comfortable with their rushing attack. They were passing the ball, and Mahomes wasn't passing the ball well in the third quarter there when they should have been grinding clock. And so it wasn't like it wasn't like they were on their way to scoring 40 points off of 6 turnovers.
No.
They were still struggling in a lot of ways.
So that begs the question, and I know I'm going to ask this knowing full well the Texans beat the Bills earlier this year in Week 5. That was at home. But as we sit here and talk about, well, it'd be really cool to get bumped up to the 3 seed, understanding that there's still a chance at the 3 seed that you could have a home game in the second round. But if the chalk holds up in the playoffs and the teams win that are supposed to win in the wild card round, then the 3 seed, you go to Buffalo, if this hold up the way they are right now. The 3 seed, you'd go to Buffalo. The 4 seed, you go to Kansas City. I'd rather go to Kansas City and play this version of the Chiefs in a playoff. I know this is crazy because they're the 2-time Super Bowl champs, and I'll eat my words.
Yeah.
I'd rather do that than go to what could be a blizzard against a team that beat the Chiefs. That's a better football team. I think the Bills at what are they, 11-3, are a better football team than the Chiefs at 13-1, and they proved it by beating them by 9 points earlier this season.
And I'll tell you too, when you bring in the weather dynamic, I'm still not 100% convinced that CJ can play really well in bad weather. And I'd go back to training camp where if there was a steady drizzle, the offense really took a step back, even as they were struggling. Remember in the preseason when the offense couldn't do a damn thing, and some people were trying to dismiss it. And I'm watching. I'm thinking either Foley Fatukasi and Mario Edwards are going to be all pros this year, or this offensive line has issues. Because if you watched practice and you watched the Texans' interior defensive linemen, you'd be like, "Oh my gosh, are these
I see why they got rid of everybody else."
This is astounding. But no, it was just that the Texans.
And those guys have been good, but not like
not the way they looked versus the Texans in training camp.
No, you're right. You're right about that. Was it a good move or a bad move? This is a text message. Was it a good move or a bad move that the Texans adjusted Diggs' contract and taking off the years, not the dummy years they put, but Diggs had a 4-year contract when he got here, but really only $1 plus a few million were guaranteed. Was that a good idea?
It was an acknowledgement of the reality of the NFL, which is the NFL is becoming a little bit more like the NBA, in that when a guy wants to be a pain in the butt, he can be on a 1-year contract. And to get the deal done, look, you can trade for a player, but you don't generally want to trade for a player who doesn't want to come to you. The Jets dealt with that all damn year with their defensive end, with Hassan Reddick.
Hassan Reddick.
Yeah, so they avoided a Hassan Reddick type situation. Yeah. You trade for a guy who wants a new deal. It made sense. So it obviously didn't work out, but I'm not gonna hindsight, revise my opinion on it. I thought the compensation made sense, and I thought the contract restructure made sense.
I thought the mentality behind it too. You get the best version of Diggs in a contract year. That made sense to me, too. So I think Nick did the right thing there. You know what Nick did the right thing in doing, Caserio? He was asked on his hit with Mark and John.
Yeah.
Mark Vandermeer and John Harris. He was asked for a prediction on the Notre Dame-Indiana game coming up on Friday. Nick knows what's up.
Nick, for entertainment purposes only, Indiana or Notre Dame Friday night?
Ooh.
I'm kidding.
Ooh.
I'm kidding. But
Pendergast would kill me, so I'll say Notre Dame.
Yeah, don't piss me off.
That's what are the ticket prices like at that game?
A lot. I was texting with a buddy of mine last night who's going to the game. It opened like well over $1,000. You know who's going to that game? Adam Spillane.
Really?
Proud Indiana grad is going to the game.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so Spo's going to that game with some of his Indiana buddies. Prices come down.
Yeah.
Spo was not buying those tickets at $1,300 get-in price. I don't want to put Spo's business out there, but the prices came down. They're under $1,000 now.
Yeah, but so you've got all the big money Notre Dame alums, and then you've got all the folks right there from Indiana.
Right there. That's the dynamic. That's the interesting dynamic. I think that's the disappointing thing in that game if you're a Notre Dame fan, is I think they were hoping they would get a team who's not as accustomed to the cold weather.
Oh, yeah.
You know, like Indiana plays in cold weather in the Big Ten, so there's that. And I'm sure they were hoping that they would not have gotten a team that they share the same state with.
Yeah.
You know,
they don't have any kind of,
who may never be here again for a playoff game, you know, in people's lifetimes. You never know. It should be fun. That's the first ever college football playoff game under this new format is going to be on Friday night in South Bend. College Game Day is going there, and they're doing like a 4.5 hour pregame show.
I like that Notre Dame kind of loses the home field advantage just because, kind of like the Yankees. Notre Dame's a team that they've gotten used to being able to have fans everywhere they go and everything else. So now here's a little taste of your own medicine. So just like the Yankees got a taste of their own medicine in losing Soto, because somebody outbid us. Yeah. Now Notre Dame's kind of like, we can't even have home field advantage at home.
Right.
Sometimes we have home field advantage on the road, but now we can't even get it at home.
Yeah.
Go die.
I don't like it as much as you do. Yeah.
Golden Domers.
I don't like it as much as you do.
I just watched it or two, Sean. So I'm not in the mood for the aristocracy right now.
I get it.
Okay,
I totally understand.
You're like these creepy emperors.
I'm not here to fight you about it.
Yeah.
We do the Pettycast every Tuesday. We have some leftover petties that are pretty good. If we want to get to them here.
Yeah, I'd like to be petty.
Yeah, let's be petty. Just a mini Pettycast here. Did you see the beef between Adam Schefter and Doug Gottlieb?
Yes.
Doug Gottlieb, midday host on Fox Sports Radio while head coaching a Division I basketball team in Wisconsin Green Bay. And it's working out exactly as I predicted it would back when he announced he would be keeping his day job and taking on the job of a Division I head coach.
Yeah, and you wonder, so you're about to hear an exchange where you wonder, like, wow, can a guy do both those full-time jobs all at once?
Right.
The answer is definitively no, where he's showing that he doesn't know college sports or sports talk anymore.
So here's what happened. Adam Schefter tweeted, Sacramento State is in discussions to hire Michael Vick as its new head coach. Per sources, Sacramento State plans to move up to FBS, and they're building a new stadium, and they have over $50 million in NIL money committed. Okay, so Schefter tweets that. And by the way, Mike Vick ends up taking the job at Norfolk State yesterday, so this did not come to fruition. But
you can't turn down Norfolk State.
Vick's never been a coach at any level before.
Good for him.
Gottlieb retweets Schefter and says, Jesus, Shefty, edit what agents tell you. 0.0% chance Sacramento State has $50 million in NIL. And Schefter replies to him and says, the Sac-12 leading the, I guess that's their collective name, because they're trying to get into the Pac-12. Mm-hmm. The Sac-12 leading the school's NIL efforts recently announced it has reached its initial goal of raising $50 million in NIL funds to strengthen the school's case for an invite to the Pac-12 or Mountain West Conference. So Schefter is saying, look, the school has announced this already, Gottlieb. You're
0.0% chance was 100% off. Right?
Yeah. And then he follows up with the shot across the bow to Doug Gottlieb, Adam Schefter. And Jesus, Doug, spells Jesus the same way, Jeezus, as Gottlieb did. A 7-game losing streak in last place in the Horizon League, less time on social media, and more time in the gym. Which he doesn't even mention the fact that Gottlieb is still hosting his radio show in the middays. He still has a national radio show. I hope both of these things fail miserably for Gottlieb. I don't want to say the gall. If you can pull it off, then great. But he's not right. For context, Wisconsin Green Bay is 2-10 this season, and they're 0-3 in conference right now. Mm-hmm. He's bad at his coaching job.
It's just fascinating in college sports right now. I almost said football, but college sports, because of the NIL, because of transfer portal, because of all these other things. I can't confidently say that any hire or any setup is or is not the right thing. You know, when automobiles were first a big thing, Sean, there there were hundreds of automobile manufacturers. Who was like, how do you pick which one is going to be Ford, which one's going to be Chevrolet? There was no way to know exactly which one of these companies were really going to make it early on. I feel like that's where we are with college sports. Like, I don't know. There's hundreds and hundreds of programs out there. They're all managing a brand new environment that there's no guidebook for, and I'm up for anything.
Yeah.
Hey, Wojnarowski is the GM of St. Bonaventure all of a sudden.
Yeah.
All right. It makes sense on some levels.
It does.
All these things, the Belichick, it makes sense on some level, but I don't know. I have zero clue whether it's going to work out or not.
Well, the Michael Vick thing to Norfolk State, to me, is clearly a school that's looking at the Deion Sanders situation and saying, you get a guy with big star power and big energy and recruits are going to want to come play for him. I think that mentality is disrespectful to how good a coach Deion Sanders actually is.
It kind of ignores that Deion had been coaching for a long time.
Yes.
Even though it was at the high school level.
Vic's never coached.
And it showed a commitment to it. And Deion's a different personality than Michael Vick. Deion's got a force of personality. Mike Vick's he's got a force of celebrity, but not necessarily that same force of personality.
Yep. Gottlieb actually addressed this on his nationally syndicated radio show yesterday, his beef with Adam Schefter. The other voice you're going to hear is his producer that he's going back and forth with.
He was literally discussing something that either he didn't have any desire to look into, he might have been doing somebody a favor. It might have been, helping encourage Mike Vick, take the job. Yeah. We got $50 million in cash right on hand. But it's not true. And I completely understand my tone was pretty negative there. I got it. I didn't think I went as personal as he went.
That's an interesting take, because I think that Schefter thinks of, whether Adam Schefter did or didn't do it, the fact that as an insider, there's a perception that he would just copy and paste an agent thing. I think he thought that was a direct shot at him. And in fact, within the last couple of weeks, John Heyman, who covers Major League Baseball, got into it with a WFAN host who had said that Heyman was kind of doing the same thing with Scott Boras. And Heyman was completely offended, cut off their interview, wouldn't go on with the host again. So it's one of those sore spots, I guess, if you will, if you're in that profession. Like, you could say what you want, but don't say that. And I think that's probably how Schefter felt in that scenario.
Yeah.
So he felt he could take that shot at you.
In defense of Gottlieb, this is where there's a gray area. They've the SAC-12, which is a collective for Sacramento State, the NIL collective. They've gotten $50 million in commitments.
Yeah.
So either side can claim that they're correct. I think I might have to side with Gottlieb. My gut tells me to go with Gottlieb on. Okay, let's see the actual $50 million at some point.
That's fair. In the previous, I listened to that whole segment. Yeah. We only played a minute of it. I listened to the whole segment, and a lot of it was Gottlieb talking about how the $50 million Chef James' NIL money.
Yeah,
it could be funny money. It could be earmarked for a lot of things other than NIL. And yes, a lot of it is just commitments to that money. My whole thing with Gottlieb, where I do back up Schefter on this, is like, go coach your damn basketball team.
I'd be annoyed if I were like the AD or something. Except that
They knew what they were getting into.
If you're the AD also, like, you're somebody that appreciates, hey, as long as they spell our names right, then it's good for us.
I guess.
As long as we're in the conversation, it's good for us.
I guess. What's the end game for Wisconsin Green Bay?
That's what I think. It's like, okay, oh no,
that's how they're thinking.
We're gonna fall from our prominent position. I think they're thinking like, no, notoriety is good.
Yeah.
One way or the other, notoriety is good.
They must be. That's the only logical explanation to it. Dang. Short on time to play Mad Dog, probably.
Oh no, there's always still got an hour or 2.5 hours in the show. Sean.
That's true. No, yeah. It's a petty, so I wanted to try to squeeze it into our.
I love how you think that we can only confine our pettiness to specific segments of time or the day.
That's true. Our show's pretty petty for all 4 hours.
Yeah.
Good point. Text message: Doug Gottlieb sounds like a weasel.
Oh yeah, he's a known weasel.
I think he would admit it.
Yeah.
Doug Gottlieb is somebody who likes being a heel.
Yeah.
He's not somebody who, if you treat him like a heel, he's like, why are you being mean to me?
What was his scandal as an athlete?
At Notre Dame. He was the point guard of the basketball team, and he took the credit cards of his 3 roommates and used them fraudulently.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was that. I didn't know it was his roommates.
It was his roommates. I know one of them.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh, so he just flat out stole. He might as well have taken money out of their wallets.
Yes.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Out of his roommates' wallets.
Roommates' wallets, yeah, man.
That is not a guy that you would want to look after your wife when you're like...
no, I mean, I think he's matured, probably.
If Gottlieb and I were serving in the Marines together...
Yeah. Yeah.
Gottlieb would be the last guy to be like, hey, be sure you look after the old lady when I'm gone, okay?
Right. He'll look after her.
Now he wound up, that gif of there's a guy, a Marine who has an account, and he did a video of me watching my buddies take care of my wife when I'm in heaven.
Oh, God.
And there's like a soundtrack from an adult movie playing.
Geez.
It's him with like the clouds. It's him and the clouds in the background, like he's up in heaven, just
my God.
grimacing and wincing it.
That is hilarious.
That comes from a Marine, okay? That's not me making that joke. That comes from a Marine making that joke.
Someone texted in. Gottlieb just skipped NIL back when he was in school and stole money from his college teammates. They weren't his teammates. They were just regular students. They plunked the athletes down with regular students.
Oh, they don't know. Oh, yeah, that's right. You've told me those stories because you used to hang out with a lot of the. That's a pretty.
I lived with a couple of them.
That's a selling point to parents. I think. Like, hey, they're not going to be in some little bubble. They're actually gonna. They're going to be hanging out with kids that are different majors, different backgrounds, all of that.
Yeah. No, it's fun. Yeah, until one of them steals your credit card, and then it's not quite as much fun.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's circle back to the Texans and the Chiefs. Texans, they've been pretty good in close games under DeMeco Ryans. The Chiefs have been incredible in close games this season under Andy Reid. They asked DeMeco Ryans yesterday, what do you think the secret is? Why do the Chiefs win all these close games? We'll hear from the Texans head coach coming up next.
At Katy Freeway, 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood. Under the
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Texans-Chiefs on Saturday afternoon, noon kick. We'll have it for you here on Sports Radio 610. 9 a.m. Texans Countdown. Seth and I've got you for that. Chiefs, not sure if you guys have noticed, they're really always, it seems like. 13-1 this year. They've lost one game. That was to the Buffalo Bills. They finally had a game this past weekend where they could relax a little bit in the fourth quarter. If you think the fourth quarters have been stressful for Texan fans, try being a Chiefs fan this season, where they had like 11 or 12 consecutive one-score games, and they won them all.
Yeah.
Something like that. Just a crazy number.
The only thing they have going for them is that they've got the confidence of okay, whatever. They've been in pickles before. They probably have more faith in those moments that it's all going to work out than the average NFL fan.
They should. Yeah.
I don't think it's as stressful for them as it is for us.
Maybe not. Here was DeMeco Ryans yesterday on what's the Chiefs' secret to winning all these close games.
Guys understand situational football, right? Play smart, have great awareness in those situations. Where KC has won a lot is, they take advantage of the miscues on the other side of the ball, whether it's offense, defense, or even special teams. Like, you just have to be on the details longer. And that's where they've got a lot of people. They outlast people mentally, right? And not so much physically, but it's mentally. They're mentally stronger than the teams that they're going against, and they find a way in the fourth quarter to win games. Quarterback makes a play. Kelsey makes a play. Somebody's going to make a play, and it's not something you teach. I think it's just guys just understanding what's in front of them, and they know how to make the plays.
The flip side, and DeMeco's absolutely right. In just the Chiefs, Seth, like the tangible feeling that I have, and anybody that roots against the Chiefs, which honestly, as much success as they've had over the last few years, should be everybody other than Chiefs fans. They're at a Patriots stage now, where if you're rooting for the Chiefs and you've got no previous attachment to the team, then you're just a front runner. The Chiefs have one of those teams where you can tangibly feel the point in the second half of the fourth quarter where it's like, we just gave him the opening.
Yeah.
We had him on, we let him off the hook.
Right. Yeah, there were
Here it comes.
And there's a little bit of luck. It's not, a field goal barely making it in at the end of a game. There's
boinked off the upright.
Yeah, there's been some luck involved. The Raiders just going full Raiders.
Yeah.
There's been some luck involved, but I guess they're in position to take advantage of that luck.
Yeah.
You can't just discount it and blow it off. Because we saw this last year where Mahomes wasn't having a vintage Pat Mahomes year, and then they were completely different in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
So you're cognizant of that. But this team, the Chiefs have some very definable issues. Travis Kelce's not the same guy he used to be. Yep. They're one of their starting cornerbacks is on IR. They just got their slot corner concussed last week. The offensively, even in that Browns game, where you think, they finally won one by a healthy margin. I mean, Mahomes only missed the last 8 minutes of that game,
right,
and got injured on a 4th and 3 they were going for. And so it wasn't and that's as the Browns turned the ball over Sims. They scored 20 points. What was the final score of that game?
21-7.
21 points in that game. So it's just they're not the same team.
No.
Not even, but they're the damn Chiefs.
But they're the Chiefs.
So you just it's hard to process exactly what they are.
Yeah, I just think of that play towards the end of the game during the Texans bye week.
Yeah.
Who did they beat where they boinked they boinked it off the upright there? I forget who they were playing in that game.
The Chiefs or the Texans?
The Chiefs.
Okay.
The Chiefs. And I just remember it was a crucial third down. Mahomes is dead to rights, finds his way to squirt out of the pocket there. And Travis Kelce just improvs and finds a little soft spot right there at the first down marker.
Yeah.
And Mahomes does that thing where he didn't even throw it. He shoveled it to him. You know what I mean? He just shoveled it, and I'm like, that's them. That's the Chiefs right there. And then a couple plays later, the backup kicker, Butker's back now.
The Rams was the doink. Yeah. The Rams game was when they doinked.
Okay, yeah. So they doinked it off the upright there, man.
So, like, now is also
the Rams or the Chargers? I think it was the Chargers.
Oh, the Chargers.
It was the Chargers.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay. I knew it was LA. So the big part about that is, okay, they, again, yeah, it took some luck, but they were also in point-blank field goal range. You know, like, they were in position to take advantage of the luck.
Yeah.
If that had been a 40-yard field goal or what have you, then it's a whole different deal.
Yeah. No, I'm more about the play preceding it to Kelsey, where I'm like, that's classic Mahomes
Right, that's
and Kelsey.
classic. You're right, that's the stuff they can do. Yeah.
They convert, man.
Yeah.
Convert when the time is that crucial. They convert. Here's CJ talking about the exact same thing with Mahomes.
He's just a winner, and at the end of the day, like, finds a way to get it done and makes, when those critical situations happen, you know, he's somebody who really, really, really knows how to get it done. And, you know, it's really cool just to see how creative he gets. And, you know, I think Andy Reid does a great job using him the right way and putting him in positions to be creative. And, you know, and the defense, you know, holds up a lot as well to give them opportunities to take shots down the field and have all these crazy plays and motions. And, you know, so, I mean, they play really good complementary football. And I think that's what sets them apart, is his ability to win when it counts.
So the big opportunity for the Texans, when we talk about strength versus weakness, is that the offensive tackles for the Chiefs are a mess. They're playing their fourth offensive left tackle of the season last week. Joe Thuney, the guard, moved out to play tackle. DJ Humphries was kind of spotty. There's opportunities for the Texans pass rush to make life really uncomfortable, whether it's Pat Mahomes or Carson Wentz, whoever it is. There's real opportunity there. So, you know, and Mahomes wasn't sacked last week, but he was under pressure 50% of the time.
Mm-hmm.
A lot like CJ Stroud has been at times this year. So, with all due respect to the Chiefs, and I'm not saying that sarcastically or anything, I'm not doing it like an old triple threat segment. With all due respect to the Chiefs, they can make Pat Mahomes really, really uncomfortable in the pocket because the Texans' pass rush is so good.
Yeah, I think that's when you hear Steve Self describing Mahomes there, I think that's one of the things that has been most disappointing to me this year, is that it looked like CJ. I mean, not just last season. You know, you think about games like the Tampa Bay game, the Cincinnati game the following week, where they're closing things. It's the offense that's closing things out. You know, even think about earlier this season, the drive against Jacksonville at the end of the game, the ability to at least get that one play to get them in range to kick the field goal against Buffalo. You know, they needed that one little play to Dare, and CJ was able to improvise. And it feels like that gene that should scare other teams at the end of games that CJ, I think, still has, but that, like, at the end of the Green Bay game, that he's making poor decisions there, like throwing the ball to Tank on third down short of the sticks when he's got an open Mechie in the end zone.
Well, and that was a play, though, too, where you could see where, man, cumulatively, CJ had been hit so much in that game. He didn't trust the ability to come all the way back to his third read and John Mechie on that play.
That's why I say I'm not saying CJ's lost it or anything like that, but that we haven't seen that in the moments that we did, like Green Bay, that they're generating no offense in the second half of a loss to the New York Jets, that they're generating no offense in the second half of a close game, what became a close game, probably shouldn't have been a close game, against the Detroit Lions. You know, things like throwing interceptions against the Tennessee Titans. I mean, look, I think that CJ is still going to show up again, the one we saw last year in the middle of the end of the season, and even at times the beginning of this season. But that's been depressing to me this year, is that they played in a lot of close games, and they've really had to lean super heavily on the defense to get it done.
The big play, the vintage, find a way to make it work play from the Dolphins game.
I can see it on your screen, and I agree with you.
3rd and 3.
Yep.
In the third quarter. It was early in the third quarter, so it wasn't like crunch time moment necessarily. But, yeah, he's getting wrapped up and completes who did he complete that
Tank.
to Tank.
Yeah, Tank.
As he's going to the ground. That was a vintage moment. Now, go back to the Titans game. 3rd and long in the second half. In the fourth quarter, he made the clutch play, the clutch throw to Tank Dell. Just Tank Dell couldn't come down with it. So that's where, it's still out there. It's just there's so many things that aren't quite right that you can't capitalize on it the way you could.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not upset with CJ about it. I'm just depressed that we haven't seen it. We haven't been able to see it, that clutch gene at the end of games.
Yeah.
They're going to need it. If they're going to do anything in the postseason, they're going to absolutely need it. All right, are we giving away tickets to the Texas Bowl? Let's do it. All right, call now, 713-572-4610. Caller number 5 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see Baylor and LSU in the Kinder's Texas Bowl at NRG Stadium on New Year's Eve. 713-572-4610. Caller number 5, and you're on your way. If you miss out, make sure you're listening in the 9 o'clock hour for another chance. We're giving away 4 packs to the Kinder's Texas Bowl every other hour on the station today. 7 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 11, so on and so forth. So if you don't, it's going to be a fun game. That's one of the best bowl games on the docket. Baylor and LSU here at NRG Stadium, the Kinder's Texas Bowl. 713-572-4610. Caller number 5, and you're on your way. If you don't win now, listen in the 9 o'clock hour for your chance to win. Patrick Mahomes has not been great this year. He's been the best quarterback in football the last 6 years. Is his mediocrity stifling QB conversation around the NFL? We will discuss that coming up next.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
DeMeco Ryans met with the media yesterday, and Patrick Mahomes, a big talking point. He was full participation at practice for the Chiefs yesterday. Mahomes was. Here was DeMeco Ryans saying Mahomes is elite.
Mahomes, one of the best quarterbacks in the league, done it for a long time, done it at a really high level, and where he gains most of his success is just the keeping plays alive, like off schedule, keeping plays alive. Their receivers and tight ends, they know how to uncover, they know how to find the open space and zone coverage, sit routes down. So it's the true challenge. It's going to take everyone, especially our D-line, the way they work. They have to work together. You try to keep him contained, but it's easier said than done. He still finds a way to escape, finds a way to make plays. It's going to take, a really tremendous effort from everybody, just being where we're supposed to be, playing discipline for 4 quarters.
Okay, so that's the big difference between last week and this week, which is interesting because last week the Dolphins get rid of the ball really, really fast. And if Tua doesn't get rid of it really fast, it doesn't tend to go as well. He can't extend plays the same way Pat Mahomes can. So the Texans didn't have to be as disciplined in holding their water longer, for extended plays behind the line of scrimmage or anything. Where the Chiefs, it's the exact opposite. The play could go on forever. And you got to be super, super vigilant about guys seeping into your zone and coverage. If you got your eyes glued into the backfield, somebody sneaks up behind you. It's a different type of challenge. And I think last week the Texans defense responded to DeMeco's challenge really well. The challenge was keep everything in front of you and then rally to the ball and tackle. And they did a really good job of that. This week it's still obviously emphasize tackling, but more so just hold your water and just know that the play, even with a good pass rush, this play can keep going on. And if Mahomes is playing, whether he's mobile or not, he figures out a way to find Travis Kelce late in the down or anybody else.
Yeah, keep him in the pocket. If he always squirts out the front of the pocket, and then he's got the full view of what's going on downfield. It'll be interesting. I think Mahomes is going to play in this game. Here's Patrick Mahomes talking about his injury and where they are as a team.
Obviously, we've put ourselves in good position to where I guess I wouldn't say it was dire that I play. I mean, it's something where it's not like in the AFC Championship game where we're playing to get to the Super Bowl. I mean, we have a little bit of room to spare, but at the end of the day, we're trying to win. We're trying to win the football game, and I'm a competitor. I want to go out there and play. So I'll push myself to get to the best place possible over these next few days, and we'll be able to make a decision then.
How does it feel compared to the Jacksonville injury? Similar?
Jacksonville was worse. I would say. I mean, that one was pretty significant. I mean, this one didn't feel good by any means. But the Jacksonville one, just the way I got caught, I didn't really get this last one, I kind of got my feet out at the very end, whereas that Jacksonville one I didn't really get to. Obviously, it's responded better, quicker. I think that'd be the best thing to say. But I want to be in a better spot than I was in that next game going up against the Bengals. So I'll try to see if I can get there.
Yeah, and he's talking about the Jacksonville game was the divisional round in the playoffs in 2022. They then played the Bengals in the AFC title game that year. That's why he's referring to the Bengals. And obviously they went on to win the Super Bowl that year. They beat the Eagles in the Super Bowl that year.
So the Bills have a really easy schedule to finish the season. They play the Jets twice, and the Chiefs do not. The Chiefs have a.
They play the Jets twice. It's Patriots. Is it Patriots?
Oh, it's Patriots twice.
Patriots twice, and the Jets sandwiched in between. Yeah. So 3 really easy division games. And, the Chiefs play the Texans on Saturday at home, at the Steelers on Christmas Day, and then they're at Denver the final game of the year.
So the two teams really vying for that number 1 seed. The Chiefs have reasons to play this game.
Huge reasons.
It's not a single elimination or anything, but we've seen the Chiefs own the Bills at home, but not necessarily on the road. I think they want to get that bye week.
Handle the Texans do too. I don't want to poo-poo being able to move up to the 3 seed. There could be a benefit in that. So they've got something to play, not nearly as much as the Chiefs have to play for. So I think, I think we'll learn some things about the Texans. The Chiefs have more to play for in this one than they do. The Texans, I think, have a lot of more probably emotional reason to play or confidence reasons to play in this one, like learning more about yourself as a team. How do you stack up? they play two teams these next two games that they could very well face in the postseason at some point. Either the Ravens at home or the Ravens on the road in the divisional round or the Chiefs on the road in the divisional round.
And they just aren't. There's no part of this team right now where you think, okay, well, hey, we're in good position and you just got to be sure guys are fresh. No, I worry, honestly, I 100% worry that if you took your foot off the gas at all right now, the offense might collapse and turn to dust.
Yep.
Look, that defense is full of a bunch of pickaxe-wielding, psychotic, want to destroy you whenever you step on the field types of dudes. Offense, not so much.
Right.
Very little swarm mentality on that offense. I don't think you can't even give the hint of inviting any kind of softness or, hey, we've made it and there's not that much more we can do. They need work. They need to get better. Like, if you want to genuinely make a push into the playoffs, you've got to get better as an offense. And with this offensive line group that's out there right now, if they can get a few games versus good opponent, or a couple games versus really good opponents in, I think it pays dividends in the playoffs.
Do you think that Mahomes, this is the tease into the segment, was Mahomes and the year he's having sort of stifling QB talk? Do you think the fact that Mahomes is having what for him is a very average, for him a bad year, for him, this year for him individually. Now, I'm not talking about in terms of winning. I'm talking about turning the ball over, playing in close games. The offense just hasn't been as prolific. Has that been kind of sort of dragging the bar down for where, talk of, QB comparison or QB talk is?
I think it, because I think a lot of the
people are looking at well, Mahomes is having this kind of year.
The stat nerd types and the hardcore film evaluators and everything. I feel like the foundations of the religion have been shaken a little bit. Because you've almost always got that you've got that pole star of Pat Mahomes, and then figure out everybody underneath him exactly where they are.
Yes.
That all of a sudden, when your pole star is down at the equator, you don't know where you've lost your orientation. You don't know what's going on.
There's been way less who's the best quarterback, because the talk of who the best quarterback in football has been the last few years has been is so and so on the level with Mahomes? Has so and so surpassed Mahomes? And statistically, this year there's 10 guys at least who are better than Mahomes. So it almost feels disingenuous because people are all right, we still know Mahomes is kind of the best.
We haven't.
But we don't have any backup for it.
Have you seen any? You watch ESPN way more than I do. Have we even ever seen them attempt to make a hot take out of this? His Josh. It's all the discussion is Allen is MVP
for sure.
The discussion isn't Josh Allen has taken the mantle from Pat Mahomes.
No,
that I've seen.
I've not seen any of that.
Yeah.
I've not seen any of that. So there's been very little of that comparison kind of talk. Honestly, if you look at it, most of the QB talk this year has been way more of the soap opera variety than of the, is this guy the GOAT? Is this guy the best? Is this guy is he the new benchmark? Is he the new gold standard? I think Aaron Rodgers has dominated the conversation. His team's won 4 games all year.
Right, it's all about extraneous stuff more so than anything else. It's inter-office politics.
Jalen Hurts is on a team, he quarterbacks a team that's 12-2, and there's way more talk about him getting along with his coaches and his teammates than there is what kind of season he's having.
Yeah. Well, and then Joe Burrow's one of the highest. They're the 5th highest scoring offense in football right now. But what do you do with it? They're just because the team is atrocious.
Boy, now they snuck into the playoffs.
And I say the team is atrocious. By that I mean just the defense is so bad that
they don't have a good record right now, but they're still mathematically alive. That would be of those 6-8 teams, Colts, Bengals. There's one other 6-8 team that I'm missing in the AFC right now that off the top of my the Dolphins, who the Texans just beat. Dolphins, Bengals, Colts. Bengals are easily the one that nobody wants to see sneak in as the 7 seed. Right?
Yeah, they could win a shootout.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
The Bengals. That's a team that I would not watch Texans play just because I think the Bengals defense could look good versus the Texans offense.
Yeah, see, now that's one of those things, if they sneak in as a 7 seed, if the standings were to hold above them, they'd go up to Buffalo for the 2 versus 7 game in the first round. That'd be kind of fun.
Be interesting.
That'd be a shoot. That'd take the over.
I think Josh Allen would crush it. Yeah.
Josh Allen would. But I think it'd be 42-38.
I think the part about it I think that maybe, I don't know whether it's benefited C.J. Stroud or what have you, but for the most part, I think people are they're stepping back and putting all the discussion about sophomore slumps or any of these other quarterbacks who are underperforming. I feel like Pat Mahomes being right down there statistically with all of them has made people kind of back off a little bit.
Yeah.
And I don't know. Like the big picture, maybe quarterback's not as important as it used to. I don't know.
Well, we know the run game is has kind of made a little bit of a renaissance here.
Yeah.
At the very least, I think it's made it such that experts realize it's a more nuanced conversation than just C.J. Stroud's not as good this year.
Right.
And I don't want to dismiss the fact that there are certain things C.J. needs to do better. Like he's he ain't perfect. Like there are things he needs to do better, but there's a lot of outside circumstance.
I think and part of it too is that the same things Mahomes is dealing with are the same things CJ is, which is poor pass protection. And all right, man, the guy can't get into a rhythm when the pass protection is this bad. So if they're making that excuse for Mahomes, I think people are a little more hesitant to level criticism at CJ dealing with the same thing. The other part of CJ dealing with the pressure is if you look at Caleb Williams hasn't thrown a lot of interceptions. But he's taken a boatload of sacks, and a lot of them are his fault.
Right.
Like, he's holding on. I feel like if you were trying to operate and get rid of the ball more quickly, he would have thrown more interceptions, but it might have been a better product. I'm not blaming him. It's a bad situation in Chicago. But CJ's taken the second most sacks, and it feels like he's way less responsible than a lot of quarterbacks just are kind of naturally wired to take sacks. They're bad at avoiding sacks.
Yeah.
CJ's demonstrated that he can avoid sacks, but the pass protection's been so bad this year.
It's been bad. Yeah, it's been bad. It's man, like I'm just thinking of things that have gotten more attention than talking about who the best quarterbacks are. Daniel Jones getting benched and then quitting on the Giants got way more attention. That got attention for a week.
Yeah.
Look, yesterday alone, 2 quarterbacks got benched. Will Levis and Kirk Cousins both benched. Anthony Richardson quitting in the game against the
Tapped
Texans.
out, right?
That got a whole week's worth of talk. Mm-hmm. Trevor Lawrence and the art of the QB slide.
Mm-hmm.
How are the Texans involved in so many of these? Damn, man. Deshaun Watson, plunderer of franchises. Somebody dragging a full franchise down.
And with the speculation at this point being that the Browns are going to roll with Deshaun Watson next year.
They're paying him.
There's nothing they can do to get away from that contract.
Unless they want to pay him to do something other than play quarterback for the team.
Jameis Winston coming back down to earth is a big disappointment for me this year.
Me too.
There's a little window there. I was like, you know what? Yeah, this is fun. Let's do this thing, Jameis.
Do you think the Browns...
And then he went and did the Jameis thing hardcore last week.
Right. He did exactly what you asked him to do the Jameis thing.
Yeah.
You think they draft a quarterback in Cleveland?
Why not?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you'd have to.
I think so.
What are they going to do? Like, well, we don't want to offend Deshaun. If anything, they probably hope they kind of offend Deshaun to the point where he does something to void his contract.
Oh my God, that's what a disaster! Like that contract, man. He is on the books for $72 million next year.
Yeah.
$72 million in 2026, and with money crammed into dummy years for another $30 million.
Maybe I'm an idiot, but I got to think about this. If you try to take all emotion out of it, okay, the upside of Deshaun, I think, is still higher than the upside of the average first-round quarterback pick. Because the vast majority of first-round quarterback picks don't even work out to ever be good NFL quarterbacks.
Well, certainly in the next year or two.
Right, you've seen that Deshaun, we know what Deshaun's ceiling is.
Yeah.
He just hasn't come anywhere close to it the last few years. I think you just got to make one more full-bore effort into yep, Deshaun's our guy.
That's what they're going to do, according to Mary Kay Cabot.
Yeah.
They're gonna give him a chance. How about that? When they traded for him in 2022, did anybody think that the story going into 2025 would be Deshaun Watson will get a chance to compete for the starting quarterback job?
Yeah,
$230 million.
No, I wouldn't have expected that.
Not at all.
I didn't expect him. I didn't expect him to show even coming back from his suspension.
Right.
I had a lot of faith in his ability as a football player, but man, it's off.
It's rough. It's rough. Text message: Joe Mixon and Nico Collins have some swarm to them, but not many others.
Right? Yeah, I didn't mean to say that none of the guys on the offense do, but there's a lot more on the defense.
Those are the two swarmiest easily on the offense. I would say for sure. Kate Stover's showing a little bit of.
I think he's got it in him. He's just got to learn how to play tight end.
Stover,
yeah. He's very, very raw at the position still.
Yeah. Somebody sent me a DM the other day when we were talking about how long does it take to get back from an appendectomy.
Yeah.
There was a
For those who don't know, Kate Stover had an emergency appendectomy last weekend.
Yep, he did. And there was a listener, I got to find it, that hit me on.
Is that talking about recovery time for appendectomy?
He said this. Regarding appendectomy recovery that you and Seth were talking about, my daughter had one 30 years ago, played soccer the following weekend.
Yeah.
Depends on if the surgery, if they need to go in through the belly button or not.
Okay.
That's all he says.
I'm guessing however they did it 30 years ago, I'm guessing they've advanced. I'm going to guess it's like they do it all with a scope these days and everything. I have no idea.
I think Stover's going to be at practice today then. I mean, this young lady was playing soccer a week after. That's what I'm going to go by.
An athlete can typically expect to return to light activity within a couple weeks, but should avoid strenuous sports or heavy lifting for 2 to 3 weeks. So maybe next week is the first, or I guess the Christmas Day game. Maybe your hope for Kate Stover.
Sounds like if Dalton Schultz had an appendectomy, he might be able to play. Well, he kind of just takes things casually out there when it comes to blocking people.
He can stand around light activity. Yeah. Just a couple of targets here and there.
The wrong tight end needed an appendectomy.
Define light activity. Right. I don't know, 2 receptions for 12 yards and some whiffs on blocks.
Casual blocking, yes.
Irv Smith had some nice blocks in the game.
He did. Enough to where I saw somebody put an Irv Smith cut up together.
Yeah.
We need more Irv Smith. I'm like, okay. And all the plays are going for like 2 yards.
Yeah, I know. Look at this.
We definitely need
non-TFL.
Yeah.
Even when the Texans' run game has worked, I thought, man, none of these guys are burying people.
No.
Like you see guys are pulling, you got a big offensive lineman coming. It's just like they're just sealing people off.
Yeah.
It
There's
feels
still
like
a lot of limbs getting near Joe
the
Mixon.
Angles as much as possible, kind of chipping away at it, more so than blunt force trauma.
Please do better. Please do better. More hot food takes from Panthers wide receiver Xavier Legette, who last week informed us that he ate raccoon for Thanksgiving. Guess who else eats raccoon? A billionaire. We'll let you hear which one coming up next.
Trajan Well.
Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so we know last week Xavier Legette was on the podcast with the St. Brown brothers. Amon-Ra St. Brown and Equinemius St. Brown. They have a podcast. 2 NFL receivers. Amon-Ra, a really good one. And they had Xavier Legette, rookie wide receiver from the Carolina Panthers, who is an amazing quote with an incredible baritone Southern accent.
He's got a low country South Carolina accent that just it feels like it's from a different era.
Yep.
It just feels like you're just you're sitting. You're some little shack restaurant out in a swamp somewhere, having a
sipping lemonade
and eating whatever the hell it is Xavier Legette eats.
Whatever they just killed. This is where he informed us last week. If you recall, if you missed it, he informed the St. Brown brothers that loves eating raccoon.
Is there something weird that you like to eat or something you don't like to eat that you can never eat that most people would eat? Like what's something in the food industry that you that you have a weird opinion on?
Well, y'all probably seen that video when I tell them folks I eat raccoon.
You what?
I eat raccoon.
I didn't see that.
I said, what do you mean raccoon? Like the raccoon?
Like a raccoon that you see in the trash.
That's the best line right there.
Where do you even eat that at? Where do you even get that?
I hunt it, I kill it, I skin them, cook them, eat them, all that.
So when's the last time you had a raccoon?
Thanksgiving.
So you went and got the Thanksgiving, you killed the raccoon, or you had you found
my cousins, all my people them hunting and all that. So my cousins them they killed it. They called me like, yeah, we got that coon. We get that coon. Yeah,
that sounds crazy. We got that coon.
Yes. Wait, what does it taste like?
Okay, so the best. Okay, the 3 best parts about that, and there's a reason we're replaying this, and the 3 best parts about that. The raccoon like you get in the trash.
Right, that's like the ones in the trash.
In the trash, okay. Yeah. The St. Brown brothers, who are from reacting like, what did he just say?
The whole concept of it was that, yeah.
And then the follow-up question by the St. Brown brothers being like, so where do you get that? Yeah. Like as if you drive through an In-N-Out burger, like they've probably done for their whole lives.
Safeway or something.
Yeah. Like
the Piggly Wiggly.
We killed it. I kill him, I skin him.
I asked my brother and all the other men in my family that go coon hunting, they've never etten any of it, which I'm a little disgusted now. I'm like, look at you, you're just wasting a raccoon life there.
Apparently it's very tasty.
Yeah.
When we played that audio last week, several people who I'm friendly with texted me on my phone saying, no, it's really good.
Yeah. A lot of people. We had a lot of listeners saying squirrel, all that. Yeah, I don't doubt it.
No, I'm with you.
If it's a mammal, it's generally pretty good.
It's generally good if it's cooked properly. Now, Xavier Legette has some more hot food takes. Okay, and also keep in mind we're going to play some audio here in a minute. There's a billionaire out there that professes to eat and love raccoon and squirrel brains.
Yeah.
So I'll let you guys think on that for a minute as to which billionaire that might be. But here was another cut that was making the rounds yesterday. The Panthers had to go to Germany to play a football game, I think against the Giants a few weeks back. And Xavier Legette says he's never going back to Germany because of the food.
We went to a 5-star steakhouse, man. Because these folks ain't even know what lemonade was.
But Europe is like that. They don't. My dad said the same lemonade. Lemon.
Oh, we have for lemonade. These folks bring something back. Say like soda in it and some more stuff. Like they won't even the color of lemonade. so then we like, okay, boy, let us get some white. What is that sourdough bread? Man, these folks bought some stuff back with some black speckles on it. Man, I say no way, man. So then we get our steak, cause the steak tastes like they just put it on the stove one time. Put it on the other side and gave it back to man, that's so nasty, man. Everybody on the team came back skinny than all the water. I'm telling everybody, like, boy, I done lost like 12 pounds, 13 pounds.
That's on the Panthers for not being better prepared.
Right,
You're traveling on the road. Listen, yes, it's a great cultural experience, and guys will be exposed to new worlds and this and that and the other. They'll learn that not every country has lemonade. Not all countries are as wealthy as us. They can afford
the lemonade. The part where he said they just put the steak down, flipped it over one time, and handed it back to us.
Did he say a bread baked in pebbles?
Something about bread.
Is that like that, like black bread, that Russian black bread?
I'm still working on my speaking fluent Xavier Legette.
Yeah, they gotta let
Duolingo.
Let guys know before you travel overseas, guys. There might not be ranch dressing. There might not be lemonade. There might be some of the comforts that we have in our land of plenty.
There are certain points where Xavier Legette's talking. I'm like, I have no idea what he's saying, but I love what I'm hearing right now.
I would love, you know what, honestly? I'd love to see him like on a travel show. Some kind of remember when
1,000%.
Marshawn Lynch does that? He does it every now and then. The show where he'll go and kind of try sports in different countries and everything.
Yeah,
and it's awesome. Because Marshawn's got such a unique personality.
Dude.
Xavier Legette would be so cool.
If he ever
gets so much work for the translator.
If he or the person doing the captions at the bottom.
Some French guy's like, no, it is okay. I speak English. Let me talk to this Xavier. He sounds French.
We need to take the video of that and run it through the captions and just see what the captions say.
Oh yeah, what AI is that?
Yeah.
Wait, now who's the billionaire?
The billionaire who? Okay, dude. I'll let the audience in their mind guess who it might be. I don't think this is a huge surprise. This is from our sister station, 105.3 The Fan up in Dallas. Jerry Jones, raccoon and squirrel eater.
I've eaten a lot of raccoon. Yes. The answer is yes. And I've eaten it hunting. I've actually had it served by my mom at the table away from hunting. And I have eaten raccoon. And yes, it's not uncommon at all. I'll tell you something that is one of my favorites is squirrel, and it's wonderful. And my mother could do a great job of it. And we all had our favorite pieces. And my sister, I have one sibling, a sister, and they would fight over, not fight, but my mom and I. They were just my sister and I as far as siblings. My mom and I wouldn't even ask for the brain in a squirrel.
Oh man!
And delicious, seriously.
The only thing about squirrel brains, you can eat them all day and not get full. You're kind of like crawfish.
We're going to it.
Can you imagine if you waste the rest of the body and you're just sitting there? Some people wear gloves. I prefer not to.
Right.
You're just sitting there cracking open squirrel skulls and popping the brain in and throwing the rest of the body in a pile.
Can you imagine getting invited to a squirrel brain boil? Get an invitation with just, you get invitations sometimes like a picture of a crawfish on it? It's just a picture of like this decapitated squirrel, like a squirrel who's had his top of his skull sawed off. Like, oh, the Joneses are inviting us to a squirrel brain boil.
When we lived in North Carolina, our neighbors, because we lived way out in the sticks, and our neighbors ate rabbits. They raised rabbits, and that's one of the weirder things. Like I would help them skin the rabbits when I was a kid, which I'm squeamish about stuff. I didn't like it, but it's kind of. It's when it's an animal that you're not accustomed to eating or seeing, and you think of as like fluffy and cute and everything. When you see 50 of them just strung up with no skin across a clothesline, it's kind of weird.
How old were you?
I was like 7 or 8.
Okay, what kind of backward-ass podunk town were you living in?
Harmony, North Carolina.
Where the kid coming over to hang out and play for the day, the activity is skinning rabbits at age 7.
Big deal. Yeah, it's like, if, they were doing it. It would be like if somebody was hunting or something. I go over
when I was 7. I was playing Legos.
But you
race
lived
cars.
In like if you lived in the gilded suburbs of Connecticut,
skin some rabbits.
Well, I lived in a trailer with half a roof in rural North Carolina. Yeah. We did things different. Okay,
rabbits.
The Nintendo hadn't been invented yet. We didn't have an Atari.
There was Atari. Yes. That sounds wild to me, especially because it made you squeamish. Did you feel pressured into doing it?
No, I kind of I would just do the peripheral stuff. I wouldn't skin them and stuff. I would just kind of help out.
You did
that was our babysitter.
Supervised.
Teresa was the one. She was kind of dual working 2 jobs basically, doing her squirrel murdering and also taking care of my brother and stepbrother and I.
Did you ever eat it? The rabbits?
No, never did. Not that I remember. You know what? I probably did. Maybe didn't even know it. Like a rabbit stew or something.
Yeah. We had people when we broached this topic last week. We had. I'm still laughing at my gilded upbringing. We had people saying rabbit is like the gateway gamey food to all the other Xavier Legette delicacies like raccoon and squirrel and things like that.
I told you I would
start out with rabbit. If you're going to get into that world, start out with rabbit.
For me, I don't know what it is, but the raccoon seems like the one I want to try the most. I just
now I do because of Xavier Legette.
There's something about a raccoon because it's so cute that it makes it feel more appetizing to me.
You and I differ on this greatly. Raccoons are scary. They've got the black eyes.
Right, those little bandit
get
masks.
out of here. They're not cute
That's
bandit
why they
masks.
make such good fast food mascots and cartoon characters, because they're bandits.
Yeah. We differ on that one. I would eat a raccoon, though.
I sent you the video of a raccoon trying to wash the cotton candy before he ate it. Because they wash their food. So you give them cotton candy and they put it in the stream and it evaporates and they're like, hey, what the hell? It's like a magic trick.
Where's my receipt?
It's the worst magic trick ever. It's like slapping the brownie out of somebody's hand.
Funny, yeah.
That was the marital dispute that I had to ask AI about the other day.
What happened?
I was it was in the afternoon and I found I had some free time, and Brandy was on her way to go do something, and I'm like, oh, you know what? I'm gonna lay on the couch and I'm gonna watch a documentary or something, and I'm just gonna relax. And we pulled up this one on Hulu about pirates. I pulled it up.
Like legit pirates.
Yeah,
like real
documentary about pirates. Yeah, it's like multi-series about real pirates. And I was like, oh, this looks good. And I was watching the trailer and I started playing it. And Brandy was like, hey, don't watch that. I want to watch that with you. And it was like she had slapped the brownie out of my hand.
Yes.
I was like all set and I was like, oh, this looks
super
good.
psyched. Yeah.
And I might have overreacted by a tad. I didn't like flip out or anything, but it bothered me.
It's a tricky thing, man.
Yeah, so I asked Gemini about it.
What did they say?
After Brandy left me.
Yeah.
She said that Gemini, in this case it was a woman, because I think it felt better if it was coming from a woman.
Yeah.
That maybe you recognize her feelings and that maybe we attach different. She might value shared experiences more than I do, which doesn't sound good for me in this marriage.
No, but
it doesn't paint me out like the good guy.
She wants to watch it with you.
She wants to watch it with me, whereas I'm thinking in the moment
gratification.
But the one thing that Gemini suggested was that maybe Brandy could have said, "Oh, you know what? We could watch that together. Would you mind waiting?" As opposed to like, don't watch that.
Oh,
she didn't say it in that tone of voice.
Her tone could have been better.
Yeah, she said it kind of playfully, but there was something in my brain that registered like, oh, I'm being told.
You were just reading the transcript of what she said.
The old lady's telling me what to do.
You were literally doing the thing where people read the transcript, except that you heard her say it.
Yeah.
You were applying your tone to what she just applied her own tone.
So that's Brandy and I have an argument about once every 5 years, and that was the severity of the argument.
You have a great
time.
marriage, man. That's your biggest argument. She slapped the remote out of my hand, figuratively. All right, Payne and Pendergast. Boy, there is a national personality out there that wants nothing to do with the Texans, Ravens, and Chiefs Steelers on Christmas Day. Is this a valid opinion? We will have that coming up next. West Point Lincoln, valid.
Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and what'd you find out, Seth, during the break?
You and I were talking about marsupials because as we were talking about eating squirrel.
Typical break on the Payne and Pendergast
we were talking about eating squirrel. One of our listeners said, "I'm going straight to the kangaroo.
Yeah,
I'm not messing around in the minor leagues.
Dive in the deep end."
And I was like, "Well, wait a second. They're not." I got a little too technical. I was like, "Well, they're not." Marsupials, rabbits aren't.
No.
Or squirrels. But so then we were wondering where are I didn't know if marsupials were only in Australia. There's
marsupials, for those who don't know, are animals with a pouch.
With a pouch.
Right, yeah.
That's the scientific word, pouch.
Right.
But no, they've got some in South America, but then there's only one species in North America, the Virginia possum.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. I wonder what they taste like.
You know, the other big thing I learned about possums was that, remember, the teddy bear was invented as a tribute to Teddy Roosevelt.
Correct.
The president. His successor, William Howard Taft, they were like, yeah, we need to latch onto this and find an animal to make you likable. So they chose the possum. And they tried to call him Billy Possum. Didn't catch. That was a one-term deal for Taft.
Possum?
Yeah, Billy Possum.
Dude. Not a good nickname. Well, that's like, if you've been listening to In the Loop lately, the nickname that Lopez is trying to put on Derek Stingley Jr.
Yeah.
The closer. He's trying to get people to call Derek Stingley Jr. the closer.
Okay.
Because he closed out the game.
Yeah.
He closes hard on his routes and things like that. He's getting laughed off of the stage by Reggie and Figgy every day. He's trying so hard. That's the Billy Possum of nicknames.
Lopez will not relent when he feels like he's got something like that.
Feels
he's
very
strong. Try to
strongly.
push it on you.
Yes,
yeah.
he feels very strongly.
Has anybody put up a Twitter poll on it or anything yet to see if there's acceptance?
No,
okay.
But I might now just to see what do people think of. The problem with that is I'm with Figgy and Reggie on this one. I don't think it's a good nickname, and my fear is that I put up this poll and that people, you know how people do with polls, like, if I'm putting it up there, they think I'm endorsing the nickname, and I don't want to be anywhere near the closer.
But you also don't want to poison the well in the question and say, I hate this.
No, I don't do that. You have educated me on that. I've gotten better at wording my questions while doing a show with you.
Yeah.
I think you're really good at like framing the question in a way that's very neutral.
It's just, I've learned that through the years, just in various psychology courses about how much the results will change based on just one or two words. You just kind of prime people's brains to operate a certain way.
So I'm very cognizant about that now. Mad Dog Russo. Mad Dog, hell of a nickname, right? Mad Dog's a good nickname. Chris Russo is Mad Dog. We all know him. ESPN, Mad Dog, Sirius XM channel. I personally am very excited about these Netflix Christmas Day games. I think a lot of the football watching community is very excited to have football on. I mean, it's already a Thanksgiving thing. Now it's a Christmas thing.
Right.
You know, and in theory, the football interferes less with most Christmases, I would think, than it interferes with Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Because Thanksgiving, you're doing your meal in the middle of the day and whatnot. Christmas, I think most families that participate in this are doing their Christmas activities in the morning. The opening of the gifts. Santa's here. You know, Santa showed up. Look at the gifts and everything else. Mad Dog Russo wants nothing to do with Christmas Day football.
Did you see Week 17? I mean, Week 17, they got to put, first off, they put the two games on Christmas, so it's at Netflix, as we discussed forever. Who the hell can watch an NFL game on Christmas Day at 1 o'clock in the afternoon?
Okay, pause right there.
I can't.
Pause right there. You can't. Okay, wait.
Dude, I mean, does he not have kids?
No, he has kids.
So he understands that Christmas Day typically starts at about 3:30 a.m.
That's right.
When you you grab the kids and force them to go back into their rooms,
yes.
And okay,
Santa's not done yet.
Yeah, by 1 p.m. I'm damn ready for something other than chasing kids around.
Well, and I love how he makes it sound like a household chore, like it's something you actually have to physically do. Like, no, you can have the TV on while you're opening gifts if you want.
If only there were another major holiday in which people manage to watch football despite the holiday activities and large gatherings of families and whatnot.
All right,
there's
more. Continue.
I can't, and I hate Christmas, but I can't. At 1 o'clock on Christmas Day, it's Kansas City at Pittsburgh. What, am I going to stick the television set on at 1 o'clock? Sorry, hon, I'll see you later. Open up your gifts. Good night. I can't do that. So Kansas City, Pittsburgh is at 1, and Baltimore at Houston is at 4:30, and those are Netflix games. We got to make sure Netflix, some dope in Pakistan, can watch this football game. So that's why they're on earlier in the days, because the time difference more conceivable, because now Mahomes is at 9 o'clock and the West is in Europe. So if you live in Paris and
pause.
you can't...
Seth has a thought. Pause.
This is the absolute perfect holiday experience right now that he's painting out, like the grumpy old uncle that just is livid about something that that nobody else cares about. It's perfect.
Yeah.
It's perfect.
There's more.
So if you live in Paris and you can't get enough of Patrick Mahomes or you're dying to see him, you got to get a break on Christmas night. Have your little French dinner, have your 6 bottles of wine, and watch Mahomes at 7 o'clock, 6-hour time difference. So you can watch the game there, but we can't watch the game here.
Yes, you can.
I mean, it's ridiculous. All for a couple of bucks. And Netflix, I'm surprised they didn't find Ed Coleman. I mean, Netflix with their lineup, oh my God, they got everybody they got 9 billion people in the broadcast booth. Whether it's the pregame show and everything. Half of them ESPN, half of them been fired by ESPN. I mean, it's absurd. Call me, I might go. Why did you call me? I mean, my God, they got 50 million people doing Drew Brees. He collapsed. RG3, they got rid of RG3. I mean, they got 1,000 people on Christmas. I mean, we don't need 30 people with the pregame show.
Okay, there we go. I think
he hates change.
Yeah,
he just hates change.
He does. Now you and I were marveling a little bit at the number of people they were throwing at these two broadcasts, but then we did the responsible thing, which is go through the math of all the different elements of broadcasting 2 football games, and 22 people didn't feel like too much.
I'll tell you one thing, man. As far as is Mad Dog saying for a little bit of change, I believe he's talking about the NFL taking the money from Netflix. This is the thing. From watching on Amazon, I did this the other week. I'm like, I wonder what commercials everybody's seeing. So I kind of tweeted out what commercials I had seen that break. And a lot of people saw different commercials.
Oh, wow.
The ability of advertisers to get precise data on who's watching and everything else like that.
Huge.
It's going to be so – it's not a little bit of change. Because I was seeing different commercials, and every damn thing I saw I wanted. Like, they had me figured out. I'm like, I need that. I need that.
Okay.
I need that.
So it's not even, that's interesting.
So you can tailor the commercials. They can
based
tailor
on your Amazon buying habits. Oh,
same as way your online experience. It's you're online when you're watching those games, and just like all of us see different ads based on the algorithms, that's what they're able to do with these streaming services, which makes the advertising the power so much higher.
Oh yeah,
just incredibly. A lot of times, you'll see various some of the financial solutions firms that are a very niche but big money thing, you can tell.
Yeah.
But it's like business service type stuff and everything. Like they're advertising 5% of the viewing population. Where if all of a sudden you can get in front of 50% of potential target customers or what have you, that's huge.
I like how also Mad Dog said for a couple of bucks.
Yeah.
$150 million for the 2 games. Like, it's not a buck.
Most people hear $150 million in the context of the NFL, and they feel like, it's pocket change.
He does, obviously. Yeah, obviously.
It's not. I mean, what did they make? About $20 billion last year?
Yeah, something like that. Something like that. But you're talking 2 games out of a 200.
No, but $150 million is still a lot of money. Sizable compared to it's a not insignificant portion of $20 billion.
Absolutely, for a minuscule amount of the inventory that the NFL has. So there you go, Mad Dog. Not a fan of the Christmas NFL experience.
I like that Mad Dog's had a bit of a renaissance late in life, because I think there's still everything has moved so much more towards the podcast way of doing sports media, where it's just it's more conversational. The hot takes are kind of people turn a side eye to the hot takes. Where Mad Dog is as old school as it gets, just loud, angry, hot takes, and I think there's still a lot of people that want that, myself included. I don't want it all day long.
But I want it specifically from him. He's very entertaining.
He's good at it.
He's good at it.
He's not just a guy that's just yelling just to yell.
All right, heading into the 9 o'clock hour, let's get you guys up to speed here on the injury front. Not much new on the Texans injury front. However, in my opinion, big news on the Chiefs injury front for Saturday's game. We will get to that. We'll hear from Patrick Mahomes as well as we head into the 9 o'clock hour. Stay there. It's Payne and Pendergast.
Zadok
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Texans-Chiefs on Saturday, noon kick, 9 a.m. Texans countdown here on Sports Radio 610, and we'll take you all the way through on the postgame show, me and Clint Stoerner as well, following the game. The line has swung all the way back from, started out as Chiefs -4, like at the beginning of the season. You know, you got look-ahead lines that the lines on future games are going to be. This one had stuck around Chiefs -4.5 points all season long until Patrick Mahomes twists his ankle in Sunday's game against the Cleveland Browns. And then all of a sudden, when it was thought that he might not play in this game, some of the books swung this thing all the way over to Texans -2.5, -3.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes being worth the most probably of any NFL quarterback. It's always compared to who your backup is, but he's worth about a touchdown. So some books were bold enough to swing the line with an assumption that Patrick Mahomes was not going to play in this game on Saturday. Well, lo and behold, Patrick Mahomes was a full participant in practice yesterday and said he feels good, said this injury feels better than the one he had in 2022 against the Jags. Colin, let's do Mahomes 2 here, okay? We'll do the second one with Mahomes. What do you need to feel in order to know you're good to go?
I want to be able to move. I want to be able to get out of the way. I mean, this is a good pass rush, a good defense. They're fly around. You don't want to go out there and put yourself in harm's way. I mean, obviously it's football. You're going to take hits, but you want to be able to protect yourself. So that'll be where I'm at, and I don't want to limit the game plan. I think that's another thing for me is I want to be able to still be able to move around the pockets, so we're not just sitting in one spot the whole entire game and letting their D-line really get after it. So it's about me finding that balance and seeing where I'm at. And like I said, I won't know until kind of close to the end of this week.
Okay. So this is what I wonder, Seth. It's going to be something that they don't make the announcement on until the morning of the game. Like he gets out there and tries out the ankle. Like, is this something that the Texans are going to have to be preparing for Carson Wentz and Patrick Mahomes all week long? It would stand to reason if you're the Chiefs. Why not? Little gamesmanship.
Right, yeah, gamesmanship it up. And Carson Wentz was at the podium yesterday. Yeah. I don't know if that's because the Chiefs put him out there or because there was a request for him.
I guess the request probably.
But it would be a good gamesmanship move. Yeah. But at the same time, then they list Pat Mahomes as a full participant in the injury practice yesterday. So the fact that he has a known injury and they put him on as a full participant makes me feel like he's gonna play. They're they wouldn't be trying to mess with knowing that he's not gonna play, but misleading it, because the NFL takes that stuff pretty seriously.
Very serious.
So and he's had multiple ankle injuries, but he's never missed a game with an ankle injury. So there's that part of it too. The personal side of it, his consecutive starts and all that stuff. I'm sure he cares about, which Andy Reid doesn't. Andy Reid certainly doesn't care about that, but sometimes that dynamic comes into it.
Yeah.
The Chiefs still have a lot to play for in terms of getting the number 1 overall seed.
That's the biggest thing.
And I'm putting it at 90% that he starts this
I'm
game.
with you on that. I think he plays in this game on Saturday. I think the Chiefs, that a lot of the people covering this nationally that have talked about Mahomes sitting out the rest of the season over this ankle injury it just sounds silly to me. The Chiefs they're not in a major strength here. And I'm not just talking about the fact that now Mahomes is banged up and he's going to be playing possibly gimpy. I think he's used to that. I think the one benefit of having had all these ankle injuries and playing with it is he's used to playing with it. He knows what that's like. He knows what that feels like. The Chiefs, just for some context here, the Chiefs have 3 games left. The Texans at home, the Steelers on the road, and the Broncos on the road. This is the Chiefs' home finale coming up on Saturday. So they play 2 road games against 2 playoff teams, the Steelers and the Broncos, coming up for the rest of the season. They've got a 2-game lead over the Bills right now, but if it ends in a tie, the Bills beat the Chiefs and have the head-to-head. So the Chiefs need to do some winning here against the tough schedule. Meanwhile, the Bills are left with 2 games against the Patriots and a game against the Jets in the next 3 weeks. So there's a really good chance there's a good chance you can almost put in ink Bills 14-3. So the Chiefs have to find a way to finish 15-2.
Yeah, and it's a double whammy too, where the Chiefs, you'd love to have that first week bye and home field advantage, all of that, obviously. But then also, in doing so, you keep turning the screws on the Bills to where, all right, maybe they sustain an injury or something that you don't want to let the Bills off easy and then have them be able to selectively rest everybody.
Yep.
I'm running out of reasons for why Pat Mahomes wouldn't play in this game, and he's done this every freaking year. He gets an ankle injury and then hobbles his way through it.
Yeah, they're letting. In which case, the Chiefs have really put themselves out there by making him a full participant on the injury report.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Him saying it's not as bad as the one that he had against Jacksonville last year. I think, I think he's playing.
I think he is too, and I'm okay with that. I'm cool. Like it's.
I want to see. I want to see these teams So the Texans are in the playoffs regardless. Give me a test.
Yes, that is the luxury the Texans have.
Uh-huh.
The luxury the Texans have is they've clinched a playoff spot. They've clinched a division. So they're not. It's not as though they're in the dance, but we've got to worry about getting a home game. They're going to have a home game.
Mm-hmm.
The best they can do is the 3 seed by all percentages and whatnot. And even there's a 22% chance of that. So there's not this hyper. The Texans aren't blowing anything by not getting the 3 seed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's an 80% chance by the computers that they're going to be the 4 seed. So yeah, they have the luxury of this solely being an opportunity to prove themselves a little bit, gain a little confidence, get better at football against higher level opponents, and I think proving themselves on Saturday in an environment like Arrowhead Stadium.
Yeah, that's going to be. It's not going to be playoff like. For one, it's going to be high 40s, low 50s.
Weather-wise,
it's not a one and done scenario, obviously, but. Yeah, it is the kind of difficult road environment that you're going to face in the playoffs.
Any week. That place is loud all the time.
And as far as Mahomes, it really is. It's still, even though we've been doing this all season long, it's kind of alarming now that you've got so many games played and you look down and see that Mahomes has thrown for over 300 yards season versus the Saints and the Raiders. And
Two bad teams.
That was it. Yeah, it's been a very, very mediocre year for Patrick Mahomes.
I would love to know what his numbers are in the last 10 minutes of games.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like because that's when he's been, if Mahomes were to be in any sort of MVP conversation, and he's not, my guess is he's still on the board, maybe. I don't know. There's only like 5 names left you can bet on to win the MVP. And Josh Allen's so far out in front of everybody right now, he'd have to get abducted by aliens to not win the MVP. But I would love to know, like, if you took Mahomes' numbers in the last 10 minutes of games this year and extrapolated them out as if they were a season, my guess is it looks a lot like the vintage Mahomes.
Yeah.
They've been so good at the end of games.
I think the one thing about Mahomes that's improved over the second half of the season is that he's got 11 interceptions on the year. 9 of those came in the first half of the season.
Very front-loaded.
In the last 7 games, he's only thrown 2 interceptions. So the interesting thing about that is they were both to the Bills, and the Bills are one of the league leaders in interceptions. They're in the top 10 for interceptions, just like the Texans. Texans have the second most interceptions in the league right now. So I think there's still opportunity versus this version of Pat Mahomes for the Texans to be opportunistic. The other part of that that's very closely related is that the Chiefs are a mess at the offensive tackle position right now. And they've had to shuffle 4 different guys in at left tackle. Last game, Joe Thuney, the guard, moved out to tackle. DJ Humphries didn't lot. So the Texans' pass rush should be a decided advantage versus the Chiefs. And you just got to create that bad version of Pat Mahomes that chucks the ball up to good opportunistic defenses.
I may eat my words come Saturday afternoon after the game's over. I don't think it's a terrible matchup for the Texans.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of things going on with the Chiefs that actually line up pretty well with the Texans. Colin, who's producing us right now, said Mahomes 8th on the board at Vegas Insider for MVP, so he's not going to win. Josh Allen's going to win that thing. But he's still, like, his numbers are not MVP level numbers other than they're 13-1 this year.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, to your point, statistically, he's not been great at all.
If it were anybody but the Chiefs, this team would be the most doubted team in football.
They'd be the
now.
Vikings from 2 years ago.
Yeah, or the Texans the year they went on their 6-game win streak. And, there are various Texans teams where well, kind of like this year's, where like you've got a winning record, but your margin of victory, your points for and against margin is very, very slim.
Yep.
That's what it would feel like with the Chiefs right now, except that it's Andy Reid and Pat Mahomes.
You think they get Mahomes for a couple turnovers on Saturday? The Texans?
I think they get him for at least one.
Yeah. On a roll
especially,
right now.
well, part of it too is the Texans have been able to do a good job disguising their coverages much more so than they could last year. Last year they were really just getting into it towards the end of the year and on into the playoffs. They're really good at it now, partly because their young players, Kalen Bullock and Kamari Lassiter, have been able to do it. Like they've got almost a full year of NFL experience. They're almost not rookies anymore.
Right.
And they're playing very much like that. So I like that. The other thing I keep seeing that I think that people haven't realized maybe is that this Chiefs defense isn't as good as it was last year or at the beginning of this season. And they're down 2 starting corner. There was one starting outside corner, and then their slot corner got concussed last week.
Yeah.
Their defense is not the same defense. They're still capable of being very good.
Yeah.
They took the ball away from the Browns 6 times.
Right.
But it's not. It's last year it was okay. Pat Mahomes isn't playing like himself, but man, that Chiefs defense is awesome.
Sure.
This year, it's more so that, okay, they're competent on both sides of the ball, and they're getting the job done somehow, some way.
I have zero confidence the Texans offensively can take advantage of any depleted defense in the NFL right now.
Yeah.
I just don't. I have zero.
Steven Nelson's over there, by the way, remember?
Yeah. Oh, that's right.
They signed him a couple weeks ago.
Little revenge game for Steven Nelson. Yeah. But you saying all those things, factual and valid about the defense, I get it. You say all those things, and I'm like, yeah, and they're going to put up 220 yards of offense.
It'd be like if you fought a charity fight versus Mike Tyson. You know, somewhere around the 2nd or 3rd round, you're going to lean in and be like, hey, man, remember your payday.
Yeah. Yes.
That's what it's still Mike Tyson, man.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, the Chiefs. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
the Chiefs are the Mike Tyson.
The Chiefs are Mike
analogy.
Tyson.
I should have been more clear about that.
So yeah, I think they get Mahomes. Do you think is DeAndre Hopkins worth traveling with if you're Derek Stingley Jr. in this game, or do you think they play it a little different? Do they have anybody? I mean, Travis Kelce's not like peak level Travis Kelce.
You know, I think that
think they just play
the
it straight.
speed dynamic isn't the same, so I think you just play it straight. And because for one, you don't worry about DeAndre hitting you deep unless it's on a play action double move or something like that. Yeah. And I don't think the Texans are going to overly sell out to stop the run.
Yeah.
I don't think they need to. So yeah, I think they play it. I don't want to say vanilla, but I think they'll blend the coverages a lot like they did last week. The biggest part of it, and again, you don't necessarily want Stingley traveling with Hopkins because you'd like your defensive backs to have one eye in the backfield and one eye on the coverage, so that that you can always be aware of how Pat Mahomes is stringing the play out.
Yep. I'm looking at the odds board for Defensive Player of the Year. T.J. Watt still a heavy favorite. He's still minus 175 to win this thing. Now it's come down a little bit. He was minus 300 last week, and he suffered an ankle injury in their game. So that's something that Pittsburgh people and Baltimore people, because they play Pittsburgh, are keeping an eye on. Number 2 on the board is Patrick Surtain with Denver. He's about 3-1. Nick Bonito of Denver is about 6.5-1. He's the one that had that. I mean, it looked like a pick six visually, but it was really a fumble return on that silly Colts throwback play that they did. So you got 2 Denver Broncos in the top 3. Next on the board, 2 Houston Texans. Will Anderson Jr., who's 14-1, so he's got some ground to make up. Daniil Hunter is next at 25-1. How about Derek Stingley Jr. going from off the board to 33-1?
Oh.
Stingley's on the board now. 2 picks he had against the Dolphins.
These two, there's the potential in these next 2 games for
hold
any
on.
one of those guys.
Real
to
maybe Jonathan Grenard tied with Daniil Hunter at 25-1.
Yeah,
Sorry,
Grenard was big the other night too. Grenard's been great this year.
Yeah.
So I think the fact that you're playing the Chiefs on a Saturday and then you're playing on Christmas Day as one of only 2 games, both versus very good football teams, there's a really good chance that if the Texans show up and perform, whether they win or lose, but if they make it competitive, that one of those 3 guys might vault up pretty considerably after 2 weeks.
Might make a little run. Yeah, you never know.
Not even 2 weeks. What, a week from today?
Yeah. But a week from today, the 2 games will be over by the afternoon or by the evening. That's wild to see Grenard on that list, man. It's good that that shows you right there, like the even swap out that was for those two teams. Vikings get a little younger guy and cheaper guy in Grenard, but the Texans, I think, get a guy who they're very happy with in Danielle Hunter and brings that leadership to the defense. It's been a rock, man. That's the other thing. Like Grenard, you still never know when the injuries are lurking around the corner. Danielle Hunter doesn't. He looks like he's impervious to injury.
Yeah, that's
he looks like he's impervious to bullets.
I think that was probably the big hang-up with giving Grenard that kind of money was his injury history, maybe.
Definitely.
And if you look at the way you kind of, I think as a GM, a lot of times you're looking at the composition of your team, and you don't want too many guys that might be injury risks, and you don't want too many old guys, all of that. And in the case of which young guys are we going to extend, and who also have some injury concerns, they spent that money on Nico Collins.
Yeah.
When you start gambling on too many young guys that have had a track record of injury, you're probably flirting with too much danger there.
Yep. 2 rookies on the Defensive Rookie of the Year board right now. Quinyon Mitchell is the 2 Texans rookies. Quinyon Mitchell and Jared Verse are in a fist fight right now over the Defensive Rookie of the Year. Mitchell, the cornerback for the Eagles, Verse, the edge rusher for the Rams. Kalen Bullock was off the board. He's 33-1, so he popped up.
Oh,
so
he
that
popped back up.
Near
Okay.
pick 6, he got him on the board. Your Kamari Lassiter bet is on life support right now. But because of injuries, though, I think he'd be right in the mix. If he had performed all season long in every game, in those and had played every game, you know what I mean? Like if he played the same way he has all season long, but he actually played in those games where he was injured, I think he's right there with those guys. I think he's had an outstanding.
Oh no,
rookie
yeah, he
year.
totally has. That's where, and I think he was unheralded because he was a second-round pick. And any conversations about his 40 time, I think, are long gone in
No
the
doubt.
dust.
Yeah.
Hopefully, if he continues to play like this, he's going to be one of those cautionary tales about people trusting the 40 time too much.
Yes.
Like Jerry Rice is the A number one. Like Jerry Rice ran a 4.7 40. He seemed to do all right without the fast 40.
I got to go check, but I think you're right about that.
Well, Kyle Hamilton's another guy that ran a horrible 40, but
he's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the Ravens are the exact kind of team that knows that. Says, yeah, screw the 40, we're taking him. So that's why I liked Kamari Lassiter. It felt like a Ravens-like move.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, this guy, he's just a natural-born football player. Does everything the right way. Is produced at a high level. Yeah. Doesn't look slow on film. Why are we getting hung up on the 40 time? I like that the Texans made that move.
I like that it's working, too. By the way, you know what I like? Kalen Bullock, 33-1. You know who he's tied with on the odds board? We got the best defensive player in the draft. Leatu Letu. That's my Chris Ballard impersonation.
Chris Ballard, the GM of the
smarter
Colts,
than everybody else.
Right, yeah.
How
many sacks has he ended up with?
I don't know. I just know he's 33-1 right now. And he didn't do squat in either of the games against the Texans. All right.
He had a really nice rush against Laramie Tunsil in the first one. But other than that.
Yeah, other than that. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We're going to keep moving on the Texans and the Chiefs all week long. Game on Saturday, noon kickoff here on Sports Radio 610. Do we want DeMeco Ryans to go nuts on the radio like one high-level NFL head coach did yesterday? We'll have the audio for you coming up next.
under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, be listening. We are giving away our next set of tickets, 4-pack of tickets to the Kinder's Texas Bowl, this segment. So be listening. We will ask you to call in. Caller number 5 is going to win the tickets. So our sister station up in Detroit, 97.1, they have Dan Campbell on up there. They have the head coach on, I'm assuming on a weekly basis up there. I don't know if they're the flagship or not. But they had him on yesterday. And the Lions, if you look at the standings, you go, wow, the Lions are in a good spot right now. They're 12-2. They're one of the best teams in football. They lost to the Bills this past weekend, but that'll happen. The Bills are a very good football team. The Lions are ravaged with injuries right now.
They were already ravaged, and then you find out David Montgomery's out for the year, too.
They lost 3 guys on defense, too. They lost Carlton, the guy who had 2 picks against the Texans, Carlton Davis. He's out for the season. Liam McNeil, who's a really, really good defensive lineman who they just extended this year. They lost one other cornerback as well. They show a graphic on ESPN from time to time with the Lions showing their injuries on defense, and it looks like a 2-deep. Like it's
before Sunday's injuries, the Lions had 18 players on injured reserve. 13 of them were on defense.
Yes.
So then you add these 3 guys to it. And then David Montgomery's 4 guys. It's bad.
David Montgomery, who's like really like a heartbeat of their offense.
Yeah.
You know, like he is swarmy. David Montgomery, he's a tough running back, no doubt about that. So Dan Campbell, but this is the type of coach you need when you're in a situation like this. You know, rally the troops. We can't dwell on it. You know, we got
to really lean into the cliches this week.
Big time. Well, Dan Campbell leaned into cliches and F-bombs on 97.1. Here was Dan Campbell's crazy man rant on 97.1 that had me ready to run through a brick wall.
You know what happens is, you win 11 in a row, and you lose, and then the sky falls. And I hate to say it, but we're not going to be able to win 11 in a row again for the rest of this season. We're just not going to be able to do it. And, what happens is you get used to eating filet, and I'm talking to all of us, and everything's good. Life's good, but you forgot what it was like when you had nothing and you ate your molded bread, and it was just fine, and it gave you everything you needed. And sometimes you got to get punched in the mouth and remember what it used to be like to really appreciate where you are. And we'll do that. And so we got a bad taste in our mouth. We got kicked around the other day. A few guys, and you know what? It's exactly what we needed. This is exactly what we needed. So we're going to bounce back. We're going to respond. We got guys that are about to have an unbelievable opportunity here. And we will play the game any way needed to win. We still got a good offense. We got plenty of defensive players. I can go rattle them off right now. We're going to put the best 11 on the field. We're going to freaking cut it loose. We're going to play with our special teams. And I don't give a crap if we got to win by 1 point for the rest of the year. That's what we're going to do. And I'm going to be happy about it. We come out of the game with 50 yards of total offense and we win by 1, you're going to see smiles on my face. I promise you. All right? If it's the other way defensively, we give up 700 yards and we win by 1 point, you're going to see a smile from my ear to ear. All right? I can promise you. So we're going to find a way and we're going to get it done.
Now, the funny thing is, that's terrestrial radio. So you can see, I pulled that from a video.
Yeah.
Like the 97.1 version of their YouTube or Twitch. And both F-bombs are like, both hosts are they're like, ooh, whoa.
They didn't even register for me.
It wasn't on a podcast. That was on the radio. Yeah. So
I wonder if they had to dump them.
I guess.
But they were still recording on video.
Glad it made it out over the internet, man.
Yeah. So I was wondering when he said, I could rattle them off for you, the names of guys on
Please
defense.
do.
I wonder, they should have tested him on that. Can you? Can you? Really? Who are they?
Do you think there's guys that he's going to lean into now that he doesn't even know yet? I mean, they've lost 16 guys on defense.
It's been a war of attrition for them. So this is the latest 3 that they've lost. So I think that is, man. It's like sometimes it's overstated, the pep talk, everything. But there's 2 different ways you can approach adversity like this. You can just understand that that's life in the NFL, and yes, we're just going to forge ahead and we just do what we do. Versus like, man, that is really latching onto the challenge the way he's presenting it. And I think that his team seems to respond to it.
They do.
It's not like he's just a blowhard that's good for a soundbite. His team really seems to latch onto it.
No, and as banged up as they are on defense, they're an elite level offense. Even without David Montgomery, they're just going to have to lean into Jahmyr Gibbs more on defense. And then their special teams are really, really good. This is where I'm kind of bummed out. Campbell caught a lot of heat in the game on Sunday.
Yeah.
Because he tried an onside kick with like 10 minutes to go or like 12 minutes to go in the game.
These days,
10.
you have to announce that it's going to be an onside kick.
And
There's no surprise element.
Right,
Yeah.
and he did, and so forth. This is where I'm a little bummed out that it's not the old kickoff rules where you can surprise with the onside kick. Dan Campbell, there are people talking about the Lions right now that are wondering, like, how much is this guy going to punt for the rest of the year, given how depleted their defense is? I mean, look, the Bills were having their way with them in Detroit, and so I think there's a bit of a, as long as you, maybe among Lion fans.
Well, let me guess. People are speculating he's going to punt a lot more than he typically does.
No, punt a lot less. You're going to go for it more on fourth down because who cares if I punt? My defense is giving up 500 yards a game.
I guess the flip side of that coin, though, can be, our defense is banged up and I can't trust them, so I'm not going to put them in an extra difficult situation.
If we don't make it.
Then he might actually be more conservative.
There's arguments both ways. I think the Lions are the team that's in this situation, skeleton defense, missing all their best players, that they're the team and that head coach is the one in this situation. Would have made it so much more intriguing if the actual if you could actually surprise onside kick, like you used to.
There's times where
do it at any time in the game.
Look, you see it every now and then where a team loses their kicker, and you look at it afterwards, and you almost think, "Wow, that team might have been better off having lost the kicker just because they were more aggressive, where the coach might have been more conservative, and it worked out." I think that, like the Browns game last year, their kicker got injured in the regular season game. And they ended up going for it a couple times and converting where I think they would have normally kicked the field goal.
Yeah.
And for them on that Sunday, it ended up being a much more lopsided score because of it. I'm not making excuses on behalf of the Texans. It's just that's the way it worked out.
Yeah.
And for Campbell, okay, I'm with you. Because Campbell, the analytics, I know people want to paint Campbell out as the dumb meathead with rocks in his brains, when in fact, a lot of times when he's being aggressive, it's what the analytics would suggest anyway.
Yeah.
So now he might really lean into that and say, well, look, if our defense has all these injuries and everything, and we want to try as much as possible to keep them off the field, then we're just gonna go for it every single time.
Yeah, I just think, I can see it happening either way. I just think their games become fascinating to watch now.
Yeah,
as depleted as their defense is. And I love the way he leans into like the whole filet mignon thing for 11 games, and sometimes you need to get kicked in the teeth. I think there is something to that. And that's, if I were to bring this back to the Texans, I think a lot of folks were hoping that the Tennessee game, the loss to Tennessee, would be that. And they've not lost a game since then, but they've not, they beat Jacksonville and they beat Miami at home, and that's great. I was just hoping that it would be something where, we see two, they really took to heart how bad they were against Tennessee, and the offense really came back and started steamrolling. Look, they're 2-0. I'm not going to complain. If they beat the Chiefs and the Ravens, obviously that raises the level of all things here.
I wish instead of saying, you're not eating filet mignon, you're back to eating, what did he say? Something bread.
Yeah, like moldy bread.
Moldy bread, is that what he said?
Moldy bread, yeah.
Moldy bread. I wish he would have said squirrels. Since that's a theme of our show the last couple.
That would have been great, yeah.
So, because, Xavier Legette and his eating of raccoons and possums and squirrels and whatnot, I've learned a lot about our listeners that have eaten raccoon or squirrel or whatever.
Oh, dude.
But I forgot, my grandmother-in-law, Grandma Unverdorben, she used to shoot squirrels off of her four-wheeler and then skin and eat them herself. So that was it. Yeah, my wife's grandma.
Granny's grandmother?
Yeah.
Was on a four-wheeler shooting squirrels?
Yeah, like in an advanced age, too. She was like, after a while, she would go out and shoot squirrels and take them home and fry them up.
Wow. Did she ever eat fried squirrel fritters? Because there's a texter saying those are delicious.
What's a fritter?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I think it's apple fritters. I know are like like a long donut. I don't know what a squirrel. I guess a squirrel fritter would be like just a long fried piece of. Why are you waving a knife?
I mean, an 8-inch knife, skin me an apple.
Yeah,
I know the way of the outdoorsman. Sure, I've never killed, skinned, and eaten a squirrel, but I've skinned my fair share of apples.
Oh
Sean.
yeah, no, you carved up that apple like it was a fresh raccoon.
Got me my own Honeycrisp tree back up at Brandy's parents' place.
The Xavier Legette of apples.
Yeah. You eat what?
I kill them.
Honeycrisp apples.
I kill them. I carve them up. That is a big knife, dude. That
it's
knife
the only knife we have in the office.
It's a
that
little overkill. That knife is in our office here?
Yeah, it's crazy. I'm the only person I ever see. They use it for cakes on the holidays and me when I want to eat apples.
Okay.
I like to cut my apples
So
up.
you didn't bring that in?
No.
Okay.
No, but I use it the most.
Okay.
And the sales staff always acts so weird about me walking down the hallway with it.
I can't imagine
when
why.
When they come down and see a big silhouette carrying a 8-inch knife. Yeah, 8-inch knife.
Looking like a character out of a
Hold
horror
on a
movie.
second. Yep, 8 inches. And
Seth has a ruler that he measured it against.
Got my own little point of reference.
Someone says try rabbit sausage with syrup and pancakes for breakfast.
Yeah, that sounds good.
I think Andy,
the best way to eat any new meat is sausagified.
You took the words right out of. Other than the word sausagified, you took the words right out of my mouth.
Lopez is trying to pantomime something to me, and I don't know what it is.
I don't know what it is either. Yeah.
Lopez has the same disease my wife has, which is an inability to mouth words that I can understand.
Yeah.
Brandy will say something quietly, and I'm like, what?
Patrick Creighton did that to me in the press box the other day. He was trying to, he's like, he sits like 4 seats over from me, and he's looking over at me, and he's just like moving his lips. And I'm like, Patrick, I can't read lips. I have no idea what you're saying.
I think people think that like John Boy's going to translate it for you and do a lip reading video or something.
Yes, John Boy.
I think a lot of times people exaggerate their speaking too much when they're trying to mouth something.
Yeah,
it's like they become like a ventriloquist dummy or something.
Squirrel brains with scrambled eggs is popular up here in Oklahoma. That's what a listener on the Odyssey app is saying right now.
So the brains of an Indiana. Plus what?
Scrambled eggs.
Eggs, okay.
Yeah, eggs and squirrel brain. Yeah, eggs and squirrel brain. Hey, let's give away some tickets to the Kinder's Texas Bowl. Kinder's, excellent sauce. I would imagine it goes great on squirrel brain. Rabbit, raccoon. And it goes great as a sponsor to the Texas Bowl. Let's give you guys a 4-pack of tickets to caller number 5, 713-572-4610. Caller number 5, you're on your way. If you miss out on tickets to the Kinder's Texas Bowl, Baylor and LSU, you'll get your next shot with John and Reggie in the 11 o'clock hour. We're giving away 4-packs every other hour, all day long on the station today. So be on the lookout for that. Caller number 5, you are on your way to the Kinder's Texas Bowl. Stefon Diggs is alive. He spoke yesterday. He was on Good Morning Football. What are the chances of Stefon Diggs coming back to be a Houston Texan next year? Seth and I will discuss that coming up next. But first, you guys out there, gals, that are in a bunch.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
All right, this is a bit of breaking news for the Houston Texans. It's injury related.
Oh, boy.
But it's a return from injury. Kenyon Green activated to the 53-man roster. He was a full participant in practice yesterday.
Yeah.
So this was, I think...
He's inside of that window where he could practice and they can evaluate and see if he's going to return. I think it's
He's back, baby.
Probably notable just in that it probably means Juice Scruggs isn't going to play again this week, so they want some depth there at the interior offensive
Yeah, there will
line.
need to be a corresponding move.
Yeah.
We don't know what that is yet.
And, that's a good point. Well, Irv Smith probably. Or
He's practice squad, so he was in elevation.
He just elevated and then came back down. Okay.
Yeah.
Regardless. I don't think it means, all right. So could it?
This is a question.
It could also, because it's Kenyon Green and the organization seems to have more of an affinity for Kenyon than everybody else. Are they actually Titus back out to right tackle?
So these two combinations, which combination do you feel better about? Kenyon Green at left guard, Titus Howard at right tackle? Titus Howard at left guard, Blake Fisher at right tackle?
Oh, Blake was doing so well really until the fourth quarter. But I look, he's going to get better. And I thought he held up physically, like in terms of physical strength versus guys like Calais Campbell. He did better than I was afraid he would do. But, I like having Titus at left guard. I think he's the best left guard on the team right now.
And I think I think where you've put yourself as a team, that you've clinched a playoff spot, you've clinched a home game, you're at the 4 seed. Maybe one of the other luxuries that you're getting is like, look, we know this might be the best combination of offensive line we have, the one with Titus at guard and Blake Fisher at right tackle. This gives us 3 games that aren't super meaningful for our lot in life to get this combination up and running here.
Right, and give it some time to get the timing and everything else down and all the calls, all of that with Titus at left guard.
And what great experience for Blake Fisher, too.
Well, and that's the whole point. Now, unlike in earlier times when Titus would be forced to play left guard, it does kind of feel like, oh, wow, he might actually be opening the door for his eventual replacement if Blake Fisher gets really good at right tackle.
Yeah.
Oh, I know it's football.
Yeah.
But Titus hasn't always been all that chipper about playing guard.
You notice how often everybody's been thanking him for doing it this week?
Yes, I did.
DeMeco twice and Nick once.
Yes, it was very noticeable the coach thanked a football player for playing football. Yes. Yes.
Thanked a football player who is overpaid right now.
Yeah.
For doing the job he's being paid to do, which is do what's best for the team to win.
Yeah. It wasn't like, boy, Titus really, got down there, and I know it's a challenge, but he did well. It was also, and I'd like to thank him for his openness to exploring this opportunity.
So unselfish of him.
Yes.
Yeah. So you would say stick with the combo they used last week? That's where I'm at.
I guess the only issue there is that, well, no, you know what?
That combo protects CJ the best.
I was about to say you've got depth issues then, but no, you don't. You can just move Titus back out to right tackle if Blake Fisher gets hurt or whatever. So if this might be the best combination, then get as many reps as possible with this combination and roll with it until maybe you have to adjust differently.
In games, if you go 0-3 in these games, guess what you are? The 4 seed. If you go 3-0 in these games, guess what you might be? Probably the 4 seed.
I'll tell you what, too, is there were a couple times in the game. One of these was on a run play that didn't work out, but I actually thought they got the calls right. I saw Laramie communicating with Titus, who was then communicating with Patterson pre-snap, and they got it all right. In the blocking, the play didn't work out because Patterson ended up having a really hard block to make. He had to try to reach a 2 technique. But they got the call right, and I think having Titus there and just being able to help on that side of things, the mental side of things, even though it's still kind of uncomfortable for him, I think that might pay dividends above and beyond the actual run or pass plays that you're seeing.
Yep. So if you missed it, Kenyon Green activated to the 53-man, and apologies if there was a corresponding move. Haven't had a chance to see that yet, but Kenyon Green is back for the rest of the season.
I wonder let's see what the response is like to Jonathan Alexander's tweet.
Look up
not that many. It's not driving a lot of business. Just why with a question mark. That's one of them.
Fair question.
Yeah, one of the other ones was Kenyon Green was the first piece in the Watson trade, but he has been awful. Hard to explain, but I suspect he will be cut before 2025 wish otherwise.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be. They owe him the same amount of money whether he plays here or I think he's in competition for an offensive line spot.
Yeah, those first-round contracts are all guaranteed
His dead money is his salary for 2025. So if you're paying him, unless they trade him, maybe someone sends a 6th-round pick or something.
There's upside for him. Okay, this is where I'll say I'd like to see how he does perhaps with different coaching. Whether it's a different offensive coordinator, different offensive line coach, or both, maybe it could be as simple as that.
That's a good point. That's even more reason why he may be here next year. Yeah, if they swap out Chris Strouser or Bobby Slowick. Congrats to Jadon in Pearland. Jadon is on their way to
Matthew Judon.
Yeah, Jadon is on his way to the Kinder's Texas Bowl. So have fun with that. Next chance to win 11 o'clock this morning, or in the 11 o'clock hour on In the Loop. Here's Stefon Diggs. On Good Morning Football yesterday, and they asked him, how are you feeling right now, Stefon?
Everything's good. It's a long road as far as it's been the beginning right now. You know what I'm saying? I just take it day by day. It was tough in the beginning, definitely. Not being mobile, not being able to move around. But the more I get my 2 feet back, I'm just super blessed. I'm in a good spot, and I'm looking forward to this Christmas game. I'm going back to Houston to go check the boys out. So I'm extremely excited. Hopefully everything's in a good spot. I just can't wait to see him. It's been a while.
You know what? Mad Dog Russo earlier was railing against the injustice of playing football on Christmas Day at 1 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah.
Whereas Stefon Diggs is willingly traveling to go be a spectator at a Christmas Day football
I thought
game.
about that.
Stefon Diggs loves football more than Mad Dog Russo does.
I think that's fair. I think he loves it more than a lot of people do. I was a little surprised he's coming in when he hasn't been around the team all year long. I think
that's when you're coming in for the Christmas one.
On Christmas Day, I think that's cool.
Of course, as he pointed out on Good Morning Football, he has a home in Houston. They asked him whether he's going to come back to Houston, and he said, all I'm going to say is I've got a home there.
Let's play that, because that goes to the big question here is, what is Stefon Diggs' future with the Texans? Aside from hanging out on the sideline for this game and maybe a couple playoff games, what is the future for Stefon Diggs here in Houston?
It was crazy, going in, not being even apprehensive. I spent some time with the guys on the offseason, and I kind of it was kind of weird because it was damn, it felt like I knew them before. Even though I had somewhat of a relationship with Tank, it was like I knew them before. They were relatives of mine, family. So going into that season, it was just so much fun. I woke up every day with a smile. It was a little hot. I would say if anybody's going to Houston, it's a little hotter and careful, but definitely something to be excited about, moving forward. I don't know what the future holds, but I definitely got a home in Houston. You know what I'm saying? I love those guys over there. They're good people.
He's got a home in Houston.
I heard that as a
metaphor.
Yeah, I
had only read it originally.
Yeah,
he meant that more as I've got a home in Houston, or you've got a home. Yeah, when you're being hospitable.
Feels good here.
But it feels hospitable.
Yeah.
There's something to be said for that, him feeling like it's family, where you just have a natural rapport and a chemistry with somebody immediately. You just kind of, know it when you feel it. And you don't always, especially as Stefon's been on a few teams now, 3 teams, and it's always, even when you're a veteran player, it always feels a little bit weird going into a new place and you're the new guy and you don't know what the other, you don't know what guys know about you or don't. That it's nice when everything just kind of clicks, and that's I don't know if that creates a hometown discount or something.
Well, I think that's the big thing. Stefon, yeah, right. What's the contract going to look like? I'd like to have him back next year, as you've said, at the right price. But the part about Houston feeling like home for a guy, Stefon Diggs, who had a falling out the last 2 places he's been. And I think there were a lot of people just waiting for the other shoe to drop with Stefon Diggs. And who knows, had he been on the field for when the offense got really, really bad for an extended period of time, maybe we see the Diggs from the end in Buffalo or the end in Minnesota. Who knows? We'll never know. But DeMeco said something on his coach's show this week that I think probably for some Texan fans are like, ugh. But he said, I like the fact that I want to win with the right kind of guys. I want to win with good people. And I think there's a lot of football fans out there that would say, I just really want to win.
Yeah.
I don't care how good the people are. But I think that there is something to having those kind of guys, which I think the Texans locker room is full of, guys that are fun to be around, hardworking, welcoming, all those things. And I think C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson are the face of all of that for this team for the next 10 years. That makes it more enticing for guys to want to come play here. That makes this maybe more of a destination for high-level players.
Where are you right now at this stage in your life on the making new friends with people you find a rapport with. I feel like once a year I meet some guy somewhere, like at just some event, and I'm like, I like talking to this guy.
Yeah.
But we both know we're just ships passing in the night. You're just like, we're never gonna see each other again. Let's make this last.
Like creating like legitimate friendships with people, like that where you say we're gonna go do something and we actually do it.
Yeah, or like getting somebody's phone number. I hung out with a guy at a volleyball tournament for like 3 hours last year. We got along great, had a lot in common and everything. And neither one of us wanted to continue it further than that. We were like, "What? I got a lot of stuff going on."
Yeah. I guess the question I would ask myself, am I okay with this circle of friends? Do I need any more in this circle of friends?
Yeah.
And I would say not a huge need right now,
I just got agitated with somebody trying to get our attention through the window while we're clearly on air.
Okay. But you were getting agitated with me.
No,
with
not
my
with
answer.
you. Sorry. Somebody's like waving.
I'm like, you're in the circle, Seth.
Somebody's wildly waving their arms trying to get our attention, and I'm like, unless there's a fire out there,
we're doing a radio show. Yeah,
you've got him in the circle, but where is he in your top 8, MySpace top 8?
In my power rankings?
That's right.
Seth's up there. You know what the power rankings are for me?
I love that you have this ready.
No.
You're like Dion with his sons.
My pinned
and daughters
text conversations.
Yeah.
So my pinned text, the ones that never get deleted.
Yeah, but this is only on frequency, isn't it? Oh no.
No, I
guess.
choose.
Yeah.
I choose. I've got my sons. I've got my dad. I've got my wife. I've got Seth C. Payne as the next one.
How about that?
Right now. He's next.
With the acknowledgement of the middle edition.
Got a few groups in there, a few groups of friends, some people you know.
I've got, I don't know the way iPhone does this, but there's only one pinned person, and it's my niece, Demi, and who I've texted like twice in the last 2 years.
You can choose to pin people up there.
So that was
I must have accidentally.
You might have accidentally done it. Yeah.
I was babysitting for her.
Okay.
I wasn't babysitting her. I was babysitting her child.
For her, yeah.
That's it. Okay. So I was curious, like, what the hell? Why is this? Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks, because frankly, it looks kind of weird.
Right. It's a little strange. Like if Brandy had
my 27-year-old niece by marriage. By marriage.
Right. No strange genetic things going on here.
And that's the only one.
That's the only. Right. Brandy happens to look over at Seth's phone.
I got my nephew figured out. Okay. I just talked to him about zoo animals, and I'm his favorite uncle now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And we went out and we went out and caught bugs for like 2 hours.
Oh, I remember you talking about that.
Yeah, I didn't tell him let's put the iPad away. We went out and we just started. We found a bunch of bugs, and then we raced and everything.
You should bug races. You should shoot squirrels with them, and then go eat them.
Hey, don't sleep on squirrels.
Been a big thing. Okay, so Lopez texted us.
He's not the killing type. This kid,
really?
yeah, no, he's a nice.
Well,
kid.
make him one.
Yeah.
Is he the trapping type though?
His younger brother. We're gonna kill lots of stuff.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so there's one.
Yeah.
Lopez, you texted us that squirrel fritters are basically like chicken fried
like
squirrel.
The little strips of squirrel or the legs.
Like squirrel fingers.
Yeah, that's basically the only way I ever ate squirrel.
Okay.
When I was a kid. We had a lot of squirrel.
You did?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we had pecan trees in our backyard.
Did you go buy it at a meat market, or did you
we had
kill it?
We had a bunch of pecan trees.
Strip it like Xavier
in our backyard, and we had a pellet gun, and we'd pop them and
take them into mom.
Clean them, and
those are some plump, well-fed dirt.
And it's all pecans.
Eating on pecans.
They were
all day
delicious.
long,
Yeah, they were delicious.
That's the most nutritious time in your life.
Put a little gravy on there.
Pecan-fed
like chicken fried
squirrels.
Think of squirrel chicken fried steak. That's what it is.
I could see that on like a nice boutique restaurant on the menu.
No, that was good.
Pecan-fed squirrel.
I do feel sometimes when you're eating like grass-fed beef or something, I'm basically a vegetarian here. I'm eating only animals that only eat plant food. Yeah, that's as clean as it gets.
Exactly. Does Patrick Mahomes play on Saturday?
We're going to discuss this, obviously. I think no.
You think no?
I don't know where. But
I realize I'm in the minority on that.
I don't know where he comes from here, but he also just won a very pricey bottle of Camus.
Yes, I did.
This past week off of believing that Christian Harris would play when I think a few of us had some.
Okay, wow, someone bet that, huh?
Ron
Hughley.
Okay.
Yep.
Ron's got to go on a dunk the Chiefs lose, right?
Ron's not been on a great
He's
streak.
out over his skis right now. He's got blonde hair from a bet. He's giving you bottles of wine.
Yeah,
he's
that's
going to get
bottle of wine,
soaked
too.
this Saturday when the Texans beat the Chiefs.
That's right.
Yeah.
The line, by the
Maybe
way,
we can waterboard him. Just
in the dunk tank.
Yeah, no, yeah,
outside. This is something separate.
Legitimately waterboarded if if the Texans beat
Not
the
in
Chiefs.
the building here or anything. We do it out like
as long as it's for radio, it's anything goes.
Waterboarding.
Yeah,
that's one of
the way I read the regulation.
I feel like the insurance company.
They
is
say
on
that's
the
one of
phone
the
with
worst
Parker
experiences ever.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm kind of. I'd like to try it just to see how bad it is. You know what? Though they had a story about one of the Al Qaeda leaders back in the days was getting waterboarded. And, like, he knew the exact rules of what was and wasn't allowed. And they could see him, like, tapping out the time with his finger.
Oh, wow.
Like, they're waterboarding him like it was NBD to him. He was just, he knew they could only, like, there's a certain, I don't know if it's Geneva, there's certain rules for
like
how long
etiquette?
you're allowed to. I mean, it's like the international, war law.
Yeah, look at him assuming that we're
so
not
like he was
gonna
like it's 17 seconds or something. And he was just tapping it out, and then he would like pop up and have a conversation with everybody.
Oh my God, that's funny. That's funny. Okay. See, I'm not the history buff you are. I'm like, there's unwritten rules for waterboarding?
Written rules, in fact. They've written this down.
Why'd they get rid of the nerve gas anyway? Stuff was super
Two
good.
things I get mad about: when they steal bases when they're up by 8 runs, and if you waterboard me for more than 35 seconds. Those are the two worst things you can do. All right, we're done. We're out of time. Anthony, my friend.
Yeah, antibodies.
And squirrel fritters.
Yeah.
To you.
Now you got me thinking about it.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. All right, you're listening to KLT and KLT HD2 and Odyssey Station. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start.
That's right. We are starting now. It is in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. You got John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and myself, Reginald Atatula. What a way that these fine folks dismount. It's always fun every day.
Yes, sir.
It'll continue to be fun as we chug along for the next 4 hours here on Sports Radio 610, getting you ready for a little bit of a fun football game. Are you interested at all in this?
Very interested in this game.
Chiefs,
Very, very much.
Saturday, noon. It should be fun as we continue to move towards that. Get involved with the program, mind you. YouTube and Twitch are up and running. Sports Radio 610 on YouTube, 610 Houston on Twitch, and then also the text line, always there for you, 713-572-4610. And I guess before I even get to like the first topic, as we're moving towards Texans, the Texans thing that did just break. I mean, not too long ago, you heard the fellows of Payne and Pendergast talking about it just earlier. Kenyon Green activated from IR. It's the 7th activation. You have a total of 8 on the season, so you have space for one more if you want to use it. But what did you read into the idea of Kenyon Green finally coming off of the IR? Obviously, his practice window had been open as he practiced last week.
Yeah.
But now he's officially off IR. Any chance in your mind that this offensive line shakes up again?
No. I don't think there's any chance at all. You don't change this offensive line. And we talked about that yesterday. The Kenyon Green thing, to me, I think is interesting because, keep in mind, he all reps with Zach Thomas last week, right? Reportedly.
That was the report, yeah.
Reportedly alternated reps.
That they split reps, yes,
I think they've made a decision. I think they've decided we're going to go with Kenyon Green as our depth piece, not Zach Thomas. And so I think that's about all this is. I can't fathom them changing their offensive line now, especially to Kenyon Green if he's in fact the alternate choice here. So I think that's all that is. It's like, okay, they brought in Zach Thomas. Keep in mind they picked him up off of waivers in November.
Yeah, played with the Patriots.
Yeah.
He had played, I think, guard once. Was week 3.
Yeah,
earlier this year.
So they picked him up in November. I think this is a classic case of, hey, maybe there's something there. Let's give him a legitimate chance. Kick the tires, as they like to say, and they did. And they gave him a legitimate chance. He was alternating reps last week. They ended up going with Titus Howard. I think now they're saying they've decided Kenyon Green is our backup.
And Titus Howard's your starting left guard, and Blake Fisher's your starting right tackle, and you move on with that.
Let's go.
You were excited about that, weren't you?
I was excited about that. Because I like this offensive, more so because I like this offensive line, the potential of it.
Okay. Well, let's see if that potential means something to you. What's the secret sauce over the next 3 games? You the sauce man yourself.
I am the sauce. I didn't even think of that. Thank you.
Really? You didn't? I thought that was the whole point.
It should have been.
I'm surprised that you did not consider that in this. But yeah, what's the secret sauce over the next 3 games for this Texas team and into the playoffs?
Yeah.
When it comes to trying to get victories, which is obviously always the goal. Right, you played him. Hello, shout out to Herm Edwards. But yeah, what's the secret sauce? What is the path to victory for this team? Not just in this Kansas City game, but Baltimore, Tennessee, and in the first round and further in the playoffs.
See, that's the thing. I think it's safe to say we are more, I'm not going to say much more, but we are more optimistic today than we were a week ago. That's safe to say about this team.
I actually want to see what the listenership would say in that regard. 713-572-4610. Like, are you more optimistic about this team than you were
a week ago?
I was going to try and count out the hours, and I realized I'm not that good at math.
Because what we saw from the defense, clearly a dominant, I think we can safely say that, a dominant defense.
Yeah, that was very much a dominant performance.
C.J. Stroud, much more confident, looked a little bit more like himself. He wasn't overwhelmingly good, but looked a little bit more like himself. They're using Tank Dell in special teams. I think he's going to end up breaking something here pretty soon. And then the offensive line showed a little something. Okay? So what's the secret sauce to keep that optimism
I want to see just how high you feel about this offensive line.
I'm going to put them in order.
Okay.
I'm going to put them in order.
Rank the sauces.
Because I think it's something that we can certainly discuss, and I'm interested to see if you guys, you and Figgy, rank them the same. To me, the number one secret sauce ingredient is Christian Harris. Like,
interesting.
I still can't get over how damn near dominant he was in his first game and how much he played. And we forget that he's still 23 years old. And
that is wild.
He's 23. He's 23.
Incredible.
How much he's taken how much he's taken how old is he anyway? How much he's taken to DeMeco's system and where he can go from here. And not only that, and you mentioned this yesterday, we discussed it. Your three levels on the defense have all pro caliber players on the edges on the front, all pro cornerback caliber. You might have the makings of that at linebacker. And if you do, then that dominant defense can take you a long, long way.
If we're talking about like parts of the team, I feel like you misstepped on part number one. Like, so John, and you know I don't frequently call you that. Might we be succumbing to a little bit of recency bias?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we acknowledge.
Absolutely.
And not saying that Christian Harris can't be all that in a bag of chips, right? There is a 90s reference for you. I hope it makes you feel old. But yeah, man, like I'm not saying that he can't be all of those things, but it feels like, hey, man, if we're talking about a like tip of the spear when it comes to this Texans team and how they get things done, it has to start with your defensive ends. It has to start with your defensive line.
Well,
it has
they're
to start
on
with
this
that
list.
pressure. And that's what I'm saying.
But
it needs to be the top of it. I'm surprised that you would like that. That is where I start immediately, right?
I get
what kind of pressure can you generate? Because the things in the back end. Salute to Derek Stingley, right? So all pro Sting. Salute to Caleb Bullock. Salute to Kamari Lassiter. Like, there's a lot of salutes that we can give on the back end of this defense. All of that is a lot easier to sustain when you have Will Anderson Jr. and Daniil Hunter bearing down on a quarterback. I think that is what makes this thing go. Like, we should absolutely start there. Is that is the starting point.
And I totally get that. All I'm saying is you're getting a gift from a God here, down the stretch. You know what you're getting on the edges. You know what you're getting from Derek Stingley, and they are on this list. I'll get to them in just a second. What I'm saying is, and it's a big little word. If this is the starting point for Christian Harris, where's he going to end up, and what's he going to do for this squad?
I don't know, and that's a good question to ask because one of those things that you kind of hold as a truism. At least I hold as a truism that I try and throw out there to make sure that I'm not forgetting the way that the world works. Development isn't linear, right? And I think in this way as well, he has come back, and he missed a lot of time. And I do hope that there is still progress to be gained, even within this relatively short period of time of the next month of football or what have you, and hopefully longer. But I can't necessarily assume that, okay, well, he started here and it's going to, Like, I don't know.
No, and that's why I said the recency bias I get, and I'm all in.
But Harris absolutely made a big difference. Shout out to 713. You are correct with that. But yeah, I'm not certain, right? But I do like him here. It just feels like.
Well, keep in mind, the topic here is secret sauce.
Fair enough.
It's secret sauce, and
it's a very evident sauce when you go Will Anderson Jr. That is what is that?
No secret.
That is KC. That's KC masterpiece.
Yeah, that's
whatever.
Gross. Anyway, did I say that out loud?
I don't know. I was like, what's the most obvious sauce?
OG sauce.
Sweet baby Ray's.
Yeah. OG sauce. Anyway, number 2.
But okay.
Secret sauce, and it qualifies as a secret sauce. CJ Stroud.
Yeah, right now I feel real secret. I would like it to be a little bit more commonplace. We were all expecting that to be something.
He's supposed to be the brisket, man.
Man, who you telling? And I think one of the big things about this, which ties into like outside of just like the people that are the secret sauce, like the things that you actually have on the field that are the secret sauce. Hey man, being able to red zone scoring and then third downs, picking up third downs, and some of this has been like keeping yourself in within reach or within shouting distance of first downs, right?
Yeah.
Being better on first and second down, so that third downs you give yourself an opportunity to convert. But CJ Stroud being better in those circumstances, being more comfortable, as we saw a little bit more of in this game on Sunday. In addition to just like feeling more like himself, hitting his passes, being able to move and manage the pocket well, like that absolutely would go a long way in making this offense more effective. We were talking yesterday with B. Scott when he came in the final hour of the show, and it does feel like this defense is championship caliber. You could win a championship with this defense 100%. It only requires a little bit from the offense to carry to help, and I think some of that is either situationally getting big plays or sustaining drives, right? One or two or both of those things, right? And you can get a lot closer to both of those things as CJ Stroud is playing at a somewhat increased level. I don't even know how high the increase of level of play CJ Stroud has to have for that to change. But I think if you get a little bit of an increase there, and of course it's not all him. Sometimes it's like,
but it's a lot of him right now.
It does feel like there's enough of him where we can.
Saw the hits.
Right, but sometimes you can see wide receivers maybe like a miscommunication with routes or what have you. I think we had one of those, oddly enough, with Nico Collins on the left side of the field in this game. But yeah, if you see an increase there, I think that goes a long way.
Number 3, and let me explain why this is the secret sauce, because he's no secret anymore, is Derek Stingley. And the reason I'm saying he's the secret sauce is because we've reached the point in his game where opposing teams, every team you face from here until the end of the season, is going to game plan for Derek Stingley. They're going to figure out how to take advantage of the Texans defense away from Derek Stingley. He is at that level. So the secret sauce being that, I mean, honestly, you've changed the way they look at you.
Yeah, and it's been wild. I think everybody that's closer to the Texans has looked at it as like, why are y'all throwing at him?
Yeah.
And it feels like you might get to that point where he gets the level of respect where they stop throwing at him.
I think that's what's going to happen.
No, we're not calling him the closer, 713.
Yes, he is.
Not doing it.
The closer. I heard that Seth and Sean were all about the closer nickname.
Is that what you heard?
Man,
were they
just
not
trying to get this?
You know what? I gave you your Christmas present earlier today. I probably should have gotten you some I don't know, what do they call the ear cleaner things? I know we're not supposed to use Q-tips anymore. There's some other way that you're supposed to melt that earwax. Apparently, you need that.
Maybe I heard wrong. Number 4. I mean, it could easily be higher, but the offensive line. We have a template. That's the best way I could put it.
That's the thing that I find interesting because this game, I don't know if it'll be like a full litmus test on the offensive line. Chris Jones is a bad man, right? In fact, I might actually let DeMeco Ryans tell you. As DeMeco Ryans, this is cut 8 here, Figgy Fig. He was asked about Chris Jones and how important he is to this Kansas City defense.
He sure was. He was.
He sure was.
I heard.
Man,
make sure you know where 95 is at all times, man. Chris is a outstanding player. Size, strength, like pass rush ability. Not only inside, he lines up outside, can get it on the edge as well. Does a great job of batting passes down. Just totally impacts the game for them, and you see why he's been a dominant defensive tackle in this league because just. Man, his pure will, strength, everything about him, like he's a great player. So for us, you have to have awareness where 95 is. No one can fall asleep on 95. You got to make sure you're aware, and you got to go challenge them. You got to compete. And that's what this game is about, and that's what I'm most excited about. They have really good players. We got good players. Let's put the ball down, compete, see what happens.
So
he's a bad dude.
He is a bad dude, right? As evidenced by the head coach of this Texas team. However, who they got outside of them. This Kansas City Chiefs team does not generate a ton of pressure. They're bottom half of the league or right about middle of the league when it comes to pressure generation, and a lot of that is Chris Jones to the point where they had to move him. They've moved him around and moved him to the outside to try and generate some pass rush and clear passing downs.
And they will continue to.
And they will. Yeah. But I think what that speaks to is, hey, especially with getting your best 5 on the line, right, by moving Titus in and then bringing Blake Fisher out on the right tackle spot, right? I think you have bigger guys, stronger guys, at least in theory, if they can utilize that strength. Maybe you can neutralize that a little bit, and then you look down the rest of the season as well. I don't know that you have a whole bunch of real high pass rush generation or pressure generation guys. This might be a template for you to get some things done just off the strength of having stronger guys on the line.
It is the template. And number 5 on my top 5 secret sauce over the next 3 games and into the postseason are Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, and not just because of what we know about them. We know they can wreck games, but because if Patrick Mahomes plays, he's going to be damn near a sitting duck back there. And the edges outside in are going to be, just hugely important. To keep him inside, push him up the middle. He's still Patrick Mahomes, but they're not quite the same offense they were in the past. And if you have a little less of a Patrick Mahomes, you're going to get a lot more of Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson.
Yeah, and that's just this game, right? If we're talking about winning games moving forward, like one of the things that's real interesting, and this is going to be quite a test on Christmas Day, keeping Lamar Jackson in a pocket, right? If you can manage to keep him contained, because that's something that this Texans defensive front, they've had to do at various times, and they've done pretty well. I harken back to Week 5 versus the Bills, where you had Josh Allen, obviously another dude in a different way that has, I was about to say has legs. Yes, obvious. But obviously knows how to use them in a way that can be detrimental to defenses. They did a good job of kind of corralling. That's a whole different level, right? And that also is something that, in addition to going and getting the quarterback, is going to fall on Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter, and of course the rest of the defensive line, but particularly those guys on the edges to make sure that they are containing. So there's that. I mean, I don't know how much I want to talk about the quarterback play of the Titans, but then you get into the playoffs, and obviously that's going to matter a whole bunch.
And that means Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, healthy, coming, off the edges, and changing games.
Some other things that came in on the text line during the course of this. Can't forget Tank Dell as being some secret sauce. Yeah, no, that would be huge. In fact, the big third down conversion that you got that looked kind of Patrick Mahomes-esque from C.J. Stroud in this game on Sunday was to Tank Dell, right? You almost got a little bit of restoring of the feeling of last year when those guys would connect on kind of scramble drill type situations. Good God. And getting him involved, getting him active, not just in the passing routes, but on the reverse, which was in fact the longest run of the game outside of the Damon Pierce, or not Damon Pierce. We will talk more about Damon Pierce later. Outside of the Dario Gumbawale fake punt handoff that he took for, what was that, 30, 40 yards?
Yeah.
Getting him involved in that way, getting him involved in the punt return. Yeah, using that explosion, that well of pace that he has would be very helpful against some of these teams, making them have to worry about more than just a few things on offense. Yeah.
And Texter brought this up. If there's an honorable mention secret sauce down the road, it's when Azeez Al-Shaair gets back.
Oh, absolutely, 100%.
That's what I'm excited about.
Yeah. Christian Harris. Yeah, I've thought about this like a soccer, like midfield, where you have a pair of midfielders together and they just accentuate each other.
Yeah.
And the lateral movement, the speed, the quickness that Christian Harris demonstrates, as you mentioned, as 23 years old, with the veteran savvy that Azeez Al-Shaair has and the physicality that he's able to bring out of the entirety of this defense. Yeah, that's going to be problems
for
teams.
Problem.
And of course, that helps your defense as they continue to be one of the best in the league. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, just getting going on a Wednesday where all sorts of things are happening. A couple of giveaways to the Kinder's Texas Bowl during the 11 o'clock.
4 packs, right?
Yes, 4 packs, in fact. During the 11 o'clock and 1 o'clock hours, we'll be giving those away. And then sandwiched in between those, your chance to win another $50 gift card to Texas Star Grill Shop. Maybe you want to pick up some OG sauce.
Dang
you
right.
can do it, making sure you listen here and get a chance to win that $50 gift card in the middle of this show. But coming up next, we're going to have Adam Spillane at 10:40, so we'll do our question of the day. And inspired by a very messy situation in baseball, what's the most awkward situation or relationship you've had with an ex? We'll talk about that next on Sports Radio 610.
Ready? Your
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live.
Love it. Love it.
Always local.
Don't ever underestimate the hard end.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, Reginald Atatula here on a wonderful Wednesday on Sports Radio 610. It is In the Loop. Appreciate you hanging out with us and getting involved on the text line, 713-572-4610, where somebody says somebody needs to tell J-Lo that Mixon is a weapon and he has to run. And for that reason, not only will Green play, he will start.
Is C.J. Stroud a weapon?
Ooh.
Is C.J. Stroud a weapon?
Yeah, protecting him is
because he's running for his life back there.
I'm still intrigued by the possibility of if Kenyon Green did play, like, would he look better than he had in those stretches where he was getting straight up whooped off the line at times, just off of the strength of the assignments seeming to have gotten better, right? The missed assignments are not seeming to happen nearly to the same frequency.
What's
as
that
they
old
were in the middle
saying?
of the season.
Fool me once. He's already had a second chance.
You can't fool me twice.
He's already had a second chance to be better in pass protection.
But would you Scruggs still?
Yeah, with Juice Scruggs at center.
Not to try and put everything at Juice Scruggs' feet, but it is clear that
it's a big ass, man.
Having Jared Patterson at center has helped this out somewhat.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll talk a lot of Texans to talk about this week as we gear up for game 2 of the 3 games in 10 or 11-day stretch that they are currently trucking through. Game 2 is indeed against the Kansas City Chiefs at Arrowhead Stadium on Saturday. Looking forward to that, and of course you can hear that as you hear all Texas games on Sports Radio 610 here. Let's get into our question of the day, because there was some news that day and some other news about that news that made this really interesting. What's the most awkward situation or relationship that you've had with an ex? Because Cody Bellinger might be in that situation right now.
Man.
Obviously, formerly of the Cubs, Cody Bellinger has been traded to the New York Yankees. And so,
no big deal, right?
The Yankees again coming up, getting stuff. By the way, do you think that at all impacts the idea of the Yankees going for Alex Bregman?
I don't know. That's a great question. I know I'm supposed to be.
I
don't think so. But the Yankees don't spend like they used to either.
Wow.
Yeah.
Lopez said they broke boys.
No, I didn't say that.
Yankees smells like broken here, Yankees.
Smells like
brokey. But also, it smells like it could be a little uncomfortable as Cody Bellinger, he is married, and his wife is Giancarlo Stanton's ex.
Ouch.
Yeah, that's going to be a little awkward in the clubhouse. And Lopez, you've covered a little bit of baseball in your time. Right?
Mm-hmm. A lot of baseball.
How often are those players around each other?
Oh, gosh. See, I was talking to Reggie during the break, Figgy. Like, normally you would think, oh, just ignore it. It'll go away. Dude, if you've ever been in a baseball clubhouse or any locker room, but a baseball clubhouse, it's not only going to be mentioned, it's going to be used, in trash talk and trying to be funny. Other players.
Yeah, but the tough thing about trash talk is that you start talking about somebody's woman, you're liable to have this go really wild.
It's no holds barred in these places, man. It's not even Giancarlo necessarily, but like other players,
No, the thing I think about is when if they go to an event like a team event or something like that.
Gotta be cordial.
Yeah, and that ex walk in is just like, hey.
It's going to be, like the kids like to say, awkward.
Correct. That is absolutely going to be there.
So what is the most awkward, interesting, how did we put it, situation or relationship you've ever had with an ex? I know our listeners. I love our listeners. You know we're going to have some good stories coming in.
What about you?
713-572-4610. I really don't. Because I've been married a long time.
I had one. This was around the time me and my wife first started talking.
Mm-hmm.
And little backstory, I was still messing around with other people before I started talking to her.
Yeah.
And it was some girl, and I found out she was talking to somebody from my hood that I knew.
Yeah.
And at that point, I'm like, all right,
I'm out.
Yeah, we both agreed. We mutually agreed to part ways. We was like, you know what? Yeah, it's best we not move forward with this. So months later, I ended up talking to my wife, who was my girl at the time. She go to college. She was at Ohio State in the Mansfield area, and she get a roommate. And,
oh no!
And the roommate, she said the roommate's name, and I'm like, oh okay. I'm like, I remember kind of briefly talking to somebody with that name. So we get to the place. They were sharing their apartment. And she like, oh, yeah, so-and-so on their way now. I'm like, okay. Guess who walked in?
Oh, God, that's awful.
So I'm guessing take it to the room because I don't know. The public space might have been a little uncomfortable.
The good thing is we didn't do anything. Like no kiss, no nothing.
Okay, made it a little bit easier. Y'all were just acquaintances.
But me and the girl was like, oh, this is a small world. And then later on, I want to say months later, I came down and she came down with her boyfriend, who was my homeboy,
the one from the neighborhood.
Yes.
Oh, so y'all have been like, yeah, we'll both take our hands off.
Yeah.
And he was like,
so we all was like, yo,
you can take your hands off. I will be here.
Yeah, but that first one was awkward, man. I was just like, holy bleep. I'm glad I didn't do anything.
That's a good one.
Because I could have easily,
because it worked both ways, him and her.
Yeah, yeah. But I was more like, nah, man, I ain't messing with the homie girl.
Yeah.
That's her. That's his. But if I did, that would have been awkward. They would have lived together.
Oh Lord,
they was living together.
Yeah, and that's absolutely one of those instances.
And I actually did tell her at that time too. Like after we left, I told her the situation,
the whole story. So there was nothing.
I wouldn't hide nothing.
There you go.
How about you?
For me personally, the most awkward situation. I had a homegirl who, for some reason, like with a lot of people in our friend group, we had a little friend group in college. She just kind of disconnected. We were all like, wonder what's happening with her. It took a little while, and then she came back around.
Yeah.
And so it was like, yo, happy to see you and all that stuff. And then she went on the full court press.
With you?
Yes. And
wow.
I did not have that same had that same feeling. So I was like, I'm happy to have you back, but I have reject you in this moment. And that's a tough place to be because you got to temper your rejection, right? Sometimes you reject and you're like, I don't
be
care.
nice about it.
I got to, not only because I actually care about this person, but also like not quite that much.
Yeah.
Not quite in that same way. So that was a very awkward situation for me, but I imagine not nearly the same as this person that texted in from the 713, lived with an ex for 5 months post breakup because she couldn't afford to play shit.
Yeah, were they really broken up? Was he with another woman at the time?
See, all of those questions. The first place I went actually was it a one bed?
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Was it a one bedroom?
Well, you sleep on the couch then, right?
Yeah, but that's still like sleeping on the couch is cool for crashing. If that's the living arrangement,
nah, that can't be nah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, nah, that's a little funny.
That's definitely awkward. But that's going to be a tough place for Bellinger and Stanton. And who do you think is going to be the most egregious in that locker or in that clubhouse rather?
Oh, I'd have to look.
It got to be. I was about to say I don't know if Stanton that type of person. I don't really know these cats.
I can't imagine.
I don't know if
those
Stanton
guys
will
would
be
want to.
Yeah. But it's going to be the teammates.
But you know what? It might be the opposing teams that might be the more egregious.
But it's going to happen. Yes, but it's going to happen in the clubhouse too. There's no doubt about it.
And also too, I feel like guys just being around a certain type of guys, they try to mind their business. Like I'm one of those guys. I try to like stay out of people's personal business. So you might get a little talking amongst other people, but you try to stay out of grown men business.
And but not in the clubhouse.
But see, a lot of that. But honestly, a lot of that stuff happened all the time. It happened all the time in the NBA, man.
Yeah, that's the thing is the NBA is one of those spaces.
What you think? What you think they saying about Jalen Green?
Well,
and his old lady.
Well, yeah, and here's the thing. How much you think they're saying to these dudes and how much you think they're saying outside of their earshot.
Exactly.
Like, I think that might be how that works. Just because, as you said, like, if there is one thing that a dude is liable to go wild about is when he's talking about his lady or his children. And I feel like this is one of those situations where I get you, right? Everything is is available for clowning to some degree. But also, how many fist fights would you like to have? You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think it all changed, too, if you actually married a girl. Like, if that's your wife,
then people
kind of take a step back a little bit. But if y'all just, like, talking, you're like, man, I had that, or so and so had that, or so and so had that. But when you like serious with this girl,
yeah,
you might not say anything to his face. You might, snicker around some other people.
I don't know about that. I've been in too many clubhouses to see how they interact.
Now, where Cody and maybe Giancarlo will hear about this quite a bit, and this is a good point out by the YouTube and both the text line. The hecklers, the fans, right?
Yeah.
I know Astros fans are getting it ready, right? And the Yankees come to town, they are talking all about that particular relationship. And we're also talking about New York. Like, imagine if Cody Bellinger's off on a cold streak, or, Jean-Claude even. They'll talk crazy about them folks.
Yeah.
Somebody said they're going to start chanting in typical New York fashion, or Boston, or wherever they're playing, sloppy seconds. Sloppy seconds.
Nasty work. A little update here. Yes, 1 bedroom. No, they weren't on the couch. No, they weren't bringing anybody home. However, he didn't care if she had dinner, if that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah. At that point, like, she is roommate.
Yeah.
Right. Make sure that I get that rent money right at the right before the month turns over, so I don't end up with the late fee. Yeah, just that is what we're worried about at this point.
979. How's your wife? How are my kids?
Yeah. Wow.
How's your wife? How are my kids?
Woo. I don't even know if they got kids, but that was smart. Yeah,
Stan gonna be like, hey, do she still do that one thing?
Oh no. And we're talking about baseball. Their aggravated assault is all over that clubhouse, right? Like you're ready to have those charges brought up. But yeah, a really weird situation there with the Yankees acquiring Cody Bellinger, first baseman, outfielder. I don't know if that'll affect their pursuit of Alex Bregman. Although Alex Bregman, like, it seems like the Red Sox are probably like the leaders in the clubhouse for his services. Actually, let's talk a little bit more about that with our next guest. He comes in every week. His name is Adam Spillane, our Astros and Rockets insider. We'll talk to him next.
Cypress, we're bringing Thirsty Thursday to you. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Who they want, who they want, who they want. Who they want, who they want. Baseball Spo, Baseball Spo, Baseball Spo, Baseball Spo, Baseball Spo.
That's who they want, and that's who they're going to get here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. It is Adam Spillane, our Astros and Rockets insider. Spo, what's happening, man?
Hey, how are y'all?
Doing quite well, doing well indeed. I'm trying to decide which way to go on this because both teams remain in interesting spaces. I'll go with the Astros side of this. Last time we talked, we were still looking at the possibility of what contingencies could be there should Alex Bregman not decide to come to terms with the Astros, or the Astros not decide to meet his requests.
And guess what we're doing today?
Services. we're wondering about that particular situation. That's still out there, his free agency. However, more contingencies are in play. Obviously, the Astros trading Kyle Tucker and bringing in Cam Smith, a third base prospect, Hayden Wesneski, and Isaac Paredes. How do you like this situation when it comes to the potential to replace Alex Bregman if he does not resign now as opposed to last week?
Yeah, I think there are better options out there right now than maybe thought when this whole process started. And I thought they did good with the trade. That's as good as you're probably going to get when you're trading a guy who's got 1 year of team control left and is about to be a free agent with Tucker. So you have a guy in Paredes who can obviously play third base. Cam Smith is obviously, that's a little further down the road, but obviously he can too. But then,
how far do you feel? Because I know that MLB.com on their prospect rankings, they have him as maybe a 2026.
Yeah, that's
debut.
Probably. I mean, he got to Double-A last year. He's a college guy, so those guys can go through the system a little quicker. So it all just kind of depends on just how he plays next year. And if you told me in September he plays his way into getting a promotion to the big leagues, it wouldn't surprise me at all.
Mm-hmm.
That's typically those college guys can kind of get through pretty quick. And he was an older college guy too.
Mm-hmm.
He's only 21 right now. But yeah, I think that you have to wait and see. A lot of the things that guys struggle with coming out of the draft, he's okay with. Like, he's not a strikeout guy. He can still hit for power, and a lot of times these guys coming out of the draft, they'll hit for some power, but they'll also strike out a bunch. So that's not a real big issue with him. So I think for him, it might just be trying to find him a position. I don't know. He can play third base, obviously. I don't know if he can play it at the level that you want him to be able to play it at this level. Same thing, first base, and then maybe you try him in one of the corners. That's something that Dana Brown had mentioned. But you have Paredes. The third, Arenado was somebody that I mentioned going into the offseason, and I wasn't sure if they would be interested in doing that. Again, he's owed a lot of money for a couple bad years. But if that opening is there, and if the Cardinals are willing to take on enough of that contract, and the Rockies are already taking on some of it, but if the Cardinals are willing to take on a good portion of it, it's not going to cost you a lot in terms of prospect capital. So it's not a bad thing to just kind of investigate and to look at.
But you do have two third basemen, even if Cam Smith might end up somewhere else.
Yeah,
I mean, that's pretty much writing on the wall, right?
Yeah, Cam Smith is more down the road, and you never know. He might take to a different position better than third base. Paredes can go over and play first base, and that obviously is a big position of need. And listen, Arenado is one of the best third basemen defensively of his generation. And I know, listen, I'll be honest, I've known the guy since he was 18. He was on my first team when I started with the Rockies in 2009. Incredible person, puts in the work, holds himself to a really high standard, and the people around him he holds to a really high standard. He's a good clubhouse guy who just wants to win, has not won at all at this level. He's won one playoff game his entire career. That was a wild card game for the Rockies in 2018. Went to the Cardinals. They went to the wild card series a couple times. They couldn't get a win. So I know that's what he wants to do. But obviously the big thing is, well, why has the bat fallen off the last 2 years? That's something that the Astros need to figure out if that's something that they can salvage. But it's different. I've heard a lot about Abreu. Well, you signed Abreu, after his offense started to decline. The difference is that Abreu was a butcher at first base, and Arenado continues to be one of the best defensive third basemen in all of baseball. So that's the difference between the two.
Now, one more thing about the Astros before we talk a little bit about this team. With that move, outfield looks real depleted, man. Yeah. Outfield looks like.
Well, he's mentioned the
we
names.
Might, we might have a every home game, a little bit of a raffle to see who out of the stands would like to play left field or whatever. That's where we are. How do you anticipate that they address this, or do you think that they might be go into this with simply just a real makeshift outfield?
I mean, I think that they have some money to spend, and I think that you look at there are some outfielders out there that would fit if they wanted to go out and spend some money. Anthony Santander is somebody that I talked about when the offseason started. He's still out there. He hasn't signed for whatever reason. Teoscar Hernandez, who has been in the Astros system before, he's still out there. So they have some options to go get some outfielders. One name that Dana Brown did not mention, which was somewhat surprising, was Jacob Melton, who was their top prospect before Friday's trade. He projects, I think, more of a center fielder. And I think the Astros are in kind of more dire need of somebody to play the corners at this point. But that is somebody who I think that could factor into the discussion once we get into spring training if they leave things the way they are right now. But I would be surprised if they leave things the way they are with the outfield. If they don't go out and get somebody, I think that's kind of doing themselves a pretty big disservice.
Where's Alex Bregman ending up?
Probably not here.
No, but what do you think? Because obviously Yankees are still in play. By the way, we talked about the awkward relationship Cody Bellinger had with Giancarlo Stanton. He could have a very awkward relationship with Alex Bregman. I mean, Bellinger is the one that said they stole. Yeah, Altuve stole Aaron Judge's MVP.
Time heals all with all this stuff. In all honesty, I think the Yankees have had a season, and I know they lost Soto, but losing Soto and then getting Max Fried and Devin Williams and who else did they? Got
Bellinger.
Yeah, Bellinger.
Yeah.
I mean, that makes them it makes them better defensively. Bregman obviously would make them better defensively, and it fills a need for them. So if they can turn Juan Soto into those four guys, that team's a whole lot better this year, for 2025 than it was for last year, especially when you consider that it fits better. It wasn't a great fit because you had Aaron Judge playing center field last year. That's not fair to him.
Yeah.
And now you can just slide him over to one of the corners. You have Bellinger in center. You can play Bellinger basically anywhere. So that defense is going to be a whole lot better this year than it was last year. And they weren't a good defensive team last year, and they still went to the World Series.
All right, so this Rockets team, obviously last time we talked, they were still vying for the NBA Cup. Now the NBA Cup has been decided, and the Rockets, unfortunately...
Incredible excitement with that thing yesterday.
Yes, a lot of excitement. No celebration, funny enough, though. But offense still very clearly an issue with this team, and shooting and scoring really at all three levels. Do you see anything, because we were trying to talk through this, I think, what was it, Monday or Tuesday? Was it yesterday? It might have been yesterday. Do you see any paths to even marginal improvement with scoring with this team? Because it feels like what they're doing right now is so bare bones.
Make your wide open threes. Like it's really kind of that simple right now. And you look at Fred VanVleet. I posted this the other day. I don't remember what the exact numbers are, but
Fred was like somewhere in 34.
Yeah, I think he was like below. He's like at 33 something. And for his career, VanVleet is like a 40, 41, 42 3-point shooter on wide open looks. Like, he's not going to shoot 33% on wide open looks the rest of the season. And he's a high volume 3-point shooter. And right now, those shots aren't going in. At some point, they will drop. And at some point, the offense will look a little bit better. But yeah, they are a limited offensive team right now. And it's not just VanVleet. It's, Jalen Green isn't making threes to the level that he should be making them. And again, he's been okay on catch and shoot threes. Like, he's 35% on catch and shoot threes. That's a pretty good number.
But the offense isn't geared for him to get catch and shoot.
Yeah, they are for like the Şengün post ups and then the kickouts. Like that stuff is kind of built for it. But it's just been really inconsistent, and they aren't making shots at the rim either. And this is something that we've talked about, throughout the season, and that's been on Şengün.
Yeah.
Where Şengün has not. Şengün, I think last time I looked, he was at like 58% inside the restricted area. That's not good enough for a center. He's got to be better inside, and then they've got to be better from the outside. Yeah, I looked. Somebody posted, I think, all the 3-point misses from Saturday's game, and there were a lot. For the most part, those are shots that you are okay with them taking. Like, I am okay with Fred VanVleet taking a wide open three. It's just who he's been over the course of his entire career. He has been an above average 3-point shooter his entire career. If he takes that shot, I am willing to live with it. I will live with the result, whether it goes in or it doesn't go in. And he had a bunch of rim out the other night, too.
How many games in are we right now? It's
25.
25? Yeah. So you still
we're moving quick.
You still believe just ride it out and find out?
I mean, listen. If Fred VanVleet goes the entire year shooting 33% on wide open threes, then hey, something's up. And
you got your answer.
Maybe he's missed some time. He had the knee thing that forced him to miss a game right before that Clippers game about 10 days ago. Maybe that's bothering him. I don't know. Maybe that's been a whole thing all year. We've talked about Şengün in the back being a reason why he hasn't been able to be more efficient inside. So maybe that's why.
But then you have other guys that are not making shots. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you just ride it out, find out.
Dylan Brooks has had a really good year from three. You know, Amen Thompson is taking a decent amount of shots, and he's not hitting at a good clip, but hitting at a good clip for him. I'm okay with him taking that shot because it means that he's confident enough to take it. Tari Easton's been okay shooting it from three. Same thing with Jabari Smith,
especially in those corners.
So I think whenever you're talking about 3-point shooting, it's going to be a high variance stat. Like, you are going to have stretches where you shoot it incredibly well, and you're going to have stretches where you shoot it poorly, and it's just a matter of remaining confident, keeping your confidence through those bad times to continue to shoot that ball, because eventually, if they're the right shots, they're going to go in. And I do think the one thing that Udoka will say is that these are the right shots. Like, these are the shots that we are fine with.
And you're headed to South Bend.
I am.
Yeah, we got seats, baby.
We got 20. Let's see, I'll get there tomorrow. Tomorrow evening is when I arrive.
Excellent.
You make a bet with Sean?
No.
Come on.
No,
not that confident.
Listen, I just want to win the game and talk a little crap, and then that's about it. If we lose the game, we'll pretend like it did not happen.
Very good. Fair enough.
I'm just hoping I don't freeze. I think the temperature for 11 o'clock on Friday night and a creep up to 25.
Gross.
So that's a good thing. It's been in the low 20s for much of the week.
Grosser.
All the snow will be in the morning and early afternoon.
You went there, dude. You went there.
I went to school in southern Indiana where it wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
Like
Are we really making the distinction between?
Yes. Oh yeah.
Very good.
100%. Because South Bend is by Chicago.
Yeah.
And Chicago is a whole lot colder than Bloomington, Indiana.
The lake effect and all that.
Oh, the lake and the wind and all that.
It's the worst.
All that stuff. Yeah. So I will take southern Indiana weather over.
This is real northern. I'm not trying to. I am wearing short sleeves on December 18th. I'm not hearing any of that. 25 is just a little bit better. No.
25 American degrees.
That is our guy, Adam Spillane, Rockets, Astros insider, and resident Indiana fan. I didn't even ask you about Reid Shepherd because it was kind of interesting that
games, DMV CDs.
Yeah, man. It's evident that Ime, at least when it comes to those big time games, trusts Aaron Holiday a lot more. But it'll be interesting to see his reintegration. I guess I will write that down as question number one when we talk to you next week.
Absolutely.
There you go, Adam Spillane, every Wednesday here at 10:40. We appreciate you, my man. All right, coming up next in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Well, first of all, we open up the window for a 4-pack of tickets to the Kinder's Texas Bowl, so that'll happen in the next hour. But let's go around the NFL, where it seems like us saying that the Kirk Cousins era was over was correct. We'll talk about that and more next.
So long, Kyle Tucker. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the Loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Brought to you by Quick Assist. Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610, and that's brought to you by Quick Assist. Last minute change of plans and you can't use your tickets? Download Quick Assist from your app store today. They'll take care of the process for you and find the best price on the market. That's QUICKASYST, Quick Assist, your ticket everywhere. And we begin right close to home here in the great city of H-Town, Houston, Texas, where we've got a winner of an award.
We got some hardware.
Hardware is coming down, and I believe that this just came through not too long ago that Derek Stingley is the AFC Defensive Player of the Week.
Sting. He better be.
Sting. Let's go, Sting.
We are moving all that much closer to All-Pro Stingley in full effect. Yes, he's now won that award. Let me see how many of these awards have been won this year
like 6
by Texans.
Yeah.
So you got
they rack them up. I feel like every week, every other week.
6th Player of the Week award by the Texans this year. It's honestly early on in the season. you racked up a whole bunch. Remember, week 1, Joe Mixon, for the crazy rushing performance that he put on the Colts, he was Offensive Player of the Week. Kaimi Fairbairn in week 2 and in week 5. Remember, week 5, he had the walk-off win against the Bills, quite a few 50-yarders early on in the season. Those were special teams player of the week. And then, actually, this would be the 5th, if my numbers serve me right, because you have those. And then
it is
you
5th.
come back around. Will Anderson Jr. won it in week 6. And here, Defensive Player of the Week, that is, and Derek Stingley Jr. Week 15, after 2 interceptions, 2 tackles for a loss, and you add the Defensive Player of the Week for the AFC on top of it. How's that make you feel?
Let's go APS.
I'm telling you, man.
APS. Start calling them APS.
I'm happy. The closer?
No, APS.
What's that?
All-Pro Sting. Come on.
All-Pro Sting.
And you were making fun of the closer?
Let's go.
I didn't love APS as a short name.
You were making fun of the closer?
All-Pro Sting for sure.
All-Pro Sting, baby.
Now,
go ahead.
This feels like absolutely what's necessary to get that done, right? When you have the acknowledgement in the right time of year, mind you, right? Keep it front of mind as we get closer to when these ballots are actually going to drop for All-Pro. That, hey, Derek Stingley's out here and he's doing things at a very high level, and that only continues when you get next week. Or this weekend, rather, like here in a few days, in fact, against the Kansas City Chiefs. And then again, Christmas Day, it's going to be an island game where everybody is watching that particular game and has an opportunity to do that, have another great game against the Ravens. Like, this could really solidify an all-pro situation for a dude who really, really does deserve this accolade.
Absolutely does. And you mentioned it. This is the type of game where it's not just the Christmas Day is an island game. Saturday is.
Yeah, that's true. I forgot that this Saturday.
I mean, noon on Saturday as people are, heading into the holidays.
But I always feel like the Saturday games and maybe I'm wrong. They always
feel special to me. The Saturday's like, okay, there's football today, and I'll tune into any game.
I mean, yeah, the NFL is really the biggest television driver in America. We've seen it time and time again. Of the top 100 television broadcasts, how many, 90-something of them are football, particularly majority of those are NFL football, including the Super Bowl. Yeah, these things clearly move more than anything else. I think relatively, these Saturday games can be a little bit forgotten for me sometimes. And maybe I'm alone in that, but it does feel like sometimes those can feel like they're not as prominent. But I guess it helps that you're going up against the Golden Childs, the Kansas City Chiefs.
Exactly.
So Golden Children. Yeah. But yeah, that will draw in attention if nothing else as well.
Yeah, no, I can see that because I felt like we got conditioned to Sunday football, Monday night, Thursday night.
Yeah.
So when you throw in a Saturday there, it's kind of like, oh yeah.
But keep in mind, they scheduled this game, which is kind of sad in a way. They scheduled this game so they could highlight, on an island, like you were talking about on Christmas Day, Mahomes, Stroud, AFC, on the line, all that. Well, it's not that.
You got to do the whole voice. Come on, buy in.
Come on, do it.
Patrick Mahomes.
There it is.
It's not that, but it could end up being for Derek Stingley. Like you pick off Patrick Mahomes, which we'll get to him in just a second because there's news there. You shut down the array of receivers. Hollywood Brown might end up playing and all this other stuff.
Oh, I forgot about Marquise.
But see, y'all forgetting the real person. Y'all forgetting about somebody important.
Who's
Steven
that?
Nelson, man.
Steven Nelson,
is he playing?
Revenge game, yeah.
Is he playing?
Well, that is a great question.
Is he going to intercept the ball and toss it to the old Milk Dud and DeMeco Ryans?
That would be great.
I mean, he's still on the practice squad. Is he there? Is he not? I don't say that as any level of shot. I just trying to surmise his status where we would find out if he was going to play later on in the week, like maybe on Friday.
If Andy Reid need to do him a solid, man.
Oh,
play against your old team.
Activate him?
Yeah, play against your old team.
Andy Reid does feel like the type of coach that would do that, right? Like a wildly beloved coach that clearly cares for his players or whatever.
Yeah. How about Derek Stingley versus DeAndre Hopkins?
It's funny how we have not brung up DeAndre Hopkins at all, man.
Yeah.
And
so I think, AFC Player of the Week, Derek Stingley this week, just announced a few moments ago. Then Chiefs versus Mahomes, Hopkins, all those guys, and then Christmas Day. This could be what vaults him. This could be what vaults Derek Stingley.
Let's get it.
Let's get it.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
And to that end, do you feel like he needs to follow somebody, or does it just Derek Stingley out there doing what he do against
Who is it to follow? I mean, no disrespect to DeAndre Hopkins, but is he at the point in his career where you got to follow him now?
I don't know if he's at a point in his career where you have to.
I think can Lassiter hold that down?
Mm-hmm. And I think that you should probably feel good about your defense. I do. The question that I have about this ultimately is stopping one of these particular wide receivers worth the acknowledgement that, hey, we are playing man right now, and letting the other team know. And yes, you could play zone in some of these instances where you'll follow, but the whole point is that you have man defense, man coverage, Derek Stingley actively taking somebody out of a play. Is that worth it? Or do you feel like that's even going to affect it at all when you look over there and it's likely Patrick Mahomes that's playing? Or even if it's Carson Wentz, it's like, do you, like, those guys have been in the league long enough where I don't know, and I don't know that DeMeco's doing so much disguising that you need to do this. Oh, are they playing zone or are they playing man? They'll probably be able to see it.
Yeah. I think, and by the way, Xavier Worthy too. So maybe you don't follow with Derek Stingley, but nevertheless, this could be like his showcase. 3 games in 11 days might vault him to All-Pro.
I will say, whoever is balling out receiver-wise for the Chiefs, I think you got to make a decision during the game and say, hey, you know what?
Yeah.
Follow Worthy, or you know what? Follow DeAndre Hopkins, or whoever it is, whoever the hot guy is. Like, all right. Sting.
Yeah, in that instance, you would actually have him as the extinguisher, less than the closer.
Oh, see, you're coming around. You're coming around.
No, I'm not. I am making fun of the nicknames. That's actively what I'm doing.
The closer sounds like a bad movie. Or
it sounds like a bad procedural drama. That's what it sounds like.
The closer or NBC.
It's in your head.
Yeah, exactly.
I can tell.
I can hear Kevin Harlan this Friday on CBS. The closer.
I can't wait. Xavier Worthy. Going to look like he has 2 steps on Derek Stingley. Derek Stingley is going to close like he always reach up with one hand, pull it in. Entire city. There's the closer again. There goes the closer again.
Follow Travis. That's a whole different.
No, God,
I don't know exactly how that works.
He might just have to eat, man.
Side note here: the Texans. Shout out to the Texans. They sent out with this list, with this announcement, all the players of the week that the Texans have ever had, and there's some very familiar names there. J.J. Watt, Deshaun Watson, Arian Foster.
Who?
Steve Slayton.
Yeah.
In 2008.
Yeah.
He must have had a kickoff return or something,
was
right?
Offensive player of the week.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Steve Slayton.
Okay.
Put some respect on Mr. Slayton.
Jerome Mathis?
Okay.
What did he do in 2005?
Yeah, it must have been a slow week.
Hey, you better. Wow.
It must have been a slow week.
Somebody said the closer sounds like he's a real estate agent or a lawyer. Come on, man. That ain't it.
Yeah,
I agree.
Okay, hold on. Real estate agent? As in an island?
All right.
As in an island? Everybody's coming around.
So hard
Come on board. There's plenty of room.
Hey, we got Stretch Armstrong in the building right
here. Hey, island is a real estate.
So, as we continue around the NFL,
please.
We mentioned that Kirk Cousins was not good at all this weekend on Sunday in a loss, or in what's the loss? I just forgot where it was. No, they won. They won, but it felt like a loss for him because I forgot they were playing the Las Vegas Raiders.
How you get benched after a win?
Because he stunk. Not only how do you get benched after a win, how do you get benched after with that contract? So Kirk Cousins, that era is over. He played 14 games, and if you look at, especially if you look back to what his season, remember he started slow coming off the injury. That was bad, and then it ended bad. There was just a little bit of cream filling on the Oreo where it was all right. And now the Michael Penix era has begun, as Raheem Morris has said that he will be the starter for Atlanta going forward. Mind you, Kirk Cousins was guaranteed, $90 million, $180 million total?
He's guaranteed $27.5 million next year from the Falcons or the team that picks him up.
You think they might cut him?
And is making $62.5 million this year. Not only do I think that he might end up somewhere else, Andrew Brandt thinks he might end up somewhere else. The Falcons will have paid $90 million for a partial season to Kirk Cousins. And people are saying, if you're willing to take it on, a little bit of that salary.
And you can also spread it out post 2024 salary cap with a post June 1 designation.
Tennessee Titans, anyone?
That's another thing. Like, because the Titans have decided that they are benching Will Levis, it feels like that man is done, and they are probably in the market for just this type of player, right? One of these guys that you could look at as some type of stopgap. Obviously, Sam Darnold seems to be like the new darling right now, but if Kirk Cousins ends up out there, and it's quite possible that he does, that absolutely feels like something that they might do. I don't know that they would absolutely do that because
I don't either. But that's a fit.
They're looking for an answer for a little bit longer than that moment, unless they really are just like, hey, let's see if we can get a year or two out of this guy until we come to a draft class that we feel better about.
I can see them maybe. I don't know if they'll draft a quarterback in the first round, but if they did see them in
it would make more sense.
Yeah.
Even though it makes a lot of sense now in Atlanta that they drafted Michael Penix Jr. Remember how we torched them for that?
Yeah, and honestly, this might be something that we need to examine further. Like, this might say something about the way that you go about with quarterbacks where we went a period of time where teams were going into the tank and really not having a quarterback and then just going and drafting the top guy. And we've seen that kind of go poorly over the last so long where you have these, high-level draft quarterbacks not pan out. I mean, we could start naming some of them. Desmond Ritter's one of those guys that was relatively high. Mac Jones, even someone like Lawrence in Jacksonville has been so-so. And then you look at teams like the Green Bay Packers who go get Jordan Love. You look at Michael Penix Jr., who we don't know how this will pan out, but he has the remainder of the season to show us a little something. You get guys like this they get a guy who's maybe a little bit, maybe not as highly regarded or sometimes highly regarded, give him a little bit of a time out beside or behind a guy who they feel a little bit more comfortable with and walk him in. Like this has been that that long time conversation. It looks like there might be some evidence in that one.
Yeah, I think it kind of makes you rethink things. I think also, you know how I feel about the Titans and that woman, but it makes a lot of sense for them, and it makes sense for them to bring him in. They're not going to be paying the $90 million. They'll still be paying some money, but it makes sense for them to go ahead and draft below him. You know,
shout out to Kirk. And I don't think that this was intentional. Again, I think that they were trying to get Kirk Cousins, mind you, a 30-something or late 30s guy coming off of an Achilles injury. Right? Hello, that hasn't looked very good. They talk about him, and you talk about Aaron Rodgers. But they ended up seeing a guy fall in that range, and they weren't afraid to go get their guy, even though they paid one. And while the money is going to be crazy, they're going to have to deal with it. It does look like they're ready to go to their guy.
Yeah, and it kind of makes sense, man. Like, I understand them if they cut away from Kirk Cousins because they have a quarterback behind him that they drafted very highly.
That they believe in. We'll see if they have a quarterback. That's to be
so it makes sense. Like, to me, it don't make sense right now for the Browns to cut away from Deshaun Watson right now because they don't have anything.
Yeah.
So I don't know what they're going to do.
Do they have anything in Deshaun Watson? That's the thing that gets nasty. You've given that quite a few shots here. So, number 9, Michael Penix Jr. will take over in Atlanta there. And that'll be very interesting to watch and see if Kirk ends up on the street. Or maybe teams will like someone like this. Teddy Bridgewater says that he wants to return to the NFL. So this past year, actually just not too long ago, a few weeks ago, Teddy Bridgewater won state in the state of I was about to call it Miami, in the state of Florida. He went back to his high school team, his first year as a head coach in high school football. He wins state after retiring, and now he lets it be known. Maybe he saw Sam Darnold doing all this, and he saw what is happening in the draft class for quarterbacks. He's like, look, I can still do this a little bit. And so he says that he wants to unretire and find somewhere to be, saying, quote, we'll see how this next week and a half, 2 weeks play out. Might be signing with the team or something and then returning back to coach high school in February.
I thought he played it perfectly.
Yeah.
Older guy, still not that far removed from playing.
Old is
he's still going to be, in demand because just look for quarterbacks, and he's got a couple of pelts on the wall.
Yeah, that's kind of impressive. Like, was this high school pretty good before he got there?
I don't know. I was wondering that myself. If it's like one of those programs that just always
it's like him going to Katy or something or whatever big powerhouse school here.
Like, North Shore.
Yeah,
not real hard to win there.
But salute to him for winning state his first year.
By the way, the high school was Miami Northwestern. I don't recall what they were, but he did go to Miami Northwestern. And shout out to them for getting a state championship. State championship is
one and done, man.
Well, maybe. He did say he would return, even if he played this year. He said he would return and coach on the backside of the season.
9 state finals appearances.
Okay, so maybe a little good.
Okay.
Hey, man, you don't win state championships without the Jimmies and Joes. Like, the X's and O's can be good.
State champions in 2017, 2018, 2019, and 2024.
Yeah, so it's been a little while. He was returning them to glory. Okay. He was bringing them back. And shout out to the text line, from the 620. The closer was a TV show on TNT. Terrible nickname, stick with the Sting Man. The people are speaking, Lopez.
I knew that sounded like
you
a
gotta
TV
listen.
name.
It's
it
in
sounds
their
just
head.
like a TV show.
It's an earwig. It's in your head.
No, you just keep saying it. That's why.
So you probably did hear Kevin Harlan say the closer on
Actually,
TNT.
I'm certain he did on one of these NBA broadcasts on TNT.
Probably Marv Albert.
Yeah, maybe so. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That's around the NFL. Coming up next, do you think Patrick Mahomes is playing this week? Lopez seems to think no. We might have some information that makes Lopez look stupid. And running backs. Joe Mixon, we saw him go down. Like, what is the running back plan if that, or just in general, and especially if Joe Mixon ends up getting injured. We'll talk about that next.
Yeah, man, I love my new truck. God, I've only had it 2 days, and I love
610. Live from the Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, Christmas in Holland's coming back, baby. Yeah, I appreciate that.
Time of the year.
Get us in the mood, baby.
He broke the seal.
Let's go. We're a week out from Christmas. We're a week out from the Texans getting the last game of their 3-game and 11 stretch. They got some work to do before they get to there, but hey, man, get in that mood. Get in that vibe. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, Reginald Atatula hanging out with you. Before we can talk about Christmas in full, we got to talk about Kansas City. Not quite the same thing, but Kansas City Chiefs, Arrowhead Stadium, Saturday at noon. You'll hear that right here on Sports Radio 610. In fact, Sean and Seth will get you going in the morning at 9 a.m. And, of course, Sean and Clint will break the game down, man. We got you full service all the way through on a Saturday. Excited for that. But right now, before we get there, we have to figure out who the quarterback is that's playing. A huge injury that happened on Sunday with Patrick Mahomes, the golden boy of the league, and honestly, probably the biggest threat offensively for you. I mean, definitely the biggest threat offensively for you in a year where the Kansas City Chiefs, not as threatening offensively as you would imagine, right? We're dealing with a lot of reputation here, I think, in the ways that we look at these Kansas City Chiefs. And Patrick Mahomes with a sprain is I don't know if questionable is the right word, but he practiced yesterday. However, there's still a lot of concern on whether or not he will play because that changes a game in a huge way. This is a Kansas City Chiefs team, mind you. The offense hasn't been great, but it's just been getting away with it. Just right, doing the Patrick Mahomes kind of patented Patrick Mahomes thing that we have built in our brains, which is don't give him the ball too late. He'll make something happen, and he seems to do that just enough. And if he is not on the field, what does that change the opportunity, or does that open the opportunity for the Texans to have more of a foothold in this game? Those are all the things that we're considering, and so the question has to be asked: do you think Patrick Mahomes plays in this game?
Yeah, look, I'm going to tell you what is being reported said by James Palmer, who is very reputable, used to cover the Texans on a daily basis here, does a lot in Denver, a lot in the AFC West, and is just tweeted.
James Palmer, he's senior NFL reporter for Underdog Fantasy.
Yeah, no, he does a really good job. Very reputable, very good guy. And so he's saying, quote, the expectation is that Patrick Mahomes is going to try and give it a go on Saturday. Will he be 100%? Obviously not. But the belief right now is that he's going to play versus the Texans. All right, so that's not he's playing. It's the expectation. It's give it a go. It's the belief right now.
Yeah, give it a go might be the best case for you being like, ooh, question. I mean, for me, the first thing that put this in doubt was immediately after the game, they designate Patrick week above anything else, and that immediately catches my radar. However, it seems like you're still in that place.
I kind of am, and I can't I can explain why I feel that way, but I can't tell you why I'm so
fervent about it. Why
yes,
you feel strongly
pretty
about
certain that he's not going to play. I get that. Boy, talk about an island. I get that I'm on an island. The guys this morning were talking about, I think he's going to play.
Well, 281 on the text line says Patrick Mahomes ain't playing. It'd be stupid of the Chiefs, who were 13-1, to play him.
Well, that's where I am with it. I mean, the Chiefs, their goal is not, hey, let's make a run. Let's try to get to the AFC Championship game like the Texans and see what happens. Let's try to get better. No, their goal is we want to win a third consecutive Super Bowl. If that's the goal, and Sean brought this up this morning, I get the Bills have the tiebreaker on you.
Correct.
They do have the tiebreaker on you, and you want to play in Kansas City. You absolutely do. But you still have a 2-game edge in the loss column.
Not only do you want to play in Kansas City, you want to give yourself a week off, right? In any given circumstance.
And
especially
for Patrick Mahomes more than anyone.
Especially when you are a little susceptible, as it feels like this Kansas City Chiefs team actually is. They've had some injuries that they're dealing with as well. You want to limit the amount of games that you can lose in, and you can't lose in the divisional or in the wild card round if you're not playing. Right? So that would be the factor there. However, you also can't win in the playoffs if your quarterback's life falls off.
Yeah.
Not obviously, I don't think it's to that degree, but you get what I'm saying, and I understand that. And there was a big swing in the spread and everything. However, yesterday we heard from various people in the organization. I'd like to start with head coach Andy Reid, first and foremost, talking about Patrick Mahomes and the circumstances under which he would go.
Yeah, listen, if he can go, he'll go. If he can't, then he can't. I mean, that's keep it that simple. We're not, that's how we'll roll with it. So, and then I'll just take it day by day and see how he does here. Yeah.
But at this point, there is a chance that he can go. He's not being ruled out.
Yeah, there's a chance. Yeah, we'll see.
Factor in, I mean, you're in a position now where you know 2 wins and you get the number 1 spot. Does that affect your judgment at all?
No, not necessarily. I mean, the games count. So, I mean, it's a game in the NFL, and it counts. And, if your guys can play, they play. I mean, as long as it's medically, if they're fine, they go.
So Patrick Mahomes wants to play. He said something very similar as well. They don't have the tiebreaker against Buffalo. They lost to Buffalo up there. But I'll go back to they do have a 2-game edge in the loss column. So they have to win 2 out of 3. Now, it's no gimmies. Texans coming in, then they go to the Steelers and to the Broncos to end the year.
None of those are easy games.
No, none of them are easy games. So I get it. I get where everybody is saying, no, he's going to play, whether it's you or Figgy or Sean or whomever. Their big goal is the 3rd straight Super Bowl, and that will not happen without Patrick Mahomes.
Well, I think you heard that, right? Like, that was Andy Reid specifically telling you, if he can play, he will play. As almost in a way, and he went further on talking about that to put away all that. I think it's understandable that you bring up the idea of there's higher aspirations and all those things. What are the trade-offs with playing now as opposed to making sure that he's healthy? The thing that was abundantly clear there is he was like, we're not thinking about all that. We need to win every week that we step up. Be 1-0, as head coaches like saying.
Yeah.
And to that end, Patrick Mahomes was talking about his ankle. This is cut 6 here from Patrick Mahomes, Figgy, about the ankle injury and the degree to which he felt like it was injured.
Yeah, I mean, you do similar stuff. I mean, every injury is a little bit different, so we worked on different stuff like that. But you start off with just kind of getting the treatment and getting it feeling good, and then you go out there and push it a little bit and try to get that movement going as well. And so you don't want it to get too stiff or anything like that. And I feel like it responded really well today, and we'll push it a little bit on the practice field and the rest of the day, and then see how it responds tomorrow and kind of go from there.
I think he wants to play. There's no question about that. But by the way, he was on the field. He was moving around pretty well. That would be another indicator. Now, they weren't going full bore, but he was moving around pretty well. That would be another indicator that he's going to play. I honestly just
can't. He was a full participant, mind you.
I think it just comes down to, guys, they're in that meeting room. Andy Reid, general manager, owner, whomever, personnel people, like, put it on the plus side and the minus side. That, even if it's just one check on the minus side, that's a season changer. If he aggravates it, if he just doesn't quite get to 100%, they have to have Patrick Mahomes.
And I think that this is why this week gets a little tough for the Texans. In part, obviously, you have the shorter schedule, just by a game in particular, but you're in the 3 games in 11 days window. That obviously the Chiefs are also in because that's also
another
play.
Factor.
But with that being the case, these teams have some advanced scouting and all that things going. But now you, as the Texans, have to plan for both Patrick Mahomes and Carson Wentz in this game, which I don't think is abysmally difficult, especially with this defense and the ways that this defense has played, the level that they've played to. But yeah, I don't think I'm crazy worried about either of them playing. Clearly, I would much rather see Carson Wentz. But both of these guys have been Carson Wentz just in general is a interception threat, right? He'll put it up there and give you an opportunity. Patrick Mahomes has thrown quite a few interceptions this year. It's just that the boogeyman of Patrick Mahomes exists, right? The idea that when it comes down to cutting time, he can pull something out of his keister. I think that's the thing that is scary. But hey, if you have a somewhat hampered Mahomes and you have Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson Jr. going at him, and you have Sting over there somewhere along with Kalen Bullock and Kamari Lassiter, I still actually pretty much like the Texans' chances in this.
I do too. And let's put it in that perspective. We've talked a lot this season ever since the schedule came out. Oh, the Texans have 3 games in 11 days. Do you want Patrick Mahomes playing 3 games in 11 days? Because they have the exact same thing. I think the answer is no.
But you ask Patrick Mahomes, is he going to play? He just does this. He just does this.
He says it anyway. I mean, he could be having surgery. I'm going to try to go if I can.
But see, the thing is, I feel like if he could step out on that field and play, I think he's going to play.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be a situation, unless it's last game of the season, it don't matter at all, where they say, you know what, he can play, but let's just be safe.
Yeah.
I don't think it seemed like Kansas City never really do that.
No,
type
and
of stuff.
that was basically what we got from Andy Reid there, man. It's relatively simple. If he can go, he will go, and I feel like he's going to do that thing. I mean, we're talking about on Tuesday, right? Was it 4 or 5 days out from 4 days out from the game? They're talking about him being a full participant and him going through the whole process of how you typically get yourself back from this kind of injury. It feels like he's going to make it through the week and be ready to play.
It does.
Yeah, so
I have my doubts.
Well, the excitement will be there nonetheless, regardless of who is back there at quarterback in this game. As the Texans, man, you have an opportunity. You still have slim chances at moving up, or maybe not even that slim if you move up to third, but you still have an opportunity to move up. And then obviously with the way that this defense is played, whoever's out there, it should be a really interesting game on Saturday versus the Chiefs. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's time to get into what's popping. We'll do that next.
I'm going back to back.
SportsRadio.com.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. A lot of things that I'm finding interesting in this moment, including the fact that did you realize that Kyle Tucker learned about his trade while he was at a teammate's wedding?
How about that?
Yeah.
Who wedding?
Miles Straw.
Okay.
He said he was actually said I was actually in Miles Straw's wedding down in Bradenton, in Florida, which is about an hour south of me when all of this came down. I saw some of the trade rumors on the internet and whatnot, so I knew it was somewhat of a possibility. You never know if it's actually going to happen or not in baseball and sports until it's actually done. So yeah,
that's wild.
Dang. Funny
because a lot of players were there.
Yeah. Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah, there are a lot of teammates, teammates,
a lot of current players too, probably.
Mm-hmm.
Man, talk about taking someone's shine away. I know that's more about brides than grooms, but hey, yeah.
Joe, like getting engaged at a wedding.
He should have proposed to his girl at the wedding. At that point,
at that point, go ahead and take all the shine, all of it.
Hey, I know you just got married, but
I got something to say.
So yeah, what else is popping is. We did mention a little bit. Mike Vick is up there was being talked about as possibly getting a college football job. Well, that has actually come to full fruition.
But not the school we thought.
Well, Sac State was one of the names. Norfolk State was also one of those, and Norfolk State is indeed where Mike Vick will be a head coach now. He is going to apply his trade there in that greater in Virginia, which makes sense. He is a Virginia legend. So yeah, he'll become the 44-year-old. He's from Newport News, and he will become the next head coach of Norfolk State. Why? What happened?
I thought he was younger than that for some reason.
Yeah.
He up there.
I mean, don't forget, like, he came into the league.
No.
You know the whole.
No, that's about right. That's about right.
And he hasn't played in a little bit. He went into media, did that for a few years. Yeah, that's right about that space.
But still seem young though.
Yeah.
I did not realize that he had agreed to, at one point, to be a offensive coordinator in one of these spring leagues, the AAF. But then the team announced that he wouldn't serve in that position. He has no head coaching experience, but he played in the league for 13 years and everything. But yeah, he's going to go to Norfolk State. I hope that he does well. At least it's not the super high profile thing, but it does feel like they're just kind of going off of the name as opposed to to try and get some of the effect that we've seen with some other places.
A lot of people are doing it.
Yeah. We seen it with Eddie George.
Eddie George at Tennessee State.
Yeah, definitely saw a pretty good job.
He's doing a good job. So I don't think that he'll do inherently a bad job, but I do find this interesting that teams are going this direction. And I guess it makes sense, especially at a place like Norfolk State.
That's the thing. It's where you go.
It seems like it's a recruiting tool, too.
It's a recruiting tool, but where you go to cut your teeth, so to speak.
Does Michael Vick still rate? As we get to that age, I realize I'm supposed to be a young guy, and I'm asking y'all this question, but I'm not the young guy to the point of 16, 17-year-olds. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Does Mike Vick does that name still do numbers amongst that?
Well, sitting in for Figgy is a 16, 17-year-old, right? 15. What'd they say on?
Don't do that. Don't do that to Colin.
What'd they say?
Colin hanging out with us.
Colin, is Michael Vick still resonate?
Personally, for me as a 16-year-old, yes.
Very good. Appreciate you, Colin.
Maybe add 8 more years.
Yeah, okay. So yes,
that is play him in Madden.
Yeah,
man.
But that is a good question, though. I don't think people realize how good and how phenomenal Michael Vick was.
There we go.
I think his nickname was the Experience, right? I believe that was a nickname that people called him, but. Maybe
I believe they call him the closer, actually.
No, that's someone else.
Man, who came up with that?
So yeah, no, and I think the location of where they land for their first college job is huge.
Yeah, because if they have if 16, 17 years old kids never seen him play. I bet you their father did.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, that is right.
If you go around, you might ain't see him in person, but you know about Michael Vick.
Yeah, Coach, some dude named Michael said that he wanted to recruit me.
Oh, yeah,
Mike Vick.
Come on in.
Let me show you something.
Come on in. This is our living room. Get you something.
So some other things that are popping. There's a new NBA All-Star format. And
what do you like to say also? Gross.
Okay, yes, I do say that from time to time. The new format for the All-Star game is going to be a little mini tournament. We've definitely seen this in the NHL All-Star game where they break this down into small teams. They do a little round-robin tournament. Of the 24 All-Stars, they will break it down into 3 teams of 8, and then one of the Rising Stars teams will jump into the tournament, and then they'll do a little tournament, right? Semifinals and final there in order to try and bring the All-Star game a little bit more intrigue. Do you have this Kevin Durant cut here, Colin? This is Kevin Durant being asked about the new format.
I hate it. Absolutely hate it. It's terrible. All-Star game, formats changing, all the formats terrible in my opinion. And we should just go back to East-West and just play a game. I think we've been trying to, bring that flair back somehow with the All-Star weekend, but I think we just keep it traditional. But we'll see how this one works. You never know. I might be wrong. I'm just another guy with an opinion, but we'll see how it works.
As guys with opinions, how do you feel?
I think the NBA looks lost. The NBA looks like they're scrambling. They look desperate. And what he said, what I'm thinking on this is they're spending a lot of money, a lot of money trying to figure out an answer on an all-star game that is just really hard to watch. I mean, even if you're the biggest fan in the world, it's hard to watch.
Absolutely.
All that money that you're spending, just make it for the winner. 1 million resonates. 100,000 doesn't do it for a lot of these guys.
I'm trying to think how many players are on the All-Star team.
15? Isn't it 15?
24. 12 on each.
Is it 12?
Yeah, it's 12 on each roster.
So you got to play. You actually got to play to get that.
They can make their own decisions, but if you win, you get $1 million a player.
Because there's some people that make the All-Star team but don't play.
Well, sure. And maybe they won't.
And usually they try and get everybody in because in an all-star game, unless the players are like, I don't need a lot of minutes.
Exactly.
I'll make a cameo and it's cool. I think I hear you on the put the money up. Mm-hmm. The question I have is then until how long does that last until it's not a motivating factor, right? Like
$1 million.
I think that's ultimately the thing that gets me is that every time they keep coming in, right? They keep coming through with various different things that maybe work for a period of time, but then does not let go. I think
an actual East-West $1 million a player for the winner, 0 for the loser. That has more legs.
Yeah, I mean it has more legs than what they're doing now.
Aren't they spending that much on all this crap?
I'm not
flying players in everywhere.
I'm not certain to that particular
different bonuses.
I'm not sure that they're spending $24 million to that level, but I think really the thing for me, and I hear you, I think that is something that could be interesting. But really, and that is something actionable. So I want to make sure that is noted, right? Because actionable solutions matter in this. And what I'm going to say isn't necessarily actionable, but I think it's the heart of the issue. Hey, man, have some damn pride.
Well, they don't. They don't care.
That's the problem is that...
they do when it comes to the regular season, but they don't care about the All-Star.
That's what this comes down to is like this, you have to have a level of pride. No matter how many times we put out carrots, eventually the carrot is going to become stale to the players. Eventually, y'all just going to have to decide that y'all are going to actually make this matter to you and have some pride. And I'm not saying, I understand some of the logic that happens here. I'm not saying that they're being fully irrational and getting to this place where it's not a great basketball game. But ultimately, y'all going to have to make the decision that this matters.
Yeah.
Because I don't know how many times we can. I mean, you have kids after a while, right? Like trying to ginger them up to do things. Hey, man, y'all got to make this decision that you want to do this eventually.
Yeah.
And I think that's the thing that I keep coming back to.
Yeah, I just don't see them taking this super serious how they did back in the day, man. I see them taking the in-season tournament a little more serious, and they don't get. I don't think they get paid. $1 million.
Well, not $1 million. So what happens?
They get what, 180 or something.
No,
like that?
they get paid for it, but see, they took that way more serious than the All-Star game.
And Giannis seemed to care about that 500 when he won the game when the Milwaukee Bucks won last night in the NBA Cup final. Thank you for giving me a segue to mention that they beat the Thunder in that game. When he won, he was jawing with the fans, and he was showing them 500 as if to point to the $500,000 that each player on the winning team got, as opposed to, I believe, somewhere in the 200 or 250.
So they're doing
range.
that, and it's getting traction, and it's not $24 million; it's $12 million. It's only the winning team.
Oh yeah, that's right. My
only
bad.
the winning team gets it. $12 million for the NBA. They could fart that.
Yeah,
I mean.
But I think also some of the difference here is you talk about $1 million for the All-Stars. We're talking about All-Star players that are making largely max salaries.
So that's why it can't be 100,000, 200,000. It's got to be $1 million.
The 500,000. One of the reasons that it works in the NBA Cup is that those dudes on the teams are also thinking that $500,000 is cool for me.
On the end of the bench.
Yeah, but man number 14 or whatever on this, that $500,000 does something for him.
Hey man, I don't care how much money you have. You give me $1 million?
More money is nice.
I think what they need to do, they need to make the All-Star game matters for the regular season. So if they have an East or West, maybe some type of home court.
Yeah, I was about to say, we did this with baseball, and we saw that people hated that.
Yeah, I get that, but people played. They played because it was something that mattered in the season that helped them.
Mm-hmm.
So if they really want to get people to really play, like maybe give them a home court advantage or something in the finals, or
have some
or
damn
playoffs
pride.
or something.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
like,
I
hear
agree with that.
Like I'm sick of because we've done this for a long time, and as like being a hoop fan that's really watched this somewhat closely, and I still watch the All-Star game, and even I'm getting to a place where I'm like, yo, this is really really tough to stomach.
Yeah.
At some point, all the gimmicks is all
That's
fine
what I'm
and
saying.
dandy.
East, West, with money on the line.
Have some damn pride.
Yeah.
Also, an organization, as we keep talking about basketball, not to be inside the NBA and like trashing the league so much, but it's a team that needs to have some pride. I was about to call them New Orleans. The Charlotte Hornets, who had to apologize after what they called a skit, but it felt like one of those in-game or in-arena kind of game things that happened. So what happened during was this last night's game or the night before? I believe this was the 16th. There was an on-court skit that they called. They said it missed the mark. The skit included bad decision-making and poor communication. What happened is, so during the situation, they had a young fan go onto the court, and in like what they wanted, they read a letter in which he asked for a PS5, and then they brought out a PS5 and they handed it to him, and then when he walked off the court, they took the PS5 away and they gave him a jersey.
Man, how bad of an organization is that? Just the way that they operate, the way that they think, you know?
So they did all this in the video?
On the court. So
on
the court. So it's supposed to be like I read a letter to Santa, and then the Hornets get to be Santa, and here you go. Here's your thing, kid. Congratulations. So yes, a quote unquote skit. Except you handed a child a PS5, and it was like, yeah, you get to hold it for 5, 4, 3. Here's a LaMelo Ball jersey.
How much does a PS5 cost? I'm out of the game.
A lot.
No pun intended.
$500.
It's about $500 now.
It's nothing.
Well, to a team.
Yeah.
That's so nasty.
That is awful.
Yeah.
I'm honestly more concerned about how many, people actually approve of this idea.
That's the thing. This had to go through some steps to happen on the court. Now, supposedly the child's grandparent, who they were there with, was told that this was going to happen, but you didn't tell the child that.
No.
And ultimately, when this gets out to the public, we all look at you like some broke boys.
Cheap.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yep.
Yeah, that's kind of like them Instagram skits people be doing. Have you seen them skits where somebody be like, "Hey, what's your name? Here go $100." Then it was behind the scenes. Somebody pretty much outed this guy out, said
he doesn't do it.
To the person that asked, "Hey, can you be a part of my skit? I'm gonna give you $100." And then you're going to walk away and act like you're going to do a little acting. And then I'm going to take that $100 back. And thank you. Appreciate it.
That's really what this is. That's
all it was.
This is Instagram, TikTok,
they
social
doing
media
it for
culture.
the gram. Yeah, they doing it for the gram.
Yeah,
that's
all they're doing.
Again, have some pride. Like, have some shame. Really and truly. Have some. I mean, you could have just been like, hey, would you like a jersey?
He would have been thrilled.
Yeah.
You didn't even have to. You went and got a PS5 box.
Yeah.
You went and made this happen. Give the kid the PS5. In fact, like I need them to come back around.
That's a gift.
Yeah. The only thing I was thinking too, maybe they made a mistake. Maybe it wasn't supposed to be for the kid.
Because they apologized like, yeah, sorry, our bad.
Also, they read a letter from Santa where he asked for a PS5. What's the mistake there?
Yeah.
Like, this is very intentional. Y'all were just being some jerks.
Yeah.
All right, that's what's popping in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I still can't believe they did that.
I know.
That is unbelievable. All right. Coming up next, we return to this Houston Texans team where the defense has been phenomenal. But how does it really compare to the teams that won it all with a great defense? Lopez did the research. We'll break it down next.
Ready? Your AFC South champion. FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John and Reggie Atatula.
Right now, we just finished the 11 o'clock hour just now, and as the window is opening for the $50 gift card, I probably shouldn't even said that there so there's no confusion, but we are giving away a 4-pack of tickets to the Kinder's Texas Bowl. It's LSU and Baylor that will be playing on New Year's Eve, and you and 3 of your friends will get a chance to go if you're caller number 5 right now, 713-572-4610. Again, 713-572-4610. The caller number 5 will get a 4-pack of tickets to that game. We'll give away another 4-pack in maybe about an hour or so.
How about that?
We'll do that. And in this hour, we'll also give away a $50 gift card to Texas Star Grill Shop. So all sorts of giveaways.
Because that's in the giving spirit.
I mean, it is the holiday season, baby.
I love that.
And that goes all the way, Sports Radio 610, because the drive will also give away a couple of pairs, a couple of the 4-packs to the Texas Bowl. So you want to keep it locked right here on this Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610. Shout out to the Texans who are, again, practicing, right? They're getting themselves ready for Saturday versus the Kansas City Chiefs. One of the things that is nice to know out from the practice field is that Joe Mixon is practicing. Yesterday he was resting. He did not practice or did not participate because they were giving him rest, which makes sense in this truncated schedule and everything that's happening. But also, Derek Stingley's out there. We learned earlier today he is the AFC Defensive Player of the Year. And shout out to the Texans on social media where they put like the little bee emoji because they're calling him Sting.
Yeah.
And shout out to the person on the text line who said, closer is bad. Y'all can do better. Don't say y'all. I ain't do that.
No,
I have no association with that. I'm actively trying to kill that.
It's gaining steam, man.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
It is not.
Gaining steam.
What is gaining steam, though, is not just Stingley himself, but the entirety of this defense and like their status as a very good defense in this league. And one of the things that we've been asking ourselves, and this is in part because the offense has not lived up to the fullness of the expectation that we've had for it, that I believe that they've had for themselves. They've been sufficient at times, but they haven't been great either. And so we've been asking ourselves, how far can this defense carry an offense? And one of the things that I firmly believe when it comes to the NFL just in general is if you're not going to have an offense that's up to snuff, whatever you want to ultimately define that is, you're probably going to need to have a historic defense to win a Super Bowl, right? And I understand Super Bowl isn't necessarily the goal for this team this year, but that's kind of all the goal for every team every year, if that makes sense. What are the teams that did get it done, that did win the Super Bowl and had that level of defense, and how does this defense compare to that?
Yeah, look, I think we can look at 3 seasons. We can go back, but the NFL was different, in 05 or 06 or whenever those Ravens had those defenses that were so crazy, even though 05 seems like yesterday. Let's look at 2013, 2015, and 2017, okay? More recent defenses.
You said, wait, what are those years one more time?
2013,
okay,
2015,
okay,
and 2017.
Okay, so I know
2013,
we're talking what, Legion of Boom?
Seattle Seahawks.
15, we're talking
way back in the day.
Denver Broncos, Von Miller's Denver Broncos, right?
Yes.
And then 17, who were we talking about? 17?
Jacksonville Jaguars.
Okay,
okay. Didn't win the Super Bowl.
That's right.
But made it because of defense. And you say in order to make that run to get to the Super Bowl, you have to have a historic defense. It's interesting that people say that because you don't call it a historic defense until after you win the Super Bowl or make the run.
I don't know.
Like you can say that's a really good defense. Like Legion of Boom had a great nickname and it was very popular. The Denver Broncos had Von Miller.
Yeah, and I bet in Week 14 we were looking at it like, yo, this defense is
might be historic. I mean, maybe, but like to make that run, you have to have that type of defense. All right, let's go with that. Let's look at the Texans' defense currently compared to 2013 Seahawks, 2015 Broncos specifically, and 2017 we can throw in there, but they didn't win the Super Bowl. They made an incredible run. All right, so let's start with the quarterbacks on those teams. 2013 Seahawks, Russell Wilson didn't have a good year compared to some of his other seasons. That
was early on, and it's funny because Russell Wilson, and obviously not in this conversation at all, but I also think about like Dak Prescott early in his career. Both of those guys were young guys that came in at quarterback that got a lot of love for their early play, especially because of winning. But really, it was like team winning. It's one of the things that I always point to about the idea that wins are not a quarterback stat. They were asked to kind of manage the game and just kind of handle things well. And they did that to that degree. They answered the call of what was asked of them, but they weren't being asked to do all the things that sometimes
we could see it.
Quarterbacks.
We could see it, but he didn't have oh my gosh, what a season he had. It was really the defense that did it. 2013 Seahawks ranked first in yards per game, 9th in sacks, and first in turnover differential. That's awesome. 2015 Broncos. Well, they had Peyton Manning, and he wasn't quite Peyton Manning.
No, that was Williams Manning, as I like to call him.
Yeah. So their quarterbacks were not exactly, oh my gosh, it was the defense that carried them. So the 2015 Broncos ranked, let me see if I have this right. Yeah, they ranked first in yards per game, the defense, first in sacks, and 20th in turnover differential. The Texans currently, they rank second in yards, second in sacks, and total yards, fourth. Okay? So the Texans are the only team that rank in the top 5 in all 3 of those categories, including
this season.
Versus the Seahawks of 2013 and the Broncos in 2017. They're the only team that rank in the top 5 in all those categories, even ahead of the Broncos and the Seahawks of 2013 and 2015.
Okay.
So think about that.
I'm interested because
think about that.
I know Ocho was on the text line here. Again, the text line is 713-572-4610, alluding back to the drive. Appreciate you listening all day, Ocho. Mentioning that, Clint maybe views this Texans defense as more of an opportunistic defense rather than what you would maybe term an overall great defense all the way around.
And I disagree with that.
Okay.
But let's just talk about historic defenses. You say 2013 and 2015. The Texans have the very similar, if not better, numbers than those two defenses right now. Now, let's talk about opportunistic defense. This is more of a sort of a observation, experience, OG stuff, if you want to call it that.
Okay.
Every time I've seen a defense that is opportunistic for a season, people think that is an anomaly, that it is like, boy, they're really lucky this year.
And that's because it's not a guarantee that year over year turnovers will continue, right? That those end up to be flukish is not the right word because I don't want to say
an anomaly. It's like that season. Yeah, that season they are really turning the other team over.
Right. It's not something that you can predict year over year in the same way that you can other things, other portions of defense. And I think that is a fair assessment. However, over in a particular season, if a team is more prone to turnovers, that is something that maybe can hold over the entirety of the season.
But I always disagree with that. Well, yeah, what you're saying is right. But what I'm saying is if you're opportunistic for a given year, and the Texans clearly are, the way that they lead in turnover differential, second in turnover differential, that means that is a great defense. In that one season, you may say, hey, they're just opportunistic. Okay, they're opportunistic all year long. I mean, look at the turnovers this team is getting week after week after week after week, especially after kind of not getting them the first couple of weeks of the season. They've really, ramped it up. So I would.
And I mean, five against the Lions help in a big way there as well.
That too, but you got 5.
Yeah.
You got 5. I don't care what you. If you want to call it opportunistic, that's fine. I call that a great defense.
Right.
In 2024, that's a great defense.
I hear you. I think the question that then comes up is because, I think Nick's lazy narrative on YouTube, nice callback that remains there. Opportunistic defense is code for bend, not don't break. And I think that's somewhat true, but I don't think that's fully the case, right? I feel like you end up being a little bit almost pejorative using the word or using that phrase, bend, don't break. At least it can be viewed as that way, as a little bit negative. And I wouldn't say that that's quite what this defense is, but explosive plays has been something that they've been susceptible to. And I think one of the things that's interesting is that you've seen some of those happen, and then you've seen the opportunities for some of those happen, even though they haven't crystallized. And so I don't know what to make of those, or if I should make anything of those things as you observe them.
Yeah, but look, it's kind of a defensive version of like when people talk about like, if it wasn't for that 65-yard run, they only had 40 yards of rushing. Okay, they had a 65-yard run. That they blocked, they ran, they hit the hole, they scored. And so, like, when you say, well, they're an opportunistic defense, okay, but they've got a turnover differential right now of plus 15. Yeah. I mean, that plus 15 counts. Interceptions in the NFL right now, Texans have 19. fumbles in the NFL right now.
Fumble recoveries?
Fumble recoveries. The Texans have 9. Like, that's not like, they got lucky on those 28 plays. No, that's 28 plays that affect the game.
Yeah.
That makes you a great defense. That to me, I'm not going to say that's what they're going to do in 2025, but in 2024, this is a great defense because of the turnover differentials, what they're doing, how they're changing games. You can't say, well, if it wasn't for all those interceptions and fumbles,
no, for sure,
it's not a good defense. Well, they got 28 of those freaking things. I mean, and they keep going.
Especially at one point a couple years ago, they wouldn't get none of those.
They were getting nothing.
Turnovers.
And so as I'm looking at this, I'm like, yeah, you can call it what you want, but this is a great defense. This is a defense with a quarterback in C.J. Stroud that is kind of having that Russell Wilson type year, where, it's there. We see it. He can still make plays, but he's not blowing anybody away. Well, you know how you can get to the AFC Championship, and I'm not saying they are, but how you can with a defense like this. That's how you can get there.
Yeah, but I mean, you need to be. I think you still need to be more efficient on offense.
Yeah, I was about to say. Do you think
C.J. Stroud's important?
Because
don't get me wrong.
we go
I'm
back.
just wondering if this defense good enough to overcome that. Because obviously the Seahawks defense was so good it kind of shadowed that off. They
could also tote the rock though.
Yeah. Yes. They had.
They had a consistent running game, right? And then I'm going back to. That what was that Broncos team? You still had that. Was that Demaryius Thomas still at that point in time, wide receiver wise?
So
with Peyton Manning.
Yeah,
I think so.
But they weren't lighting it up, man.
No, they weren't lighting it up. And that's what I was trying to look back at. But like you had enough offensively, and I think the question is what does enough look like for this offense, especially because you need enough with some level of consistency. And I think when Joe Mixon out decides to put on the cape and give you the individual brilliance. That shows up, right? When you can get 100 yards and a touchdown in Nico Collins, that exists as enough.
Yeah.
But you're also working with the last couple of games where you haven't necessarily gotten those things.
Well, Exhibit A is this past Sunday. They didn't have an outstanding. They showed us a little bit, but they had enough on offense. C.J. Stroud wasn't C.J. Stroud of 2023, but he looked the part in bits.
And that's a 20-12 victory with 4 turnovers. You know what I mean?
Yes, that's my point.
But that's what I'm saying.
That's kind of my point.
If they play how they did Sunday, like consistently, then I do think I think you could make that case of them being like the Seahawks.
And they've played relatively consistently like that all year long. Again,
but not with that offensive line.
No. I'm talking about the defense.
Oh, okay.
But this is where the complementary football of it all then comes back in because yes, there's games where they've gotten 4 and 5 interceptions and turnovers, whatever, and that's great. If that becomes the full kind of plan, if that becomes the entirety of the pathway to being some level of contender in the postseason, are you certain that you're going to do that week in and week out against the best teams in the league when you face off against them?
That is defensively,
as a whole, yes.
I think yes. Defensively, I am certain. And here's the other reason why. Let me add a couple of other little nuggets here. And I'm not saying, this is an historic defense. But what I'm saying is, this is a defense that compares with those two, and we can see where it settles, where the dust settles later. But let me add a couple of other levels.
Okay.
The Broncos could rush the passer in 2015.
Agreed.
They could absolutely rush the passer. You got 2 of the top sack leaders in the entire NFL on this team.
100%.
So not only do they create turnovers, you got guys that can flat out rush the passer. And then this one I'm reluctantly adding, Figgy. I know Reggie's probably going to at some point look at EPA.
That's right.
EPA per play.
You are correct.
So I did it for you.
Thank you.
The 2015
EPA per play.
The EPA per play of the 2015 Broncos was negative 0.17. The EPA per play of the 2013 Seahawks is negative 0.13. You know what the EPA per play of the Texans is right now? Negative 1.2. Right there. Right there with the 2013 Broncos and the 2015 Broncos and 2013 Seahawks.
Okay.
They're right there.
I hear your case.
They're right there.
I hear your case.
Yeah.
And look, it does feel like, yes, there is a path, but the point that I ultimately make and am trying to make, even with the turnovers thing that I'm saying, the margins get really thin.
Yeah.
If this is the way that you're trying to win a Super Bowl or even like contend and go deep into the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
is this a team that's consistent enough all the way around? I know that we could point to the defense and go, I think we've gotten to a place where we believe they're consistent, that we believe that when push comes to shove, they will make that play, that Kalen Bullock will get down the field and trip up an offensive player so that they can stand on that one blade of grass, like that they will do those types of things. The Sting will get his hands and rip the football out of one of the best wide receivers in the league. We believe that they will do all of those things. That the entirety of the team, do you believe that the entirety of the team will make those timely, important plays that exist at the mark? They stay on this side of it to where they win as opposed to that side of it where they fall out.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm just kind of, I don't have the confidence in the offense, man. Like, it'd be one thing if it was just C.J. Stroud having a bad year.
Not as what they put down.
Yeah, it's not only C.J. Stroud, man.
No.
It's you look at the offensive line, sometimes the Russian attack is MIA. I thought we had a whole bunch of good receivers that can, like, you could spread the ball across, but it seemed like it's just Nico Collins. I don't really have the faith in the offense, man.
And this is why I know someone was texting earlier, right? Give me one good reason why this team shouldn't, like, basically shut it down because of they've already clinched the playoffs. And this is it, right? You still have a lot of room for improvement to find some level of consistency and raise the level of play that you have, particularly offensively on this team. And that's what I think these next few games are going to represent. This is the laboratory for you to find something within yourself and to raise the level of play so that once you get to the playoffs, you can open up that margin of victory with this defense that clearly gives you a chance to win and meet them with some complimentary football.
You got Bobby Slowett too. However you feel about Bobby Slowett.
I guess we
Well, the fact that you mentioned that tells me how you feel about Bobby Slowett.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, if you have some type of issues and not really confident in
those
them,
all I'm saying is those offenses of those two teams I mentioned had issues.
They did. That is, it's a fair point.
Issues.
I think that it's a well-stated point.
Yeah.
I just, again, the margins get real thin on those. That's the thing that I want to point out with this. But we'll see if the Texas defense seems to compare to those greats that somewhat kind of carried their offenses to a Super Bowl. Could this team do the same?
I wonder how confident people felt about those teams, like, in real time.
That's what I was saying earlier. I feel like now it's like, well, they were historic. At the time, you're like, they're really good.
I think the Seahawks, there was definitely confidence. The Broncos, I think there was maybe a little bit less. And again, text in, let us know how you recall this. And then what are the other teams we're talking about? The Jaguars? Oh, no, I had no Jaguars team. They were blowing my mind every time they won in the playoffs. And I was shocked that they were on this doorstep of the Super Bowl like they were.
Damn near should have been there.
And then I was also in a I told you so moment when the team broke up the next year because the defense was like, are y'all really going to pretend like we did not carry these boys, this offense, all the way to the AFC Championship game? But there you go. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's time for our Lunchtime Confessions.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Oh, man, this kind of snuck up on me, but it's a good thing. I didn't even realize Saturday might be the best day to watch football all year. Like we've been talking and caught up with the Texans and all that stuff. I'm looking at this. I showed it to you yesterday. Noon, Penn State, SMU. And the best thing about it is they're all in a line, too. There's a very little crossover on these games.
There's crossover.
A little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit. Noon, Penn State, SMU. And this is all Eastern. So 11 a.m. Penn State,
there you go.
SMU.
God's time.
Noon, Chiefs, Texans. 4 p.m., Texas and Clemson.
That's right.
I mean, I was like totally out on that one. I forgot about it. 3:30, Ravens versus Steelers. And then 7 p.m., Ohio State and Tennessee. Man, that's a day.
That's a really good, baby.
That's a day of football right there.
And I understand that, there's some multiple TVs.
Yeah. But stakes. They got high stakes on all these.
I was like, what does steak got to do with this, man? I guess I'll eat a steak, too. That'd be great.
You could get some steaks.
Get a steak and watch some football. Yeah.
Steaks with an EA. Doesn't matter. Both of them. You got 3 elimination games. You have Ravens and Steelers. And then, of course, we know the stakes on and steaks on Chiefs and Texans.
Are there food steaks on Chiefs Texans?
But it's Kansas City and meat and Houston meat. We should have steaks.
What did you just say?
Kansas City, all cattle, beef.
That was just a weird.
Should have some steaks.
Hearing the words Kansas City meat and Houston meat sounded insane to me. I don't know.
You love that Houston meat.
Technically, it was fine. Mm-hmm. I don't think that there was anything actually wrong with the statement, but it hit my ear wrong. I was just like, what is happening?
It was kind of close to what Fat Joe said about the guy that played for Kansas. What's his name? Grady Dick?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah.
What he said during the draft?
Yeah. That was, yep.
You love Houston meat.
What am I supposed to say to that?
Hey, shout out to Houston, whoever out there. Whoever out there named Houston.
That is wild. That is insane. Anyways.
These are my confessions.
All right, so a homeboy hit me up. No, his name is not Houston. Don't do that. Mm-hmm. But he hit me up and was like, hey, what is your top 5 Christmas songs list? And I was like.
Oh, here we go.
What?
Biggie's in the mood for sure.
And I appreciate that, right? I was like, but what do I look like, a jukebox? And I was like, I don't think I have that. And he was like, yeah, I'm asking people for, to put together a bracket, which understandable, right? Mm-hmm. Like this time of year, get into that space. But I think the confession is, I think I'm the weirdo here. Mm-hmm. Do people offhand know top certain level favorite Christmas music, Christmas songs?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Give me 10 right now.
My top
30
5,
seconds.
My top 5 would be
10.
Go 5.
I'll go 5.
I'll go 5.
We don't got time for all that.
Frank Sinatra, Jingle Bells, obviously Mariah.
Obviously.
Then probably. Then probably.
That ain't in your top 5. Stop it, man.
Mariah?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, I just realized it's actually Christmas movies, which I guess maybe more
That's
egregious.
a different one.
Oh, okay.
Elf.
Yeah.
Okay.
Home Alone 2.
Die Hard. Or let the argument begin.
I think a lot of people are on your side on this.
Yeah.
Friday After Next.
What's the other one? There's so many I like.
Okay, see, I am the weirdo.
Yeah.
It take me a second. Mm-hmm. I'm terrible at favorites though. So
it's hard to just limit it to top 5 or something.
Yeah, it would take me. I don't even favorite Christmas movie. I'm not sure that I immediately have one that comes to mind. It seems like both of y'all do.
Elf.
Now, I rock with Home Alone 2.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably it, to be honest, man.
Come on. Yeah, Elf is legendary.
Yeah, no, it's cool, but if I had to go to, is
Christmas Vacation. What am I thinking? That too. That's 1 and 1A. 1 and 1A. Yeah.
And now I have opened up the doors to the text line 713-572-4610. And because I messed up, now it's either Christmas songs or Christmas movies. We just got people.
We got everything.
Everybody is getting into Christmas spirit in the text line, and I can't come up. I think the favorite. I don't even know if it's my favorite, but one of my favorite Christmas songs is actually, and I'm not even sure technically song, which is "Purple Snowflakes" by Marvin Gaye.
Okay.
Fun.
Okay.
White Christmas, Bing Crosby.
Okay.
I like Silent Night by the Temptations.
Ooh, that's a good one.
That's a good one. Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So I said this before a couple weeks ago. But I'm saying it again, and this time it's for real.
This time I mean it.
The gig is up, man.
Oh, no.
No, are they taking Jackson?
Yeah.
Axon Jackson moving?
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
So the mom texted us yesterday and said, hey, I tried to hold off as long as I can, but the daughter keep asking me about him.
Mm-hmm.
So we got to pick him up this weekend.
I hate that so much.
Yeah, I'm just like, dang, man.
Yeah.
So she ready for her toy back.
Mhm.
So now she crying about her little toy, which is the dog. But however, I do feel I kind of feel a little more relieved now because it's not that responsibility of trying to get home and knowing it's a dog there waiting on you. But the mom did say she talked to the daughter and said, hey, you got to take care of it now. If you don't take care of it, he going back.
There we go.
Good. There's still
we got
a
the
chance.
clause put in. Yeah.
So
there's still a
and
chance.
honestly, don't even worry about that because it seems like the dog's like hanging out at Figgy's house anyways. He might just be able to pick up a stray.
Yeah, I know. Oh man, I didn't even tell you this, Lopez. So we were on our way back from Army Navy.
Mm-hmm.
My wife sent me a picture of the backyard. It said WTF.
Mm-hmm.
It was 2 random dogs back there.
Oh, wow.
And if you don't know, my backyard is closed off.
Mhm.
It is a little space between the house. So these two, one little puppy and one little older dog was just in the backyard. And the dogs, my dogs.
Now
was
you got
going
4
nuts.
dogs. Now you got
4 dogs, yeah. So I'm like, man, I got to figure out how to close this backyard.
The neighborhood dogs just hang out at Figgy's house now. So
Yeah, go to
you'll
Figgy's
never
house.
be without a dog.
Bro, it's like 18 dogs hanging around there, man. I'm just like, man, I hate this. But yeah, Action Jackson, man.
He'll be back. She ain't going to take care of him.
So
yeah.
you're getting a dog for Christmas is what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Yeah. The good thing is I hope she actually appreciates the dog and do more for the dog.
Mm-hmm.
If that's the case, then I'm happy.
I hope that for Jackson too, because I'm sure
Yeah.
he done gotten used to like having somebody really
spoiled.
take care of him. He's spoiled him, and now he's gonna go back there and be like, "Why am I in the poverty
I actually
now?"
play with him, man. I
Yeah.
actually get down on the ground and play with the
Of course.
dog. So
It's because you're a good dog person.
yeah.
These are my confessions.
All right, this is usually my wheelhouse, and I need some help. My confession is I need some help from some listeners, from anyone who knows of a guy or a place or such. So you guys know this if you listen at any point in time. We pick a country every year for Christmas, and that's our Christmas dinner. We go all in decorations. We dress up in that mode, and we cook classic dishes from that country, and we've done all kinds of different countries. This year we are doing Italy, and I have been tasked with making brodetto. Do you know what brodetto is?
Nope. I'm not gonna pretend.
Brodetto is like a fish stew from Sicily that has monkfish in it.
Ah.
Monkfish is from the Carolinas, like it's from Cape Hatteras, that stuff. I called my normal place in Seabrook that I go get seafood from and oysters and all that stuff, and they're not going to have monkfish.
Oh, so you need to get on this because
somebody in Houston has monkfish. I need probably 2 whole monkfish.
Yeah, how dedicated are you to this?
Yeah. Oh, 100%. We go authentic.
No, I'm saying if this is something where you have to have some fish flown in, would you be able to do that?
Oh yeah, but I don't want to.
Because you might need to do, like I said, a week out from Christmas. You might need to do that now.
No, that's why I'm doing the confession right now.
Okay.
Yeah, get some from Spain.
No. I mean, we do, like, our menu is so authentic. My oldest son does it. Like this year, we're having not just spaghetti and meatballs. We're having turlesi, risotto, pappardelle, Fanessi, Bordetto Fanessi, which is what I'm making, panzanella, arrosticini, pampanella, gagliozzi.
There's an Italian listener right now that's just cringing.
Cannoli, which everybody knows that one.
Familiar.
Who is this American?
We go all in, and we're authentic. Anybody who knows where I can get a monkfish or 2, text in.
Wait, what? Via Ho has it? Shout out to Via Ho. That's one of my favorite supermarkets.
Oh, really?
Beach Nut and Beltway.
Okay.
Someone said that on the text line.
Veer Ho.
What other places? What other countries was in the run? I meant to ask you that. What other countries was in the run?
Well, last year we had India. This year,
don't y'all have like a couple
we have
countries?
we vote on 3 on.
What was the other 2?
We had Brazil. No, Argentina, Italy, and then we had I can't remember the other one. We had another one. We had down from Vietnam, Cambodia.
Okay.
Yeah, but we've had Southeast Asia recently. So we're doing this.
Okay.
Said fancy HEB by Westheimer.
I looked at HEB. I hope I'm wrong, but they didn't have it in stock.
You can't hit our guy Joe up and see if he can hook you up.
Joe from HEB.
Joe, I know you listen. I need monkfish.
Yeah, what you got?
Yeah.
You got connections. You out here.
I'm using them.
I guess that is fair.
I'm using them now.
Best connections in the game. Listeners of Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you guys.
Veer Ho, huh? I'll look at that.
VIET. That was just a typo.
Okay, Viet Ho. Okay.
Yeah. Shout out to our Vietnamese folks out there. Say who you calling a ho? That's the name of the place. Unless I'm definitely pronouncing it wrong. I'm sure. Vietnamese listeners, let me know. Let me know how bad I said that. But appreciate you guys rocking with us nonetheless. Coming up next, as we always do on a Wednesday, it's never too late in the season to overreact. Let's do a little NFL overreaction or not. Next.
So long.
AC running at half the cost of a generator. Visit BroncoPowerBoost.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and Reginald Atatula. Shout out to Fig getting us really in that
This is on
Christmas
the list.
spirit.
I don't know if it's top 5, but it's on the list.
Oh, ain't no way this top 5.
Oh, no.
Ain't no way.
Good one. Good one.
All right, come on, be serious.
Good one.
Be for real.
I am.
This one?
Yeah.
Okay. You say so. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us, and just for hanging out with us on a day where we are in the Christmas spirit, in the giving feeling. How about we give away a $50 gift card to Texas Star Grill Shops? You can get yourself some grill stuff and then maybe some OG sauce if you need. Caller number 10 right now to 713-572-4610 will win that $50 gift card. And don't forget, it also comes with a opportunity, a chance to be entered into a raffle to possibly win a grill from Texas Star Grill Shops. We appreciate them for keeping our listeners equipped.
Yeah, they do.
For all their grilling.
And the OG going to bring you the grill.
Yeah, he will.
And he going to assemble it for you.
Well, no, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, that's
IKEA
extra.
style. He going to do it IKEA style.
IKEA, yeah.
So wrong?
So
okay, all right.
You're going to be on the living room floor trying to put screws and stuff together.
Something that's supposed to take 25 minutes. He'd be in there for 4 hours.
That's the worst. They say, time to assemble, 20 minutes. 2.5 hours later,
that's right.
you're still.
And I appreciate that they'll put extra pieces in there because just in case something breaks or you lose it, but then
you have that little driving nuts, like wait
that
a
little
minute.
moment, yeah, like where's this supposed to go? Why do I have extras?
Did I do it wrong?
You be like, damn it, I put this on backwards.
Yeah.
Gotta do this again.
I have done that.
And the worst part
all
is
the time.
you never realize you put something on backwards until you almost done, and you got to disassemble half of what you already did.
Yep,
that's a problem. All right, look, ain't no disassembling with the NFL. We are 15 weeks in at this point, and so we can still overreact, and we will, with a little NFL overreaction or not. You know how the game goes. I'll give you these situations. You let me know if they're overreaction or not. And we begin with the Detroit Lions. This is a team that is very good, clearly. However, they have had an abundance of injuries on this team, although it did seem like there is like a small sliver of hope that David Montgomery, who was the latest of those injuries, could possibly make his way back before.
That's a big ass, too.
The season. It's a big ass. It is indeed. But lots of injuries. I think something like 15, was that the number on defense or something? It's just a ton.
Yeah.
With that being the case, the Lions will not get the number 1 overall seed in the NFC. Overreaction or reality.
Ooh, what a race it's going to be, too.
Call number 10. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to say that's an overreaction. And boy, I feel wrong even just saying it, but my gut tells me that has made very clear with F-bombs thrown in there as well. They're still really, really good on defense. They have a lot of guys on defense.
And they
still have Gibbs.
They do have Gibbs, but the defense is the issue, right? They are currently tied at 12-2, and so are the Eagles, right? They do have the tiebreaker over the Eagles with best win percentage in conference games, seeing as they do not have a direct matchup.
Yeah.
And the rest of their schedule thus far: Bears, Niners, both on the road, and then Vikings at home to end this. So,
well, that's a good spot to be in.
That's not a bad spot to be in. But I take you to the Philadelphia Eagles. The way that they finished out the schedule is Commanders, Cowboys, Giants. Oh, wow. They just go around the entirety of the NFC East there,
so
don't
that's
they?
3 dubs.
Quite possibly. I mean, they start at Northwest Stadium versus the Commanders.
Okay, so that's a little dicier.
So it's a little dicier.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, that's a possibility
I still
there.
can't believe they've won 10 straight.
Yeah, with all of the hubbub that they've had.
Mm-hmm.
Focus.
Yeah.
The Lions.
So
you're saying
I think it's a little bit of an overreaction. I think the Lions are going to get it done.
The tough thing about it, they play a very particular style of defense, and they are getting into the very bottom of the barrel of their talent.
Mm-hmm.
And so I do wonder if that defense will hold up. But I guess you're looking at, again, Bears, Niners. Niners maybe could get them if the Niners are playing at a high level, but I'm not certain. And then the Vikings definitely will make it tough. It'll be close down the stretch. They do have that tiebreaker. They just have to match the Eagles on the way out. So, maybe they do get it done. We'll see how that ultimately plays out. I guess, speaking of the Niners, I'll go to this as the next overreaction or reality. How about this? The San Francisco 49ers should wait on extending Brock Purdy. Overreaction or reality?
Oh, that's an overreaction. They've got to get that done. The last thing you want is some strife, at the quarterback position. And
with him just already having not been paid very much for so long.
Yeah, and also, I mean, what else does he have to do? You know, I mean, what else does he have to do?
Yeah, but I don't know. I understand what you're saying there, but I don't even know if this is fully properly viewed through the context of like accomplishment. I do wonder if the question, is better kind of viewed through the lens of your window for the Niners.
Now that's closing.
One can make the argument that is closing, that you might have made the wrong decision on paying some of these players like Brandon Ayuk, who held you over a barrel, and then actually some of this was like he couldn't figure out what he wanted. Ultimately, you get him signed up, and I don't know that he has been all that great this year, Brandon Ayuk. And so I do wonder if some of that you look around and you go, this is maybe not the team that you can win with. And part of Brock Purdy's feasibility, tenability, was that you had all of these pieces around him, and I don't know what it is if they're not around him.
They're gonna have to make some decisions too, because once they pay him, like what you gonna do with Deebo Samuels, and Ayuk, and pieces like that. And Deebo haven't had a great year either.
But that's the price of doing business, man.
I know. That's what I'm saying. That window is
keep
too
in
late
mind,
now.
the Niners have tried some bigger name quarterbacks, and that didn't work. But Brock Purdy did work.
But see the thing. But see the thing is too I think it's all about that window too. Because a very low salary.
Yeah.
And they were a championship caliber team. And you didn't win a Super Bowl. So now you got to pay this guy a boatload of money, more than Trevor Lawrence and all these other guys. And now you got to figure it out.
How do you feel about this one?
I've always been a little lower on Brock Purdy. I've forced myself begrudgingly to give him his due, because I know that sometimes our priors kind of stop us from getting to that place. And yes, he was Mr. Irrelevant or whatever, but he has played adequately well for what they've asked him to do. I think this is where it gets dicey. Is you talk about a quarterback in the context that they're at when you're just talking about what they're doing. You talk about a quarterback in a vacuum when you talk about whether you want to pay them.
Yeah.
And in a vacuum, I don't know how much I love him as a player, to the point where I can definitely get to that place. Although the market matters, and you look around the market and what's going to be out there quarterback-wise, kind of slim pickings. So you might need to see if you can find a deal that is somewhat that you go ahead and pay him, but see if you can find a deal that's not necessarily as one of the best quarterbacks in the league, where everybody has their hand and the next hand up on the on the stick, so to say, on getting the most money. But see if you can find something. And this might be disrespectful, and I apologize if that's the case. Some kind of Geno Smith where it's like, hey, this will get you. You can eat off this, but this can keep us in a place where we're a little bit more flexible.
That ain't happening.
I know
it's not happening.
But I think just like the idea being something more akin to that, where it's not something that you're pot committed in a way.
I defend Brock Purdy. Look, I don't think he's elite, top 5, whatever.
Elite.
But I defend him more than you guys do, or certainly Reggie. Just makes those plays. He's not Daniel Jones or Trevor Lawrence.
No, but that can't be the bar.
But they got paid, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
but he showed you he could. I mean,
he's good.
I'm not giving him all the credit, but you could win a Super Bowl with him.
Absolutely.
You got the two of them.
Yeah,
with him.
You could win a Super Bowl with him, but I think then you ask, what are the circumstances that you would have to have? And I don't think he's one of those guys where it's a lot of circumstances that work for him. I think
just don't think you're flushing money. You're not flushing money. Well, like you would with Trevor Lawrence or Daniel Jones or whomever.
Sure. Yeah. But of course, different bars than we're talking about.
Yeah.
For sure. All right. How about another NFL overreaction or reality here in the loop? Then this is pertinent to us. We talked about it. There's still opportunities for the Texans to move up in standings when it comes to the playoffs, right? The Steelers only are 1 game ahead of you. The Bills 2 games ahead of you, and you have the tiebreaker. So effectively, it's 1 game lead there. Ravens currently sitting at 5. They're a game back of the Steelers in their division there. That might shake out. Broncos at 6 currently. Chargers at 7 currently. That is what it looks like for the playoffs at this point. Overreaction or reality, the AFC playoffs are basically set.
I think it's a reality, especially when you start looking at their schedules. We have the hopes for the Texans, but we know there's going to be some severe hurdles that they have to overcome down the stretch. I think the Steelers are pretty much going to end up being locked in where they are. Yeah, I think the Broncos as well. I think that the reality is we see the bracket, and that's probably going to be the bracket.
I think probably right in that regard. The Ravens and Steelers are playing this weekend, and that'll go a long way.
That's the one Saturday we're talking about.
Yeah, and you're right. I think that'll go a long way in seeing if those things flip or switch.
Yeah.
but I think the Texans have the opportunity to move up, and I was really excited about the idea of that, especially if Patrick Mahomes is not going to play, because I'm like, ooh, you can get 2 out of these next 3 and possibly have a spot to move up. But if we're talking likelihood, it's probably likely that 1 through 7 looks the way that it does going into the playoffs.
Yeah, and you need somewhat of a collapse. That's a little dramatic, but from the teams ahead of you, to lose games that they weren't expected to lose.
And I don't know if I can really give all the credit that I want to here to the schedule makers, but there's a lot of drama that exists with these final games where I know that the Steelers and the Chiefs and the Ravens all kind of play each other at some point. I think the Bills might play. There might be some overlap there. Like you have multiple of those teams at the top there playing each other down the stretch to see how this seeding ultimately falls. So that is cool with this, but yeah, I think that we're going to get out of the wash and largely it's going to look the same. And I really hope that that's not the case, because I would love for the Texans to get a little bit better footing than being in that four seed, and maybe give yourself an opportunity to possibly, if things shake your way, host a second round game or whatever, right? Or even just avoid the best wild card team in that circumstance. All right, you want one more? Or we
I do.
There?
I want one more, please.
All right, let me see if I can get you one more that I really, really like here. And I will go back to where I started, the Detroit Lions, and I'll bring the Bills in. We got a fantastic matchup between those two, 48-42. If you don't recall, that was a scoregami. I just want to make sure that you knew that.
Yes, I do remember.
Just want to make sure that you remembered it. And overreaction or reality, we saw a Super Bowl preview.
I think that's a reality. I think that's a reality. Like, you can't.
That's gonna make Chris Berman happy, right? Is that?
That's right. In the Niners.
Or is it the Niners? It's the Niners and the Bills.
Yeah, the Niners and the Bills is the game that he always picked every year, no matter what. But look, you have to obviously always be afraid or give credit to the Kansas City Chiefs, and we have said this before, but the Bills are playing the best football right now in the AFC, and so. Yeah, I think the Bills are going to go.
I think it's possible.
Yeah.
How crazy would this Super Bowl be, man?
Bills and Lions, two teams
that never. The Bills won it back in the day.
No,
they never won. They got
Falls to Buffalo.
They got there, man. But they never won.
Yeah.
Okay, that would be crazy.
And Detroit, I think they've been to the
craziest fans.
They've been to the NFC championship game. They've never been to a Super Bowl. So that would leave the Texans and I think two other teams that have never been to the Super Bowl.
And the Jags.
But it ties in with your first point. Got to have home field. Detroit has to have home field. Like, it's a must.
Yeah, I think I lean with Wesley on the YouTube. Green Bay is sleeper. Philly as well. Like, I think Philly looks like a really good team despite themselves. Like, the thing that I think stops Philly right now is, in a weird way, I think the head coach, because I think with a better head coach, one that can manage personalities better, that little tiff that was clearly there between A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts, like, they want to get mad at us, like we was the one who made that happen, as if they didn't get out here and start talking about it.
Media people.
I think that type of stuff gets handled a lot better in-house if you have somebody that has a better handle on all those things. Like, imagine, of course, I'm going right to the top. Imagine if that's Mike Tomlin's locker room.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And so I think that's the type of stuff that could slow them up. But on the field stuff, the Eagles are still a problem.
See, they are, but my thing is, who do you trust more? I don't trust the Packers. I don't trust the Eagles.
I trust the Eagles.
I don't trust the Eagles. I do trust the Dan Campbell and the Lions.
I would if he wasn't.
I don't trust Dan Campbell.
Well, man. Because of one kick.
No, I think that's the reason why they will. If they lose, it will probably be because of
another boneheaded thing.
Yeah, I wouldn't even call it boneheaded, but the way he roll the dice, man.
Yeah.
Like, you ain't gonna get the rolls your way all the time.
No,
man.
you're not. No, you're
That's gonna be a way they lose, man.
He has a feel for the game, and he lets his players in, like, the way that he feels go for it. I appreciate that. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We're coming up to the 1 o'clock hour where we will be giving away another one of those 4-packs of tickets to the Kinder's Texas Bowl between the LSU Tigers and the Baylor Bears. So keep it locked right here. But also, coming up next, MLB released a study on pitcher injuries. Is this an existential crisis for baseball? 713-572-4610. We'll talk about it next.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and Reginald Atatula. I wish I could just take that whole break and put it in as a segment, because we were talking up and down. We were just talking about NFL overreaction and reality, and I was talking about Nick Sirianni and how I didn't feel like he did great with personality. Someone mentioned that he's currently on the longest win streak in Eagles history.
Yeah, he is.
He's doing fine. Like, no
talent would do that for you.
That is a Howie Roseman production over there, right? Like, the talent that they have there, I believe sincerely, and I can give you all the reasons, but we ain't got time for all that. I believe sincerely that organization marches to the beat of Howie Roseman's drum, and I think that really and truly, as a walk-around coach, I know that it's hard to be able to tell what a person does, but it does feel like that guy is more of a figurehead than anything else, right? And I get it if you say that you don't view it that way. That's cool. And then that took us to somehow talking about Michael Penix Jr., who is now the quarterback.
He's going to mess around and win 2 or 3 games out of the last 3 and take them to the playoffs and become a god in Atlanta.
Yeah, for the Falcons. Because first of all, that would be the Falcons actually doing something good in a moment of pressure, which when often do they do that down the stretch to win the division? And then also, he'd be out here wearing do-rags and stuff, right? With Michael
Not
Penix.
only do-rags, he have it like hanging all the way down.
Drag with the flip out, right? Which just culturally in Atlanta means a little bit of something. And also it harkens back to something. What is that, Fig?
He's a left-handed quarterback, man.
They had one of those. They had one of those.
What was the last left-handed quarterback they had that was pretty good in Atlanta?
I think his name was Michael.
Yep. He just got hired somewhere else.
Norfolk State. Yeah. So I'm like, we were talking about all those things, and I was like, wow, fascinating what sports will do. But yeah, appreciate you hanging out with us. We will be giving away what are we giving away? Oh, 4-pack.
Yeah.
4-pack to the Kinders Texas Bowl on New Year's Eve between LSU and Baylor. We'll be giving that out in this hour, so keep it locked here. But you brought this to my attention. MLB, Major League Baseball, if you're not familiar. That'd be weird if I was just like, MLB, and they're like, huh?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
What's MLB?
Major League Baseball. They put together a report. They did a little bit of research.
A lot of bit of research.
They did put together a report on some real important research that they did on injuries to pitchers. We've talked a lot about this of late. The idea that, hey, man, pitcher injuries feel like they're going up. Like,
they are.
And
the report says so.
Yeah, they interviewed over 200 experts from all areas and levels of baseball, and the goal was to identify and begin the process of identifying the root causes of pitcher injuries. And so there's some big takeaways in this, but ultimately I kind of want to ask if all of this is existential. And takeaway number 1 is yes, there is a broad consensus that pitchers chasing max effort velocity and stuff is driving the increase in injuries. So if we're just trying to find and identify, hey, what's the largest factor? Because I'm sure it might be like other sub-factors that are involved here, but the largest factor, all these pitchers trying to maximize velocity.
Yeah.
Right? And I guess stuff is probably talking about, I'm guessing like spin rate and those types of things that pitchers are really identifying and trying to drive up, trying to drive up the RPMs and stuff. Trying to reach the upper levels of human performance on those things is driving up injuries.
This is a fascinating thing, and I went down and read the entire thing. It was a very good read. Baseball has a problem. They know they have a problem. They have injuries to pitchers at frankly, an alarming rate. 10 years ago, they had some 16,000 days altogether in MLB pitchers spent on the injured list. This past season, twice as many.
Yeah. Oh, so yeah, just the confirmation that this is indeed a problem. Like
twice as many.
Yeah.
We know the visual problem, the aesthetics problem of pitchers, openers and pitchers getting hurt, and why Astros in particular, all these guys with Tommy John, and certainly the way that it's all about velocity and spin rate. People say, well, it's the pitch clock. No, it's not. I mean, this report's a 60-page report, and they spoke to, like you said, 200 people, executives, doctors, orthopedic surgeons, players. They did a lot of analytics and data. It was really interesting. It's by the score if you want to dig in by yourself. But what its takeaway is, what's interesting to me is not just that, yes, this is an enormous problem, but also, yes, it's affecting the game. Not just from a fan perspective, but from a team perspective. Teams are worried that they're doing this wrong.
But there's so many things to tag in there. And again, we're always available on the text line, 713-572-4610. A couple other people kind of throwing in, actually one person, 979, throwing in some possibilities that they think. It's the baseball, and then also the idea that there's travel ball, too many innings. I don't think I agree fully with the travel ball, too many innings thing. And I understand the reason why we would think that. But I will harken back to days of old, right, where you had pitchers pitching all the damn time.
Yeah.
But if they are not revving their arms up to these extreme levels, and then I feel like it's a compounding factor rather than the primary factor, right? When you're trying to generate maximum velocity all the damn time, and then you're doing this at this many times. Over this long of a period as we're seeing these pitchers do it, I think that's also factoring into this.
I'm glad that texter brought that up because the exact opposite is if you read the report, if you read the story about the report, is true. Not only is it travel ball, they're not throwing too much, they're copying it. In other words, the report indicated that, say a 14-year-old pitcher, a 12-year-old pitcher on a really good pitcher on a travel team, he's throwing 3 and 4 innings. Not 6 and 7 innings and developing the arm strength. They're copying what MLB is doing, which makes sense. High schools and colleges copy it as well. But in terms of the velocity thing, one of the men they came on, they determined in this is orthopedic surgeon almost unanimously said, "What the hell are you doing with these weighted ball training sessions?" A lot of youngsters are throwing a weighted ball. Why? High school and even younger, because they want velocity. Because Major League Baseball teams, to their own detriment, are all about velocity and spin rate. So this is where the data really has worked in reverse. You're hurting your team. So I'm I hadn't even really thought about the weighted ball, but that's how you get more velocity. Just ruining kids, ruining arms, and certainly minor leaguers do it.
Right,
and that's ruining those guys.
Yeah, for sure. That was one of the things I found interesting is that they identified this as clearly not just a majors issue. This is all the way through the development process, and of course, there's a lot of work to come on making this better. But the question that I asked then is this an existential crisis? Because you talked about it, and obviously someone on the the Twitch made a joke. So you're saying we have another year of McCullers on the bench, right? These are the things that ultimately end up happening where there's a lot of money sunk into these players, and there almost is an expectation amongst these organizations that at some point, if you have a pitching prospect or whatever, they will have Tommy John at some point because you will blow their arm out with the way that this works. This feels existential.
It is absolutely existential. I'm glad you put it that way because another part of the report that was very interesting to me because you got to throw faster, you got to throw harder, you got to throw harder. Well, again, just 10 years ago, there were 5 pitchers at the National of High School Pitchers, 5 that hit 95 miles an hour. This past season, 36. That tells you that they are doing things. Throwing a baseball is the most unnatural thing you can do athletically. Your arm is not supposed to go up this. You're not supposed to leverage your elbow like this and just whip it down.
Yeah.
It's not supposed to happen. Even when you just do it, and I'm doing it right here, you can feel the tension on the inside of my elbow. Imagine doing that day after day with a weighted ball, doing it day after day pitching. And baseball, youth coaches, they talk to youth coaches too.
Yeah.
Saying, we don't want to do this, but in order to get to the high school team, they have to be able to throw harder. Because high school teams, and this is another level of it, high school teams are seeing almost every game in most levels where there is some level of scout, either from a college or the MLB or the minor leagues or whatever, with radar guns behind the screen. Radar guns behind the screen saying you got to throw faster, you got to have a higher spin rate. Baseball is kind of killing its pitching here.
But I think this is also somewhat a factor of the competition aspect of it. Is everybody's trying to the money's just gotten bigger, right? We see this in every sport. Once the money gets bigger, it kind of corrupts it. What they say, more money, more problems, right? Yeah. That seems to be the way that this is going because as there is more money, as there is more on the line at every level of getting over your competition to whatever spaces there are. However you can find ways to be just a little bit better than the next person is how I think as an individual you would try and play it. But clearly all the way around you're seeing the detriment that comes to know how you fix that portion of it, because it seems like they're trying to, like within the report, they're trying to figure out what the next steps are on how to make this better. And I know at the MLB at the top level, I don't fully have an idea of what you would do to help fix that.
They've had one discussion, and the report also mentioned this. Didn't recommend it. In fact, they went against recommending it because they don't feel like it'll work. But that's the mandatory 6-inning thing. You have to be, unless there's an injury, or let's say you give up 5 runs in an inning, whatever that may be, you can't be pulled from a game unless you throw 6 innings. And the thinking is that'll kind of
force teams and pitchers in particular to kind of rev this down.
Durability rather than just throwing your arm out.
Yeah, incentivizing that. Yeah,
and also they feel that could trickle down. But what they're saying is, after reading this, is that the modern pitcher is going to be able to adapt to that. It might even be work in the other way, and they just throw their arm for 6 innings, and you get more injuries. So it's really like it's a very clear picture, that you are ruining baseball players' arms. I mean, the numbers, the analytics, the interviews all say that, and there's really no going back at this point, because everybody wants velocity, everybody wants spin rate.
And what's interesting, I think, bringing it back to the Astros, is that's one of the things that the Astros do well, is like identifying these parts of pitches. What we call this the kind of the car wash of things, identifying these places where you can maximize it and then making pitchers better. If you are trying to fix these things, something you could possibly kind of be losing some of those benefits that the Astros in particular, but some of these other major league clubs have found ways to, find advantages. Wouldn't you be kind of neutralizing those in trying to be better to the arms of these pitchers? Yeah,
you would. But I mean, do you think they're going to say, hey, you know what, spin rate isn't that important really anymore? Let's protect your arm. No, hell no. Do you think 95 is not as important if you can just throw 89, 90 with some good stuff? No, they're not going to do that either.
Right, and I've worked with pitchers that have been like, yo, you've got guys who are out here throwing and they're not pitching, right? Like crafting the art and the craft of pitching, making that better is something that is a little bit of a lost art. But it does seem like these are the things that, like, having this quantitative stuff makes it a lot easier than having to have someone who kind of knows baseball and has this feel, and then there's this kind of qualitative aspect where you can't really get a good grasp on how to make these pitchers better. I applaud MLB for undertaking this. This seems like this is going to be a real tough road to hoe to try and get to a place where you actually do change the way that this entire apparatus, because it's not just MLB, it's not just MILB. This is developmental in all the way. If you can find a way to overhaul this entire system of pitching development, that would be absolutely incredible, and it'd be better for the pitcher's arms. I don't know how many incentives you can put in place to turn the boat.
That's exactly right, because this one sentence, and I finally found it here as I was scrolling and talking, is where, I'll just read it. This is what the experts recommended to Major League Baseball. A system that would increase the value of pitcher health and durability, and decrease the value of short duration, max effort pitching. And I read that and I said, that's never going to happen. It ain't going to happen. I mean, so pitchers' arms have 36 high school pitchers at one camp, 10 years after only 5 hit 95 miles an hour on the radar gun. Those guys, if they keep doing that, Tommy John.
But that's, again, I think that one of the tough things is also then looking at a larger systemic issue and then bringing it back to the micro, like bringing it back to the individual. Because for the individual kid, where you're like, all right, we're disincentivizing, throwing really hard, but if you hit 95, some coach is going to be interested in giving you a scholarship. Or some team is going to be interested in giving you some bonus money, right? What are you going to do? Right, you might blow out your arm eventually, but you can cry into this bonus money that you have or whatever, right? Like the incentives still are in that way. Man, it's such a tough thing, and I know people have talked about on the text line the idea of, hey, we need to develop more secondary pitches, and I wasn't allowed to throw a curveball in those 16 and 17, and those things are great when you have somebody in that place that's willing to give you these hard limits for your future benefit. But the
guy next to you is throwing 91.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
it's a great idea. I support it. I would encourage it. But imagine being that kid. Hey, you can't really throw a curveball until you're 15.
So tough.
Dude next to you is throwing 91 or 85, whatever it is at that age, or 70, whatever it is, and has a slider and a curve.
It's so tough, man.
It's tough, man.
And I really do. I appreciate that baseball has gone through the effort of doing this. It makes it seem like they are actually trying to address this. And I'm interested to see what ultimately out with over time in ways of trying to limit this. I'm really intrigued by the idea of having that 6-inning limit. I could also see that being one of those rules that has not even just workarounds, that has unintended consequences where you're scratching your head on the other side like, damn, I was trying to make it better, but somehow here is another ugly monster that has popped up again. So I'm interested to continue to watch that space as baseball.
Last thing real quick, just to clear it up in case anybody else thought this. Somebody texted from the 281, John, weighted balls are not detrimental to the arm. Heavier balls are less stressful on the arm. Well, a 60-page report that talked to orthopedic surgeons and coaches and managers and executives said that they are.
And that's part of the issue here. That's not us speaking. That's a long report, depending on how you feel about MLB. But I don't see the incentive on MLB to come out here and be like, yeah, no, this is an issue. And, I don't see that there's being like something that benefits them in saying that. If they're saying that, it feels like it's because that.
But the 281 said it was.
It says it was.
What you mean, man?
You know what? I'll pass your message on to Manfred.
Hey, I'm rolling with the 281, man.
That's fair.
You sound like you know what you're talking about.
You know what? You're right. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. It's about that time where we turn it over to Figgy. But before we do that, why not give away a 4-pack of tickets to the Kinder's Texas Bowl New Year's Eve? Here at NRG Stadium, it'll be the LSU Tigers versus BYU, or not BYU, Baylor. I don't know how I ended up with BYU. Shout out to Dave. Shout out to Dave. My bad. Didn't mean to do that to you. The Baylor Bears. Somehow the Y in there got me thinking in a different way. Baylor Bears, LSU Tigers, New Year's Eve. You get to caller number 5 right now. Call number 5, 713-572-4610. We'll get that 4-pack of tickets. But coming up next, it's the mixtape. What you got for us?
Man, so a sports journalist was just hired as a lead host for the NBA coverage on Amazon. I'm going to go through some wild stuff players said while sitting across from her. Plus, if you hate people taking food off of your plate, you and Kevin Garnett might be good friends.
Okay. Let's talk about that next.
I'm going back to back.
For the second straight year, your Houston Texans. Hit up KindersTexasBowl.com now for tickets and more information. And hear the game exclusively here on Houston Sports Leader. Sports Radio 610. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixed on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. Real quick, big shout out to California Mike, who won the 4-pack of tickets.
All right.
Hey.
All right.
And you know what? If you didn't, keep it locked right here on Sports Radio 610. It's a couple of 4-packs still coming on the drive.
Yeah, man. I was talking to California Mike the whole break.
Mm-hmm.
He was a big fan. He said he listens 6 hours a day, 5 to 6 hours a day.
Hey,
that's awesome.
Yeah,
shout out to you.
Yeah, so salute to him. But yeah, man. I want to, speaking of shout outs, I want to give a special shout out to Taylor Rooks.
God bless. It's a shout out every day to Taylor Rooks.
Yeah, I love some Taylor Rooks, man.
Not more than me.
You want to bet?
He'll fight you.
We go outside right now.
Yeah, you want to bet? That's
I'm
my
about
woman.
this.
That's my woman.
That's my woman.
Nah, but salute to Taylor Rooks, man. She just got hired as the lead analyst for the NBA studio coverage on Amazon.
Is she the analyst, or is she basically like
a host too,
or
right?
a host?
Yeah,
I want to say in studio host.
Right, because I think that basically, if we're trying to compare, I think that she would be the EJ, the Ernie Johnson.
Yeah,
to this,
absolutely.
Right?
Yeah,
be the anchor point for this, which makes sense because I mean she already works with Amazon for Thursday Night Football doing those interviews.
Yeah, she do a lot of stuff for Turner.
Yeah,
with Turner Sports, Bleacher Report, and all that stuff. So she have a really good relationship with NBA players. And speaking of that,
yeah, she does.
Taylor Rooks.
I feel like does everybody know Taylor Rooks?
Oh yeah,
because I feel like there is one pertinent piece of information about this, and that's that she's a great interviewer,
she is the first thing I thought of.
She is a very attractive woman.
Okay, well that's secondary. I mean, I don't notice those things.
Yeah,
you don't.
It's hard for me to not.
It's hard to not know, and that's saying with all due respect, because I really do appreciate. Like she's very good.
She's really good. Yeah, nah, like outside of the look, she is really good.
I mean, even with the looks, right? Like she is. That is the first thing that I would note. But a very close second, she is gorgeous.
Yeah. So she get the best out of a lot of players, and she get a lot of players saying some wild stuff somehow. So we gonna go through this list, and this is Taylor Rooks with Ja Morant, and they were talking about Michael Jordan, and this is how that went.
I wish I played in his generation, though.
Yeah. You wish you would have played in his generation?
Yeah.
Why?
I heard he was like just how he, go about the game, just that mindset he had.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to, play against him. So.
Yeah. This time you're not saying, I would have cooked her.
I would have cooked him, too.
Wait, what?
You would have cooked Michael Jordan?
Man, nobody got more confidence than 12.
Okay, that's not too bad.
No, that's pretty bad. What you mean that's not too bad?
Hey,
first of all, he was out here with the pillow talk voice. And then second of all, she kind of goaded him into it.
He doesn't even believe that.
As soon as she was like, you're not going to say you're going to cook. I'll cook him. I'll cook whoever. Who you want me to cook? I'll cook them.
You got to have confidence in your game, right?
Yeah, but he doesn't even. That didn't sound like a confident dude. Yeah, I guess I'll cook him.
So you got to believe in yourself. So I would give him a pass on that.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, Jaylen Brown, he got a chance to talk to Taylor Rooks, and she asked him, how many championships you going to get by the age of 28?
Remember every year from here.
I don't want to jinx myself.
You already did. You already said it.
And I don't play to lose, so I'm going to go ahead and say, I'm going to give it a 5. You know what I mean?
5 rings by 28.
That's good. I'll go with that. Yeah.
This brother said 5 NBA championships by the age of 28. And if you watch this interview, he was sitting there rubbing his legs like, 5. I say about 5.
I think she just makes men say stupid stuff.
Well, I mean,
Do you
have you not been there? And I guess
seen it.
I was like, you can plead the fifth knowing that you are married, but hey, man, sometimes I will
I'm just
say.
going to say something stupid because you're sitting right in front of me.
Sometimes you gotta say
This brother said 5 NBA championships by the age of 28, man. Hey, sometimes a pretty girl would do that to you.
You think?
A lot of times.
You think?
So here's Taylor Rooks with LeBron.
Oh.
LeBron. And I didn't realize, I forgot this in that moment, but she is responsible for one of the infamous lies LeBron have told. One of many infamous lies.
No.
And I think you guys know where I'm going with this.
So you're holding the autobiography of Malcolm X along with Alex Haley. I don't know how far you are into the book, but what's your biggest takeaway so far?
I kind of just started a couple days ago.
Okay, a couple days ago.
I've read a lot of notes over the years. This is my first time actually reading this from start to finish.
Oh, start to finish. Okay.
But just a very, very smart man. Very, very, very smart man.
It's a good book.
And basically, his words in the 60s and what was going on.
Yep.
Is actually what's going on today.
Oh, okay. That's what you took away from the Malcolm X autobiography. Okay.
He has words. He has words.
He's a very interesting man.
Yeah,
a very smart man.
Yeah.
Very smart man. His
And
words.
the stuff that was going on back then is going on now.
No kidding.
Yep. And I'm pretty sure those first few chapters are about Malcolm Little in Detroit and then in Boston and then on the streets of New York. And at that point, I think Malcolm X would have told you that he did not view himself as a very smart man. Shout out to LeBron James, just lying through his teeth.
What we've learned here today, Figgy, is Taylor Rooks makes men say stupid stuff.
And she is going to be on the panel of Amazon's basketball coverage. They're going to be saying anything.
Babbling.
If
you
she-
ever babbled in front of a girl?
Hey, if she was right here with me right now and said, "Hey, Figgy, would you jump off a bridge?"
5 times.
I'm like, yeah.
Figgy would just go somewhere else.
I do that.
5
I do that right now.
About every
We're the closest bridge.
Every Thursday, I jump off a bridge just for fun, to be honest.
I jump off the bridge 5 times before the age of 28. What you talking about?
28.
But salute to Taylor Rooks. I'm sure we're going to get a lot more interviews like this.
Oh, yeah.
With she being, I guess, full-time around.
She's so funny.
NBA
She just
players.
makes dudes babble.
Yeah.
Around from the 409, Taylor to the OG. How many fish can you catch in half a day, OG?
All you want. How many you want?
About 300 fish, probably.
300 fish in about 10 minutes.
On the conservative side.
Hell, I caught 250 this morning.
Salute to Taylor Rooks, man.
Salute.
I can't wait to see more of her during the NBA.
You just there.
All right.
I did.
I can't wait to see more of her during the NBA coverage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, man. That's my girl right there. Nobody else's. So one thing I hate that people do a lot is whenever you got some food, a plate of food, and somebody just kind of go in on your food, they just grab your food without asking. Like, don't touch anything on my plate. Like, at least ask.
Right.
I think Kevin Garnett is in the same place because
he's even more in that place than you realize.
Yeah. So I know the OG liked the Manning cast a lot.
Yeah.
This whatever they had going on, they had a live stream going on with Kevin Garnett, Paul Pierce, and Boogie Cousins was there too. They was live streaming, pretty much watching the NBA Cup game last night. And apparently Paul Pierce tried to get one of Kevin Garnett's onion rings, and Kevin Garnett was not having this.
I'm saying that. I'm saying what? No, watch out. Watch out. No, watch out, dog. Watch out, dog. You just mashed your Watch out. Watch out, dog. We might have to go to a commercial break. Watch out, dog. No, dog. No, you didn't, dog. This is me. You saw me say, Nate, put my right here. Yeah, this how I ordered the onion rings too. No, Lord. This is me. Where? It's 2 of them. They on what I ordered. Man, watch out, brother. Hey, we're gonna have to go to a commercial break. Listen, man. This ain't the time. Bro. Watch out, bro. This is my food. We ain't even eating yet. Hey, bro, watch out, bro. Why you standing up? Why you standing up? Hey, Bush. Give me a second, man. We can order you. Listen, we can give you another. Can we get another onion ring? Just one, dog. No, man. No, stop, man. No, man. Man, I just had to see here. Man just smashed.
Still going.
Man just smashed like 9 wings right here during the joint.
He was counting your wings. 9 wings? He was counting how many wings Paul Pierce ate. You just ate 9.5 wings. Why are you touching my onion
When
rings?
I tell you, that's just like how homeboys argue, man.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
and they are really homeboys.
Yeah, you can really tell, especially in this clip.
You go,
Like,
watch out.
Yeah. No, bro. Watch out, dog. Watch out, man.
Is Paul Pierce the single worst basketball player to try and do that to? And I'm trying to think, like, is there even like a worse athlete? Yes. To try and do this to? Because Kevin Garnett, I don't think he takes any, like, nothing is fun.
Oh, you mean chew? Yeah, like you don't want to do it with.
No,
with
you don't want to,
Kevin
because
Garnett.
everything is serious with Kevin Garnett.
Well, you don't want to do
everything. Everything requires maximum energy, and everything is serious to him.
I didn't think
I would have known.
I didn't think I could have more respect for Kevin Garnett, but I do. Like that is my guy right there. Like that you don't touch my food, man, without asking.
Yeah.
You just don't do it. I'll stand up and do like he was doing. Like look, he was like trying to pray, like, don't do it.
Yeah, I think honestly, man, whatever they had going on the streaming thing, or
it's KG certified. It's kind of this like show. I think it's with BetMGM or that's
because it looked like they was in Vegas. It looked like they was in some room in Vegas. You could see people kind of walking around.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure, but it was very entertaining. Man, that's the type of man and cast I like, man.
Yeah.
Where it was just no filter. They cussing and all that stuff. And
KG
they were just cutting up.
Well, funny enough, KG, it felt like he had to do that. He's gotten a lot better at media to where he can hold himself a little bit. But you know who can't? And apparently that's evident? Paul Pierce. Paul Pierce. Yeah. And what's funny is he was on ESPN for a while, so you would think that he would have his filter, but he doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
He does not.
I mean, you could tell when he did that Instagram live, getting a haircut with strippers and all that stuff going on, smoking weed. So, yeah.
He was on one of those broadcasts talking about an escort and stuff. It's like, come on, man. We are in front of the world right now.
I think he was recently on FS1 where he was talking to Keyshawn Johnson. He said, look at this ninja key. Look at this ninja key. Live on air.
He does not care, not one bit.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to get y'all out of here on this. Remember NBA player Eddie House?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Eddie House, just a random point guard that I used to like for some reason. I don't know. Maybe it was NBA Live or something because he could shoot.
Mm-hmm.
But Eddie House is on a podcast with Mike Bibby and I want to say is
Ty Ellis.
There's so many podcasts.
It's so many NBA podcasts. They is oversaturated at this point. But he was on the podcast, and what do you think? How do you think he feel about Mike Dunleavy?
Dunleavy?
Oh, do they have beef? Like that's
they?
That's role player NBA role player beef. If that is indeed.
Yeah,
beef.
but Dunleavy got a lot out of those role players, man.
Hey, let's hear from Eddie House. Let's see how you really feel about him.
With the Clippers, yeah.
But you know what's crazy?
But y'all had a hell of a squad.
No. What's crazy is we almost had your ass and Mike Dunleavy, and I told him this.
You don't like Mike Dunleavy? I hate that mother.
He don't like you, Rasheed Wallace. A lot of people do.
I hate him. He's a piece of shit.
Wow.
He's a piece of shit. He's a piece
I know. And Rasheed, a lot of guys don't.
No, he's a piece of shit.
Okay,
Four times.
Five.
Good, right?
Not an ass, but a piece of shit.
Okay.
You know?
Mike said he was smarter than everybody.
And his breath stank smell like shit too. He's a piece of shit.
Wow.
Mike Dunleavy. This is about you and your team. That mother, man. You know, and don't cut that shit out. Because that.
He said, don't cut this out the podcast.
How much do you have to hate someone for you be talking with somebody, basically let them know that I really don't like that dude, and then when they try and explain to someone else this is why he don't like him, he's like, I'm not even going to let you get to the reason why.
Yeah,
I hate him.
And by the way, don't cut this out.
And I need everybody
Keep
to know
this in the podcast. Right. I want everybody to know he's a piece of.
What did Mike Dunleavy do? And he's got bad breath. According to Eddie House?
I don't know. At first, I thought he was talking about Junior at first. I'm like, what did Junior do?
Yeah.
Mike Dunleavy Junior.
Former Rockets
I'm like,
coach.
oh, yeah. I'm like, he mentioned the Clippers.
Yeah.
So I'm like, oh, dang. I kind of want to know more about this story.
I do, too. He hates him.
Yeah.
Was it 7 or 8? Piece of bleach?
I actually lost track at some point.
Yeah.
At least it was at least 7.
Man. Yeah, salute to Eddie House, man.
Salute to Eddie House. I mean, I wish you would have let us give the story on why you hate him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that would absolutely help quite a bit because now
maybe that's for another podcast.
Yeah, maybe so.
I might tune in on that one just to kind of see.
Yeah, man, wow. sports, man. It does it, man. Like, that's one of the things that's great about sports. We always talk about, oh, it's a melting pot and everybody comes together. And sometimes you remember people don't need to be together. Some people, individuals, are
Probably
like, hey,
not.
it'd be better if these people were not in the same dressing room or clubhouse or what have you. So that feels like one of those instances. Shout out. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on this Wednesday. Getting ready to hand it over to the drive. But before we do that, I did mention the running back situation. Like, what is happening with this Texas running back situation? And after seeing Joe Mixon go down for a short period of time, what is the backup plan? We'll talk about it next.
Ready? Your AFC South champion Texans are headed to Arrowhead.
SportsRadio.com/credit.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us all day long on this Wednesday in H-Town. Hope you've enjoyed hanging out with us, especially as we're in the giving spirits, giving away 4 packs of tickets to the Kinder's Texas Bowl on New Year's Eve. We've been doing it all day long, and the fellas of the drive will continue that when they come in. In fact, we'll be handing it off to them in and not too long as they will do this. They'll carry things forward. Practice, of course, happening at NRG Stadium today. A little bit of update there. Joe Mixon does practice. He did not practice yesterday. He did practice today, and supposedly the ankle looks fine. We'll talk a little bit more about that as we continue. But John Mechie did not practice again with the shoulder designation. That's kind of interesting. I kind of want to get a feel for like where you are with Mechie.
Yeah.
But also the other thing that I noted from the people that are out of practice is that Titus Howard's still with the guard group.
It should be.
So, I mean, it seems like all things will continue as we saw on Sunday offensive line-wise, and you'll have that continuity once you get to Saturday.
Yeah, no, he absolutely should be. Earlier where we talked about Kenyon Green coming off of the designation of on injured reserve, which would kind of lead you to believe that he is in their plans there too, but not the starter.
Yeah, and that does not seem to be in the cards. It seems very much like this offensive line, as you saw it on Saturday, is Sunday is what they'll consider continuing their offensive line, their starting offensive line, that is, as they move forward. We'll see if that ultimately provides more rushing opportunities. I know that there wasn't a lot of that in this game. Maybe you get to see an uptick there. But one of the things as well when you saw the running game was you had that one play that stretches out to the left where Joe Mixon kind of gets a hip drop tackle on him. Not called, of course. And he steps out for a little bit. He walks off under his own power. He sits on the sideline and everything, goes directly to the bench, so he doesn't go to the tent. All things are good. And as of right now, again, it feels like that ankle's good. But for a moment, we had to ask ourselves, what do you do if not that? And I think that highlighted something that you've been kind of interested in general, which is where's Damon Pierce been? Do you want Damon Pierce in this offense right now?
I mean, I like the way your voice inflected up on that because I think that's a good question. I mean, want to versus should you are kind of different things. You know, I want Damon Pierce to have success, and I want him to be the guy that he was in 2022. I think this is a pretty big deal. I really do. Joe Mixon, obviously durable, obviously very, very good. Obviously needs to get back on track behind this offensive line from a rushing perspective. But you have to have the success you want, 2 running backs that can carry the load. Or at least, 60-40 or 70-30 or whatever it is. I mean, just name a good team, and there's a good likelihood that they have 2 real good running backs. The Texans have 1 real good running back. And you got to figure out something, whether it's now or for the postseason. And I don't think it's going to be Damon Pierce. They're not showing – because it's one thing for you or me or anyone to say, well, he just doesn't look the same. He doesn't look as good as he was. He can't run behind this line, whatever you say. They're saying it. They've only given him 15 carries.
Yeah.
If they had confidence in Damon Pierce, I don't care how good Joe Mixon is playing, they'd run him more. They're running Dario Gumbawale more, and he's mainly in there to pass block.
Yeah, and the thing about it, though, is when you say confidence, it feels like, especially confidence being relative, like confidence to giving the ball to Joe Mixon, right, putting the ball in his hands. I don't think there's anybody that you have that kind of confidence in, and I think that's why you've operated the way that you have, where it's Joe Mixon. If he is not winded in any way, he is the one who is getting the football, unless there's a very particular, third down situation or what have you. The problem with that is that if he is not playing, and I think this is something that also leads to him getting the ball. If he's not playing, I don't think you have another alternative that you feel particularly good about.
Yeah,
right.
Hello, J.J. Taylor.
Although J.J. Taylor has been interesting when he has been up and run, right? Like having some of those other guys get up there and get the football. They have been interesting with a little bit of speed there. I think I would like to see more of that, but also I don't know if that is a worthwhile trade-off. Then just give the ball to Joe Mixon again. Like he's one of the things that we knew coming in. We talked about this going back and looking at his game logs and stuff from when he was playing with the Bengals. He's a workhorse.
Yeah,
he'll carry the load, and so as long as he's healthy, it feels like that's just going to continue being the case. But that feels like one of those linchpins that can really hurt your chances in the postseason, as well as what happens if in the bad circumstance of Joe Mixon getting hurt. And you saw a brief moment of that in this game.
I mean, 2 seasons ago, Damon Pierce had 220 carries. He has 15. That is not a confident team in that running back. I don't care how many carries Joe Mixon has. Joe Mixon, you mentioned, just kind of give him the ball and hope he never gets hurt. Is kind of the plan right now. And that's not a great plan, but it's the only plan that they're showing us that they can really rely on.
Yeah, and I don't like that feeling of I don't know if futility is the right word, but that feels like the only way to go about this. One of the things I also don't like is that this was another kind of back-to-back instance where Jacksonville game he had 101, but this felt like it feels like we're having more of these instances where Joe Mixon isn't able to get his rocks off. For I guess again coming back to the Titus Howard, do you feel like you have a better opportunity in this game of seeing Joe Mixon go and get those yards as opposed to the off-speed games where he has 25 or 46 or 22 or 23, as opposed to those other games where he gets 100 and a touchdown?
I do. I think, maybe not real confident, but more confident, simply because you got another game with these 5 guys in front of you. Titus Howard has been there, but he had to readjust to playing left guard. Joe Mixon has it in him, no matter if a play is blocked or not. We've learned that, to be able to have a good run. So I would expect a better performance, but I don't know if I would expect, one of the great performances that we've seen from him this season. I just feel like, the bigger question here for me, the more important thing is, if you're going to make any kind of run down the stretch and into the postseason, you got to get another productive back. And it might just,
someone like a Cam Akers come to mind?
Think about that. He's doing quite well right now. But yes, someone like a Cam Akers, who I was very high on early in the season, and he could sure help this team right now. He absolutely could help this team right now. There's no question about it, because you would have something of a 1-2 punch. Right now, the 2 in your 1-2 punch
but even Cam Akers,
is crossing them up with Dare Ogunbowale.
His biggest game in Minnesota is 46 yards?
Well, again, he's the 2.
Yeah,
he's the 2, not the 1.
Fair.
As he is in Minnesota.
Right.
So I would much rather. No, I think they're just going to have to ride it out with Joe Mixon and hope for the best.
I think that's the thing, is that it feels like, again, they are just making the decision that I think logically is there, which is you give the ball to Joe Mixon because I don't think you have a better option.
Yeah.
It just points to another, I guess, potential point of failure if you're not fortunate, where if Joe Mixon ain't available to go in that circumstance, right?
Yeah.
Like, as we had a moment where we were wondering during that game, what is the backup plan? And I don't know that you have a great one.
I don't know if they have one that they believe in. I mean, like I said, the numbers, the way they're rotating guys, tells us that they're going to have guys that they're going to put in there if they need to, but there's no real plan on who's our number or our 2 punch and the 1-2 punch.
But you know what? You think if they had some true Sermheim Ron Hughley, by the way,
what's that, Ron?
You think they feel like that's a mistake?
Yep.
Why did they? What made them have to do that?
I don't know.
Weird one.
I think
you see him in Minnesota, in icy whites, and he is contributing.
He is a true 2 in a 1-2 punch, and he was here. Cam Akers,
and he continued to show that he was the better one.
In 2022, Damon Pierce had 220 carries. He's got 15
big ones.
Yes,
he had a 9-yard.
You don't think Cam Akers could have done better than that?
Yeah, one thing I will ask you, fine fellas, right? Like, because we are in the circumstance we are at this point, right? What is the game plan if you do have that Joe Mixon hip drop or the hip drop tackle that happens on Joe Mixon and you do lose him for a period of time? Just throw the football. We're going air at that point,
and draws to Dare.
Look, I've been. I mean, that's the question going in every single game.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're going in every game, and no big deal. Damian Pierce's are too. It's not a big deal. No problem. We're going to trade Cam Akers. No big deal, man. It's all good. And I've said it from jump. I said it in training camp. There's no way in hell they're watching the same film that we watch of Damian Pierce and going, yeah, man, we feel good about.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you don't even have to Ron's point of like, oh, we're going to throw it around the park. Like, you don't, at that point, you don't even have like an elite pass protector.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not. Look, he's good. I mean, he'll be fine. But it's like you don't have a guy that you can step in there and say, "Hey, this guy."
Why do you think they put Dare in?
Right. This guy. He's not even the guy that you can trust in third down situations.
Yeah.
Even though he's the better athlete. I mean, Dare. Look. I mean, you see Dare running on that fake punt?
Yeah.
That's your backup running back. That's your third. That's the best you can do at third down back. Now look, I love Dare.
Yeah.
But clearly, when he's running down that sideline, he's limited in the speed category,
Mm-hmm.
and in the dynamic category, and
biggest play of the game.
Yeah, I mean, to think that we're still at a point, and look, maybe that's the next step for Nick Caserio in this deal is you some of the depth positions that they've got to get stronger in. They've done a great job of the front filling what they thought was going to be the front line starters and guys that should be difference makers. They missed on a couple, but maybe the next phase in year 3 for DeMeco is that third down back, is that depth back, is that who's going to be that third receiver? What are they going to do there if Diggs moves on? What are you going to do at tight end?
Yeah.
I mean, right now, boys, Irv Smith's the best tight end you got.
But
that's crazy.
But isn't Irv Smith also tight end you got?
Well, that's part of it.
That's
part of it. I'm talking about straight dog now.
Yeah.
I'm talking about want to.
You just don't. You don't have a total tight end anywhere.
No.
Right? I mean, you got one that can catch. That's a better receiver and then a better blocker.
But Ron, I took the over last week. He had 2 catches. What is Dalton? If you're going to use the tight end that way,
correct.
And I'm sorry, we can get into this on our show, I guess.
Yeah.
But
no, I've actually felt
use
similar.
The tight end in this way, then you got to at least put a dude in there that's more physical in the run game, a dude that wants to pass protect. I mean, I like Dalton Schultz, but I don't know how much is he a better pass catcher, a better receiving tight end than Irv Smith?
Yeah,
is he?
I probably say
is
so.
Is he really?
Yeah.
I do.
I don't believe it's that obvious. To be completely honest.
I mean, when is Irv's on his 19?
Yeah, no, that's fair. I mean,
he's like, we're talking about just as a receiver, a tight end receiver. Yeah, I believe Dalton Schultz.
Well, no, I mean, we can go. We all know the resume of one guy's been on 9 teams, the other guy's just got a nice contract. But when you watch him play, do you say, boy, Dalton Schultz runs better than Irv? He's got better hands than Irv. He's more dynamic than Irv. He's making guys miss. He ain't doing that. He's not doing it. He brings none of that to the table.
I think just Irv don't even have that much footage on the table to kind of ring. I mean, So I don't doubt that he's a better receiving tight end than Irv, but Irv's a better blocker.
And
that's what I said. You got a bunch of halves.
You start getting to the point where you go, how much better at that point, and that's a whole different conversation that you add on top of there.
Well, the fact that I'm at a point where I would be willing to see if Irv is as good a pass catcher or a better pass catcher. We're there to all you need to know.
Yeah. Oof. Still some things to be proven by this Texas team. It's one of the reasons why I'm like, no, ain't shutting nothing down, baby. Let's figure out what this team has over these last 3 games. That begins on Saturday. We continue getting you ready for that. Also, tickets coming, all sorts of things going on this Wednesday. In the Loop is done. You're listening to KILT HD2 on Odyssey Sports Station, and that means right now, The Drive is live.
That's right, The Drive is live, and hey, it's a fun show planned for you. Kamari Lassiter, he is going to join us 2:15. Kamari Lassiter coming up 2:15, so we will hear from him. When people say, hey, you need that dog, he most definitely is that. He might knock himself out cold to try to knock you out too. But he will join the show coming off a big performance. I mean, obviously, Derek Stingley Jr. was the headliner. By the way, shout out to Derek Stingley Jr., who was, no surprise, the AFC Defensive Player of the Week after that performance, one-on-one with Tyreek Hill in a lot of moments. Hell, that may get him to the Pro Bowl alone. But he was a headliner. But Kamari Lassiter playing in the slot and outside was also really, really good. That first half, Hill and Waddle, nothing, no production, and Kamari Lassiter was a big part of that. So he'll join us coming up in a bit as well. All right, good people out there, those of you on YouTube and Twitch, say hello. How are you? We enjoy you taking us in. There is Tyler right there giving you that the gun. And then you on the text line 713-572-4610. We also enjoy being a part, you being a part of the show. All right. Before we get to Kamari Lassiter, I do want to look at that other side of the ball, the offensive side of the ball. And this is where I think many people are nervous. Many people have concerns. That is the part that is obviously behind the defense and special teams, to be honest with you. It's the offense.
Makes us all nervous.
And I'm looking at teams that they have left, right? We know they play the Chiefs and the Ravens, and then obviously Tennessee. But then when you get to the postseason, it's obviously the Chiefs and Ravens are going to be in the playoffs. But then you have, Pittsburgh, Denver, the Chargers, the Bills. Those could all be possibilities of teams that they have to face. What's your confidence level that this offense has the ability to go and get 30 points if the game dictates it? Like, what's your? I am curious, and I know, Clint, you have watched probably more. I don't want to take. I'm sure there's somebody out there, Clint, that feels like they've watched more film and more tape of the Texans offense than you have.
Sure.
So I would say you got to be in the top 1% of people who have watched Texans film. And those of you watch it as well, you got to be an expert to be a part of this. If the game dictates it, you could see it. Hell, you could see it Saturday. Although I don't think it will with what the Chiefs offense have brought to the table. But I mean, you have to be clear. If Mac Jones can erupt in the second half, then you would think Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs offense could have the ability to do that as well. But 30 points. If a game dictated, what's your confidence level that this team could go out? Because that was nothing we were ever thinking would be a question or a problem walking into this season, but I think clearly it is. They've only scored 30-plus twice, and that was against the Dallas Cowboys on the road and against the Patriots where they put up 41. What's your confidence level? They can go get 30 if the game dictates it.
Extremely low. Very low.
Extremely low. Huh?
Highly unlikely.
Good God.
Yeah, you're not winning games moving forward. Period. Even with the Titans, you're not winning games moving forward if the defense gives up 28 points.
Oh, so you're saying like if they walk into this game Sunday and they give up, the Chiefs score 28, you'll be shocked if the Texans won that game.
Yes. Yes, you got good defenses up and down the board. Now you can argue about Baltimore's defense. They've been awful against the pass, and they've given up. They gave up 34 against Cincinnati. They gave up 29 against Cleveland. They gave up 31 against Tampa earlier in the season. Again, Cincinnati gave up 38 early in the season. But really, you look down the stretch here, they gave up 24 to Philly. I mean, they're a better defense than probably the numbers will tell you. They haven't been great against the pass. They've been one of the worst teams against the pass, but one of the best against the run, if my memory serves me. So I was going to say Baltimore would be the team that, boy, I was going to say Baltimore. CJ and this receiving group, you should be able to slice and dice. But to be honest with you, I'm looking up and down here. I don't know how real, like, obviously, like I said, Cincinnati. QB.
Oh, Burrow.
Burrow obviously did it twice. Tampa with Baker. Crazy ass Jameis Winston got him pretty good.
Yeah, the Ravens, that would be the team that you would look at because they struggle, which is weird because I think they have potentially a first team All-Pro corner on their team in Marlon Humphrey. Which is weird, but yeah, that would the Bills too, right? The Bills. The Bills here of late, like they've given up a lot here of late, but no, I mean I think it's a fair thought as I see some people rolling in here. Ron, I have more confidence in Clint surviving a bowl of molded grapes than the offense scoring 30 points or more.
Well, he's here today.
I'm here today, and I ain't even rooster-tailed.
He made it.
Solid as a rock.
Proud of you.
Took a chance. Yeah, honestly, with us having very little chance to chase down the second seed, we need to rest most of our starters until the playoffs if the goal is to get some hardware. So and it said absolutely no confidence they can get to 30. There are a couple of the Bills and the Ravens are the ones that jump out to you, but that is it does feel like this team's ceiling against the defenses they will potentially have to run into. Like when you look at it the next 2 weeks, even the Ravens, the Chiefs and the Ravens, and then the other teams in the AFC playoffs. If the Chargers come, or the Steelers come to town, it feels like their range is like 21, 24 points. Like it feels like that is That is kind of their ceiling right now, which I know for many of you, and I think it's fair. Even without Diggs, it is extremely disappointing to even have the thought with C.J. Stroud, Nico Collins, Tank Dell, Joe Mixon, and Joe Mixon's having a good year. Dalton Schultz, who you just gave them money, I don't know. I don't know if this team's not equipped to win a shootout and to even be in the game. Like, do you feel the same way, Tyler? Chiefs put up 28 points. Ravens put up 28 points. The Texans are losing that game.
Oh, yes. Right now? Yes, 100%. Unfortunately.
Well,
that's just really. Yeah.
But here's the deal, guys. This is why we had a conversation. I can't remember what the exact topic was, but you know, I think it was about how confident are you about this team versus last year's team in the playoffs. And right this second, I like, you know, I'm more confident about last year's team in the playoffs.
You said that.
Yeah. But I do see a path, Ron, to in the next 3 ball games, this team potentially flipping that on its head. The defense, as you mentioned yesterday, significantly better. The run game has been better, although it's feast or famine. There's really not much in between at this point. But it is. We can go into a game and say, boy, there's a chance we can run the football. That we feel really good about playing great defense. There's a chance we can run the football. Now the problem is, and this is, I mean, the X factor here or the wild card here is, you know, can C.J. Stroud go out there and straddle that game manager, you know, playmaker role? Can he juggle that in a game consistently for 4 quarters? You know, I mean, you look at last week. If Mechie catches the ball over the top, the score's different, and we're not talking about the offense being inept. And if CJ checks the football down to Dalton Schultz or throws it underneath on that first drive on 3rd and 2, keeps that drive alive, you potentially score a touchdown there. I mean, you're talking about a huge swing in points, explosive plays. I mean, it's for right now, December 15th, I'll agree with anybody that says, hey, man, we're close. Like, I really do.
December 18th as well.
Well, my eyes are terrible. December 18th, that's right. Now, right now, I can listen to the we're close stuff. Week 8, I couldn't listen to we're close stuff. You wasn't nowhere near close.
You do see a path of there are plays out there.
Yes. Your quarterback is showing tendencies to play a little bit more of that game manager role and have a good feel for when he's going to take. You know, your offensive line adjustments seem to be what I think is a no-brainer working out. We'll find out this weekend with Chris Jones across the ball from potentially Titus Howard in that interior group. But I think Bobby's done, as I've said multiple times, I think Bobby has done a better job starting with that Detroit game to now. He's got to do more, but I think he's done a better job. He's trending in the right direction. So you get all that moving in the right direction. This offense could be significantly better in 3 weeks than it was Sunday.
Yeah. All right, you can keep texting in on that. It does feel like if they have a run, they're going to have to get at least to the upper 20s, maybe even 30s. At least a game. It feels like it's hard to stop all those offenses, and that the offense is going to have to come to play. We'll see if they're able to do that. But a person who is a part of that defense that is going to try to hold the scores down is Kamari Lassiter, 2nd-round pick, who has had a great rookie season. We'll hear from him coming up next right here live on The Drive.
You're gonna get hard.
Cypress, we're bringing Thirsty Thursday to you. Join Clint and Ron tomorrow afternoon from 2 to 6 live at Buffalo Wild Wings. Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. And as I said to you on the other side, we are very, very happy to be joined by a rookie corner who ain't playing like a rookie, Kamari Lassiter of your Houston Texans. We appreciate you taking some time out and joining us, Kamari.
Thank y'all for having me.
All right, man. I know you've been frantically studying film on Carson Wentz, but before we get to that, Kamari, you guys had a challenge with the Dolphins receivers, a pair of receivers who have given a lot of people problems. You all had one of the best performances against that team since they've had Tyreek Hill and Waddle and Tua. What went into that, man? Because that was a dominant effort from the back end.
I would say just really prepping the right way. Locked in every rep at practice, in the film room, taking our notes, watching the film, and then going out there playing for each other and playing as a unit.
All right, Kamari, I saw that video you had with Figgy Fig and Bullock eating them wings somewhere. I don't know where you were, but I'm gonna need that kind of energy now. I'm gonna need that kind of energy out of you, bro. You were on it, man. Hey, hey, look, the position that you've played and kind of how you've matured and developed. Early in the year when you first got here, I said, man, this guy is a slot corner. He's not an outside corner. There ain't no way. Well, you completely shut me up playing well outside, right? And then you go on and they move you into the slot some this past weekend, and it just jumps off the film how comfortable you are inside with the physicality, playing with your instincts. And now I'm back to the point of I don't know where the hell Kamari Lassiter impacts the game more, outside or inside. And not that it matters. You're going to do what DeMeco asked you to do. But where do you feel the most at home when you're playing defense? Do you feel the most at home outside, or do you feel the most at home when you're in there in the thick of it with them big fellas and having a lot more?
Man, I just say I feel the most at home when I'm on the football field, period. I don't care where I play, outside, inside, backer, D-line, it don't matter. I want to be out there on the field. I want to be out there playing fast, playing physical, just playing my brand of football. So whatever coach needs, whatever team needs, that's what I'm going to do,
Kamari Lassiter, cornerback for the Houston Texans, joining us on The Drive. Kamari, one thing that sticks out to me is, obviously you play hard, you do, and you've played very well, is your intensity. Has that always been you? Because I'm telling you, man, we sit up there in the press box and we see Kamari made a play. Look out, because he's about to knock himself out. I mean, he's about to drill his helmet, hit every. That is the thing that sticks out about that. Is that always something that's been a part of your game?
Always, for as long as I could play, for as long as I remember being able to play, that's just always been a part of me. That's something that never was really taught. That was just always a part of me. I always had that dog in me, so it's just like anytime I'm on the field, I'm so doggish out there that I just got to let it come out.
That boy said doggish.
Well, I mean,
doggish.
Kamari, you don't know how much I'm an old quarterback. You don't know how much I just greatly appreciate that. I personally hate contact, but I sure enough like playing with guys with that mentality. But I got to ask because we definitely discussed it after when you got injured. Is there any ever in your time of playing, whether it be at Georgia or here, has there ever been a time when you've had a talking to from a coach of like, hey man, hey, I mean, we need you on this field for 18 weeks, 17 games. Let's not try to knock the head off of every offensive lineman that's pulling. Is there ever that conversation, or are you just, hey man, let it eat?
Never had that conversation ever, man. I don't even know if I'm able to do that, like physically or mentally. Like I never had to. Yeah, no, I don't even know if that's possible.
Yeah. They said, "Why don't you come down to a 15 and come down from that 27 that you're on?" Hey, I'm curious about this because this is week 14, 15 going into it. And you played 13 games in a row to start. Hell, that's a college season, and this is your first year. How's the body feeling? Are you hitting any kind of a wall or anything like that? Are you feeling the length of the season, especially how hard you play?
I would say, it's a long season, but kind of knew that coming out of college this year that this was going to be, the longest year of our lives, especially with it being my rookie year or whatever, just coming from college, the training, the OTAs, then the training camp into the season. So I just kind of already had myself prepared last year. I think that the staff, helps. They do a really good job of just making sure that, I'm taking care of my body and doing the right things to make sure that, I'm ready to go week in, week out.
Kamari, I'm going to try to shape this question in a way to not get a DeMeco answer. All right, look, I know y'all are going to do what the Texans do. I know you're going to do what Kamari Lassiter does, and it doesn't matter that it's the Chiefs across the ball from you. But I am curious, week to week, when you're playing different opponents, obvious approach changes. When it is the Chiefs that are across the ball from you, what are some differences in terms of what they like to do offensively or the personnel that they do have? What is kind of the approach this week as it pertains to being just different from the weeks before?
I would say, every team is in the NFL for a reason, but I would say with this game specifically, it's just good on good, so you just got to be honed in on the details, because you got a real well-oiled machine on the opposite side that isn't going to make many mistakes. So I would just say that's the biggest thing is, what's up, Coach? This is the biggest thing is just really not trying to beat yourself with mistakes. It's just being in on the details because, the team across from you is not going to make many mistakes. So it really boils down to at the end of the game is who can make the plays in the fourth quarter whenever the game's on the line and who can make the least mistakes.
All right, real quick, Kamari, before we get you out of here, we appreciate you joining us again. Could you give us a definition of doggish? I think many people here on the text line are wondering what does doggish mean? That's the first time we've heard it described as that.
Man, doggish. When you think of the word doggish, you should think of me. I'm doggish. I'm the definition of doggish.
Kamari said my picture's right there in the dictionary.
Yeah, it's my picture in the dictionary.
Hey, Kamari, it's crazy. I've called some games in the before you played, obviously, but in the SEC, and I'm a little bit on the raw side if you can't tell, especially for a TV guy. And I remember doing one game, and it was Lassiter player, and I said that dude got that dog in him. I just kept.
That's right.
And I'm going to tell you, the average fan has no idea. I got absolutely hammered after that game for referring to how much dog this guy had in him multiple times. People had no clue what the hell I was talking about.
Man, they got to get up with the times.
It was about 10 years ago, Kamari. Hey, by the way, before we get you out of here, man, have you been to Papados yet?
I have, yes, sir.
Okay, just making sure. What do you order?
I get the fried shrimp every time.
What about that crawfish etouffee? You like Cajun food?
Shrimp, man.
Whoa.
I didn't
crawfish etouffee. I leave that to my mom and my pops, and they like all that.
Don't be afraid of it, man. Just make sure you get dirty rice now.
I got you.
All right, man. We'll be watching as you guys take on the Chiefs, and we appreciate you stopping by again.
Appreciate y'all.
All right, there is doggish, Kamari Lassiter.
I like the way he laughs.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I was a little nervous at first.
Nervous? What happened?
A little bit.
He came through. He came around.
Clint said him right.
He came through. He came around. Got that energy. All right, got that energy a little bit there. I thought he was about to really.
He thought you were serious about watching that Carson Wentz film. I thought he was like, "What in the hell am I?"
I've been watching a lot of Carson Wentz. You think he has? You think they've watched 1 ounce of Carson Wentz? You think they've prepared?
Oh, I'm sure.
Come on.
I mean,
let's stand down and Twitter. Carson Wentz ain't playing.
The scouting department.
He got podium yesterday.
The film guys made before they saw Pat Mahomes. They probably stayed up for 48 hours over the weekend or Sunday night, Monday into Tuesday, breaking down Carson Wentz, and then they saw Pat Mahomes practice on Tuesday and said, "Damn, what happened?" And all joking aside, hey, look. I still don't know. I'm back to my square one with Kamari Lassiter. I'm dead ass serious. He was so good inside last week. I don't know where he fits best and where he can help us win games more. Wherever it is, it's going to be big time. But Kamari's a dude that the longer he's around here, the more the city's going to fall in love with him.
Oh yeah.
I mean, because that's authentic. It's not somebody out there that whether they're a good player or not. It's not somebody out there that's just trying to sell the dog. I mean, he legitimately. He is the definition of dog. He's got that in him, no doubt about it. And that's one thing that I think the folks here in Houston, in Southeast Texas, folks that are Texans fans can damn sure get down with.
Yeah, he wasn't going to give us any answers or any kind of game plan because this is different than what they faced last week. Like last week, they had, hey, this is a speed, big play guys. You got to tackle really well, and they'll run away from you. This week, it's we'll see if Hollywood Brown comes back because he can kind of be in that mode, him and Worthy. You got those two potentially, but it's Hopkins and Justin Watson, and this is a different type of receiving crew that generally isn't as explosive, and they shouldn't have as much time as maybe Tua did at times last week with their tackle situation in the Chiefs. This is a different one. I wonder how he is used. Are they going to move him more to the slot? Are they going to have him outside?
The cool thing is right now is DeMeco's got to be really confident about both of his corners and the ability to play base coverages and know that they're going to be where they're supposed to be, and they're going to play the bend don't break, and they're going to come up and tackle well and all that. And then at the end of the day, obviously we know he has the ability and the willingness to move Stingley into a match situation, man-match situation with their best receiver. And then now he's got the ability to move Kamari Lassiter inside and allow him to take on a slot that is a bit of a problem or play the run or even get involved in pressures. And so, man, that's a luxury, man. It's not just Stingley now. You got to think about the versatility and what Kamari Lassiter's bringing to the table is, again, I don't know exactly where he fits best, but either way, he's on the field and it's going to be good.
Yeah, by the way, my man said, I don't even think I can dial it down.
You called that one.
I told you, he can, I don't think he knows how to do it. Hey, listen up here as we do got some prizes to hook you up with. One of the best bowl games, and you've heard Clint talk about it, one of the best bowl games in the bowl season is coming up, and it is coming up right here at NRG here in Houston. The Kinder's Texas Bowl. We've got a couple of 4-pack tickets to hook you up with. You'll have a chance to win one in the 3 o'clock hour and a 4-pack of tickets 5 o'clock hour. So make sure you're listening for the Kinder's Texas Bowl. Your chance to win not 1, 2, 3, but 4 tickets. Once in the 3 o'clock hour, once in the 5 o'clock hour, as LSU will take on the Baylor Bears. That'll be a good matchup there. Two teams coming out of the SEC and the Big 12. And you'll have a chance to take the fam over the holidays. Should be a good game.
Yeah, it's a good game. They got a lot of cool stuff going on around the game as well, leading up to the game. They got a big kickoff concert down at the Rustic. That's going to be a good one. I went last year, and Tyler Farr is the headliner there. And for all the country folks out there like country music, you know exactly who Tyler Farr is. I've never seen him in person, but I've heard he's tremendous. They've also got the little street fest, Tex Fest going on outside the stadium before the game starts, and there's some more country music there and all kind of goings on there, if you will. And so, yeah, man, it's going to be a lot of fun. So if you're a football fan, if you're a Baylor fan, if you're an LSU fan, shoot, man, it's going to be a hell of a game now.
Yeah, it is. It is, and you can have a chance to win your first opportunity in the 3 o'clock hour. 4 tickets also in the 5 o'clock hour. All right, I want to get you updated on a couple of moves and injury thoughts with the Texans and the matchup. There are several matchups. I want to gear one matchup that I think is going to be big in determining the outcome of this game against the Chiefs on Sunday. We'll discuss that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, the holiday season is in full swing at Coshada Casino Resort, baby, as it always is. Check this schedule out, man. December the 21st, that's a Saturday, by the way, this Saturday.
works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in. I was just sharing with Clint, Tyler. One of the greatest feelings is, I don't know, whenever you are, like quarterbacks, like CJ or Clint, you got that clock, that mental clock that goes off in your head. You kind of get the feel of how long a break is. You are, walking around, maybe you're talking, maybe you're using the restroom, whatever you're doing. That mental clock kind of tugs on you a little bit, and there is nothing better than when you turn that corner and you see that red light's not on yet.
Yeah.
But when you see that it is on, oh shoot!
Oh hell! How long they been back?
Yeah, you're trying to run. You're running, but when you turn that corner and like you're iffy, like you feel it, and it's woo! All right, still white,
safe,
still white. We're good. We're good.
I just experienced it coming around that corner, boy.
Because when that thing turns red, you almost feel like you are at the combine in Indianapolis, and that gun has shot off, and you're running a 40, and you're trying to get here. You're trying to get here.
For those that don't know, Ron's talking about our live on air light that clicks on.
Yeah,
you see that light, you know that mic's hot.
That segment has started. You're like, dang, boy, you feel it. Ooh, but no, nothing better. All right, before we get into this matchup coming up, if you missed it, Kamari Lassiter, you want to hear that entire interview? He was great. Gave us the term of doggish. We asked him what doggish meant. He gave us a fantastic answer. You want to hear that? Check it out on the podcast page, the Odyssey app. You can hear that interview in full. But I do want to get here, Clint, some news here. Practice, we'll get the full injury report here in a bit, but John Mechie didn't practice for a second straight day with a shoulder issue, so that's one to look at potentially. Is he going to miss some time? And they may lose him. Maybe that means Steve Sims comes back and is a part. We'll see what happens. We'll see if he's able to go, but he has missed 2 straight practices with the shoulder issue. And then they have also officially activated guard Kenyon Green from IR. He is designated to return. He could have returned last week like Christian Harris, but they return him this week. And does that mean anything before we get to this matchup thing? Does that mean anything? Like, listen, they didn't run the ball worth a damn. And we have heard people like DJ Bieniemy kind of talk about, hey, Kenyon Green, that's when he's been in, it's the best we've seen their run game, and he helps in the run game. They activate him. Any chance at all that means that he potentially could see the field, obviously not barring injury, because of how bad they were in the run game? Any sign that you believe this can mean anything more than a backup role?
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. I mean, absolutely not. There's nothing. Kenyon Green has shown us nothing in run blocking or pass protecting that should weigh into any decision.
Ain't good enough. That run blocking ain't good enough to put him in.
No, absolutely not. No, it's not. I mean, whether it's Juice Scruggs or Titus Howard at left guard, the problem with the run game isn't that Kenyon Green isn't playing at left guard. That is not the problem.
Yeah. So the only way he sees the field is obviously injury.
Gives you some depth at either guard, I would imagine.
Yeah, or something happens that falls apart. So, just the update there. Injured Kenyon Green is now back off injured reserve. He'll be, I'm guessing, suiting up and be a part of the roster coming up. And the John Mechie thing to watch. We'll see exactly what they're saying about him on the injury report when we get it. All right, Clint. The matchup for me in this game, there's several of them, right? There's several of them that I think potentially on paper are in the Chiefs' favor. I think there are some that are on paper that are in the Texans' favor. Like ones we'll talk about through the rest of the week, like the Texans' edge rushers versus the tackles of the Chiefs. I think arguably that might be the biggest advantage in the game for either team, maybe. But this one on the other side, to me, a big matchup in this game, Clint, is Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud versus Steve Spagnuolo. I think that matchup, Clint, I think will go a long way to see if the Texans can pull off an upset in Kansas City. And Steve Spagnuolo, as you know, Clint history, he's gonna send pressure. Just a matter of where it's coming from, who it's coming from. It may be a corner, it may be a safety, it may be both linebackers. It may just be four, it may be five. He is going to send pressure. He is not going to sit back and I would be shocked if he takes hey, let's just play zone and make CJ Reid thing. That's just not what he does. And it's going to be prep, as you know, Clint, through the week with Slowick and Stroud, as you would say, for them to have immediate answers with pressure. And then it's also going to be once you get on the field, because Steve Spags might show you something that you ain't actually seen on tape. And something that CJ is going to have to figure his way through and make the right decision. And to me, with the advantage that maybe Spags might have with the offensive line issues and how they have reacted to stunts and blitzes throughout the season, that right there is I think one of the top matchups, top things to watch in this game on Sunday.
I agree wholeheartedly, and this is precisely why the point you just made is precisely why you want an offensive coordinator that's getting creative in the quicks and the screen game, and you want a quarterback that is working low to high and taking calculated risk when he holds the football. If that's in your DNA and that's how you approach football, it's your identity. And guys like Steve Spagnuolo and defenses like the Kansas City Chiefs that like the pressure and bring it from all angles, you really frustrate them because you minimize the opportunities they have to get hits on a quarterback, right? You minimize the number of times that you get caught behind the chains, right? It is precisely why you play the way that I've been talking about, and really I think the way that CJ has shown, to start trending towards, and Bobby Slowick, I think has been trending towards since the Detroit game. It's precisely why. Is because now you've either got built-in answers or you've got man-on-man that can win. Nico's better than his cover guy, and he can win. Tank's better than his cover guy, and he can win. Dalton Schultz is better than his cover guy, and he can win. Whatever it may be, you've got answers. But by play in, play out, you're working the ball down the field in a way that you're damn near taking the pass rush out of the equation. You're taking the pressure, the blitz out of the equation because you're constantly getting the football out of your hand. And then what happens is you narrow it down to, okay, there's going to be, let me err on the high side. There's going to be 10 plays in the game where you're going to be in a 3rd and 8. And
he's bringing pressure.
And he's bringing pressure. And you can't throw a damn screen right now, right? The game now you can do that in the first quarter. You can do that in the first half, throw a screen, hopefully you hit a seam, right? But as you get into the 4th quarter and the game's on the line, and now you've got the game has dictated that CJ holds the ball and maybe drives down the field a little bit longer. And the game has dictated that, okay, the only way we're going to win this thing is if the offensive line can hold up and give CJ an extra beat. The only way we're going to win this thing is if these receivers can separate down the field and not in the quick game versus a soft corner, right? Then that's when you take those calculated risks. The key to the Chiefs game and playing the Chiefs is you can't let them beat you in the 1st and 2nd quarter because you're getting too aggressive. So to your point, I agree wholeheartedly. Stroud Slowick versus the defensive coordinator of the Kansas City Chiefs. That's the matchup to watch. That's the matchup that's going to dictate how this game goes. And if the Texans have a chance, And it's precisely why I'm harping on constantly. If you don't have creative quicks, pre-snap movement, formations aren't advantages. If you don't have a quarterback that play in, play out, down in, down out is going to work low to high, is going to look for answers immediately. He's not going to consistently wait for routes to come open down the field, take a bunch of risk. If you don't have that guy, this game gets away from you.
Yeah, and to me, as we'll discuss more this week, much like the Chiefs, like they got to walk into it knowing our guys up front, they have shown us time and time again that this thing ain't going to be perfect. They just ain't going to pick up these blitzes, right? Like more times than not, like they're going to get some. They've shown it to you, right? Obviously, Titus is playing guard, but hell, even last week we saw it. Like there were multiple times where there was immediate hot pressure off a blitz or something right there up the middle. Now it is, all right, how do you coach around it, and do you have answers around it?
Yeah.
Right? Now, and I'm not talking about the ones where, hey, as soon as CJ snaps it and 92 is right there on him as soon as he steps back. But how are you going to have it? Because, you know your offensive line is going to struggle, right? Like, he's going to do things to where he creates either a free rusher or it creates a matchup where Chris Jones gets to go one-on-one against one of your guards, or your center, or something, because there's so many blitzers. And then, but what are you going to do to offset that?
Yeah. Well, there's to me again too that these are big time opportunities for the Texans, but these are big time opportunities for C.J. Stroud. You know, last week I would say that there were 2 or 3 opportunities for C.J. Stroud to stand in there and deliver a football and get absolutely blown up. And he chose to not throw the ball and bail. You know, those are plays that he's going to have to make. They ended up kicking a field goal. I can't remember exactly what happened. It may have been the play before, you know, they get down and they get the ball back down there after the Kamari Lassiter interception, and they got 2 plays before the time has. They only got time for 2 plays before they got to kick a field goal. The play before the Mechie, I believe it was, they got Nico Collins screaming on an under route. There's nobody outside the hash, from the hash to the sideline, and it would be kind of like a throwback concept. And CJ bailed, rightfully so, but he could have bought himself just a little bit of time drifting backwards and threw off his back foot. Now, he would have got hit. Now, he may have bounced his head off the turf with the defensive line was on him, but it was a throw in the ocean touchdown that he missed. So it cost us 4 points. Like,
first touchdown, Agumbawale was coming open across the middle of the field, and he bailed.
Yeah, had he
eventually thrown it.
Well, had he been the first option, then that would have been a first option read. There were some backers that were in the deal, and Agumbawale would have catch it and backed his way into the end zone pretty quick. It would have been a bang bang, I think, a little more bang bang than TV copy showed. But there's just my point in saying all that, Ron, is like there's going to be 2 or 3 times where trading 3 for 7 is going to hurt you against a team like the Chiefs. And there's going to come a time in this next run of games and in the playoffs where CJ's going to stand in there and make those throws. He's going to have to make those throws while getting absolute waylaid. And it's 7 instead of 3, it changes the game. So there were probably 3 or 4 of those opportunities for CJ to make those kind of plays too. And again, if you make those plays, nobody's talking about the pressure, right? It covers up for it. So we'll see how it all unfolds, but I agree wholeheartedly with your original point, man. C.J. Stroud, Bobby Slowick versus the defensive coordinator for the Chiefs. That's going to dictate how this game rolls, baby.
Those third downs, he's bringing the pressure. How do you pick it up? All right, coming up, let's not jump the gun with something that I feel like some people are just because it's been so rough. Let's kind of take a breath on this. We'll discuss that coming up. And remember, 3 o'clock hour, you'll have a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to go to the Texas Bowl. You'll have a chance to win that coming up in the 3 o'clock hour, so stay tuned for that. But before we get to that, guys out there, please don't do it. keep it funky.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. A little bit later on in this hour. Stay tuned. Be ready for your cue to call, 713-572-4610. Your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to see the Baylor Bears take on the LSU Tigers coming up at NRG for the Texas Bowl. You'll have a chance to win those tickets right here in the 3 o'clock hour, but also in the 5 o'clock hour. So stay tuned with us here. All right, Clint, I think a lot of people, and I understand it, man, this clearly, especially offensively, I don't even think it's just offensively. I think anywhere on the team, the number one issue, and I know some people would maybe say otherwise, but I think if you think something else is the number one issue, I think this part really hinders that issue, whatever it is. But I think the offensive line clearly has been the number one issue for the Houston Texans this year. And
the biggest bugaboo.
It has been that's right. It's been the biggest bugaboo for the Texans this year. And I think a lot of people, like I said yesterday, fellas, hey, how many yards they had rushing? I know it said 77, but they got helped with a 35-yard special team run.
Yes.
Like, hey, man, CJ threw for 131 yards, and they rushed for, like, in real life, about, 40-something yards? But still, I think because of how you saw it, and it did, like, with an eye test, it did look better. It didn't feel like it was just constant ass kickings out there. But even with that performance, people, hey, all right, let's roll with it. This is it. Like, this is the group. And I can understand saying, let's roll with it. And I can understand just, hey, kind of grasping for anything that looks better. But I would say, let's not jump the gun too much. I think we're going to find out a lot Saturday. I think we're going to find out a lot, Clint, Saturday about this offensive line, because this is a group that probably a top 5 defensive line across the board in the league. And not just a top 5 defensive line across the board, but they're much more of a, power than speed group. I don't think you really have to worry about somebody coming off the corner real fast. This is more of a group that they're 3rd in the league in terms of stopping the run, and they just got a bunch of big, powerful dudes up front, and that has kind of been the thing that's given the Texans' offensive line problems. I think this is really the game to watch and see, all right, this crew, if this crew is it. Because they've got an edge rusher that I think it's better than what Miami brings to the table. I think you'll be able to get a real look at Blake Fisher, either from George Karlaftis or, hell, they may just probably throw Chris Jones out there several times, as they do a lot as they put him up against the tackles. I think this is a week where we can really, Clint, we can really get an understanding of what this group can do from an offensive line perspective.
Well, I agree with I don't know if the overall premise is if they don't perform well against this group that all of a sudden the offensive lineup changes.
That still might be the best offensive line. I'm just saying, I don't know. I'll say this. I don't know that I'm in a place where I'd say, all right, man, I'm 100% sure that this is it. Just not even I'm 100% sure that there's nothing that would happen to where I'd say, all right, Juice gets healthy, and I'm not 100% sure on that. And I guess I didn't get the thought of, bam, all right, knock it out. It's done deal off of the Miami game.
Yeah, I'm there, not just off the Miami game, but I'm there because of what we've watched to date. Really is why I'm there, Ron. But I agree with. We're going to find out a lot about this offensive line this week. I agree wholeheartedly with that. Now, I don't think there's anything that could happen this week personally that's going to move me away from this lineup is the best offensive lineup that's possible. Because we're not about, for me, it's not about, boy, all of a sudden we're going to generate a run game. I don't expect us to generate a run game against a good run defense. I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, I was going to say that's the other point you made yesterday was there's a stark difference between how this offensive line performs in the run game against good defenses and other ones.
Yeah, look, if you look at it from Joe Mixon's standpoint, there's obviously has become against poor run defenses, and the games where there's a like 25 rushing yards from him has been against the better rush defenses. I don't think there's a guard, a guard that you can plug in at left guard, player that you can plug in at left guard is going to change that for the Texans. What I do feel like is that with Titus Howard at left guard, you eliminate the possibility, maybe not the possibility, the likelihood that Chris Jones just absolutely wrecks the game because the left guard is completely turned around and lost every damn snap. Right? You go to the next game against Baltimore. Is Matabike healthy? I haven't looked at their roster, but I'm assuming he is. They've got some interior guys that can absolutely wreck the game if you have a duck at guard. Simmons is still at least acting like he wants to play in Tennessee that week. And then you roll around and all the Haywards in Pittsburgh, if that's who you catch in the first round of the playoffs. And like every playoff team, Ed Oliver's in Buffalo. Chris Jones is obviously going to be there. I'm not real sure who the interior guys are with the Chargers.
Yeah,
off the top of my head.
They can move around a lot. They've got a defensive end group kind of like the Texans.
So for me, I look at it and I go, okay, moving forward, there's not going to be a game where you go, okay, well I think it's probably better off if we bump Titus back to tackle and we can get away with a guard. Like every game, if you got a duck at guard, your ass is in trouble. And so I think I'm convinced this is going to end up wrong, but I'm convinced this is going to be the best they can get.
Yeah. The reason why I am leaning towards this being the offensive line moving forward is because I think to me this offensive line has to be an offensive line that gives CJ the best chance to be upright.
Yep.
More important than the best offensive line that gets Joe Mixon going. Because like you said, I think if they face better run defenses, and when they get in the playoffs, the Chargers have a pretty good run defense, the Chiefs have a pretty good run defense, the Steelers have a pretty good run defense. Like those teams, it don't matter, who's in at guard, but you wanna be able to give CJ enough chances, enough opportunity to stay upright and make throws. And I think that the offensive line has to go on to that. The only thing for me that holds out is where I say, like, I'm not so sure that this is it, is Blake Fisher. For me, I do think with Titus in at left guard, you are better in terms of rushing the passer, stopping pass rushes, just not getting beat down. I think you're better there. We haven't seen Blake Fisher have to go up against a really, like, there is a situation where it could be like, God, guys, man, like it's rough out here, and he's getting kind of schooled, and like God, he's got Chris Jones who'll line up out there, Karlaftis who'll line up out there. Then the next week, they've got some speed guys in Baltimore, and then in the playoffs there's T.J. Watt, and then there's that's the piece there is not really seeing Blake Fisher have to go up against pass rushers big time to see if he's in over his head when it comes to that. That's the biggest question to me, because running the football is not is who is the five up there that can protect CJ the best, and Blake Fisher is to me the only unknown on the edge.
Yeah, look, give me the tackle problem over the guard problem any day of the week as it pertains to pass protecting, man. I can help him with chips. I can't help it's hard. It's not impossible, but it's hard to help a guard in pass protection. As a quarterback, I can see that front side pressure if it's there. I can deal with that. Give me a pocket where I can push up in that pocket and keep my eyes up downfield. I'll take that 10 out of 10, man. So, again, I may be wrong. Look, Titus may go out there and get turned around the same way that them other guys do. But right now, and I tell you, a better or I don't even know if this is a reality. It's not, actually. I know it's not here. But the thought of, would you, if you were Houston and you had the problem of one guy really solidifies the pass protection and another guy really gives you a better chance in a run game?
Oh, it's pass protection every time. With CJ, it's pass protection every time for me.
Yeah, but if you've got a decent run game, you can protect CJ with that. Like you can, if you can't run it to be behind him.
I mean, you can kinda, but I mean, I just at some point I'd like. When you say decent run game, you still going to probably find yourself.
Yeah, I'm talking less just generally speaking, more so than because it's not possible with Houston. There's nobody that they have that's going to do that because it's a 5-man problem. But if you told me, hey, you got a guard you can plug in, and all of a sudden your run game's going to be somewhere between where it's being great and non-existent. Like we're going to go out there and we're going to give you, on a bad night, we're going to give you 60, 65 yards. Or a guy's going to pass protect better. I don't know. I don't know that a run game. Now we can play action a little bit. Now we can hand it off on first down. We don't feel like we throw it every damn time. I don't know. I don't know.
We've watched the Texans have Joe Mixon run the ball pretty well, and
still have some struggles out there. Fair.
We've watched it. We've watched it. See that? I know you say you'd rather have that inside that tackle over. The reason why I say Blake Fisher's, I've watched the Chiefs tackles this year, and they had their rookie second-round tackle that they sent out there. They had planned for him to start. I mean, it just got so bad, Clint. They just couldn't even. They just had to take him out. They couldn't even play him. Like it got that bad. I'm talking like over a quarter and a half. It just got that bad where they just had to take him off the field. And I'm not saying Blake Fisher will do that. I'm just saying there is. Like, there could be a concern of, like, like, he's having big problems. And even chips or whatever, he's having problems over. That's just the one thing there with it. All right, I don't know if you guys fellas, I know this. I'm bound to win one of these. I've made another bet. As you know, I sit here with blonde hair, and I've lost a wine bottle bet here this week. But I've made a bet with Figgy.
You're on a tough run, man. You need a dub.
I'm on a tough run, kind of. I mean, we don't really talk about the bets that I do win, which I don't feel like bringing up right now because it's not that many. But, I mean, me and Figgy, somebody's getting wet. Somebody's going down in the dunk tank.
Pause.
Not a pause, man. You allowed me to finish the sentence. I don't think the pause.
Well, I didn't want to be rude like you and interrupt.
And I don't think the pause is needed. Somebody's getting wet in the dunk tank when you say it that fast together. Yep. We're gonna have a good time. We're gonna be at the Barking Pig in the Heights, Tyler's area, 12 o'clock. Got some food, drink specials. Anytime the other team the team you're rooting against scores. You got to take Jello shots on the house. They'll be out there.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. We're having a good time. And obviously, Figgy is Team Texans. I'm Team Chiefs. And whoever's team loses has to go in that dunk tank.
I got one suggestion. I think whoever's running the dunk tank should turn it into an ice bath.
That's a grand idea.
I think it's got to be as cold as you can get it over while you're there. I mean,
I like it.
I mean,
what's wrong with not just falling down and getting wet enough in front of a bunch of people?
What's the big deal? You're just going swimming.
Because here's the
big
key.
deal. I don't want to go in there and get wet.
Hold on. Figgy doesn't know how to swim. He can't lose this bet.
It's not going to be deep enough. He's going to be able to stand up.
Well, no, he is short.
Can he doggy paddle? Fig can't swim.
We'll go in there and get him. It won't be me because I can't.
It needs to be freezing cold. You need to stand up out of that pit. Whoever stands up out of that pit, there needs to be an embarrassment beyond just wet.
What? No.
Like you need
I agree here.
You need to stand up there, and them nipples need to be rock hard. That little old thing needs to be light switched up. There ain't no doubt about it.
It's not going to be hot.
It's a fun bet, but I'm with Clint on it. It's not a big. You're not risking a lot. I think whoever loses should have to do the tank for fun, and everyone can enjoy that. But also,
nobody wants to walk out of there wet. It's going to be 50 degrees at the time.
You're going to be wet.
On reaction,
I'm not getting wet.
On reaction Monday, I think whoever loses needs to wear the other team's gear.
No. First off, no, you're not running in here and adding to the bet. No,
Seems
we've
like
already
it.
made the bet. Falling into the water for Figgy is enough.
I think it should be ice cold.
I'm with Clint. It's not a big deal to just fall into some water.
Stop it.
Unless you're Fig and can't swim. I feel bad for
it's
Fig.
not. No, it is.
No,
You go in.
Some floaties. He's more embarrassing.
You go in and you go in with your clothing that you have on, and you get dunked in your clothing. That's not. No, nobody wants to walk out of there.
I mean,
you're going to show.
arm floaties.
Ron's going to show up with a swimsuit and a scarf.
Oh, you should have to wear a Speedo.
No.
That's more embarrassing than clothes.
No, we have the bet, and it's a good one. Okay.
Ice water.
Right.
Now you guys can
Y'all
come
could've done
out.
better.
Guys can come out and see Figgy get dunked.
It ain't gonna be Figgy.
How confident are you in that? Feel good about that?
Yep. Tim Settle's got me really feeling it.
God, come on. God, there's some of you all, you want to see that so bad, don't you? Me sitting up there with my good hair, good blonde tips.
The blonde tip.
And my ass just fall deep into that water. You want to see it so bad. You want to see it in person.
It's cold.
What's the weather going to be like Saturday?
It's supposed to be 50, low into the 40s.
That should be the temperature of the water. It should be sub 50.
Oh.
I'll bring some dry ice.
Yeah, Show can't swim either.
to 'em.
Show and Ron can swim. Great swimmer.
Just can't ride a bike.
One of the best. Almost did.
Almost with Michael Phelps on.
My coping skills reeled me in.
You're working on it.
I think me and some friends are going to come out
the
there.
ice cold bath. It's terrible. Yeah, thank you, Champ Slice. It's too effing cold for that. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
What?
I think we came up with the right. And I swear to God, if anybody comes out of that barking pig with ice,
fill it up
for Figgy because clearly
you should have to have a bag of ice to get in.
No,
you should have to bring a 2 pound or 5 pound, whatever the small bag of ice to get in. That way nobody has to buy the ice. It's all right there.
I'm gonna bring some bags, Clint.
Stock up, stock down.
Back up them steps, Tyler.
Yep. Tyler's gonna be in red mocha and pineapples. Coming up. Stock up, stock down. You can participate. Who's stock up? Who is stock down for the Texans? We'll go there coming up next.
All right, y'all. Great day. Starts with a great night's sleep, man.
For your comfort and guaranteed for life. New time, new sponsor, same incredible football experience. The Baylor Bears and LSU Tigers battle it out in the Kinder's Texas Bowl at 2:30 p.m. on New Year's Eve. There's no better way to close out 2024 than with some early fireworks at NRG Stadium. Hit up kinderstexasbowl.com now for tickets and more information. And hear the game exclusively here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Tootski, come on.
Every football season brings highs.
Yes! Rock and roll!
And lows.
Every week, though. There's no excuse for that. Oh, no.
It's time to buy or sell.
And tell him to sell!
It's Texans Stock Up, Stock Down on the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I'm going to pump those numbers up. Those numbers in track it.
That's right. Every single hump day, every Wednesday on the Drive with Clint Stoerner and Ron the Show Hughley. We check in on this Texans market of sorts for you, Houston. Check in to give you our stock up, stock down for the Houston Texans, specifically players, coaches, anyone associated with this franchise in Houston, Texas. We'll tell you if we're buying them or selling them and how we're feeling. So, ahead of Week 16 against the Chiefs, going up to Kansas City. Let's check in, and we'll start with Ron. Ron, let's start with some positivity this week. Stock up for the Houston Texans in Week 16 for you.
My stock up is Henry To'oTo'o. We've talked about how this stock is coming from all season, and in particular led the team in tackles. He had double-digit tackles in the third quarter in the last game, and this wasn't a game in which the Dolphins, he's tackling all the way down the field. They were impact plays. And we see him playing next to Christian Harris. He looked good playing next to Christian Harris. And we know that Azeez is going to return in a couple of weeks. But I just say Henry To'oTo'o is not making it easy to just take him off the field. He has played really, really well. That was the first time he had the green dot since the Azeez injury. And he has played very, very well. So for me, Henry To'oTo'o, his stock is going up, 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 as Dickie V would say.
All right, that's Ron's stock up. Let's stick with the putty, flow on over to former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner. Old Dirty, Week 16, heading up to Kansas City. What Texan do you think the stock is climbing with?
It's hard for me to not go with two guys, boys. Sorry, but I got to do it, man.
No, I love it.
I'm double dipping here. Both of these guys showed us something that I hadn't seen on film, and I got to ride with them. Can't pick between the two of them. Irv Smith, right now, if the Texans are going to use the tight end position the way they've been using the tight end position, Irv Smith should be your number one tight end. I saw enough. I loved enough to firmly believe that. Any way you slice it, his stock is up significantly. Hell, he was on the practice squad a couple weeks ago. So, Irv Smith, stock up. Kamari Lassiter. Again, regardless of what you thought of Kamari Lassiter, whether you were high on him or you doubted some things outside, he played extremely well as an outside corner. At the very least now, you know he can move inside and flash big time inside at that nickel defender position, and it was awfully impressive. So I'm going stock up on tight end Irv Smith, stock up on cornerback, slot corner Kamari Lassiter.
All right, good deal. Good deal, and we'll stick with you right here, Clint.
You're loving you some Irv Smith, baby.
You really are.
Hey, it just is what it is. You see it on film. When it takes him 2 weeks to show on film what nobody on this team has done in the tight end position.
Big Irv.
Meanwhile, everything else is mediocre. Yeah, it's not hard to. It's like guard right now. Like a guard stepping in and playing real well in pass protection and run blocking. This city would erupt.
Yeah, old Kenyon set that bar pretty low. All right, you are now to the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley on a Wednesday, every Wednesday at this time if you're tuned in. We got Texans stock up, stock down. We just got our stock ups from Clint and Ron. Clint, going to stick with you here. I want to hear about stock down for the Houston Texans in Week 16 now.
I'm going to go with Juice Scruggs, a position we just mentioned. Juice played center, and clearly there was, at the very least, some communication issues there. I thought the play was all right, considering he was very inexperienced, but got bumped out to guard. Ended up again. I think it was all right, but there were some shortcomings there. But now all of a sudden, in 1 week, small sample size, but the team moves Titus Howard into guard, and it shores up at least that left guard position, the guard, center guard, and gave the quarterback what I think was noticeable space to operate, noticeable space to execute. And in my opinion, at least, I think this is the best offensive line to go with, which leaves Juice Scruggs on the bench, whether he's healthy or not. He's a depth player, and boy, it was weeks ago, thought he was going to be the answer long-term at center for this football team. So I got to go stock down Juice Scruggs.
All right, and Ron, stock down. What player, if any, for the Texans ahead of Week 16 in Kansas City are you seeing that stock just plummet for?
I don't know if it's plummet, but to many of you it has. But it is down, and it is Bobby Slowick. I have, and I stand by it. I've defended Bobby Slowick in terms of amount of blame and fire him that people have given off. I believe he deserves clearly his fair share of blame. I do think it has been over the top.
Is Slowick losing it?
With him, where it's now gone to anything that bad happens with the offense, it's him, and anything good that has nothing to do with him. But coming off the bye week and what they showed and what they brought to the table, I was disappointed in, and I expected to see more. And in particular, man, you can't have two stars that I think are going to be Pro Bowl players when it comes to Nico Collins and Joe Mixon, and you can't get either one of them going. And I do, as I've said earlier this week, understand the second half. I think it was clear that they were trying to pull things back a bit and trying to minimize the risk, but still, there wasn't much difference than what you've been seeing before the bye, and there's a thinking over 2 weeks you would implement something. There would be us learning to understand. All right, coming off the bye, we have decided we're going to be this punch you in the mouth run game, or this short pass a game, or big play, and there was an element of any of that. And so Bobby Slowick, to me, I was disappointed. His stock is down after what we saw from him and his offense following the bye week.
Yeah. Yep, I can agree. I can agree with that. That was not an impressive outing by Bobby Slowick. I mean, it wasn't bad, but it's kind of blind coming out of the.
We just expected more.
Coming out of the bye week, I would have thought there was going to be a little bit more to the offense. Absolutely.
Yeah. All right, coming up right now, your chance. It'll be you'll make sure you listen for your cue to call, but your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Kinder's Texas Bowl coming up right now. This is your first of 2 opportunities to win that. That's coming up right here on the other side.
Academy Sports and Outdoors, y'all. I tell you every day now. If you live around these parts and you don't know about Academy Sports and Outdoors, shame on you. 1, they got a little bit of everything under the roof, and 2, you can get it all at prices that you'll absolutely love. And folks,
Terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
This hour is brought to you by Bayway Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram.
Live from the Twin Peaks studio, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right. Hey, come hang out with The Drive tomorrow. I will be in jury duty. Hopefully I get off. I got to be there at 9 o'clock. Hopefully, maybe they send me on my way. But The Drive will be out Buffalo Wild Wings for Thirsty Thursday in Cypress tomorrow. Come out and hang out with The Drive. We won't be empty-handed. Got prizes courtesy of our good friends at Bud Light. And enjoy some good food, good drinks. Come hang out with us Thirsty Thursday tomorrow, live on The Drive. We'll be on the road as it is each and every week, baby. Thursday, Friday, we're out and about. But let's do it right now. Caller number 6. Caller number 6, 713-572-4610. Caller number 6. Tyler will take care of you. Your chance right now to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Kinder's Texas Bowl. It'll be the 31st, New Year's Eve. Good way to break in the new year between LSU and the Baylor Bears. You can watch that. Last year was a really, really good game, and it's always a good one. I believe A&M and Oklahoma State faced off last year. The Texas always well done. Fletcher and all of them put together a hell of a bowl game experience for everybody out there. So go hang out and get your chance to win right now. Caller number 6, 713-572-4610. Right now, Tyler will take care of you. Your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets for the Texas Bowl. Remember, if you aren't able to get through and win this time, you will have a chance to do the same thing in the 5 o'clock hour, where you can win a 4-pack of tickets. So, hang out. Make yourself available by making that call.
Gonna be a good one now.
Gonna be a good one. Very much like the great poet Christopher Wallace. I got a story to tell. Today needed to do some business up in the attic. Got the air filters, got stuff up there. Had to do some business in the attic today. And as I was moving around, fellas, I had a Clark Griswold moment. I fell right through that puppy. I fell right through. My shoe came off. I cut my leg, racked myself as well. I'm up there and I'm taking a step. I'm believing I'm on kind of the wood that's rolling across where you step on. I got a couple of spaces, got a platform area where I've got a slab there where, I can stand. But I'm standing on the wood, I feel like I am. And then, fellas, I took one false step over maybe to get a little leverage to move through, and Clint right through. Right through. I had
Busted the sheetrock?
Oh, yeah. Had the sandals on. If you follow me on Twitter at Real Run Hughley, you can see the photo there as I went right through it. And, yes, Courtney was right there, standing underneath. Watch me. She said, God. She said, I think every wife has a story like this about their husband. I said, really?
I ain't been through the roof yet. I am the ceiling. I'm sorry.
Ceiling. Yeah, I was. Oh, it's hot.
I ain't been through the ceiling yet.
Oh, it's hot. Got a small cut on the shin.
I've got questions.
Yeah, small cut on the shin. Very disappointed. It's a little small one though. Small one. My father-in-law's coming in town. He'll go ahead and knock it out.
He'll have it knocked out.
He'll knock it out. He's excited.
Is he a professional?
He's done this before. He told me he fell through all the way down through the bathtub. He fell all the way through.
That's painful. I mean, do you think when he gets through patching it up, you're gonna be able to see it? You're gonna be able to tell?
No, it's over the garage, so it's not.
Yeah, but are you gonna be able to tell?
No, I think he'll do a good job. I think he's got this small one.
All right, now let's get to your decisions. you left this little detail out when you were telling me the story. You decided you were going to tote things up and down and in the attic and up and down the ladder, cross rafters, all that kind of stuff. And you had some of your little open-toed sandals on the whole time?
I have my sandals on.
So when you fell
probably
through,
not a good idea to just have those on. You're right.
So when you fell through,
I'll be honest with you, I didn't think about that till just now.
Hey, the best part of it is old boy that works at the handy, I guarantee you when he looked up there and your leg came through that roof, he said that fool was up there in flip-flops. That fool was up there in some Birkenstocks. The hell is he doing?
I lost that bad boy. I did. Yeah. Probably not the best shoe choice. I didn't think. I just don't know how I did it. I just know I was on that wood beam. I know.
Yeah, I mean the thing is, you got those are.
And I think I just turned to grab some leverage.
I mean, them rafters up there are got what are those? Those are at least 2x6s, but I think they're like 2x10s.
Yeah. I mean, when it happened, I said, "Oh, what in the hell?" And then
when it gave way.
Oh yeah.
Did you at least catch the inside of your leg before you caught the groin?
No. I went
you smashed.
Right there, nuts. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Nuts right through. Someone says,
it felt like it ripped my nuts off.
Dumbass. You could have broken your leg. You're lucky. Yeah, I know. Listen. Now, first off,
it's not like this is something that happens. Yes, it happens all the time.
I am certain there are many people on here who can tell. I put out the picture John Lopez went through specifically exactly. Oh, that's got to be the water heater. Like there are so many people who have tried. It's like this is not like something that I'm a small percentage of.
I'd love for it to be, but no, you're not.
I've talked to many men who said, mine was 1998. Or mine was.
I've been lucky, but I know my father fell through whenever I was a kid at our house.
The question that I text my homeboy is, and this is, I feel stupid. But he did say, hey, he said, if Courtney wasn't there, you think he'd have told her? Or you think he would have tried to do something to fix it?
You'd blamed it on the
No. He said, you think you would have tried to do something to fix it? I think I would have tried to do something to fix it.
Really? Why?
I would have heard, in my mind, I just put a hole in the ceiling.
Well, why didn't you do that? Why didn't you get in a hurry to fix it just because she was there?
Well, I mean, when I say me fix it, because you know what I did initially, as it was hanging, I said, well, maybe I'll just nail this up for a second till we get it out. Then that thing broke in my hand.
Yeah.
And I could do that. I thought it was a great question. Would I have tried to do something real fast without her having to know that? Because it's more of it. It's not really the cost thing. It's an embarrassment thing. Like your dumbass that just went right through the damn seat.
Yeah. But she was there to see it. So
she
you're
was
already
right. She had to avoid the debris.
The Birkenstocks were the number one mistake. The number two mistake that I believe that you've made is when that old boy called that helps you out a lot, and he said, "Hey, I got a really good sheetrock guy. You want me to get him over?
I should have took it.
Oh, get that thing fixed by tonight." Yeah. Now I understand father-in-law he likes doing them little odd jobs like that. He feels like he helps a little bit. I get it. Oh, see, there you go.
I mean, that has to be a part of it. Shout out to Nick. Hey,
when you stick your foot through the roof, like you lose the right to be cheap.
Yeah, we had our my plumber out there. Shout out to Mike and Nick. Great work. Nick called me. I mean, as soon as the guys left, Nick called me. He said, "Hey, he's a big listener. Hey, Ron, show. I know you want to be called Ron." He said, "Hey, Ron, just talked to my technician. Told me you fell through." You fell through the ceiling. I said, "Damn, Nick! Everybody is seeing it."
Travels fast, baby.
He said, "I just want to let you know, man. I got a great sheetrock guy. Could be there. He can have it knocked out."
How quick can he get here? That's right. I'm messing with no sheetrock, boy. Even if father-in-law can fix it, it's gonna be a damn mess.
Is it? Because I'm gonna be helping.
Oh, now he probably gonna let you help.
I think
he's probably going to ask you. The guy that stuck his foot through the roof, he's probably going to ask you to stay inside and watch football.
No, his son, they're all coming in on Saturday. So it's a good product.
Yeah, that's a messy. You got to mud that thing, then texture that thing. I don't know. It's in the garage. You may not texture. You'll probably just leave it.
Yeah, isn't it?
It's floating sheetrock is one of the toughest things I've attempted.
Yeah, it's a small little.
Well, the thing is, if you watch a professional do it, boy, them boys are clean, quick with it.
Yeah.
So you think, I can make that happen.
But them, it's like muscle
and then
memory.
you try it, and you look like you got it all over you. You got more on you than you do the wall. You see all the damn
Even
cracks.
his head.
I mean, it's awful.
Yeah, floating sheetrock ain't no joke.
So it said Ron neutered Bear for tearing the house up. So I guess it's his turn.
That's a fair point. That is
Time
a
to
very,
take your
very, very
nuts.
fair point. Yes. That is a fair point.
He probably, if he was out there, he probably looked at me, turned his head. Again, no, I got aggressive, though. I didn't stop. Pulled the old ladder up, had some other stuff I needed to do around the house. Had to change some lights going around. Had to pull out the big ladder. I sent it to.
He sent it to me. I said, "You better be careful. Your ass gonna be rolling down that." He said, "I'm rolling. I can't. I'm on a roll. I got to stop." I said, "Your ass gonna roll off in that street. You fall off that ladder. You got a steep driveway too. If I remember correctly, you end up in the damn street."
That's a good question. Like Tyler, would you tell Megan immediately, or would you try to fix it, or would you try to?
Oh, I'd probably tell her. Yeah. So, I mean, she in our relationship, like she's, and I'm not saying you're clumsy or anything, but Megan is very clumsy. She is very accident prone, and my one fall through the sheetrock it'll pale in comparison to all the accidents she's had.
Mine is just damn it. Fell through this damn ceiling. I just did that. Go ahead, knock this thing out.
I'm telling you, you should get that sheetrock guy over there, man.
Should have got him over there.
Oh, be done by this evening. Now Courtney's gonna look for it for 3 days. Then her dad's going to have to fix it.
Oh, she said sounds like a project he'd love. I texted him.
Yeah, I'm sure he will.
I texted him, sending a picture
until she needs him to watch him kids or something.
I called.
So she can get out there and go watch Beyonce or something.
I called him. He said, "On it. Can't wait."
Oh, I bet.
Yeah. Someone said happened to me in my mid-30s, or happened to me in the mid-90s. Easy work for a handyman.
Yeah. I've taken that easy work
Text
for a handyman approach before, and you end up with a having to get it done again.
Yeah. Text line coming in. Your father-in-law and brother-in-law. That's a bad look, bro. Man card gone. Nah. Nope.
I have my father and brother-in-law do stuff all the time.
Yeah, I know my limitations, bro. I do. And they enjoy it. I think. You can keep your man card. All right. What you got coming up in the fourth?
Yeah, we got to check in with Steph Diggs, man. He joined the folks over at Good Morning Football on NFL Network, and Steph Diggs is coming back to town. We got to check in and see how he's doing with that knee surgery and what he thinks about a future in Houston. I know it's after this year, it's up in the air whether they bring him back or not. But what does Steph Diggs have to say about his current status, how he's feeling, and what the future in Houston looks like? We'll cuss and discuss that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to
insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Yeah, it is. One of them old hump day parties, y'all. Let's get through it, baby. Get on the backside of this week and get one day closer to game day, get one day closer to some college football, get one day closer to a Thirsty Thursday, if you know what I mean. Yeah, we're doing that this week. I don't know if Ron's going to be there or not. He's got a little jury duty that he's got to try to work his way out of. But I will be at Buffalo Wild Wings up in Cypress off 290. You better 2 to 6 p.m. Come on through and hang out. Big shout out to Bud Light for making that happen. We got some big-time giveaways. If you're up in the Cypress area, you're going to want to get through there. Usually there's tickets and tailgate items and ice chests and chairs and board games and all kind of stuff that we're giving away, gift cards, all kind of stuff. Again, Buffalo Wild Wings, Cypress, Texas, tomorrow up off 290. And then Friday, we'll be at Twin Peaks, baby. Twin Peaks, again. I think that's 290 as well, isn't it? Why we got 290 on one of them and Northwest Freeway on the other? Isn't it 290 in Twin Peaks as well? I think that. I
just put what address they give me, man.
I think that Twin Peaks is in 290 as well. A little football Friday, so come on through and hang out with us there as well. By the way, congrats to Tim. Tim up in the Woodlands. He won our first 4-pack of tickets to the Kinder's Texas Bowl. By the way, if you don't win tickets, Tim don't have to do this. Tim doesn't need to listen. But if you don't win tickets here on Sports Radio 610, go to Kinder's Texas Bowl. That's KINDERS TexasBowl.com. You can get tickets. You can get suites. You can get group discounts on your tickets. You can RSVP for the concerts and all the stuff that's leading up to the Texas Bowl. That's Kinder's Texas Bowl.com. So big shout out, Tim. If you don't win tickets, it's going to be a hell of an event. Go to KindersTexasBowl.com to purchase some. Now, a little earlier in the show, we had Texans corner Kamari Lassiter on 2:15. And here's the deal. If you are listening on the Odyssey app, you can use the rewind feature. Go back and listen to Kamari Lassiter. If you're not, would you please download the Odyssey app? We'd greatly appreciate it. AUDACY. Keep it on your hip. Take us everywhere you go. The Odyssey app will come in handy, not just with that rewind feature. But Kamari Lassiter was big time when he joined us, and you're going to want to go back and listen to that. You'll be proud of the young Texan, Kamari Lassiter, for sure. I think he's going to end up being an absolute fan favorite if he isn't already. He's got a special way about himself, there's no doubt. Speaking of Texans, not necessarily a young Texan, but a newer Texan, Stefon Diggs, wide receiver Stefon Diggs, who went down a little earlier in the year, has had to have surgery, been away from the team for a while, getting back on his feet. Here is an update from the player himself. Here's Stefon Diggs on how he's feeling and how he's doing and how his rehab's coming.
Everything's good. You know, it's been a long road as far as it's been the beginning right now. You know what I'm saying? I just take it day by day. It was tough in the beginning, definitely. Not being mobile, not being able to move around. But the more I get my 2 feet back, I'm just super blessed. I'm in a good spot, and I'm looking forward to this Christmas game. I'm going back to Houston to go check the boys out, so I'm extremely excited. Hopefully everything's in a good spot. I just can't wait to see him. It's been a while.
He's been away from the team, working out somewhere else, not working out, I guess rehabbing somewhere else, making sure he's getting the absolute best treatment and rehab and work done that he can get. He will be in town, like he just said, Christmas Day game. Said he's already picked out his gear. He's gonna be front and center. I guess he's gonna be styling and profiling, Ron. I mean, he's got some kind of jacket that I think
he is a fearless dresser.
Yeah, well, he's going to show. Supposedly he's showing out on Christmas Day. Now we'll find out. I think he's going to outfit all the folks on Good Morning Football as well.
Oh, you think he's in the locker room for Beyonce,
Absolutely.
Or do you think he is out?
Oh no, he's out for that. He's out for that. I think he's in the locker room in general, but I think he's out for that.
I heard Sean and Seth talking about this a little bit ago. I think John Weeks has earned it. if John wants to come out there during the halftime and check out the Beyonce performance, I think John's earned it.
Yeah, I don't think you got to make that move. I think you got to stay in that locker room and get him an orange slice or something.
I think John take that orange slice back on out there if he wants to watch.
But it's good to hear Diggs it's coming along as planned. Now, I'll say this too, Ron, before we get to his future in Houston, because I do want you to hear that. Because that is going to be I think the number one question as soon as the season's over is, do they bring Steph Diggs back or not? And according to everything that they've said about Steph Diggs, I would think the Texans are going to do everything that they can to make that happen. We'll see when that time comes. But Tyler, there was he talked a little bit about on Good Morning Football about a Domino's pizza commercial that he did. He's giving away $1 million to everybody. Individuals, I'm talking $1 million worth of pizza, Domino's pizza, to all the people that had him on their fantasy football team. And he feels so bad that he can't help their fantasy football team. He said, well, hell, at least I can get you a free pizza, right? So it's $1 million worth of pizza. Within that little piece there, Ron, he alluded to, even if he came back in the playoffs for the Texans, he wouldn't be able to help the fantasy owners because the season would be over. I haven't followed the significance of the injury and what all's going on and the rehab time and all that. That's not possible, is it?
Unless he's going to pull a Jerry Rice, and I don't think Jerry Rice had longer time than this.
Okay.
He's the only person I've ever seen come back from an ACL within a year.
Okay.
So, yeah, I don't think so.
Well, I just wanted to clear that up. When he said it, I was like, well, wait a minute. Now, this is the first I'm catching of this. So maybe it was tongue-in-cheek and even if kind of deal selling that $1 million worth of pizza. So got me a little excited there though for a second. All right, the future of Stefon Diggs here in Houston, Ron. He's obviously a free agent. It was a 1-year deal. Remember, he came here with a 3-year deal. They gave him a little bit more money and shrunk it all down to a 1-year deal. So it was ultimately a 1-year prove-it deal. And I don't know how the injury obviously plays into that, but I know everything other than the injury with Steph Diggs was a huge positive with Nick Caserio, DeMeco Ryans. The off-the-field stuff is hugely important in this conversation, and I do wonder what his return looks like. Here's Stefon Diggs talking about just the fit in general in Houston. I think he's referring to kind of over the whole year. And then he speaks a little bit about his potential future here in Houston.
It was crazy, like going in, not being even apprehensive. I spent some time with the guys on the offseason, and I kind of it was kind of weird because it was like, damn, it felt like I knew them before. Like, even though I had somewhat of a relationship with Tank, it was like I knew them before. Like, they were relatives of mine, like family. So going into that season, it was just so much fun. I woke up every day with a smile. It was a little hot. I will say, if anybody's going to Houston, it's a little hotter in the summertime, so be careful. But definitely something to be excited about, moving forward. I don't know what the future holds, but I definitely got a home in Houston. You know what I'm saying? I love those guys over there. They're good people.
How y'all feel about it, man? How y'all feel about the potential of Steph Diggs coming back to Houston? Potential? Do you want it? What do you think that looks like, Ron? How you feel about it?
713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, your thoughts, Steph Diggs coming back. I think they're good without him. I think for me, I think when you talk about the cost of what it would cost to bring him back, I think they have some clear other needs that they need to, I think, immediately spend money on before they get to Diggs. And, to me, I could see them filling that void in the draft right now, right? I don't know that Stefon Diggs changes them that much to where it's worth paying them $20 million, whatever it would be per year. So to me, I understood the reason why they pulled the trigger this year, but I think as we're seeing it now, I would spend that money elsewhere.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, big picture. But the way in which Nick and DeMeco just went on and on and on and on about the off-the-field stuff, the leader stuff, the intangible stuff, the work hard, the way he shows up every day, it's got a real Brandon Cooks vibe to it. in terms of how the ownership, not ownership, but management, head coach, and everybody, it was beyond just like maybe. I guess where I'm going with that, like I think they would probably be willing to pay him a little more than some maybe other teams would, simply because they know there's value off the field, or they feel like at least right now there's value off the field. But I think I agree with you. I think they've got other priorities that are.
To me, he's clearly affected Tank and how. And to me, I think right off the bat, making Tank a third wheel, I think that clearly affected him, and it almost feels like they haven't even found it yet. I think this team obviously needs actions up front, right? To me, they need a new right guard, and they got to pay for it. They need a new left guard, and I think they got to pay for it, as opposed to just drafting. And I think those are the two things right off the bat that they have to deal with. And I don't like someone texted in, I'm cool with bringing him in under $10 million. Stefon Diggs not playing.
Yeah,
for under $10 million.
I agree. I don't think that's happening. Yeah. I don't think that's happening. So, Tyler, what about you? You good with Steph Diggs? How you feel about it?
I'd love to see him in a Texans uniform again next year.
Even if it's $20 million a year?
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah.
Yeah. I think these top-tier receivers, man, are close to one of the most valuable positions in the NFL. I mean, obviously, quarterback is atop them all. But
do you believe if C.J. Stroud is protected and has a better situation up front, do you believe C.J. Stroud could be the C.J. Stroud that we think he can be with Nico Collins and Tank Dell?
I do.
Yeah.
So I do have a lot of faith in that.
It's hard-pressed to go look at what the hell's happening in Buffalo, New York, and think to yourself, I'm gonna pay somebody else $20 million. I mean, how many receivers can you name over there for Buffalo?
Well, you got the Amari Cooper's the only one that I got.
Yeah, Shakir. I mean, like Coleman hadn't even been playing, right? And he's the guy they drafted. So
the interesting thing too is I think they're high on Tank, obviously, and I think they're higher on Mechie than even we are, and Mechie seems to be coming. So I think I'm with you. I think we've seen the last of Steph Diggs in Houston. So I wouldn't be opposed to it, but the money could be better spent elsewhere. Switching gears real quick, boys. It's been announced. Obviously, Kirk Cousins has been benched, and
damn it, Kirk.
Michael Penix Jr. is a starter.
We lost Kirk. I tried to say
it was time.
Hell, maybe probably 2 weeks ago.
Boys, Atlanta's one game back.
Yeah,
the Bucks.
That's what's crazy.
All they got to do is match them because I believe they've beaten the Bucks twice this year.
They are very much in the playoff hunt.
Now the Bucks
schedule
is they should win out.
Their toughest game is probably at Dallas.
Yeah,
Baker's having a hell of a year.
Yeah, they should probably win out. And you look at Atlanta, they got the Commanders, but they should win their other two games. Don't remember who they were. They should win the other two games. So this thing could get interesting. Well, I mean, did Michael Penix Jr. Does he move the needle for y'all in Atlanta?
Oh yeah,
I'm absolutely stoked.
Oh, I can't wait to see it.
I'm excited about it. Yeah, I've said it. I thought he was the quarterback that I was most confident in the class.
Agreed.
And clearly, like we see some others after Caleb. I thought he was the one that I was most confident in, and the couple of times he's been filling in, when they've gotten their asses kicked and he's come in the game, he's looked good.
Yeah.
You know who he looks like? This feel like in the pocket when I watch him.
Steve Young.
He looks like a left-handed version of Deshaun Watson. Like when I see him moving old Deshaun.
Yeah.
When I see him in the pocket and moving, he looks like Deshaun.
I ain't never seen that. I'll go back and check.
That's what it looked like, a left-handed Deshaun.
Hey, quick question for y'all. For you, Ron. Tyler's already answered the question. When you take a break and you go to the restroom, and you got to take a seat. If there's a skid mark in that toilet, you gonna pass on it?
I'm gonna flush it a bunch of times, man.
What if the flushing does nothing?
And I just gotta go. Like if I got to go.
What if there's another open stall?
If there's another open stall, I'd check it.
Yeah,
check it. Yeah. Y'all gonna let a little skid mark scare y'all off?
But I'm not. I mean, I'm not going to sit there and hold it. I mean, that's my only option.
No.
Tyler let a little skid mark scare him off.
It wasn't. It's not necessarily the skid mark. First of all, what Clint Stoerner did to our bathroom up here at Sports Radio 610 about 2 or 3 segments ago was unholy. I went in there. Stuff. I went in there a whole segment later, and it literally stung my nostrils upon entry. And then I go in and see what he's talking about. I get the visual of this destroyed toilet, the porcelain stains, and so I flush it. Nothing's coming off. And I went to the other stall because it's not so much like the skid mark being there, but I know that's contributing to the smell, and I'm doing everything I can to get away from Stoerner's stinky ass. So I went to that little
Did you
tiny
attempt
stall.
to flush it? Because
yes.
I'm going 2 or 3 flushes first, and then
I flushed it twice. It did not deteriorate off that porcelain
I did work
one
in
bit.
there. I did work in there.
I bet that seat was hot.
Ugh.
I usually try to leave the seat warm for you.
It's a whole new meaning to Dirty Red, man. Ugh.
Coming up next,
skid mark. Scary.
There's some news that came out in the last 10 minutes that I got a lot of questions. So disrespectful to the Astros. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. A great day starts with a great night's sleep, man. The quickest way to make that happen is to make sure that you sleep.
Choppa's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, congratulations to who was our winner?
Tim in the Woodlands.
Big Tim in the Woodlands. Congratulations to Tim in the Woodlands. You can be like Tim coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. Your chance to win a pair of, not just a pair, excuse me, a four-pack of tickets to the Texas Bowl. LSU, Baylor, a good spot. A lot of alumni in this area from both of those schools. You got a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to be at NRG December 31st for that game. So you can do that in the 5 o'clock hour as well. All right, this news just dropped, and Brian McTaggart and others reporting this. Third baseman Nolan Arenado of the St. Louis Cardinals been a
Tyler, what are you doing, man? What are you waiting on?
What
was his name again?
Nolan Arenado. Sorry,
that's close.
What is it?
Try again.
Nolan Arenado.
That first D is not in the right spot.
What did I say?
3 times you said Donato.
Arn. I'm saying Arn. Nolan Arenado.
It's Arenado, isn't it?
Yes.
Is it Arenado?
There we go.
Is that what it is?
What are you doing, Tyler? You're supposed to be the one that jumps in.
Is it Arenado?
Yeah.
I think so. But go ahead.
Anyway,
the third baseman from St. Louis.
Call him
third
Artie.
baseman St. Louis with the Rockies before that. Great player. Arenado has blocked a potential trade to the Astros. He said, no, I'm good. He's got a no trade clause, and he apparently there was a trade done, according to Brian McTaggart. Arenado blocked it. Said, I don't want to come to Houston. And I've got a couple of questions from that. One, damn, Nolan. Like, yeah, man, you want to chill in St. Louis? They've been struggling for a couple of years making the postseason. You want to chill there and not come to Houston? That's a tough one. And second, so Dana, were you finding your third baseman?
I got a note for you, actually. Not
Please.
quite breaking news, but our guy Bob Nightingale, Bobby Two Chains.
Okay.
MLB insider Bob Nightingale just literally seconds ago. Very important to this conversation we're having right now. Bob says the Houston Astros are still very much in play for third baseman Alex Bregman after Cardinals third baseman Nolan Arenado informed the Astros Tuesday that he is not willing to waive his no-trade clause to Houston. So Bobby's saying that Bregman is very, very much in play still.
Was Bregman the number 2 in this? Was that plan B or C? Was Nolan
Quizás?
Arenado? Was he plan A?
Quizás?
I don't know. This is interesting. Like right there, one, he shunned the Astros, and 2, like, the hell doesn't want to come here in Houston. But then he said, looks like Dana was looking for his third baseman.
That's there are
He already got one in Paredes.
There's several questions, right? I wonder if that has something to do with it. Like is him, like, is he only willing to play third base, and he knows, hey, they already got Paredes, why would I go there? They're going to ask me to play first base.
Well, I mean, but Nolan's a Gold Glover. I mean, if I'm wrong, he's probably got 8 or 9 Gold Gloves. He's one of the best defensive.
So he would be the Paredes.
Now he said, I know earlier when they were talking about trades with him, I may not be able to pronounce his name, but I know who he is. He said he was willing to go to first base. He made it clear earlier in the offseason he'd be willing to go to play first base.
Maybe not for Paredes.
But I mean, if it's between Paredes or him or hell, even Bregman, he's a better defensive third baseman than Alex Bregman is, right? Like, he's one of the best defensive men. He's got to be right up there with Brooks Robinson, close to Brooks Robinson when it comes to Gold Gloves. He is that good defensive. But Like, if Dana was bringing him in, like, I believe, especially with Paredes already on the team, he's bringing him in to play third base. Or, hell, one of them is. I mean,
it's not Bregman.
Right. So, we've been talking about this. Is Bregman coming back? And I hear Bobby say that he's very, very they're very much involved in it. But, I mean, it sounds like putting this together, they're very much involved into Alex Bregman because Nolan Arenado shot him down.
And I really hope I get to hit that breaking news sounder at some point soon. Breg is staying. I hope.
What?
I hope as well, T.
Why would Nolan Arenado not come to?
So I actually just did some research.
That's $1 million question, right?
I just kind of looked around on that. I was very curious if he added any comments or anything. And the sentiment seems to be with some beat guys over there in St. Louis that the whispers are he wants to finish his career somewhere close
to home,
or as close
LA
he can to California. Yeah.
That would make sense.
So it's not personal.
I'm surprised more guys don't do that.
Yeah.
Actually, to be honest with you.
That's what Roger Clemens did here with the Astros, you know? That's why Raj came here. He wanted to be close to home.
Yeah. I guess. I mean, do you want to go play for the Angels?
It too.
I mean, I think he's got that luxury to do whatever the hell he wants.
Is that where he is? He wants to go, even maybe potentially lose? We'll see. That is interesting. So it appears the Astros were going after a new third baseman and trying to trade for a second guy who is a third baseman. And I don't know, man. I just be honest. I don't. Tyler, I hope for you and many Astros fans, I don't feel good about them keeping.
See, and I'm feeling better every day. The longer this goes on and it's up in the air, I'm feeling more and more confident that Dana Brown and the Astros are going to bring Breg back.
Like I am.
Well, the crazy thing though is this could be that could be a agent play, right? Like the Astros going after Arenado and then not getting it done. Like, it's in Bregman's agent's best interest if everybody out there thinks the Astros are still in on Bregman.
Yes.
And competing for him.
Like
so that report could simply be an agent play. Yeah, not the Arenado report, the report that the Astros are still in on.
Like
on
this
Bregman.
is like I'm like 75-80% in the space that Bregman's going.
Wow.
And I mean, like my reasoning is, how much money do you think Jim Crane is willing to give Alex Bregman? Like, how many years? Like, how much? Like,
time for him to stand by them words he once said.
I mean, right now, what we heard from Brian McTaggart and others was 6 years, 156.
Wouldn't that be a franchise record?
That would be a franchise record, but that is also about $40 million off of what people are projecting that he would get. So, like, you know, one is Bregman just like, help. I mean, I'm good, and I'll pass on that. I think he would have maybe potentially done something already, and I think Bregman will get offers that will jump that. And I don't know. I don't know that maybe this news coming out, I don't know if that helps Alex Bregman in thinking like, yeah, I'll sign a
right
discount deal. Come here.
Is Breggy being ridiculous?
I don't know. I do. I like watching Alex Bregman. I enjoy. Hell, we had him. Got to talk with Alex at the Houston Sports Awards. I like.
Damn good
I'd
interview.
like to have him again.
I
sometime.
do. I like. I like his salsa. Like to mix it with
It's
a little
all right.
ranch, stirred up. I like his salsa.
Interesting. I've never heard of that.
Ranch.
Yeah.
You do that with other sauces?
Mm-hmm. I've taken it. Little salsa, little ranch, little shredded cheese.
I've never heard of that.
Stir it up, heat it up.
I'm going to have to try that with my Zalza.
Chips and dip.
It's interesting.
Chips.
Not bad. It's not bad. All of it. It was. But,
Well, gourmet sauce.
I'm
That's extreme
I
Zalza.
don't know, man. They just keep bringing in third baseman.
Something will stick.
Trade for him. Trade from. Wow, interesting. All right, that is the latest there. As Tyler said, we'll keep our eye on that. And some point, Tyler's going to have to hit that breaking news sounder at some point, one way or another, with the Astros bringing him in or finding out the next move for Alex Bregman. All right, it is Wednesday. That means we get to hear from our guy, Brandon Scott. Our Texans report with Brandon Scott. That is coming up next, right here live on the drive.
All right, Clint Stoerner here for Twin Peaks, y'all. Look, if you love watching live sports,
look to upset the Texas Longhorns in a showdown at 4 p.m. Eastern. Watch the College Football Playoff, presented by Allstate on TNT and Max. Football in H-Town is on the rise.
I love DeMeco Ryans, man. I tell you what.
H-Town, I'm back. Our guy B. Scott has all the from the gridiron.
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
It's time for your weekly Texans report.
You ain't laying down for nobody.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, it is 4:40. It's Wednesday. That means it's Texans report time with Brandon Scott. B. Scott is in the building, and listen, it's a short week. We heard a lot from the major pieces yesterday, and I guess I'll start here with some of the newsy stuff. Kenyon Green has been activated back on the roster. In your opinion, all right? They did struggle in the run game last week. They really struggled in the pass game, too. They threw for 131 yards, and if you take away the Dare Agumbawale fake punt yardage, they ran for in the 40s. Do you think this Kenyon Green thing means anything when it pertains to him potentially being on the field on Sunday that doesn't have to do with an injury?
Unfortunately, Ron, to be honest with you, man, I do. And I want to be clear about, since you asked for my opinion, I want to be clear about what my opinion is on what should happen and on what I think could and might happen, okay? I'm in agreement with Clint. When you asked him this, you asked him a similar question earlier in the show when I was listening. You said, hey, should this factor in? And Clint was definitive. He's like, no, not at all, not whatsoever. I agree with every single thing that Clint had to say about how it does not make it. Kenyon Green should not factor enough into the run game or pass game to make a change or to insert him into the lineup. That's where I stand on it. But I do fear, I am afraid, Ron, since you asked the question, that they might view it differently. It's possible that the Texans view Kenyon Green as a better option in the run game, and it's possible that they think that he can be better with better play at center, which I think they have, and they think they have with Jared Patterson. So that would be, and I'm glad you led with that, Ron, because that would be like a top concern and thing to watch for me this week and going into this Saturday's game is, do they make the decision that I don't want them to make, or do they do the thing that I think this past game on Sunday, this most recent game on Sunday, showed that this is more than likely right now their best look at an offensive line.
Real quick on that, if it would be Kenyon Green in, who would go to the bench?
Who would go? No, it would be Blake Fisher. Like I don't think they're benching Titus Howard, and I think that if you look at Jared Patterson's spot at center, that's obviously wrapped up. So no, the obvious one would be the rookie. But I think that they're better off with the rookie at right tackle. And I'm changing my tune on this. If you'd asked me this same question a week ago, I would have been fine with the idea of Kenyon Green coming back at guard and moving Titus Howard back out to right tackle. But based off of what we've seen from Kenyon Green and what we saw in this limited sample size from Titus Howard and Blake Fisher specifically at tackle, I don't know how you could look at it all and say that this isn't our best 5 unit for right now, at least right now as it stands.
Yeah, I guess, and we've talked about it before, B. Scott. Like I just think it would be borderline criminal to put Kenyon Green out there with Chris Jones across the line from him. I mean, you're just inviting it. I mean, you're just inviting it. Not to mention he ain't played football in a bit. But I do like your thought. I'd never thought about it this way, but I do like your thought of. Yeah, if that communication, like if it clearly Juice wasn't a great communicator up there, like a vet center, like you would want, like you need your center to be if you're going to play a first play schedule and throw the football the way they want to throw it, right? But it's a good chance that it was worse than we thought, because now Jared Patterson gets in there and it seems to be improved. So that's a really good point, man. Of like that could, I do agree with that, could literally change the game for Kenyon Green. So that's a reality. That's not just now you're making excuses. That if the communication was that bad before and it's better now, I could see Kenyon being significantly better.
But see, my thing on that, Clint, is, and I can see the logic. Both of us clearly can see the logic in that. But my issue is, why even risk that? Why even play those games? Especially since you saw it work at least to some degree. Now, that defensive tackle, Seiler, I can't remember his name, really good defensive tackle for the Dolphins. He worked both Shaq Mason and Titus Howard early in the game, but a really, really good player. But overall, like I don't know how, again, based off of what you saw from Kenyon Green, even if you can squint your eyes to say that, hey, it could be better with the communication, and maybe it would be. I'm not dismissing that as an idea or as a notion. I just wouldn't want to risk it, given that Titus showed that he could play the position, and then the backup behind him, right, at right tackle, also showed that he could hold his own. So there's logic in it. I just don't see the reason in trying to risk it and even experimenting at this point in the season. Even though they got the division wrapped up, I don't see the point in experimenting.
All right, I know you talked about yesterday on In the Loop this being a championship defense. In this game in particular, I think arguably the greatest advantage is the Texans' edge rushers versus the Chiefs' tackles. Do you think that group is good enough to just take over the game, that is a possibility that the Texans' edge rushers can be so impactful that they can take over this game regardless if it's Mahomes or Wentz?
Yeah, no, I think that's 100% it. Like, I think on both sides of the ball, it's funny that you got marquee quarterbacks, right? You got the greatest in the game in Patrick Mahomes, who looks like, man, he's practicing, man. So it looks like he's going to give it a go.
Oh, yeah, he's stretching on one leg. Yeah,
exactly. And then, of course, CJ is the up-and-comer, a slight bit of a down year this year, but obviously the up-and-comer quarterback. This is a marquee quarterback matchup when really I think the underrated part is the defense. On Kansas City side, we already know what time it is. They just won the Super Bowl largely based off of one of the better defenses in football, and then the Texans have shown themselves to be one of the better defenses in football this year. And I would say the Chiefs, for the most part, no drop-off in that regard. So I think that goes both ways. The question that you asked about the Texans, could their edge rushers be the ones that make the difference, for the Texans be the thing that carried them to victory? And then on the other side, you got to be worried about everything that you talked about, I think, in the first hour run about Spags and all of the chaos that he's going to try to create, and how Bobby and CJ and the offensive line are going to have to be on their P's and Q's in terms of communication and execution, and just the physical matchup. Like we mentioned, Chris freaking Jones is on the other side. Like, there might not even be a plan for that. Like, right? Like, we've seen teams try to plan for Chris Jones, and he just wrecked the game anyway just because of who he is. So I think on both sides of the ball, you're talking about, you know, with Will and DeMille on the edges for Houston, those are all pro-level players, whether they make it or not. And then obviously Chris Jones is who he is on the other side.
Hey, what are your thoughts on the Texans offense and what you saw last week, B. Scott?
Man, it left a lot to be desired. It left a lot to be desired. I would echo some of the things that y'all mentioned. As a matter of fact, I think it was Ron who had Bobby Slowick as his stock down, and I would agree with that, right? Like, it just was not. I don't even want to use the word vanilla, because vanilla can work, and I think whatever the clearly worked on Sunday, but you just didn't see much of, kind of to Ron's point, much of an identity, what they felt like they could hang their hat on. It was disappointing that they weren't able to run the ball or get their main players, as Ron mentioned, their main players like Nico and Joe Mixon more involved in the game, outside, of course, Nico having those 2 touchdowns, which was, you know, largely just the brilliance of their scramble drill, right, where CJ and Nico seem to have that part down. But overall, man, the offense, not very good. They get that second half touchdown early in the second half, but it's off of a turnover, right? And then you get nothing for the rest of the game. Now, the defense is playing well enough for you to maintain, but man, I feel like CJ overall had a decent game, but you need more from CJ Stroud and you need more from Bobby Slowick. Like, that is what the last 3 weeks is about. Obviously, they're going to the playoffs, and so the playoffs will be about that too. But these last 3 weeks for me, starting with this Kansas City game, is about them showing us something. What is this team about? Can they block? Can they give Joe Mixon just a little bit of breathing room? It's not like he needs you to pancake somebody, right? Like, Joe Mixon doesn't need this offensive line to be the 1990s Cowboys offensive line. He just needs you to give him something to work with. Can they do that? Can Bobby Slowick scheme that up? I didn't see much of that on Sunday, and that was a disappointment.
All right, Brandon Scott here with this Texans report. Hell, both of y'all can jump on this, but I want you go ahead first and let you guys on the spot because it feels different right now. When you go into this game, and many times you look at offenses, and like last week it was like, all right, we don't want to let Tyreek Hill beat us. Who is that this week for the Texans? Who is it for the Chiefs? They're saying that's a guy, that's our number one priority is to try our best to shut him down and not let him get loose. Who is that?
I would say, particular to the Mahomes situation and the injury, that it is Mahomes, not letting him do some of the normal Mahomes things that he does. And we've seen, and I say this because we've seen him do it even on one leg, right? Like scramble for first downs on one, extend the pocket on one leg. Like we talked about those edge rushers. Like I think if you really key in on Mahomes and try to take advantage as much as you can of if he really has a high ankle sprain run and he's going to play in this game, and you're talking about these, like we mentioned earlier, these edge rushers against those tackles, like it should be hell on Patrick Mahomes in this game. So, I mean, not to be too obvious about it, but I would say Patrick Mahomes.
When I say that, Clint, I just think most of the time you go into it as, all right, Travis Kelce. We got to stop Travis Kelce. I don't know that that's necessarily the case anymore. And then I don't know if it's Hopkins, and I don't know if it's Worthy. They do get Hollywood Brown back. I don't know. For me, it's different now with the Chiefs.
Yeah, I mean, I don't watch enough of the Chiefs to know. I would probably say Kelce just because given the injury, they're going to need to. There's going to be that chemistry. The ball's going to need to be out. Hey, you see the defense. I see the defense the same way. So he's probably going to depend on Kelce more. But the more we talk about it, the more I think about the Chiefs game. It's to me, with the injury, it's somewhat similar to what you did against the Miami Dolphins. Is if you can force them to be an over-the-top team, if you can force Pat to hold the football, now you're at the very least hitting him, and he can't move as well as he typically can, then you could have problems. So I don't know what one individual, but if you made me pick one, I'd probably say Kelce.
I think it's Pacheco and Hunt.
Yeah, well, we're all over the map.
I think the run game. I think if you can, based off everything you're talking about, if you take away their ability to run the football and make him have to drop back, like that's the way they got to move the ball is to drop back. Then you invite Will and Hunter and Barnett and Autry. So to me, in this, I think in an odd way, it is stopping their run game. All right. Brandon, always appreciate you joining us. I know you'll probably be in with Clint tomorrow as I have jury duty, so we'll hear from you tomorrow as well, potentially. And we'll see this thing and talk to you next week.
Yeah, man, it'll be fun. I'm looking forward to see which one of y'all gets dunked on Saturday. So I'm looking forward to that too, man.
All right.
It'll be Ron.
That Joker hair for Figgy's going to look nice when it's good and damp. That's what's going to happen. All right.
That'd be pretty fun, too.
All right, man. 5 o'clock hour coming up next. We'll give you the latest on Nolan Arenado. He said he didn't want to come to the Astros. And what does this mean about Alex Bregman's future? We'll discuss that. And coming up in this segment, your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Kinder's Texas Bowl. You got to be listening in the next segment. Listen for your cue to call. You'll have a chance to win those tickets. That's coming up next.
All right, let's talk about Our Vision Homes, y'all. If you're looking to build
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
On 610 with Pendergast to run the show.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Blonde Tip Bomber.
The big deal.
Along with Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, have the latest for you. And the latest is, first off, 5 o'clock fire is brought to you by Kirk Holmes. Also, remember, coming up at some point in this segment, so make sure you're ready, your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Kinder's Bowl that's coming up a little bit later on in this segment. Make sure you're listening. You'll hear the cue to call. Won't be able to miss it. Tyler will take care of you. Hopefully, you can join our guy Tim and be our second winner today. All right, this is where we want to jump off here. The Astros have found themselves in the news. Nolan Arenado, has been one of the best third basemen, has been the best defensive third baseman in this era, has been one of the best third basemen in Major League Baseball over the last decade. He will be 34 this year, but the news coming out is that he blocked a potential trade to the Astros. And part of Arenado's decision stemmed from a preference to not make a decision this early in the offseason. It is unclear whether the Astros will continue heavily pursuing Arenado or pivot to other options. So we've had a few things. We've heard reports that he wanted to finish his career closer to the California or to the LA area in California because that's where he is from. And now we've heard it's too early. Whatever it is, Clint, he ain't want to come here to the Astros. And that's interesting coming from a place in St. Louis where they haven't been winning and don't seem to be on that track for a player that's going to be 34.
Yeah, look, I mean, I'm less concerned about his reasoning or whether he wants to be here or not, and more concerned with the fact that it's proof that they're doing somebody other than Alex Bregman. Not that they wouldn't be in the mix for somebody, but they're obviously pursuing somebody over Alex Bregman, and it sure seems hard to ignore that, as you mentioned, it's an older player that's longer in the tooth, that's not obviously going to expect an 8 or 10 year deal. That's in one way, shape, or form going to come at a discounted price because of his age or for whatever reason, shorter term contract. It just seems to be what Jim Crane is all about, what the Astros are all about, the way of doing business of Jim Crane. So it puts me in a spot where I'm the more I think about it, the more we talk about it, the more it seems like I don't know if they're going to. It doesn't clearly they're not going to get Arenado, but boy, it sure seems like they're fishing in waters that Bregman ain't swimming in.
Well, and it feels like they're putting themselves in that Jose Abreu type situation.
Sure,
again,
it's exactly
right?
what it is.
Like it's like, all right, this is how the Astros appear to want to rock, and that is, all right, if you're a really good player and you're young and we got control, we want to try to get a deal early while we still have control and try to get you, hey, man, you're 3-4 years away. We want to sign you and give you a deal, but it's not really the deal that is going to be your market value, a la what they've done with Yordan Alvarez. Or, like, hey, let's get some guys that are more into 4 or 5 year deals, and it's money, but it's not long-term and it's not huge money. And that's what they did with Jose Abreu, and now Nolan Arenado, who's 33 and was a great player, but you can see the drop-off, all right? In the last 2 years, he went from being a top 3 MVP finisher for the Cardinals to this guy's now moved to 26 home runs and 93 RBIs 2 years ago to this year, 16 home runs and 73 RBIs. Like, you can see the drop, right? Kind of what people talked about with Abreu, but they were willing to make a move there. And clearly, as you said, not fish in the waters of what Alex Bregman is talking about. And it's clear, like, they seem to have a philosophy of how they're doing things. It mirrors teams like the Reds and the Royals and and teams like that, which is interesting that the Astros are deciding to go in that route. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what they're going to do. They clearly are going to make some moves, and I think they are clearly trying to compete. But it's the way they're going about it is they have a certain type of player and a type of contracts they're willing to give in on, and we'll see what they're going to do. But this, to me, this seems like they were finding their alternative to having to pay Alex Bregman that. And now they were going to bring in their second third baseman. They've already traded for Paredes, and now they were trying to bring in Nolan Arenado. So we'll see. As I said earlier, this did not make me feel any better about Alex Bregman coming back.
No, it does. I mean, that's my only concern, right? I mean, that doesn't make me feel any better, whatsoever. So, only because it is an older player and it's clearly kind of more in Jim Crane's wheelhouse than what I think Bregman's going to be.
Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see what they do at third base. We'll see what they do moving forward and what other pieces they look to add to. But apparently, Nolan Arenado said no. I'm going to wait a little bit.
Shout out to my guy, Alex Bregman.
5 o'clock fire.
All right. The injury report is out. Injury report for both teams are out. Let's start with the Houston Texans. And, Clint, this is 2 days in a row. Did not participate. That is Foley, Fatukasi with the ankle, John Mechie with the shoulder, and then Juice Scruggs, who we knew about, Cade Stover, not a surprise either. Those four did not practice for the second straight day. Joe Mixon was limited in practice, saw a video of him moving around, and then Kenyon Green, who they just reinstated to the main roster. He was a full participant today. So, again, right now as we sit here, as the game is on Saturday, I would say it doesn't look great for Foley and John Mechie.
Yeah, the one there is John Mechie, because boy, I've gone from being skeptical of John Mechie.
You got new evidence.
Yeah, I mean, and it's not the strongest of evidence, but there's just something there. You see, you watch the tape, and you obviously the organization has seen a lot more than you and I have because of the commitment that they made to him with getting him all the reps with the ones and getting him reps with CJ before he ever had really done anything. But the more I watch, the more we see him play, the more I just believe that this guy is a really, really, really good potential number 3 with this team. And so that being the case, boy, you could really use that guy this week. And
he seems to know and be in the right spots. And even the one that he couldn't get to last week, that would have been a big play and kind of changed the game. But the last several weeks, he seems to be in the right spot for the most part with CJ. I know they had that one issue where they had a pick in the tight game, but he's brought something.
Well, he's clearly got really good chemistry with CJ, so that's a big part of it. Like, I mean, I don't know how much of a better receiver he is than Robert Woods or how much better he is than Xavier Hutchinson at this point. They're all different guys, right? But the difference in all of those names I just mentioned is clearly John Mechie has chemistry and a connection with C.J. Stroud where those other guys don't necessarily have that. I mean, he's got a chemistry. To me, I can see like being on the verge of having a chemistry like Tank and C.J. had last year. Not quite like Nico's had last year, but that, we saw flashes of Tank last year. To me, Mechie's on the verge of that. And so that obviously speaks volumes. So missing him is going to be a little bit of a problem.
Other way with the Chiefs, Shamari Connor, who is kind of a slot safety concussion, I would assume 2 days missed with a concussion. He probably doesn't play. I'll be honest with you, full honesty, that's probably a bad thing for the Texans. He is a clear duck. You need a play? Find who he's covering. Oh, boy. I mean, all day long. Doesn't matter what he plays. Running back, tight end, receiver. He gets torched. And then DJ Humphries, who they brought in to be the left tackle. He had a hamstring a couple of weeks, has not practiced since the Charger game that was now going on 2 weeks. So I'd assume he probably doesn't go. Full participant, Hollywood Brown, looks like he may be in line to make his season debut this week. Maybe that's a guy that you look at. I don't know, he hasn't played football all year, but Creed Humphrey, full participant, Harrison Butker, Juwan Taylor, and again, quarterback Patrick Mahomes with that ankle, full participant in practice. I think now we can assume that he's going to go. And today was a little bit more than what they did yesterday. And there's some video footage of him moving around. Looks like he's going to give it a go. By the way, do you disagree with, not even talking about the Texans or whatever, would you have been one, because there have been a lot of ex-players, they need to sit him. Marcus Spears, Marcus needs to sit him the rest of the season. A lot of people have talked about sitting him in this game. If you were with the Chiefs or whatever, would you sit him?
No. No, I mean, I would push. I would do everything I can to get that 1 seed.
Yeah.
Get that, secure the bye, and then Pat gets what he needs, and the rest of the team gets what they need with the other guys that are banged up. You handle your business the next couple of weeks. You could potentially have back-to-back bye weeks, and the last game of the season doesn't matter. Hell, if you handle your business, the last game of the season will not matter, correct? I mean, and if the chips fall right, you win this week, the last 2 games might not matter. So, I mean, I would play him. I mean, look, obviously, if Pat Mahomes is like, man, I can't practice, I can't play, I can't move, I can't. Obviously, you wouldn't play him. But the thought of just, hey, I'm gonna get real aggressive, I'm just gonna say the hell with it, I'm fixing to sit Pat for a month. Yeah, that's silly.
Yeah, and I just because there are many of just hey, sit him this week and let him play against the Steelers on Christmas. He'd have 10 days off, and with his particular injury, I mean, I don't know how much better it is from if he plays Saturday or he plays Wednesday. The high ankle sprain. Yeah, it's usually, they say, a 4 to 6 week injury heal. So I don't know the difference, right? If he plays or not. So kind of surprised how many people were rolling with that.
Hi, Kermit the Frog here.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, let's do it right now. Caller number 7. CJ Stroud action. Caller number 7. 735724610. Caller number 7. Your chance right now to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Kinder's Texas Bowl to see the Baylor Bears take on the LSU Tigers at NRG December 31st. Bring in the new year. Hey, go down there, go to the game, and then party afterwards. Get ready for the new year. Win a 4-pack of tickets there. Should be a good game between the SEC and the Big 12. Caller number 7 right now, and Tyler will hook you up. All right, the last thing here is, we talked about it briefly earlier, Michael Penix Jr., he replaces Kirk Cousins as the Falcons' starting quarterback. We talked about it yesterday. We think this might be, we saw the end. And again, Kirk has 1 touchdown versus 9 interceptions his last 5 games. And it didn't look good, even though they beat the Raiders when he threw for 112 yards on 17 attempts. The way I look at this is, at one part it's like, all right, hey, they drafted Michael Penix Jr. and they've got a talented player right there behind him ready to go, and a player that you can bring in and say, hey, maybe we can get to the playoffs because we have this player, and they drafted that player and they've got that guy. But then you also think those same people gave Kirk Cousins $180 million, and they are a game back with 3 to play, and it's gotten so bad that they got to bench him. It is hard to look at, up to their thumbs down for the misevaluation of maybe Kirk Cousins and his injury, and compared to, hey, they bring in Michael Penix, who I think is going to work. I watch him, I think he's going to work. It is. I wonder how Falcons fans are feeling with that scenario of things.
Look, I think the scary part for the Falcons is what's so entertaining for us is, I'm a Michael Penix fan. I want to see it happen, but this isn't Will Levis. This isn't a project.
No.
I mean, this guy had 1,000. I don't remember the exact number, but 1 million reps in college, and consistently got better, and is as gifted a passer of the football as you're going to see with these young quarterbacks. Now, can he put it all together? We'll see. Sure looks like it. I mean, the fear here for Atlanta is he gets in there, you went out, Atlanta wins out. I mean, Tampa wins out. You swept them. You lose a division by a game. You don't. They wouldn't get in the playoffs at that point in time.
No, they're 6 and 7.
So yeah.
7 and,
so anyway, the point being is boy, he comes in and lights it up, and you realize you made the move a week or two too late, because everybody was clamoring for. This ain't the first week everybody's been clamoring for Penix to be in there. I mean, it's been going on.
1 for 9.
Yeah, it's been going on. Yeah. So the fear is that you made the move too late, because I think he is that good. There's a chance that they could run through some folks.
But because
they're talented, man.
Yeah, and I like I said, I think Michael Penix is going to work, and I think they may have found their quarterback of the future. But they're paying this guy $180 million.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they severely misevaluated his injury.
Sure.
And how he was, how he was going to
be.
Is
year 2 here? Is this year 2 for him?
This is year 1. It just happened this year. And they brought him in, gave him 180, and then they drafted Penix. Here's the damnedest thing. They're sitting there at 8, and everybody's like, what the hell are they doing? I mean, luckily for them, they've got their young quarterback, but damn, it's just wild. All right, coming up, this is something the Texans may have to do in the next, month, and how long they can advance in this NFL season. This is something they have to do potentially. Can they do it? We'll discuss that next.
All right, now, Mo Karam Law Firm, y'all. They've been helping Houston, Texas for over 25 years, man. Contact them day and or night, 24/7.
guaranteed for life. New time, new sponsor, same incredible football experience. The Baylor Bears and LSU Tigers battle it out in the Kinder's Texas Bowl at 2:30 p.m. on New Year's Eve. There's no better way to close out 2024 than with some early fireworks at NRG Stadium. Hit up kinderstexasbowl.com now for tickets and more information. And hear the game exclusively here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I'm sorry, Tyler. I know you said it in my ear. Who is our second winner? Our second
Steven in League City.
League City. Steve in League City. Congratulations, Steven. You
says he hears all 4 hours almost every damn day.
I appreciate that, man. We need you. Show some people. Let
I'm
some
glad
people
them
know,
kind
Steve.
of folks win.
Yeah, happy for him, man. Good for you, Steve. Got him 4 tickets to the Kinder's Texas Bowl up at NRG.
In the city.
31st. Be there. Have fun, Steve. Congratulations.
Steve, you might want to get out to that concert.
Yeah.
Tyler Farr. I'm telling you, man. That's I went out there last year. It was a good time, man.
I was going to say, they always have really good stuff around the game.
Well, that is that venue is so big that it's, I mean, unless you want to touch the artist's toes or something while he's on stage, I mean, you can just spread out. You know what I mean? There's bars everywhere. It's a huge place, so there's not, I mean, the only place it's crowded is right there in front of the stage kind of deal. And, man, it's the VIP. By the way, the VIP, I don't know what it costs, but it is well worth it.
It's well worth it, huh?
If you're out there, go to Kinders, Kinders, TexasBowl.com. And, obviously there's group discount tickets and suites and tickets, all that kind of jive, all that information. But there's also information on the concert. You can RSVP for the concert and all that stuff. I don't know what all you can get, but it's well worth the money.
There you go. So congratulations to you, Steve. And if you didn't even get those tickets, you can still do that. You can still get tickets to be out there, as Clint just talked about. All right, the Texans. This is the toughest part of their schedule. Started off with that game against the Dolphins, and now in the next Sunday till Wednesday they play the Chiefs and the Ravens, and they go on the road to play Kansas City. And then after that, when the playoffs get started, we understand they're looking at teams that have quarterbacks like Justin Herbert and teams that have quarterbacks and offenses that have had the propensity to score points. Russell Wilson and the Steelers this year have done so. The Ravens have done so with Lamar and Derrick Henry and company. And the Bills, obviously, they've put up damn near 90 points the last 2 weeks. And so they've scored. Actually, they put up 90 points the last 2 weeks. They've scored a ton. So they, I think in this run, for the Texans to get where they hope to get, where you hope for them to get, I think at some point, Clint, there's going to come a game where something happens. These defenses going up against really good quarterbacks, really good offenses, that the Texans may have to score 30 to win a game. The Texans might have to get 30 to win a game. Now, they have only done that 2 times this year, 34 against the Cowboys, 41 against the New England Patriots.
What's your point?
How y'all feel about that game? That's my point, Jerry. How y'all feel about the potential of that game? The Texans in a game, get into a game, they're playing against a good offense, and they got to get around the 30-point mark. How do you feel about that chance? Do you feel confident that Slowick and Stroud and
it don't matter how long you set. It don't matter how long you set this question up. You're doing a sexy job of setting this question up. And the whole time the answer's not changed. Let me know when you get there.
Yeah, I feel awful about this.
I'm just giving
it's
you all
not
the
good.
Got Joe. I mean, what? Joe Mixon's a Pro Bowler, I think.
I mean, yeah. I mean, you do.
Nico's a Pro Bowler, I think.
You did a great job, man.
I think that's it. But I mean,
have no confidence, man. It's terrifying.
Really?
I don't like this
Larry
question.
Johnson's definitely a Pro Bowler, by the way.
You think so?
Oh, the popularity contest? Absolutely.
Yeah, you can make it without practicing all the time.
Yeah, can you make it lead the league in penalties?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
We'll see. But so you don't think one game, because to me, as I've said, I felt like this team feels like a version, and I think maybe a lower version of what the Chiefs did last year, led by their defense, a team that could run it a little bit, and then, hey, quarterback, come and make some plays here and there through the game or late. And I said a poor man's version, obviously that's Mahomes, and this defense, I think the Chiefs' defense last year was one of the better ones we've seen, but this defense is really, really good for the Texans. One game, they had to get to 27 to beat the Bills. The one game they had to at least get there. The other ones they scored 17 against Baltimore.
I mean, they got 5 picks against the Detroit Lions and didn't get there.
I know it, man. That's 20. What did they do in this last game? How many turnovers did they get in this last game? 4.
Yeah.
What did they end up with
30 picks and a fumble.
20-12. Yeah, no, I don't feel good about this team scoring 30 points anyway. No way, no how against these teams. I thought potentially Baltimore. You know, if you just look at Baltimore, and they're one of the worst pass defenses. I mean, they're one of the best run defenses, one of the worst pass defenses. And you think, okay, well maybe CJ can slice and dice. I'm not at a spot where, and I'll be honest with you, it's not just about the protection. CJ's leaving too much on the field, to be honest with you. I'm not as confident in Bobby Slowick as I once was. I'm not as confident in Tank Dell as I once was. The O-line is obviously an issue. The run game is against these defenses is going to be a non-factor. So, yeah, man, I have zero confidence. In fact, I'd bet a parlay right now, and you can tell me they're going to play 5 more football games. I would bet they don't break 30. Now, my betting history is not real good, but so that bodes well for the Texans. But
yeah, I mean, listen, it's hard to argue the points that you guys are making, but I mean, I just feel like if it dictates it, it needs it. Baltimore, Buffalo's defense. I mean, we just watched Buffalo give up 42 and 48 or 44 the last 2 weeks.
Who'd they do that?
It was the Rams and the Lions. But there was some openings, right? I mean, there was. I'm not trying to get them to 48, but there was some. Right. There was some openings for them to do that. Obviously, they played them earlier this year without Ed Oliver, and they weren't able to get there. But there were some openings. It's just hard to just think like one game, him and Nico and Joe and Tank get hot.
Yeah.
Can they pull it off? But no, I mean it's rough. I think there is going to come a game where they have to. Potentially, it may be Sunday. I don't think so. They run into the Bills. They run into if they run into the Ravens. Like if the seed's held right now, they'd run into the Ravens in the first game.
Well, we'll see
of the playoffs.
They're going to get 2 shots at it if that's the case. We'll see if they can do. We'll see if they can do that defense in the regular season.
Yeah, the turnover thing that really stopped me in the tracks.
What
5 turnovers against the Lions?
5 turnovers from the Lions, 4 from the Dolphins, 3 from the Green Bay Packers.
Quite frankly, it's bullshit.
I was going to say DeMeco or Nico didn't play in those, but he played against the Dolphins. Damn it. Come on, Bobby. Come on, CJ.
Get it together, man.
Get you 30, man.
Is Slowick losing it?
The Cowboys defense ain't rolling out there. That Cowboys defense. All right, coming up. I want to hear this. Apparently, Tim Settle let it get away from him. I want to hear what he had to say. And this offensive line, I think a lot of people are loving what they're seeing from this new offensive line. I might go a little leak here, not so fast, my friend. We'll discuss that coming up.
All right, y'all. The holiday season is in full swing over at Coshada Casino Resort, man. Here's what's going down. December the 21st, that's this Saturday. The big $200,000 Holly Jolly cash giveaway is
Benefits vary. Free phones up to $300 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, before I want to hear Tim Settle. Apparently, Tim Settle let it ride. By the way, we talked to Tim Settle a few weeks back ago. Tim Settle's the gentleman who said, "Yeah, man, I'm gonna look good. I'm gonna look good out here."
He was really good last night on the coaches show too.
Yeah, check it out. Check out the coaches show. Tim Settle was with them. This is his message to Kansas City and Baltimore. Let's hear it from Tim Settle.
Kansas City and Baltimore know what I do. They know what I bring, and there's nothing's going to change. You know, I got a sack on Lamar. I done been in Pat's face. I don't care. I don't care who they got blocking. I don't care who's out. I don't care who's in. I got to deal with me. That's just what it is. If you don't respect me, I'm gonna make you earn it. I'm gonna make you respect me.
Doug,
damn, Tim, I like that.
If that was not Travis Johnson, I don't know who it was.
You think it was Trav?
I think that was Trav. Where's Travis at?
You think
it sounded too sober.
You think being mislabeled that again?
No. I don't know. If you play that sounded like Trav. They're gonna have to deal with me. They're gonna. I've been in. Tim sound like I feel like Tim heard somebody talking trash to him. The way Tim responded.
Right.
I gotta know, what was the question that led Tim to go, hey, they know who I am. They got to deal with me, damn it. I done sacked Lamar. I done been in Pat's face. They already know. I don't care who they got blocked. What was the question that led to that?
You're going to get hit hard if you play against us.
Telling you, I'm telling you, when we had him on, I would have loved to have gotten it.
You didn't get that, huh?
No, we didn't get that. No, go ahead, man. And to be honest, that's how you should think. You got to deal with me.
I like it. I love it, actually.
Tim Settle, same amount of sacks as Chris Jones in the interior. Having a really good year. So good for him. By the way, coming up tomorrow, The Drive will be live. Cypress, Buffalo Wild Wings as we continue our Thirsty Thursday tour. We don't come in empty-handed, courtesy of our good friends at Bud Light. They will have prizes, and we will give you a chance to win those. So come on out to Buffalo Wild Wings tomorrow, 2 to 6. The Drive will be live on the road in Cypress. So come hang out with us tomorrow. What was you? Because, Tyler, you were reading it to me, too. And I do want to get to this offensive line real quick. You were reading it to me, too. What did Patrick Mahomes get his offensive line?
A few things, but them ostrich boots is what caught my eye.
So ostrich boots. You said Rolex?
Yeah, there's a Rolex in there. There's like some of those what do they call it? The red cherry, the deep cherry, black cherry, ostrich boots. I think it's black cherry. Ostrich boots, clean. Big Yeti cooler. Those
coolers, them bad boys ain't cheap.
Those trainers that you pump you put them on both legs and it pumps the ice are the real cool. So it's a rehab type deal. It's double sleeves, one for each leg. A pair of sunglasses up there, which I'm assuming ain't cheap sunglasses.
I bet he got them on the house though. They probably Oakley's. No, he got that deal.
Probably. Yeah, man, it was a hell of a of a Christmas.
And I wonder how many. Like, is this anybody who blocked for him this year? Like,
usually they don't exclude anybody.
You know what Pat should have got them.
What's that?
And I think CJ needs to listen to this as well, because I feel like CJ gonna do the same thing. You know them cookies that Aaron got us yesterday?
Yep.
That's what Pat should have done. Pat should have him or Brittany baked them some cookies, and that's the gifts that he should have given those offensive.
I do like cookies.
Oh, damn Rolex. I'll tell you right now, Wanye Morris does not deserve a Rolex, a boot, any of that.
Ron, those guys are out there busting their ass for him.
Yeah, they're out there getting his ass busted.
Maybe Stroud will get Kenyon Green some plastic-ass Justin
boots. Just like Kenyon Green, don't like whatever this is. No, man, I'm not saying I ain't gonna give you a gift. They like Cole. Like there's several guys on that offensive line for the Texans, just like the Chiefs. They deserve gift cards.
Well, you can't go excluding guys.
I'm not saying. I'm not going to exclude them. We're going to get everybody the same thing. I might get Creed. No, you're right. I might get Creed Humphrey and Joe Tooney and Trey Smith a little something different. But like, no, man, no, you crazy. Texans, CJ is a nice card. Slide in maybe Home Goods. I don't know where they want to go. Academy Sports, get them. That's what they deserve. Get CJ, get them all about $100. Academy Sports.
Oh, CJ's gonna do better than that.
I know he is. CJ is a guy that probably would. But I'm just telling you about what they deserve. Just saying. $100. Ostrich boots. I mean that had to be. How much a piece? Those gifts. I mean that had to be. I mean, I can't even think about it. The Rolex.
I mean, I would imagine those are some custom boots too. I wouldn't imagine.
Hell, they got to be some of them big ass jokers.
You're right. Good call.
Get out here, boys. Here, take these ostrich boots. Kendrick Green. Great job.
I bet Kendrick does got him some ostrich boots. He looks like an old ostrich boot wearer.
Here,
old roughneck. Probably got scuffs all over him. I bet he's roughneck.
Shoot, gotta be getting him all that stuff. All right. Speaking of the offensive line. Clint, I think a lot of people, and I think you, like, hey, let's settle in right here. This is the best offensive line combination they can have, and I would actually lean towards that. I think this is going to be the week that we really figure it out. Can they survive? Because when you get into the playoffs and the teams they're about to play, these defensive lines are at least better. These defensive lines, these front sevens are better, right? The Steelers' front seven's really, really good. The Chargers' front seven's really, really good. Even though the Raiders' back end are rough, their front seven with Matabike and the middle linebacker from Georgia, whose name is just Roshan. His name has just absolutely escaped me.
Sorry, bro. I'm trying to pull it, man.
But I can't. But he was a defensive player of the year.
Yeah, I know you're talking about.
A candidate last year. Really, really good. Like these teams and these front sevens. We talked about Buffalo with Ed Oliver, and they've gotten some of their guys back. Like they're going to challenge this offensive line. I think this week, when you look at a Chiefs team that is more of a power team than a speed team, that throw a bunch of different guys out there, and then they have the centerpiece that goes, that can go up against anybody that they center around and take advantage of his double teams. This will be the one. This is a team that the Chiefs are third in the league in terms of stopping the run, and obviously, Chris Jones can get after it. They have gotten after it better here the last several weeks in terms of sacks and get to the quarterback. I think this is when you find out, all right, how good can this group be? Can this group hold up and at least allow us to survive? Or does this thing look anything like it did like the Packers or the Jets, where it's just like, good God, we got to make changes? Because I think a lot of people like this group. I think we'll find out a lot coming up on Saturday.
Now, I agree with that point. I think we find out a lot about them. How good is this year, at least, how good is Titus Howard inside at the guard position, and how good it can Blake Fisher be, or what are his limitations out there? We'll find out. I personally, with this group, as we're talking, I don't see this group playing poorly enough to where it's not the best starting 5 offensive linemen moving forward. I simply believe that shoring up that center guard and being stronger at the left guard position is more important than being at Titus Howard good at the tackle position. The quarterback, if he's got somewhere to slide up in the pocket, he's got a chance. Play side, front side tackle. If he misses, boy, you're right in my face. I can make some. There's some things I can do, whether it's hiding up in the pocket or it's escaping. Boy, that inside pressure is no joke, man. So I agree. We're going to find out about these guys versus one of the best defenses in the game. But I don't think maybe I'm too high on these guys. I just don't think it can be bad enough to where they'd go back to Kenyon Green or even Juice Scruggs at guard.
Yeah, the only way is. And as we talked about this, the only way for me is if Blake Fisher is one who struggles, because that's the one we don't know about, right? I think we have an idea of the other four guys, and you probably got an issue with Shaq Mason, and like in pass protection, you feel like Titus is the best option at left guard at pass. You just don't know about that, and it's weird. We cannot leave without the point that Brandon Scott made earlier today when we talked to him at 440, and that is maybe the Texans view Kenyon Green as the better option with a better center next to him, and that may be the route they go. That is a possibility, as they did activate him today. But to me, it should be more important to protect the passer right now, because I don't know who they could line up front against a good run defense in which they will be able to run the ball like they did against the Colts or the Jags. So I don't know if they have a combination that's possible with that. So I think I would urge to lean on the side of who and what's the best group that can protect CJ. But that's, to me, it's Blake Fisher. I think we'll learn from Blake Fisher, because I think he'll get a lot of Chris Jones and a lot of George Karlaftis. They're two best pass rushers. And we'll see about him being able to protect the quarterback.
Yeah, we'll see. They're going to throw a bunch of different looks at him. Talking about Jarrett Patterson's communication, man, they're going to get all the different looks thrown at him. That's going to be tough. Blake Fisher on the edge, we'll find out what he's all about. And I like what Blake Fisher brings to the run game, and whether he's right, wrong, or indifferent. I mean, there's some heavy hands, there's some aggression there. I like this. I like this lineup, man.
Yeah. Well, like I said, we'll figure out how much we like it coming out of this game. Yeah. I think we'll at least learn how much we do like it coming out of this game. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access, and you get to hear the general manager, Nick Caserio, and that is right off the rip. As soon as this sucker starts up, you'll hear from the general manager, and already see him behind Area 45 live 8 to midnight. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, and Chris Santiago, they will hold it down until midnight. Chris Santiago producing this thing, and with Patrick and Sean Bijani. Sean Bijani, interesting. As I look back here, interesting snack decision here. Those Coca-Cola crunchy Cheetos